My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
Do you want a chocolate?
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are here today by chance. I had another show planned for tonight, for this evening. However, earlier today, quite a shocking surprise, David Grusch on the Joe Rogan Experience. But is it really a surprise, considering Joe Rogan's close relationship with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, and others that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have brought to Joe Rogan to talk UFOs? Before we even begin breaking this down, I thought it'd be a good idea if I first give sort of a disclaimer in that I really like the Joe Rogan Experience. I've been listening to the Joe Rogan Experience for many years now. In fact, one of the reasons that my show is here is because of a speech. I've talked about this a few times, this sort of motivational speech that Joe Rogan gave about doing what you're passionate about in life, doing what you really want to do. If you have some job that you're not happy with or you hate, go do that thing that you're passionate about. And I received or heard that speech right before I started this show about 3 years ago. At least I believe I did. And just excellent advice, like regardless of what's going on, go there and water that garden every day. And surely if you do that, that garden will grow. And so I don't want to say I have a blind spot or a soft spot for Joe Rogan, but I always try to be fair with him. I believe that Joe Rogan has now been sort of co-opted by the UFO grift squad. In every other interview that you hear with Joe Rogan, he's not afraid to push back on claims being made or ask hard questions. But it seems like with very few exceptions, with the Rogan and the Corbell and the other UFO interviews, he just sort of softballs people and lets them talk. He did it with Bob Lazar. He's done it with George Knapp. He did actually ask for evidence a few times, and that was pretty revealing. But in most of the UFO interviews, we don't get that pushback, and this was no different. He just let Grusch say whatever he was going to say. Very little, questions surrounding the evidence. And things get very interesting here when you examine a few things. And that is that we are now at almost 170 days. In 10 short days after midnight tonight, in 10 more short days, it will have been 6 months since David Grusch made these bombshell claims. And let's be clear, there's a very different thing between claims and revelations. Real whistleblowers like Edward Snowden, they had terabytes of data to back up what they were saying or what they were claiming, what they were asserting. In Dave Grusch's case, so far we've got 6 months of excuses as to why he cannot actually provide any evidence. And my working theory, we should begin with that, because my working theory about Dave Grusch, since I began to cover him at the very beginning of his story, is when we began, my working theory has been that Dave Grusch is a product of the UFO community. And it's interesting that he sort of denied that he is aware of or studying UFO community-related material. He said in this interview, in fact, they try to stay away from that stuff so that he could, you know, get the information from real and verifiable people. But the problem is, as we have displayed here over and over and over again, there are a great many high-ranking government officials, apparently, including senators, generals. You know, we saw Philip Corso, very high-ranking military member with probably similar clearances to David Grusch, that all sort of believe everything that David Grusch is saying. And my working theory has been from the beginning that David Grusch does not have new or real or original sources for this information, but rather that he is being fed this information from the same old crop of UFO wackadoos that were involved with Skinwalker Ranch, that were involved with OSAP and ATIP. And this interview confirms that my working theory is likely correct. And we're going to break that all down for you tonight. Because during this interview, David Grusch verifiably repeated things that Lou Elizondo has said in the form of this Mussolini fake hoaxed UFO case. And by the way, there's an interesting tidbit on that. In this interview, he said there were no bodies associated with that crash. Earlier today, I tried to locate, if someone could please email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com, you'll understand why I can't find it when I show you something later tonight. I want to find the original interview, the first one with Ross Coulthart from News Nation, because I seem to remember that he did talk about that Mussolini crash and bodies being recovered at the Mussolini crash. I could be wrong. I want to review that, and then I'll do an update about this specific point. But if it's true that originally he said there was bodies associated with the Mussolini crash, then he's repeating stories from well-known UFO hoaxer, profiteer, promoter William Brophy, who was involved in other completely and totally fake UFO stories, the Trinity UFO crash, and more. All the stuff about from the Mussolini crash, which, by the way, is based on some documents that no one can find anywhere else in any historical archive or anything like that. These mysterious documents just showed up at a UFO researcher's door, who then went on to profit from them and write books and things. So that case is very, very suspicious. I don't want to outright say that that case is 100% hoax. I actually have in the past, but I think it deserves a real look before making that call. But there's a real problem here if he's repeating stories from UFO wackadoos, essentially, that were never proven the first time that those stories were popularized. These things always come back. And if it's true that he first said there was bodies involved with this Mussolini crash, and now he's saying there were no bodies, that would mean that he's trying to cut William Brophy out of the story, because he knows that William Brophy is a proven wackadoo UFO hoaxer. But I'm going to have to check on that specific point. Also, of very incredible interest to me is that Mr. Grusch repeated the talking points or previous stories that we have heard from Lou Elizondo, Gary Nolan. Then he cited Jacques Vallée several times, I think 3 times during this interview. He repeated some stories from John Mack, from Jacques Vallée, Bigelow, Harry Reid, Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo. This, of course, like I said, it fits my working theory so far. Remember, all this man is doing is essentially repeating stories that he says other high-ranking government officials told him. Well, if we're to believe Lou Elizondo, and I don't, he ran a government UFO program. Guess that's a high-ranking, a government official. If we're to believe Gary Nolan, he worked for the CIA or worked for the CIA. That could be considered a high-ranking government official. Bob Bigelow was heavily involved in all of the UFO world stuff for decades, and was involved in the OSAP Skinwalker Ranch swindle, which I believe swindled the United States government out of $22 million to study dino beavers, werewolves, and ghosts. They were looking for ghosts and UFOs, among other things. And it's interesting also that David Grusch used a method that I have seen employed by many different UFO, let's just call them profiteers and promoters. And that is to employ the use of a dead source. In other words, he's repeating a story that he claims things were told to him by Harry Reid, but Harry Reid is now dead, and no one will be able to prove or disprove whether Harry Reid said those things, most likely. This is a method that's employed by people like David Wilcock, who constantly uses Pete Peterson, a fake UFO, a fake government whistleblower that never actually worked for the government, but that's a story for another time. But David Wilcock constantly uses dead sources, says that his dead source told him this, back when he was still alive. Well, then what's the difference between David Wilcock and Dave Grusch? Because they're both using dead sources and telling stories that can neither be proven or disproven. They don't pass the test of falsifiability. And in my estimation of many things in the UFO world, if someone is using a dead source, for example, I won't be able to prove or disprove that what they're saying is truthful and accurate and real and verifiable information. But I also won't be able to disprove that it's not real and verifiable and accurate information. Therefore, you just reach this impasse when it comes to the test of falsifiability. Information must pass the test of falsifiability. It must either be able to be proven true or proven false. If it can't do one of those two things, then you reach this impasse, which means that information has zero value whatsoever, because we can't prove it's true and we can't prove that it's false. Interesting also that during this interview, Mr. Grusch essentially talked about testifying to congressional staffers and lawyers for 11 hours. And it's interesting because Tim Burchett said that those congressional staffers called Mr. Grusch an unreliable witness. But during the Joe Rogan interview, he's essentially saying that all those congressional staffers were just blown away by this world-shattering information. Well, if they were so blown away, why did they go back to Tim Burchett? And this is according to Tim Burchett's own statement, and say, after they heard his 11 hours of testimony, that David Grusch was not a reliable witness. They heard what he described as, him spilling all the beans. Yet they still walked away from that briefing, which, by the way, nobody is allowed to hear the contents of what he said. Everything is very convenient. We can't show you any information, and we can't give you any evidence, but there's all kinds of convenient excuses for that, not the least of which is it's classified. But by definition, I'm going to say this again, and I keep shouting this from the rooftops from people who tweet at me like, you don't understand how this works. It's classified and he can't, or he'll get arrested. No, let's be clear. The Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication cleared him to talk about alien bodies or non-human bodies, non-human spacecraft or alien bodies, crash retrievals involving non-human spacecraft or non-human craft. Therefore, those things cannot be classified, or DOPSR, the Pentagon, would not have cleared him to even mention those things if they were classified. So I believe that Dave Grusch could provide evidence, could name names, could give specific details about alien crash retrievals or non-human crash retrievals, about bodies or non-human bodies from crash retrievals. He could give specifics about non-human spacecraft or alien spacecraft in possession of the United States government, because he wouldn't have been cleared to talk about those things at all. He wouldn't have been allowed to say anything about them if those subjects were part of classified projects. He would be, that would be a huge problem. They wouldn't clear him to talk about those things, but not give the evidence. Like, well, you can talk about all those things and spill the beans that we have alien spacecraft, we have alien bodies, but you can't provide any specifics. That's not how this works. Those subject matters are not attached to classified projects, or and this is my opinion, but I've talked to intelligence people who agree with me on this point. He wouldn't be clear to talk about any of those things if those were sensitive or classified. Also, so the constant excuses. We're at we're at almost 170 days now. I've been running this ticker timer because, to be very honest with you, it's been 169 days since David Grusch has come forward with his claims and revelations. But the most interesting thing to me is that it's been 169 days with absolutely no evidence. One second. Let me just fix something here. We're still having these sound issues, and I don't know why that is. Oh, yeah, again. Hold on one second, friends. And you know, I checked this before the broadcast, and it was fine. For some reason, my sound output keeps getting switched. One second. Let me make sure my... pardon me for just a moment. Oh, no. The headphone jack came out. Technology is great until it doesn't work, friends. Then it's a problem. Okay, let me see if I got this queued now, because we're going to be sharing some clips. No, of course not. One second. All right, one second here. I will never use a computer with multiple sound outputs again to stream. I don't know what the issue is. One moment, let me see if I can get this. Otherwise, we'll take a short break while I get that going. All right, so I have a written part of tonight's presentation. We'll get to that while I sort this issue out. I want to be able to share these clips. You should be sure to follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. One moment. Let me just check. So frustrating. Yeah, wrong sound output. Okay, now I got it, I believe. And at least the headphone jacks are in. Okay, so I got it playing. Okay, I got it. All right, great. Okay, so we're going to begin tonight's presentation with sort of something that I've written about all of this. But before we do that, I want to display to you why I'm so fascinated that this man has been making these claims for almost 6 months now. And by the way, hundreds of videos, maybe thousands of videos about him and his stories have been made so far. But again, we're 6 months in and he hasn't proven anything. 6 months in, absolutely zero evidence. But here's what there is evidence of. There is evidence that he's repeating talking points and stories from UFO wackadoos. And he's also using documents from proven UFO wackadoos, like the Wilbert Smith document. For those unaware, there's a document from Canada that got declassified somewhere along the way. And this Wilbert Smith said that he met with United States government officials. And this is back, I think, in the 50s. And the United States government officials who he was talking to about the UFO file told him that the UFO stuff is the most secret thing in the United States government. It's more secret than nuclear secrets. And UFO wackadoos for decades or forever, how long that document has been declassified, have been citing that document and using that as proof. See, the government, the United States government, told this guy that UFOs are higher classification than nuclear secrets. It's the greatest secret of the United States government. Except there's a real problem with that, in that Wilbert Smith was a complete and total UFO true believing wackadoo who also believed that he was in telepathic telecommunication with aliens from the planet Venus, or maybe it was Saturn, that he could telepathically communicate with aliens from his front yard that were on Saturn or Venus. He ran this UFO observation program called Project Magnet, even got government funding to do some of it for a short time, until the Canadian government realized what a wackadoo this guy was and pulled the funding. So using a wackadoo who thought he was in, mind meld communication like the Vulcan Spock, he's mind melding with aliens. Oh, he said a government official said that. Is there independent verification that that government official said that? Of course not. But this is the jigsaw puzzle of bullshittery that UFO people put together, and this is their proof. A UFO wackadoo said this. Oh, and he wrote it in a document, and that document, it was classified for a short time or for a time. Then it was declassified. So this must be true because it's in a document. But people write lies in documents all the time. There's no independent verifiable proof that those United States government officials said these things to this UFO wackadoo from Canada. Dave Grusch, I believe, directly cites that document as part of his proof during this Joe Rogan. He said he got documents from foreign governments which confirm this. He's most likely talking about the Wilbert Smith document. And here's the thing. He has not, if he is citing that document or whatever document he's citing as his proof, let's see the document. Which document are you referring to? But we don't get that. We get this vagueness from him where he just says a foreign government had a document that was declassified that confirmed these things. Well, the Wilbert Smith document, I truly believe is what he's talking about. A document that came from a complete and total true believer, total wackadoo who's mind melding with aliens from Saturn in his front yard, I guess, on a patio chair or something like, talk to aliens from Saturn. This is not evidence. This is not proof. And if we couple this man continually repeating stories from known UFO wackadoos who've been involved with provably 100% completely and totally fake stories for UFO profit before. Gary Nolan has, Elizondo certainly has. He got TV show deals, book deals, and speaking fee engagements and money from TTSA based on the complete and total lie that he ran a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program. By the way, I believe that David Grusch is Lou Elizondo 2.0. It's like they put out Lou Elizondo to try to do this thing. And Lou Elizondo, and by the way, we're seeing a repeat of history here because Lou Elizondo did the very same thing that David Grusch is doing right now, which is he would essentially say nothing during a 2-hour interview, right? He's in on all the secrets, but he always cited his NDA, just like Grusch. He has excuses for why he can't provide any proof. But what we do get is endless speculation, endless maybes, hopes-os, possibilities, and theories, but never evidence or proof. We've already been through that for years with Elizondo before his entire story comes crashing down that he lied to the New York Times. And by the way, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say TTSA lied while they were collecting public investment, claiming essentially that they had metamaterials or advanced, possibly extraterrestrial materials in their possession that they would be studying and releasing all the lab results. And, we're going to build a spaceship, invest in our company. We're going to bring you disclosure. They collected $2 million. None of the investors I'm aware of ever got any of their money back. I've asked around. I can't find anybody that made any money on their investment. So, and by the way, while you're soliciting public investor money, Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, the whole gang, they're relying on the lie that Lou Elizondo ran an official Pentagon-funded UFO program while they're taking in public investment. You're not allowed to lie while about your board members' work histories or any of that stuff. That could be very problematic for them. But again, back to my fascination with this story being so lacking in evidence or proof. One of the reasons I'm so fascinated is because remember now, we're at 6 months in here since David Grusch made his original claims. And look at News Nation, which has become the UFO network. Look, if you just go to News Nation on YouTube, and then you put in Dave Grusch, we're going to see, look how much content they made about Dave Grusch in the past 6 months. It's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of monetized videos. And again, just like with Elizondo, what we get is no evidence whatsoever, no proof, but we get endless commentary, endless discussion, endless debate. And by the way, out of the hundreds and hundreds of hours, I think, of content that they've produced around Dave Grusch, I mean, look at all these videos. 6 months now, zero evidence or proof. But like I said, what we do get is endless speculation, endless commentary, discussion, maybes, hope-sos, possibilities, theories. What if the government really is hiding alien technology? It's just this endless circle jerk. But what we really want, or what I think people really want, is the evidence that his claims are true. But since there is no evidence, what we get is a 6 month long circle jerk of speculation, hope-sos, maybes, possibilities. When could disclosure come? What happens if disclosure comes? Let's bring in Michio Kaku to talk about this and the possibility of extraterrestrial life. It's an endless fountain of bullshit based on nothing like evidence. And by the way, out of all of their coverage, News Nation is, out of all of their hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of monetized videos they've made around Dave Grusch. And by the way, once they saw the gold mine of UFOs, they brought in more people. They brought in George Knapp, who's been selling fake UFO stories for 30 plus years. Then they bring in Ross Coulthard, who's been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories, 100% fake stories. He's been caught in at least 5 100% completely and totally fake stories in the past few years. Are you beginning to see the problem with this? And listen, there's a reason why there's hundreds and hundreds of videos involving endless speculation, endless theories, endless commentary, endless discussion, endless debate, endless thought experiments. What if the government's really hiding proof of alien life? What we get is a bunch of circle jerking because there's no evidence put forth by Grusch to talk about. If there was evidence, we'd be talking about the evidence he presented. But since it's been almost 6 months and he hasn't presented a single shred of evidence, except for repeating stories from UFO wackadoos, except for citing documents, the provenance of which are unknown, the chain of custody is unknown, and nobody ever saw, except for a UFO researcher who profited from those possibly hoax documents, selling books and lectures and everything. And another document from UFO wackadoo Wilbert Smith, who had Vulcan mind melds, I guess, with aliens from Saturn and Venus from his front yard, and was largely discredited and lost funding once the Canadian government realized what a wackadoo he was. That's the only evidence that he's put forth so far. Repeated stories from known UFO wackadoos who he's hanging around with, palling around with, and closely associated to, and very problematic, probably fake documents. That's his evidence so far in 6 months. And don't come at me with the excuses. It's classified, or he's got to get in a skiff and this and that. That's all the circle jerk excuse. They're going to keep running this endless circle jerk of debate, commentary, discussion, theoretical physics. What if time travel's possible? Let's throw that shit in there. Whatever they're going to do, they're going to continually keep this money train going. It doesn't matter. We may be at a year and Grusch still hasn't provided any evidence of any of his claims. And this money train is still going to be running. Endless, nothing burger. Just keep the nothing burger going, right? And by the way, all of these hundreds and hundreds of monetized videos add up to possibly hundreds of thousands of dollars for News Nation. And this is just one content creator. Then we've got many, many other content creators, including Joe Rogan now cashing in on the Dave Grusch story. And again, we're at 6 months and there is absolutely zero evidence that his claims are actually true or credible. But there is evidence that much of his claims come from known UFO wackadoos who have been caught lying through their teeth for UFO dollars before. And who's selling this story? Known UFO wackadoos, known UFO promoters who have all been caught selling 100% provably fake, 100% fake stories about UFOs and aliens before. You know, like Jeremy Corbell. Flares are an alien spaceship. That story was fake. Drones are pyramid spacecraft battling with U.S. Navy ships somehow, or swarming Navy ships. That story was completely and totally fake. The Bob Lazar story falls apart under scrutiny. That story was completely and totally fake. And we have covered that extensively here. In case you're interested, just search our search bar for Bob Lazar. All the proof is out there. That so all of the people profiting from and promoting Grusch have lied to us multiple times before and sold us completely and totally fake stories based on nonsense like flares, or, hey, how about balloons, Batman balloons? George Knapp is caught selling a story that's a Batman balloon, claiming it's some kind of advanced air, spaceship or alien spaceship. It was a goddamn Batman balloon. This is the wackadoo circus that is selling us the Grusch story. Also, we have previously detailed on our broadcast here, we did a two-part series, which was entitled A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers. Just go to our search bar here and put in Not So Brief. They'll both pop right up. Not So Brief, or it's easier if you just put in Not So Brief. I was looking for them earlier today. But we detailed, I believe, some 14 whistleblowers before David Grusch, many of which, not all of which, let me be very clear in my language, some of which had very high-ranking military credentials, some of which had very high-ranking clearances, just like David Grusch. And they made strikingly similar allegations and claims. And in all of those cases, and we covered, I believe, 14 previous whistleblowers, from Bob Lazar to Philip Corso I'm blanking now. Bob Lazar, Philip Corso. We covered Bob Dean. We covered, and by the way, Bob Dean and Philip Corso both had high-ranking military credentials and clearances. So this is not the first time that a government official has come forward, or former government official has come forward and made very, very similar claims to David Grusch, in some cases almost exact claims: alien bodies, alien crash retrievals. Of course, some of those whistleblowers turn out to be wackadoos whose credentials and clearances don't exist or are not very credible. But still, there is working examples of high-ranking government officials coming forward and saying nearly the identical thing that David Grusch is saying. And this is where I have a problem with this, because history really is our greatest teacher. And if we study the history of this thing, what we see is that continually people come forward with nearly these identical I mean, the basic gist of these stories from people, and by the way, there's others that we didn't even cover. Behold the pale horse. There's many others that all essentially are echoing this same idea. The government cover-up, they're in possession of either alien spacecraft or debris from alien spacecraft. They're in possession of bodies, maybe even live aliens. And all these flavors of different whistleblowers all did the exact same thing that David Grusch did, the endless circle jerk. Where's the evidence? Well, I can't talk about it. Things are highly classified, or some other excuse, or I can't reveal my sources. I swore to protect my sources. There's always some excuse for why they can't provide evidence. And since they can't actually prove their claims, instead of talking about their evidence and their claims, what we get is this endless circle jerk that I talked about that's going on right now with Grusch. Let's bring in Michio Kaku and talk about this. And by the way, the same cycle of events happened with Lou Elizondo and TTSA. And isn't it interesting that the very same people that sold us the Lou Elizondo lies and the TTSA lies are now selling us the David Grusch lie? I believe it's a lie, but I want to be very clear and fair to Mr. David Grusch, especially because for those unaware, I have a very seriously autistic, nonverbal autistic son who's very, very affected by autism. He cannot really communicate. He's, very far on the spectrum. He's very disabled. We'll leave it at that. It would be fair to say that he is a disabled child due to his severe autism. So I don't want to be too tough on David Grusch. What I believe, and this is pure speculation, and I'm going to admit that and tell you this is my opinion, is that David Grusch has been manipulated by the very same people that sold us the Lou Elizondo lie, by the very same group of people that sold us the TTSA lie. And it's not a coincidence that the very same people that sold us those lies are now selling us the Dave Grusch story. It's also not a coincidence that almost every major player that is really pushing and promoting and, let's be clear, profiting from David Grusch, remember, they're not telling us stories. They're selling us them. We live in an attention-based economy. Look at News Nation, hundreds of videos about Dave Grusch, all monetized, all earning revenue. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been generated from the Dave Grusch story so far. This is important. We need to realize that maybe, call me cynical, but maybe we shouldn't trust the same people who sold us the Lou Elizondo New York Times lies. Maybe because so far, all Dave Grusch has is, trust me, bro, I talked to these people. I believe them. And they told me these things. And now I'm going to repeat what these people told me. Great. Can you tell us who told you that? Oh, no, I can't. It's classified. Oh, no, I can't. There's excuses for why he can't name names and give us an actual evidence. Endless excuses for 6 months now. How long is it going to be until even real and true believers who believe everything Dave Grusch says finally say, well, maybe he's telling the truth, but we're never going to get evidence of this being the truth. We're just never going to get it. It's an endless kick the can game, right? Well, don't worry. Once he gets in a skiff, then we'll know the truth. Oh, but he doesn't have plane fare for a skiff. New excuse, right? He can't afford a plane ticket to Washington. And by the way, I wonder if Rogan paid for his travel expenses to do the Rogan show. And here's another reason why he's never going to provide evidence. The Joe Rogan Experience is the biggest podcast in the world. I haven't checked on numbers lately, but I believe that's still the case. If not, one of the top 3. The biggest media platform in the world, he goes on. And when asked for evidence or pressed for evidence, what does he say? I can't talk about that. If ever the time is now to drop the truth, drop the evidence, going on the biggest podcast, the hugest media outlet in the world, Joe Rogan beats like CNN all day in one episode, 1, 2, or 3 hour episode. He beats CNN's ratings for the entire day, maybe week. That's how big of a media platform Joe Rogan has. And when given that opportunity to be a real whistleblower, because after all, whistleblowers have evidence. I don't care what you say or what you title him in the videos that you're clickbaiting to sell his story so far. He's not a whistleblower because whistleblowers drop evidence. Whistleblowers prove their claims. They don't hide behind NDAs like Lou Elizondo did for years. Maybe the reason Lou Elizondo kept hiding behind NDAs and making excuses is because he didn't have any evidence other than 3 shitty videos that largely have all been debunked as nothing alien or extraordinary. Maybe the reason Dave Grusch is making all these excuses is because he has no evidence. He has stories told to him by known UFO wackadoos like Lou Elizondo, like Gary Nolan. And despite his claims, it appears that he has been very well educated on existing UFO mythology. He's reading Jacques Vallée books. He's reading John Mack books. So why did he basically lie to Joe Rogan and say, oh, I stayed away from ufology? What do you mean you stayed away? You're reading books from ufology. He's not being honest. But back to being fair to him, I believe that he's an autistic, that first of all, he has mental problems or had mental problems. And he's got the issue of autism. And we showed scientific studies. People with autism cannot tell. It's a scientific fact. You can argue with me all you want. The science supports my assertion and my claim. People with autism cannot as easily tell when they're being lied to as people unaffected by autism. There's scientific studies that prove that. So it's my personal belief, and I freely admit that this is speculation, that he has been manipulated by all the people that sold us the Elizondo lies, all the people that sold us the TTSA lies. It's all the same people. George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, Lou Elizondo. They're all involved. Christopher Mellon, right? Harry Reid. They're all were involved in the TTSA psyop, if you ask me. That was either a psyop or a complete and total scam. They were all involved in those lies. Years and years and years. Millions of dollars generated from the Elizondo and TTSA scams and lies. And where did it get us? It got us to Grusch, who is now just repeating the same talking points, stories, mythology, showing us the same crap, fake, possibly fake, maybe hoax documents. This is Lou Elizondo 2.0. This is TTSA 2.0. And I strongly advise you not to buy the lie again, especially if you were here for the first time. This first go around should have taught you that we cannot and we should not trust the very same people selling the Grusch story, because they all were involved in selling us the TTSA and Elizondo lies. And it all turned out to be bullshit. I'm sorry. Wake up call. Lou Elizondo is a liar, a proven liar. He had no assigned responsibilities around UFOs. They sold stock based on the lie that he ran a Pentagon UFO program that was funded to $22 million. Lou Elizondo got a TV show deal based on the lie that he ran a Pentagon program that was funded for $22 million. He did not. Full stop. The only UFO program that Lou Elizondo ran officially for the government was in the land of make-believe. And this is a problem. I don't understand how you could just lie to people and collect millions of dollars in investment capital for your company and then not deliver any of the things that that company promised to do with the money. I don't understand any of this. But let's get to the next part of my presentation. I think that I've made all my points. Wait, I have notes. I missed one. Interesting also that during this broadcast with Joe Rogan, Dave Grusch essentially admits that he was investigated for mishandling of sensitive or classified material, and that he was investigated for problems with his mental state. Now, we remember the Rubio comments. Rubio said either there's something to this or there are crazy people at very high echelons of our government. During this broadcast, Dave Grusch admitted that he was investigated for problems with his mental state and for possible mishandling of classified material. There's a lot of rumors going around. And by the way, the timelines certainly line up. that Dave Grusch is the leaker. There could be only I don't want to speculate too far or go too far out on a limb, but Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp talked about how Grusch was investigated after hanging out with them, which just coincidentally was right after they were releasing this Mosul orb image. That was a still photograph taken from a video from a classified briefing. And Corbell, oh, it's okay because it's a still image. No, you can't take a still image from a video from a classified briefing and just put it out on the internet and make money off of it. But that's exactly what happened. So, again, not to speculate too far, but maybe all this reprisal that David Grusch is talking about is actually warranted. If you're leaking classified material or sensitive material, military sensitive material, to wackadoos to sell UFO stories with, you should be investigated. You should lose your clearances. This is just my opinion. So we're going to get into the next part of the presentation. If you're just joining us, we want to welcome in the live chat. We've got a great crowd out there this evening. Good to see all of you here, whether you're chatting in the pilled.net chat, the Rumble chat, the Twitter live feed, the Facebook live feed, the YouTube feed, or the Rumble feed. Welcome one and all of you fine participants in the live chat. I'm going to be taking some comments and questions, but before we get to that, I have a written piece about all of this that I think I will be able to deliver some points a little more coherently. Sometimes I have to write things down in order to get it. Bullet points are good if you just want to make sure you cover important points. So we've covered my bullet points. But tonight we're going to be critically examining some of the recent claims made by Dave Grusch, including claims made on the Joe Rogan Experience. Dave Grusch is an alleged, I call him alleged UFO whistleblower, who asserts that the United States government possesses non-human spacecraft and non-human bodies from crash retrievals. Tonight, we will explore a little bit of the history of some other UFO whistleblowers and insiders, alleged insiders, who I didn't include in my previous report, A Not So Brief History of UFO Whistleblowers, but who have also made similar claims. So let's be clear, it's not just 14 previous people that made these similar claims and never proved anything. It's many more than 14. I keep finding more. We'll be also highlighting the absence of substantial evidence from David Grusch to substantiate his assertions, just as we'll be highlighting the absence of substantial evidence to substantiate the assertions of previous so-called UFO whistleblowers who made very, very similar claims to David Grusch is making now. We'll also be scrutinizing Dave Grusch's failure to provide any real or concrete evidence of his claims. And despite the passage of nearly 6 months now since Dave Grusch's initial so-called disclosures, we have not actually seen any real or verifiable evidence, but we have seen evidence that he is closely associated with UFO profiteers and promoters who have all been caught selling completely and totally fake stories before. Furthermore, we're going to investigate or explore Grusch's close associations with UFO promoters and profiteers who have financially capitalized on his stories, and stories from the past of theirs have been proven to be completely and totally factually inaccurate, or, to put it simply, fake. We'll explore the role of News Nation, which is a relatively new media company, and their extensive coverage of Dave Grusch, despite a complete and total lack of evidence of his claims for 6 months now. We'll be extensively covering, they have been extensively covering Grusch claims, but again, they have provided no evidence. And I just want to know, do you think that like NBC News or NBC News, there's a reason why NBC News, CBS News are barely covering Dave Grusch? They might have done a quick blurb on him or the UFO hearing in Congress, but they're not making videos every day about Dave Grusch. News Nation is. I believe there's a reason that major news outlets like the New York Times, the Washington Post, the New York Post, CNN, CBS, NBC, MSNBC are not all over this Grusch story like News Nation. And that is because they require evidence in order to run a story. News Nation, apparently not. So we really have to examine the ethics of this News Nation organization, which, by the way, is run by a person closely associated with UFO wackadoo George Knapp. You know, the guy who says there's smoking dogs and werewolves at Skinwalker Ranch and sold an entire book that he claims was filled with evidence. But when pressed on the Joe Rogan Experience, he had to admit there was no evidence of his claims. They were just stories. Ethics, I think, plays a very big part of this. Would an ethical news organization make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos about a person making these out of this world claims if that person had zero evidence? Would they spend 6 months constantly pushing a story that has no evidence? No real or reputable news outlet would do that. But who is doing that? News Nation, Liberation Times, that good trouble idiot, right? What is his name? I don't even know his name. The Bangkok guy, right? The guy who keeps going to Bangkok for months at a time. Nothing suspicious there. The Good Propaganda Show, right? These are the people covering Dave Grusch nonstop because they don't care that there's no evidence. They're ignoring the fact that there's absolutely no evidence, and they just keep putting out videos. 6 months now, there's no evidence, and you're still putting out videos. By the way, I'm still putting out videos too, but I'm trying to critically examining what's really happening here. And if you want to put your head in the sand and pretend that I'm not correct in my assertions here, you're free to do that. But I believe that my analysis is correct here and will be proven to be 100% correct, including my major theory about Dave Grusch is that he doesn't have real or verifiable unknown sources. All the sources are UFO wackadoos that have done this whole dance before for money, and they're doing it again. This is the 2.0 version. Much better push here. They got the government involved. They're wasting all kinds of taxpayer dollars, right? We will be raising serious questions about the complete and total lack of corroborating evidence of Grusch's claims and the ethics involved in, listen, I have to be very clear in that I'm not a college educated journalist. I sort of did what a lot of people do. I was self-taught. I taught myself investigative journalism, but I do have a couple of books on journalism, and every book on journalism talks about ethics. Go ask an ethics professor, is it ethical to keep pushing and making money on a story that has absolutely no evidence from a former mental patient who is repeating stories that people told him? Go ask an ethics professor, a professor who teaches college ethics, if that would be an ethical thing to do. I believe most people who teach ethics courses would agree with me. It is completely and totally unethical to keep pushing a story that has no evidence for this long. I'll give everybody a week, but after a week of no evidence, you drop the story because there's no evidence. It's not a true story then. The so-called UFO whistleblower, the worst whistleblower I've ever seen in my life, because all he can do is repeat stories people told him. He can't give us any evidence whatsoever. The worst UFO whistleblower, the worst whistleblower, period, in history. When before have we ever seen any other so-called whistleblower come forward with out of this outrageous claims and allegations? When before has any other whistleblower done that? And we're still pumping out stories about that guy for 6 months, and they haven't produced evidence of their claims. It just doesn't happen, because this doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense to continue pumping a story that has no evidence for this long. We're almost at the 6-month mark. This makes no sense unless they know the story is fake and they don't care. We live in an attention-based economy, and clickbaiters are everywhere. So while it's true that the UFO phenomenon has captivated public interest for decades, with numerous individuals claiming to possess insider knowledge and allegedly blowing the whistle on alleged government cover-ups, I think we should focus on Dave Grusch mostly tonight, of course, who is a self-proclaimed whistleblower who recently made extraordinary claims regarding the possession of non-human spacecraft and bodies by the United States government. By examining the history of similar claims and lack of evidentiary support after a great period of time, we may be able to get a little bit closer to the truth about what's really going on here in the case of Dave Grusch. We'll be critically examining Grusch's assertions. The UFO community has seen many self-proclaimed whistleblowers in the past. And by the way, the term UFO whistleblower was just given to him by News Nation. That's what they called him to sell the story. He's a UFO whistleblower. Great. What's he blowing the whistle on? Well, he's telling us the government has bodies and spaceships. Great. He's got proof, right? Well, no, he has absolutely no proof, but he's still a UFO whistleblower because he's telling us that. That's a huge problem. And notable figures who have made similar claims to Dave Grusch, besides the 14 I covered, or no, I might have covered Bob Lazar, but still, those include Bob Lazar, Richard Doty, and William Cooper. And despite all those people's sensational allegations and the 14 other whistleblowers we covered allegations that are very similar to Grusch's, every single one of these individuals over time failed to provide compelling evidence to substantiate their original claims, leaving their assertions and allegations largely unverified. Grusch's assertions about the United States government possessing non-human spacecraft and bodies are strikingly reminiscent of previous claims. However, despite the passage of almost 6 months since Grusch's initial so-called disclosures, he has yet to provide any concrete evidence to support his extraordinary allegations. Pardon me. This severe lack of any real evidence should, in most people's mind, raise a great deal of skepticism regarding the veracity of his claims. Next, let's talk about financial interests. Grusch's close association with UFO profiteers and promoters casts severe doubt on the integrity of his claims. After all, as I mentioned earlier, every one of the people selling the Dave Grusch story have all been caught selling 100% provably fake stories before. Or they lied to the New York Times in one case, right? About running a Pentagon program that never existed and was never funded. And he didn't have any official Pentagon responsibilities about surrounding UFOs. It's worth noting that these individuals have all profited significantly from selling their previous fake stories. And now they are all profiting significantly from selling Dave Grusch's story. This should raise huge red flags about potential motives and financial gains associated with promoting sensational narratives. And let's talk about the media coverage by News Nation, who is largely the only news outlet that is still covering this story. And by the way, other companies or organizations associated closely with the company that owns News Nation. So it's News Nation, it's George Knapp, and several other organizations that are all owned by the same financial interest. Is that a coincidence? They're all pushing this story hard, and they're all owned by one parent company or closely associated with that parent company that's involved with George Knapp, Mystery Wire, News Nation, and other outlets. I don't think that's a coincidence. News Nation, after all, is a relatively small new media company that has filled its roster with disgraced journalists, including Chris Cuomo and Ross Coulthart, who has been caught selling completely and totally fake stories at least 5 times in recent years. But News Nation has produced numerous videos, perhaps hundreds, extensively covering Grusch's claims. And however, despite their extensive coverage, Grusch's failure to provide any real evidence to support his allegations remains a significant concern. It should raise red flags. The seemingly one-sided media coverage raises questions about journalistic rigor, integrity, ethics, and the absence of any critical scrutiny. And I just want to mention, News Nation has made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos, it appears, about David Grusch. And they don't bring in any counterpoint. They brought in Mick West for, I think, 5 minutes. Out of hundreds of hours of their coverage, they let a skeptic bring some points for 5 whole minutes. That means there is a complete and total absence of critical scrutiny. And again, they're bringing in the same people, George Knapp and others, who sold us the TTSA lies and the Lou Elizondo fake story. They're bringing those people in to help them sell more UFO stories. That should raise huge red flags. Dave Grusch's claims, similar to those made by previous UFO whistleblowers, lack any supportive or substantiating evidence. And in the absence of proof, coupled with Grusch's associations with UFO promoters and profiteers, raises doubts about the credibility of his claims. Media coverage by News Nation further adds to the skepticism. After all, News Nation is filled with disgraced journalists. And as the lack of concrete evidence and critical scrutiny, this lack of concrete evidence and critical scrutiny undermines the objective evaluation of Grusch's claims. His claims should be evaluated objectively. Where's the evidence? Okay, you're saying these things. Show us the evidence. Let's talk about this. Oh, he can't talk about any evidence. Very convenient. If I was to design a UFO grift, I would be hard-pressed to design a better one than this. You get a high-ranking U.S. government official to come out and make fantastic claims, and then if he ever gets pressed for evidence, he could just say, that's classified, I can't talk about that, I haven't been cleared to talk about that. He could just make excuses. And if you're getting deja vu from Dave Grusch doing that, it's because you might have sat through version 1.0 of this story, when Lou Elizondo, who they dubbed the Pentagon UFO whistleblower or the Pentagon whistleblower, did the very same dance. Sorry, can't give specifics. My NDAs, all my clearances, that's classified. We've all been to this dance before. How many years this has been since the 2016 New York Times article? 7 years. 7 years. Lou Elizondo hasn't proven anything. Are we going to be at 7 years waiting for Dave Grusch to prove these claims? I believe that we are. And Dave Grusch's claims should be met with caution, and we should maintain a rational and skeptical perspective in evaluating his claims. And I want to be clear in saying I would love it if he proved these claims. What a more interesting world it would be if we woke up tomorrow and found out there's life on other planets, they're visiting here, or hey, there's interdimensional beings and they're visiting here, or time travelers and they're visiting here. I don't think that is actually going to happen. But I would love it if it did happen. It would make the world a much more interesting place. And yeah, just as the Dave Grusch people are speculating, maybe we would stop these senseless wars and realize we're all one race, right? And there's a greater picture of our place in the universe out there, and we can all come together after the alien disclosure and sit in a big campfire and sing Kumbaya and pray for peace with our space brothers. That would be a cooler world. I would love to live in that world. But unfortunately, I live in a world of reality. And I have seen this whole circle jerk before. It was the Lou Elizondo story and the TTSA story. And you'll notice some very similar things in both stories. Endlessly kicking the can down the road as we wait for evidence. Endlessly speculating about the possibilities. Endlessly, let's bring in Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson to talk about life on other planets and what the possibilities may be. It's the same dance. It's just Lou Elizondo 2.0. But I, for one, refuse to wait for 7 years before we know that Dave Grusch and his sources, most especially, are full of shit. I don't want to wait 7 years. I want to know right now. I think 6 months is too long to wait to be fooled again. You know, it's like that saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. If we allow the very same UFO promoting grifter squad to fool us all again into thinking disclosure may be just around the corner, they did this already. If we allow them to do this again, then it's our own problem. It's our fault for being fooled again. I won't be fooled again. I will demand evidence of fantastical claims being made. And if we peel back the layers of the deception that are being used to push this story, I think we can come to a greater understanding of what's really happening here. And I truly believe that what's really happening here is the same old names: Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, Ross Coulthard, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Lou Elizondo, the very same group of Kit Green, all these people, the very same group of people that have been selling Hal Puthoff, the very same group of people that have been saying these things, but yet never proving them for years and years and years, in some cases decades now, are now the sources for the stories that Dave Grusch is repeating. And the evidence so far supports my theory about that. And you can argue with me about it, or you too can stand up and demand that Dave Grusch, when he says, somebody told me this, you demand to know the name of the person that told you that, so that we could go to that person and verify it. Or is he playing so coy and catty about actually revealing the names of sources because the people involved told him not to? Because they know, if everybody knows that he's getting his information from Lou Elizondo, from Tom DeLonge, from Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, who Eric Davis, by the way, said the very same thing 3 years ago, that the government is in possession of non-human spacecraft. Has Eric Davis proven that claim yet? Of course not. Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, all of these same people that have been selling the lie for years, in some cases decades, may be the sources for the stories that he's repeating. And by the way, during this broadcast, he verifiably cited John Mack, Jacques Vallée, and Bob Bigelow. He sort of repeated stories from Jacques Vallée, John Mack, and Bob Bigelow, which further proves that my theory is correct, that he's getting his information from UFO mythology, and that there is no new information here. It's all just carefully repackaged, same old UFO stories that we've all heard for years, or in some cases decades. It's the same old shit repackaged with a new front man. For those unaware, I spent many years in the music business. I was a front man. You know what the front man does? He sells the product. That's what the front man is there to do, to sell the product. And what is the product? Disclosure's coming any day now. We're going to get to the truth about those aliens. And who's the front man? It was Lou Elizondo for years. But now, because Elizondo's, I believe they knew Elizondo's entire story was falling apart, he couldn't be the front man. And by the way, who was the front man before Lou Elizondo? It was Tom DeLonge. Then Tom DeLonge goes on Joe Rogan showing completely and totally fake videos that he claims are proof of alien visitation. Whoever's running this op knew they had to pull Tom DeLonge as the front man. And who became the front man? They put Lou Elizondo in there. And then when Lou Elizondo fucked up, and it became known that he lied to the New York Times and he was involved in the TTSA techno scam that promised the world a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world, and promised to provide some kind of proof about these crash retrieval materials that they had. When it became clear that TTSA wasn't going to do any of that, and instead they wasted the millions of dollars they collected from investors on a stupid movie, Elizondo's story starts falling apart. His credibility starts falling apart. They pull him from the op, and they get a new front man. And that right now is David Grusch. And by the way, all the very same people that were involved in the Tom DeLonge frontman op and the Lou Elizondo frontman op, they're all the very same people that are involved in the Dave Grusch story and op. And all the same people are making money off of all three of these frontmen. They all made money. They put a frontman out there. You sell the story. We'll all cash in on the stories that will generate out of this. They did it with Tom DeLonge as the frontman. They did it with Lou Elizondo as the frontman. Now they're doing it with Dave Grusch as the frontman. And by the way, while Tom DeLonge was the frontman, they proved none of their claims. While Lou Elizondo was the frontman, they proved none of their claims. But what happened in each of those two cases is slowly and surely over time, each of those frontmen, their stories started falling apart, and it became crystal clear that they were full of shit and were never going to prove anything. Then they get pulled. Now we're on to the Dave Grusch frontman error of an op, all brought to us by the very same group of people. The very same group of people. Oh, and by the way, all the Skinwalker ghost hunter people are involved in this too. They may be sources of Dave Grusch, and they too are cashing in and trying to profit. Skinwalker Ranch television show, Travis Taylor, he was involved. Lukatsky selling a new book with George Knapp, he's involved. And now we've got Dave Grusch also doing the wackadoo prover maneuver. We've talked about this before. That's when one wackadoo makes an out-of-this-world outrageous claim about aliens or UFOs, but never proves it, and then another wackadoo who's making similar out-of-this-world UFO or alien claims repeats the claim of the other wackadoo. It's two wackadoos reinforcing each other's stories with no evidence. That's not proof. That's not evidence. Each story should be independently verified as true or false, but that's not what we get. We get one wackadoo reinforcing another wackadoo. And I predict that all of this Dave Grusch, the whole story is the same old UFO wackadoos that have been doing this for years, in some cases decades, reinforcing each other's already pre-existing beliefs, reinforcing each other's confirmation bias. They already believe this is all true. They have no critical ability to think critically left. They don't demand evidence. They don't vet things. They don't fact check. They just repeat the stories of people that reinforces their belief that this is all true. And that, my friends, is incredibly problematic. So now, friends, we're going to get to some of these clips, and we're going to do them I think, in order of importance. Mike Colangelo, or is it Colangelo? I have to message him and ask him how to say his name, because I hate that I probably mangle it every time I mention him. But I want to thank him because he posts great clips, and I didn't have to spend time today. I have several clips here to share with you from the interview. Now, I have to be very careful. We're going to put up my fair use banner. And by the way, we'll have time for, I've got plenty of time tonight. I'm going on a good pace here. We're more than halfway through my presentation. I've got a few short clips to play for you that I will do with commentary, because for those unaware, Joe Rogan, if you play anything from the Joe Rogan show, you get a copyright strike or claim, or they take your whole stream down. It's very difficult to play that stuff. So, but it is fair use, and I'm kind of upset that Joe Rogan doesn't allow that, but he was using a third-party company that is protecting his intellectual property. So in a way, I don't blame him. Hopefully things will go okay. If I have to, I will take this stuff down and edit it later. Usually it's easier to get away with just the audio clips, but I do have the video clips. But I'm going to leave them small on the screen, if you don't mind, to sort of prevent or try to prevent those claims or strikes. All right, we're going to begin with this one. And this is fair use. We're going to be discussing the whole show tonight. We're discussing this Dave Grusch and his appearance today on the Joe Rogan Experience. So we're going to reference some clips from Joe Rogan. But this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the video that we are sharing. We'll be discussing it with the live chat. Therefore, this is a transformative work, and it's covered under fair use and allowable by law. So this first clip, according to Mike, Mike wrote this. Dave Grusch says, according to the folks that handled the analysis of the biologics, there are a variety of beings in certain number that the U.S. knows about. But he can't give any details. So I find this very suspicious. Yeah, we have a certain number of them, but he won't name the number of the bodies that we have. And he comes up with some cockamamie excuse that he's not going to confirm things because for foreign adversaries who may be listening, which is a wackadoo excuse because the Pentagon said that alien bodies are not classified. I believe he can say anything he wants about alien bodies. There is a reason that he is refusing to provide any specifics. I believe it's a convenient out. Why can't he name the people that told him this information? The Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication says that alien bodies is not a classified subject. Therefore, he wouldn't be violating any security clearances or NDAs or oaths by giving us specifics about a non-classified subject, a subject that the Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication has determined is not classified. The excuse does not hold water. And by the way, we're going to have an intelligence expert come here and repeat what I'm telling you now. There's something not right. If the Pentagon cleared him to talk about alien bodies, he shouldn't be making excuses for a lack of ability to show evidence of his claims or provide specifics. He can provide specifics. He can talk about alien bodies because they cleared him to. Therefore, it's not classified. These excuses don't hold water. And here's another one. One second. Just bear with me, friends. I forgot to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so I apologize. Oh, the video and audio from the podcast are not playing. Okay, great. Why is that? Let me try it again. And let me know this time. Yeah, you should be able to hear that. That's so weird. One second. Let me check in with the live chat for a moment here. One second. No sound on the video. I don't know why that is. All right, hold on here. Let me see if I can't fix this. Yeah, I can hear it on my end. So let me see, though, if it's just this. I have to solve this audio bug. All right. I don't know why, but for some reason I have 3 audio outputs, and I am clicking to be sure to share the audio, but hold on here. All right, you guys can help me. We can fix this right now. One second. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. This is what happens during a live show. We roll with the punches. All right, let me... All right, I'm going to share this and play it, and I want you guys to tell me if you can hear the audio coming from the video. Back it up.
So when it comes to these, I'm going to bring it back to
I can hear
these
it.
actual entities.
Yeah.
Do we know, or would you have an
I
understanding
know to
of how
activate the
many
audio.
of them we're talking about and the variety of them?
Well, yeah, there is a variety, and we have a certain number of different things. But the
Please let me know if you
total
can hear the
numbers
video.
of like what's interacting with us on Earth, I mean,
There we
nobody knows
go.
that. And I mean,
But there's an understanding of
yeah.
some that they do believe are interacting with us, and there's a variety in terms of there's variables.
Yeah, I talked to people who are familiar with the biological analysis and everything.
So he's saying he talked to people that are familiar with it. The Pentagon cleared him to talk about alien bodies or non-human bodies. Therefore, nothing in that meeting was classified. According to the Office of Pentagon pre-publication, alien bodies is not a classified subject. So he should be able to tell us who was in that meeting. He should be able to tell us what they said, what their names were, what their education, what their qualifications were, what their job titles were, what they do working for the government, and why are they working for the government on alien biologic, right?
So we have some idea, not a complete picture, because it's like, you're looking at it, it's like, well, I don't even understand the physiology at all. It's like, what the heck? It's like way different, right? So we have at least
a description of this physiology.
Yeah, no, I was in the room when gotta be careful. I got
to be careful that I don't reveal that one of my sources is likely Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis. Those were the people that I believe were in that room. The same old UFO wackadoos that have been pushing these ideas for decades now that have never proven anything. Could very well be, and I freely admit that this is speculation, that Dave Grusch is repeating things told to him in a room by people like Hal Puthoff, by people like Eric Davis, and others who have made these alien body claims and never proven them. Remember, what we are getting now is just him repeating stories that people told him in a room. Stories that I suppose can't be classified according to the Office of Pre-Publication and the Pentagon. Alien bodies aren't classified. He's free to talk about that. So why can't he name the sources that are telling him this information? There's a reason for that, friends.
I was in Washington, D.C. with a very number of senior people that work for members of Congress, put it that way.
And he could also be talking about Travis Taylor because he mentions PhD here. I believe that Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, and Travis Taylor all have PhDs. So those may be three candidates for who's telling him this information. A ghost hunter from Skinwalker Ranch, right? Who can't tell the difference between a fly on a video and an alien spaceship going 40,000 miles
When
an
I
hour.
was still
These, I'm going to bring it back to these actual entities.
One second.
Do we know?
And I mean,
But there's an understanding of some that they do believe are interacting with us, and there's a variety.
He's in a room.
Some idea, not a complete picture, because it's like, you're looking at it, it's like, well, I don't even understand the physio.
So this is where the excuses come in again. Who is the people telling him this information about the alien bodies, and why can't he name them if the Pentagon said that alien bodies are not a classified project?
Physiology at all. It's like, what the heck? It's like way different, right? So we
Is
have
there
at least
a description of this physiology.
Yeah, no, I was in the room when gotta be careful. I don't want to.
He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to name his sources because then everybody will know that it's the same. If I'm correct, he can't name his sources here because it would confirm that my original hypothesis on David Grusch, that he has no new or real or verifiable information and is just repeating stories from the same old UFO wackadoos, people like Travis Taylor, people like Lukatsky, people like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis.
I was in Washington, D.C. with a very number of senior people that work for members of Congress, put it that way, when I was still in government. And I brought the people who worked on that stuff to the Hill. I mean, this is why the members were so confident to put out the Schumer amendment and stuff. And I was like, please explain. And
by the way, this may be part of the information that those congressional staffers and lawyers got to hear, and why they walked away saying that Grusch is not a credible witness. It's very plausible if he is bringing them UFO wackadoos that have been saying this stuff for years with no verifiable evidence or proof, that they would walk away and say Grusch is not a reliable witness.
They went into all those details and stuff. And I remember, some of the professional staff members were like, whoa, like they were like in G-lock, right? Because I mean,
yes, and some of those professors, this is that 11-hour thing that he talked about, and some of those congressional staffers went and told Tim Burchett and other members of Congress that Dave Grusch was not a reliable witness. So maybe some people were blown away by this breathtaking information that he offered them from his sources. But some people walked away saying, this is not reliable information. He's not a reliable witness. Why is that?
Like a total world bubble got burst right there for a lot of people. And so we have some idea. It's not a complete picture. I mean, it's just like, but you're not even bringing in the right people. Like I think about my friend and colleague, Dr. Gary Nolan, which I started the.
Now he's repeating the talking points of Gary Nolan, who has basically been using his credibility as a Stanford research professor to help sell UFO fake stories for years now. Gary Nolan was involved in selling the completely and totally fake Atacama humanoid story. He was involved in Ross Coulthard's 100% completely and totally fake story, in which they promised that they had testable evidence of alien technology, all confirmed by this renowned scientist. Then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. Michio Kaku didn't confirm shit. And Gary Nolan never completed the analysis of the so-called evidence they had, which was most likely an industrial ball bearing in the possession of an acid-taking wackadoo who came from the music business, made all sorts of claims. They use all kinds of deceptive editing to put that piece together. It was a completely and totally fake story. Gary Nolan was directly involved in that. Gary Nolan was involved in TTSA. This is who he's repeating information from. Sometimes he names the source. Other times he doesn't. Interesting, isn't that?
Soul Foundation nonprofit with, I mean, he's like, Nobel level biologist, virologist. Like he's the guy that you would want on it, but he's not on it.
And he's also the guy who has been involved in helping UFO grifters and scammers sell completely and totally fake stories with fake evidence or no evidence several times before. So we have to examine his source. Oh, you're citing somebody that's been involved in selling completely and totally fake stories before with absolutely no evidence, or with very flawed evidence that they should have waited to get the results of before rushing to make millions of dollars off of a fake alien that was actually a deformed human baby or fetus.
So I think we can make a lot of progress in our understanding once again if this is more broadly studied in an open environment. So
let's broadly study it in an open environment. So we've made the point that I want to make there, which is that I believe, and the evidence so far supports my belief, that Dave Grusch is simply repeating stories from known UFO wackadoos. And I believe there's a reason that he will not name the people that are feeding him this information, even though the Pentagon Office of Pre-Publication cleared him to talk about those, which means by definition, alien bodies is not classified. He could say whatever he wants then, right? But he won't. But he will repeat talking points or, give the bro high five to his boss, Gary Nolan, who has been caught in at least a few completely and totally fake stories about UFOs and aliens. I think that that's very relevant. All right. And the next clip is important, and it comes from Who is Axelrod. Shout out to Go Kick Rocks 88 on Twitter. Who's a great follow. You should follow her, Jessica, friend of the show, just as much as you follow me. She catches things that I miss, and oh, wait a minute, I don't want to make it big because of the copyright situation. I think if you make it big, it makes it easier for them to catch it. And by the way, I'm not trying to circumvent anything here. What we're doing is fair use and is allowable by law. And by the way, Joe Rogan plays other people's clips all the time, so I don't feel that I should, if he's doing things under fair use, I believe that he can't then not allow people to play his show clips in fair use. And by the way, I am a firm supporter, believer, and I believe in fair use. And people have taken clips from my show even to dog me or slag me, or make propaganda, fake videos accusing me of things. But it's fair use, so I have to allow it. So does Joe Rogan. So in this clip, Jessica points out that Grusch confirms he was accused of mishandling classified information and was under criminal investigation for a few months, but was eventually cleared. His boss, however, was fired as a show of force and walked out to his car. Who was his boss? Well, there's a few guesses as to who his boss was. Let's hear this clip. And this is something new. Remember, he claims that he was retaliated against for his investigation into UFOs. Maybe he was retaliated against, or he felt that was retaliation because he was mishandling classified information. Maybe, possibly, even giving it to Jeremy Corbell to sell in Jeremy Corbell's UFO stories, and was also under criminal investigation. Maybe those investigations were warranted based on his behavior of hanging out with known UFO grifters who were leaking sensitive and possibly classified information to sell UFO bullshit.
Antibodies that may be watching right now. But, when I really started looking into this, I mean, they came after me so hard to try to revoke my clearance, ruin my career, kick me out of my agency. And they accused me of everything you could possibly think of.
Everything you could possibly think of. I would think that they have to cover their bases, though. There has to be some basis in reality for an investigation. There has to be probable cause for an investigation, or they don't go forward with investigations, right? I would think.
With no evidence. For example.
No evidence. There's no evidence of any wrongdoing on his part. One of the biggest questions that anybody interviewing Dave Grusch needs to ask, first and foremost, is, did you give any sensitive material? Did you give any material to Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp while you were hanging out with them, or, palling around with them, going to conferences, UFO conferences, Star Trek conferences with them? Because the timeline is interesting. Corbell and Nat meet Dave Grusch, and shortly thereafter, they're leaking sensitive information from what they admitted was a still image, the Mosul orb image, a still image from a classified video, or from a video that was shown in a classified briefing. Well, then it makes sense, if Grusch was the leaker to them, that they would investigate it and maybe even pull his clearance, because he wasn't allowed, in my opinion, he's probably not allowed to give still images from videos played in classified settings, in briefings, to a known UFO grifter in the form of Corbell, who's been caught pushing completely, totally fake stories and misidentifying things to make money, pretending it's aliens for years now, right? Maybe the so-called retaliation against him is simply a warranted investigation for something that he did involving Corbell and Knapp. And by the way, anybody who interviews Jeremy Corbell should ask this question. Did Dave Grusch give you any materials, any images, any videos, any stories that you then turned around and sold? Dave Grusch should be asked. Did you give any information, any videos, any still images to Jeremy Corbell or George Knapp during your association with them? George Knapp should be asked, did you receive any information, any videos, any still images from Dave Grusch during your talks with him? So far, nobody's had the balls to ask any of these three so that we could get to the bottom of this. And I got to tell you, I'm tired of not knowing the answer. Somebody leaked that Mosul Orb image right around the time that these guys are hanging out with him. And right after the Mosul Orb image gets released, suddenly Dave Grusch is under investigation. I don't think that any of this is a coincidence, and we got to get to the bottom of this part of the story. And I will be doing my due diligence on that. You have my word on it. I'm going to demand answers on this specific situation. Somebody's got to do it.
At first, they wanted to say, "Oh, Dave, you have mental health stuff you didn't report to us. We're concerned because we think you might have an ongoing mental health issue." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I reported that I had PTSD from Afghanistan in my military service several years ago, and I sought help for that. Like I'm not ashamed of that. You know, I'm high functioning autistic, and I didn't know that until my early 30s, and how I process trauma, I didn't really understand until many years later.
And this is the part, feel sorry for me. I'm being persecuted, and this is what forced me to become the reluctant hero. And by the way, the whole reluctant hero is a plot device. The same plot device that was used by who else? Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar used the reluctant hero. It's an archetype. I'm the reluctant hero. I was forced to do this. Lou Elizondo, he used the reluctant hero archetype in his story as well. This is a serious issue, and they weren't being serious enough about it and putting enough time and resources into this very important issue. And I was forced to quit my job at the government and do this. But he never really quit working for the government. That was a complete and total lie. But the reluctant hero archetype is a repeated theme in the UFO community and in the secret space program community. You know who else used the reluctant hero archetype and plot device? Corey Goode, among other secret space people. Other people, such as Bob Dean and others, also used the reluctant hero sort of plot device. I didn't want to, this just destroyed my life, and I was forced into doing this, and I had no other choice. Dave Grusch also used Bob Lazar's talking points from 30 years ago for why he became a whistleblower. He was forced to become a whistleblower to protect himself. Well, we've heard that story before. Bob Lazar told that same talking point story of how he became the reluctant hero.
And, you know, I sought help for that. And they were trying to say that, like, I had some secret mental health problem that I haven't been reporting to. So I had to go through this whole process. 3 agencies at the same time investigated me.
By the way, if 3 agencies investigated him, that means that those documents, if government agencies, United States federal government agencies were investigating him, then that's great news. This is the reason. Earlier today on Twitter, somebody said something to the effect of this whole interview was worthless, just mostly 99% repeated talking points from the other interviews. But it's that 1% that's important, because in each interview, he drops a few more details that can help credible investigators like me follow some paths and find some answers. This is going to be a huge problem for him. Are you listening, John from the Black Vault? I nominate John from the Black Vault to do this because I am fucking terrible at FOIA requests. But here's the good news. If 3 government agencies investigated him, those documents should be available under the Freedom of Information Act, or they could be. I'm not sure that they will be. The government always has exemptions or excuses for why they won't release the documents. But it's entirely possible that we may get all the documents from all 3 of those, what he's claiming are federal agencies investigating him. And if that's the case, we're going to get to the truth of all of this. The truth will set us free. I hope to God that John from the Black Vault or some other skilled FOIA requester has heard this today and is rushing to file those FOIA requests. Because, you know, they take 6 months, a year, 2 years, could take 5 years. I've heard horror stories from John from the Black Vault about how long FOIA requests take. I filed some myself and experienced that myself, that sometimes it takes years to get an answer on a specific issue like this. But Grusch is saying that 3 federal agencies investigated him. So the other road to follow is that the Pentagon spokesperson is going to have to confirm or deny this assertion or allegation that Dave Grusch was investigated by 3 federal agencies.
For that, which I don't even know if that's like legal. They tried to say that I like mishandled classified, all this other stuff. It was
They tried to say that I mishandled classified information. Well, isn't it interesting too that he started saying I mishandled classified information and he stopped himself? Listen to the diction. He stops himself right when he said that, like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And then he quickly moves to another point.
Classified, all this other stuff. It was
1 second.
They tried to say that I like mishandled classified, all this other stuff. It was insane. Apparently, I was under criminal investigation for a couple months and I didn't even know that. And nor did they interview me, but they made.
This is another one. He's claiming that he's under criminal investigation. 1 second. I'm going to ask if there's no problems. I don't believe that that's really Jeremy Corbell. Somebody is telling me that Jeremy Corbell is in the live chat. I don't believe that's his real account. We've had an imposter here before. If it is Jeremy Corbell, feel free to email me or direct message me. First, you're going to have to unblock me on Twitter. You're welcome to come here, and I'd love to ask you a few questions about these issues. After all, the timelines certainly match up. And by the way, I want to be very clear in that I'm not, you know, asserting things as facts. We're just speculating based on the timeline of events. It does appear that Corbell meets Grusch and shortly thereafter is releasing the Mosul orb image. And then Dave Grusch is investigated. And Dave Grusch is saying that he was accused of mishandling classified materials. So it's not a huge leap to think that Grusch may be the person that leaked the Mosul orb image to Jeremy Corbell. He's free to DM me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. First, he's going to have to unblock me. I've been blocked by Corbell for years because he doesn't like when people call him on his false narratives and false stories and lack of journalistic integrity. I'm probably not helping my case to get him to actually come on if he is in the live chat or listening, but you know, yeah, it's not corn. Well, he's free to email me and it's not cornball. Okay. We will continue then. But you know, we have an open door policy, by the way, and I get why a lot of these UFO people won't come here. And it's not because I won't be kind and respectful to them. It's because they will fall apart if they're forced to answer my questions. The whole story would fall apart. I could get rid of this whole Grusch story in one 1-hour interview if he would consent to an interview with me. We could get to the bottom of who leaked the Mosul orb image to Dave Grusch in an hour or less interview with Corbell or Knapp. They won't do that. They will not take that risk. And I think that should inform us about their ethics, their morality, and their truthfulness in the claims that they make and the stories that they sell. The only people, I've said this many times and I stand by this assertion, the only people who fear questions are people with something to hide.
Made a finding with no evidence they tried to use against me that I had to spend money to basically litigate and maintain my employment and my clearance, which I did, for the record, maintain my clearance. I resigned with full accesses. You know, I'm just debriefed now, but I maintained my top secret eligibility and I left with my own accord.
And this is another point of confusion. There's various stories. My clearance was suspended. My clearance is intact. He couldn't get into a skiff because he didn't have clearance. None of this makes any sense. So we need a massive amount of clarification on his whole situation with his clearances. Why was he suspended? When was he suspended? Was his clearance pulled for a time? Was his clearance reinstated? Does he currently still hold clearance? He's saying he does here, but yet they wouldn't allow him in a skiff, apparently because he didn't have the clearance to be in a skiff. And they were going to have to reinstate his clearance. Why is there actions on the Hill talking about reinstating his clearance so that he can get in a skiff? None of this makes any sense. Somebody's not being truthful here about his classification. Something's not right.
And of course, they ruined one of my boss's careers in another agency. They walked him out of the building and revoked his clearance and terminated him as a show of force after
they fired his boss. Well, who was his boss? Who was Dave Grusch's boss? Well, it depends on what time. I wish he would have given a time and date when all of this happened, because there was a real belief that it could have been one of those UFO insiders that we talked about, right? 1 second here. His boss was Jess said, the only new information I've seen so far is that his boss was fired and he did admit to being under criminal investigation. I wonder if that's where the leaks come into play. Yeah. So who was the boss that got fired? And if the boss got fired, why can't he name the boss that got fired? It doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense. It could be one of just a few people that he's referencing here got fired for leaking information, apparently. And who was getting information leaked to them? Jeremy Corbell. Who was getting information leaked to them? George Knapp.
Going after me. And I feel sorry for that certain individual. And they came after coworkers of mine. I can't get into who, what, when, where, and why to protect their identities and their own process. But so that's what happened to me professionally. And then what happened to me personally was very disturbing. So I have to be very vague about this because ongoing
excuses of why he can't give specifics again.
Investigation, but I think you'll understand what I'm saying, is they showed my wife and I they can touch me at any time, 2 times. And it was very disturbing. It was in conjunction with some other people getting a message like that are, let's say, publicly well-known, some that aren't publicly well-known. And of course, I immediately reported that to, counterintelligence, federal law enforcement local to me, because it, wasn't criminal, but it was like a fuck you to me. Like, and this was right before I found my whistleblower.
Stratton may have been that boss that got fired, because Stratton took the position at Radiance right around that same time. Or it could have been this Neil, who is backing up Grusch's claims of alien bodies and crash retrievals. And Stratton, he had mentioned, was his boss for a time, the person that asked him to look into the UFO situation. He was asked to do this so-called investigation. And what did he do to investigate? Apparently, he interviewed a lot of UFO wackadoos, former government officials, but still UFO true-believing wackadoos, and got friendly with a great deal of UFO promoters and profiteers who have all been caught selling completely and totally fake stories before. I don't think that any of this is a coincidence.
Blower complaint. Now, I don't know who did this, entity who did X, Y, and Z to my wife and I, identity unknown, but it fucking happens. And I, provided that documentation to a couple special agents, and I just knew that it was getting serious.
And I wonder if he's referencing the time that Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post called him So it was getting serious. It was getting serious. So I've got just one or two more clips, I think, to share with all of you, and then we'll have time for discussion with a live chat. Maybe we'll have a panel discussion here as well. This next clip is interesting because he makes some pretty incredible statements here about the Schumer Amendment and how that's the roadmap to disclosure. And remember, he works for Gary Nolan at the Soul Foundation, their UFO nonprofit, where they want to get government contracts to advise the government on UFOs and disclosure. And they just had that conference at the Soul Foundation. By the way, you've got to love a UFO disclosure organization that tells people you can't tweet during these presentations. You can't take any pictures or talk about what you're hearing here. So in order to attend a disclosure event, you have to agree to complete and total non-disclosure of what's talked about there. That's problematic. But here, Mike Colangelo says, David Grusch explains that the next step to disclosure is getting the Schumer Amendment passed. He also talks about the different paths that have already started, such as the Galileo Project and the Soul Foundation. Yes, he gives a big shout out and a thumbs up to everybody that's currently trying to get a government contract to work on the UFO issue. Everybody's out for government contracts. That's not a coincidence either.
So, as it stands right now, what's the future for this stuff? What's the future for these disclosures and what are the bottlenecks?
Well, I mean, certainly from the governmental process, as long as the House doesn't kill this Schumer amendment, and that's why I'm discussing it here with you. Because,
by the way, the UFO hate group was given 2 new targets of disclosure by Dave Grusch during this interview, because Dave Grusch specifically names a few congressmen or senators that don't want to pass the Schumer amendment.
If they don't pass it, it's going to be the greatest setback to humankind in U.S. history, literally.
If they don't pass the Schumer amendment, it will be the greatest setback in human history, according to Dave Grusch. That's quite a big statement.
So the presidential panel gets impaneled about 90 days or so after the passage of the bill. So by Christmas, as long as it doesn't get killed, we'll be in the National Defense Authorization Act. Panel will be formed, say February, March. Then they have a 300-day process to develop.
Yes, so they have an entire roadmap to disclosure, right? But the interesting thing is, remember, we're at 6 months already. We're at 6 months of Dave Grusch making these claims, and there's absolutely zero evidence so far. So why the wait? Now we're going to have a whole roadmap to actually show evidence of the claims. So we're all supposed to wait 6 or 7 years to get, are we all really supposed to wait 6 or 7 years to get evidence of Dave Grusch's claims? Apparently, according to the Soul Foundation, Gary Nolan, Dave Grusch, and others.
Develop a initial plan for the president. And I don't know if Chuck Schumer and his staff are being kind of crafty or whatever, but the 300 days, if you actually do it out, it's like the election. So I don't know if they want to make it an election issue, which certainly if this act doesn't pass, I think it needs to be an election issue because the senior executive needs to rule on this if Congress can't get their shit together, to be quite honest. And we have a plan out to 2030 where this stuff starts getting rolled out.
Yes. So isn't it interesting that Gary Nolan, the Soul Foundation, all the disclosure dorks are rolling out this plan for disclosure, and disclosure will come by 2030. And Dave Grusch is repeating that here in this Rogan interview on the biggest media platform in the world.
Knock on wood, perfect storm, things could get delayed. But then in parallel, and that's kind of why I helped found the Soul Foundation with Gary Nolan.
Now he's going to talk about how he and Gary Nolan, Ryan Graves, and Galileo Project grifter. That's right. I just called a Harvard professor a grifter because he's going to talk up Avi Loeb's Galileo Project, which has been wrong about everything so far. And by the way, Avi Loeb still has a book on Amazon that you can buy with a completely and totally disproven theory that Oumuamua was an alien spacecraft. It has been more than proven by real scientists. Not that Avi Loeb's not a real scientist, I guess. I mean, he has the credentials of a scientist, but he's a wackadoo. So here we have more wackadoos that have been making false claims about UFOs and aliens for years now. And by the way, profiting from false claims about UFOs and aliens for years now. He's going to give them all a big thumbs up and talk about how we need those private organizations so that we can have transparency. Well, his own Soul Foundation has no transparency when they have an event. You can't get in unless you're a true believer with the disclosure boner and you agree not to talk about what you're hearing or take any pictures or tweet about it. Some disclosure advocates. And what about Avi Loeb still profiting from a completely and totally fake story about a space rock that's an alien spacecraft? No, it wasn't. And that's been proven by real and credible scientists. It was just a rock. Very interesting rock, but it was still just a rock. It wasn't an alien spacecraft, but that hasn't stopped Avi Loeb from collecting. How much has he made from that book with a completely disproven theory about an alien, the first alien spacecraft detected in our solar system? It wasn't an alien spacecraft. It was a goddamn rock. But Dave Grusch thinks that this guy's great. Another person that Dave Grusch is championing that has been caught selling a completely and totally fake story. Great. And these are the people that all want government contracts to deal with the UFO issue for the United States government. Contracts, which, by the way, would be very lucrative for them.
Nolan, Dr. Peter Skafish, who's an anthropologist as well, is we wanted to figure out the STEM outreach. We wanted to figure out the public policy, national policy to advise the U.S. and its allies on this issue, and we're happy. Like I said, I'm not here to slap the government in its entirety and admonish everybody. Like, I think there needs to be a truth and reconciliation process, but I think our foundation, we want to be like, okay, well, bring us in as a think tank. If, based on my experience and experience of my colleagues, like, you have an issue with X, well, let's figure out how to roll this out and how to, incentivize the National Science Foundation to look in this, make this like, it's dual use, right? You might.
Yes. Let's open source the whole UFO topic. I mean, it's an admirable, ideal to hold, but the same guy that's sitting here talking about open sourcing and transparency was just at a UFO event where people were told they weren't allowed to take pictures, they weren't allowed to record anything, they weren't allowed to tweet about it. Does that sound like an organization that really wants transparency and open sourcing of information? Not to me, it doesn't.
Develop a unique scientific process that actually works well with nanobiology or something like that, but also has dual use with UAP. So there's parallel tracks. I mean, there's public discovery. There's like the Galileo project with Avi Loeb, right? That they're trying to, on their own, collect techno signatures, which is, I applaud that. I mean, obviously the government knows a lot about that, but we don't want to obviously rely on the U.S. government to do all the work for us, and also to be honest.
No, we don't want to rely on the U.S. government. We want to bring in proven UFO grifters who have sold completely and totally fake stories about aliens and UFOs to the tune of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, book deals, conferences, speaking engagement, documentary deals. These people have been all caught selling completely and totally fake stories. This is the people that Dave Grusch wants to bring in to work on the UFO issue. If you don't see a problem with that, you do live in a delusional fairy tale land, right? And you have to essentially just forgive all the people that have been caught multiple times, some of them selling completely and totally fake stories, and then hand them government contracts to tell us what the UFOs are, right? I think that's a recipe for disaster. It's like letting the lunatics run the mental asylum. In fact, it's exactly like letting the lunatics run the mental asylum.
So I think having a parallel track, and Galileo Project, Soul Foundation, Ryan Graves has his own foundation as well for pilots and people who've seen unique things to provide that data to people. So I think
yes, Americans for Safe Aerospace. And they're so concerned with safe aerospace that they don't want to hear from normal citizens. They just want to hear from military people. No, they want a government contract to deal with the UFO problem for the United States government, in my opinion. So here he's just championing UFO wackadoos. All have been caught lying or selling fake stories before, including Gary Nolan, this man's boss. We need them so that we can get transparency on this issue. You mean the people that have been lying to us for years and filling their pockets with all the UFO dough that they can possibly stuff in their goddamn pockets and checkbooks? We need to bring in those people to get the truth? How are you getting the truth about any subject, let alone a sensational subject like UFOs and aliens, from people who have been provably caught lying or provably been caught selling completely and totally fake stories to financially enrich themselves for years?
You got to have those dual tracks, and hopefully we can create a tsunami event where the U.S. government, its allies, and maybe our adversaries. But really, if the U.S. government doesn't get their house in order here, I mean, you could have uncontrolled disclosure events such that either maybe the non-human intelligence is like, yeah, let's do it, or what if one of our adversaries decides to disclose and they become the messiah figure on this, and we lose sovereignty or national supremacy in that regard.
If we don't disclose aliens, it's going to be the apocalypse. That's basically what he's saying here.
From an open and honest civil society perspective. But I think the governments, we're getting close, I think.
We're getting close. We're getting close to disclosure. You ever notice that we're always close to disclosure? Disclosure is always right around the corner, right? It's always right around the corner. I don't think that it's a coincidence that disclosure is always right around the corner. I don't think that's any kind of coincidence. And I just want to bring up a point that Mick West brought up today on Twitter. It's at Mick West, well-known UFO skeptic. He said, watching the Joe Rogan interview with David Grusch, Grusch claims that remote viewing worked and that the psychic visions of hostage situations and missile silos were accurate. But the program got shut down because of bureaucracy. Mick West says, it seems odd. It would have been immensely valuable. Yeah, if remote viewing is real and those programs were successful, why did they all get shut down? Do you ever see the movie The Men That Stare at Goats? Go watch that shit if you want to see why those programs got shut down. Because a bunch of wackadoos who believed in superpowers wasted millions of dollars trying to create psychic spies. And by the way, these are all the same people that are involved with this Grusch push. People like Russell Targ, people like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, all the same wackadoos, all involved. It's not a coincidence that Dave Grusch has surrounded himself with information sources that have all been caught pushing fake stories before or wasting government money on pseudoscience. Remember, Eric Davis, the United States Air Force called his research crackpot research. It's not real science. And how much money of the government is going to be wasted by people that don't have evidence or refuse to provide it? I've often said this, and I truly believe it. The situation which is going on right now is really insane. Because imagine if a group, let's say, of people, what if a group of people who believed that unicorns were real? What if there was people within the United States government that just believed that unicorns were real, and they got together and demanded an investigation, and that the government tells us everything that they know about unicorns and aliens, or excuse me, about unicorns, and end the cover-up of unicorn information? People would think that was completely and totally ridiculous. People would think that that is crazy, that a bunch of wackadoos are going to force the government to waste time, resources, and energy. And in the same situation that we're in now, the government says, Unicorns, we don't have any information to verify that unicorns are indeed real. Show us your information. Show us your proof or evidence that you say we have that unicorns are real. And all the people claiming unicorns are real said, we don't have evidence. You have it. Well, this would be a ridiculous pursuit. The government wouldn't waste time, energy, and resources proving or disproving that unicorns are real. But somehow with UFOs, that's exactly what the government has done. Do you have any idea how many millions of dollars is spent on UFOs since this 2016 big boom? Millions and millions and millions of dollars have been spent. We've got Congress people involved, senators involved. We've got whole new organizations to study UFOs now to the tune of millions of dollars. And yet the people that are demanding that and swearing from the bottom of their souls that the UFOs and aliens are real and they're here and the government has them will not prove that. They have no proof of that. They've got lots of stories repeated over and over and over decades and added on to and mythologized. And whole mythology has been created here around UFOs and aliens, a form of modern mythology. And Grusch also said some things that are avenues to follow up, like that he was told by people that were in a meeting with a recent president, a recent administration, that the reason that they won't disclose the secrets is because there could be lawsuits from companies that were not allowed to bid on the alien crash retrieval program work. It's kind of ridiculous, but that's what he said. So where we're at is a very, very strange situation. Where we're at is that a guy who's been provably hanging around with UFO wackadoos who have all been caught selling fake stories before, who's in fact currently employed by a man who's been involved in selling fake UFO and alien stories, who goes to Star Trek conventions with Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, who've also been caught selling completely and totally fake alien and UFO stories, demanding that the government tell us the truth about those aliens. Welcome to Clown World. Welcome to disclosure, you disclosure dorks. If you haven't lost your disclosure boner by the end of my broadcast, then your critical thinking skills are completely gone. And your ability to discern fact from fiction and reality from a bunch of wackadoo crazies telling the same fucking stories for decades now is completely gone, completely lost, and there's no hope for you. And by the way, a lot of people don't like my attitude. They don't like my presentations or my cynical nature or my constant demand, which is a very simple demand. My demand is very simple. If you are going to stand up in media outlets and public YouTube videos and make completely and totally outrageous, out of this world claims, then you better have some proof to back up those claims, not just stories. Oh, somebody told me. This is the trust me, bro, school of disclosure. And nothing has changed here for 70 years. The early 50s contactees demanded that the government tell the truth about the visiting space brother aliens out at Giant Rock. They held conventions, and there was government insiders coming out and blowing the whistle since 1950, most of which are telling incredibly similar stories to Dave Grusch. The core mythology is all the same. We're being visited by aliens from other planets. Over the years, it's changed, though. Oh, they may be from other dimensions. They may be time travelers. Okay, non-humans are visiting Earth in super technologically advanced craft, which, by the way, nobody ever proves that they exhibit characteristics. They say, oh, these defy the laws of physics. Where's your radar tapes proving that? Where's your proof that these things defy the laws of physics? Or, as Eric Weinstein has so famously pointed out, show me a physicist who looks at your data or your information and agrees with that talking point, that these UFOs defy the laws of physics. You can't find one. Well, you might be able to find one or two, wackadoo Hal Puthoff, who studied psychics and wasted millions of dollars declaring that Uri Geller's superpowers were real, when it turns out that years later, Uri Geller would admit at an International Brotherhood of Magicians conference where he was selling a very expensive course that he used magic tricks to fool Hal Puthoff and other scientists. Children's magic tricks, by the way. That's the physicist that's going to say, stand up in front of people and say, these things defy the laws of physics. The same guy that got fooled by a guy doing magic tricks. The same guy that believes in Xanadu. He was a high-ranking Scientologist. In other words, a wackadoo will agree with these things. And why is every astrobiologist, every astronomer pushing hard against people like Avi Loeb making alien and UFO claims? Is it that Avi Loeb is right about the aliens and every other planetary scientist, astrobiologist, and physicist on Earth is just completely wrong about the alien visitation problem on Earth? Or is Avi Loeb a wackadoo? This is what we've got to ask ourselves. Are we just in the middle of an echo chamber hearing the same shit repeated by these same people that have been repeating this shit for decades and yet never proving it? But every single one of them are constantly grabbing those UFO and alien dollars and filling every pocket they can and their checking accounts and savings accounts and everything they can with money. And by the way, that's another issue you'll see. Avi Loeb out for funding. Gary Nolan looking for funding. Lou Elizondo started several things looking for funding, including TTSA, which was a techno scam where they lied and promised people a goddamn spaceship. If you invest in our company, we'll create a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that will change the world, right? Ryan Graves, he's looking for funding. Everybody's got a nonprofit and they need funding to bring us disclosure. Stephen Greer's been doing fundraisers for years to the tune of millions and millions of dollars to bring us disclosure. He hasn't disclosed shit except he likes money and he likes stupid people who won't question the fact that Stephen Greer has been caught selling flares as alien spaceships, or the fact that Stephen Greer has been caught lying about briefing every U.S. president since Ronald Reagan, or the fact that he's been caught lying and saying that he briefed a sitting CIA director who, by the way, felt so strongly about Stephen Greer lying about that he issued a statement refuting that Stephen Greer ever briefed him on anything. He sat at a social event with the guy and his wife. There was no briefings. These are the people that are bringing us the so-called disclosure. And Stephen Greer with his batch of fake whistleblowers, all of which are telling stories and not providing proof of their claims. Stephen Greer doesn't just have Dave Grusch like this group has. He's got a whole bunch of whistleblowers. But in the same thing, lots of stories. Boy, sounds cool. What's your evidence? Well, I can't tell you. I don't have any evidence. They took my camera, right? Or in the form of Eric Hecker, that wackadoo. He's got his proof on his website. When you go to his website, you can pull up a document that he claims is a top secret classified United States document, and the heading at the top of the document says classified as hell. This is the level of proof that we get from these disclosure dorks. This whole group of incestuous, ghost hunting, superpower believing, remote viewer, Scientology, wackadoo physicists that study psychic phenomenon and remote viewing and Skinwalker Ranch, right? And werewolves at the Pentagon. And this whole thing is completely crazy. And I'm about to check out of this whole thing because it's an endless cycle of bullshittery. And how many more months are we going to wait on Dave Grusch before we're going to all have to admit, even you true believers are going to have to admit, he has no evidence. He has repeated stories from the same old people that have been telling these stories for years, if not decades. And every single one of them has a financial motive to keep pushing this narrative. I don't think any of this is a coincidence. So, friends, here's what we're going to do. I came in just 15 minutes. I was shooting for 2 hours for my presentation. I think that I have made my point sufficiently clear. And we'll do another show in just 11 or 10 days where we will officially hit the 6-month mark. So Dave Grusch has got a little over 10 days to provide evidence, or we will have reached quite an incredible milestone. And I'm gonna bookend and end my presentation by showing you News Nation one more time. And I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to show you once again how much money is being generated by the Dave Grusch story. And I'm going to give you an easy guide to estimating how much money they have made. And I'm talking specifically just about News Nation, the media outlet that has done nonstop coverage of everything Dave Grusch since this story began. So look at all of these videos. Remember, it's a safe estimate to say that on YouTube, depending on your CPM rate, it varies by different content creators, but you'll get between $8 to $15 per 1,000 monetized views. Look at this one, 753,000 views. You do the math. How much did they make on that one? Look at this video, 188,000 views. Look at this video, 105,000 views. This one, 266,000 views. This one, 69,000 views. This one, 3.2 million views. Again, every 1,000 views, you times 10. $10 per 1,000 monetized views. Here's one, 1.1 million, 94,000, 82,000, 136,000. Oh, that's the one where they let Mick West talk for like 3 minutes. Great. 96,000 views, 145,000 views, 18,000, 630,000, 29,000, 429,000, 232,000, 227, 546,000. Remember, it's somewhere between $8 and $15 for every 1,000 monetized views. That's what News Nation is getting paid for all these Dave Grusch stories. All of this money being generated, all of this clickbait garbage, none of which has any verifiable proof or evidence of Grusch's claims. Remember, money is a great motivator. Oh, and who do they get? Alien presence on Earth. Avi Loeb, the guy who lied about the Oumuamua, or was just completely and totally wrong about it, right? Again, endless speculation, endless pontification, endless theories being put forth. 64,000 views, 119,000 views, 343,000 views, 79,000 views. It just goes on and on. 101,000 views, 40,000 views, 95,000 views, 244,000 views. Endless. They just keep making more and more money on a story that we're 6 months into, and there has been zero evidence of the story being true presented so far. Tantalizing may be proof, tantalizing may be evidence, big revelations to come, but zero. We are just about at 170 days, just 10 days shy of 6 months of this Dave Grusch story. And for some media outlets like News Nation, it's not a story, it's hundreds or thousands of monetized YouTube videos, all cranking in between $8 and $15 per 1,000 monetized views. And by the way, News Nation has those YouTube ads all over the videos. Lots of ads, because more ads mean more money, which means it'll be on the higher end of my estimate I gave you. So when people say to me, oh, all these people can't be lying, okay, could some of them maybe be financially motivated to keep this story going, even though we're at almost 6 months and there's been zero evidence? And Dave Grusch just spent 2 hours and 40 minutes on the biggest media platform on planet Earth. That would be the place to drop the evidence. That would be the place to prove you're a real whistleblower and actually prove your claims like Snowden did, or Chelsea Manning did, or Julian Assange did. But Dave Grusch didn't do that. You know what he did when he was on the biggest media platform? He talked about theories and possibilities and hope-sos and maybes and made excuses for why he cannot provide evidence. You're a whistleblower. You're going on the biggest media platform on planet Earth, and you can't just give us the proof of your claims? That's the place to do it. He should have dropped all his evidence, said, here's the proof, bitches. But he didn't. So when is he going to provide evidence? Well, my prediction is that this will be the same situation that we were recently in with Elizondo. They're going to keep pushing this, and all the people around Dave Grusch are going to keep pushing his story endlessly with more philosophical ramblings, more speculation, more nothing burger developments in his story. Now he's in a skiff. Oh, he got the money for the plane ticket. He's going to talk to members of Congress behind closed doors again. He's having meetings with Tim Burchett. He's going on another podcast, and he's going to drop some more breadcrumbs. They're just going to keep this whole story going as long as they can. And if you want to know why they're going to do that, then get out your goddamn calculator, you disclosure dork dummies, and go through News Nation. That's just one outlet, one person, one entity involved in selling this Grusch story. Get out your calculator, put away your disclosure boner, get out your calculator, and just times 10 for every 1,000 views they got. And you tell me how much money just one of the people selling this Dave Grusch story have made for almost 6 months now on a story that has provided zero evidence and zero proof of the claims being made. This is irresponsible journalism. This is clickbait garbage journalism. This is our current media. And by the way, if News Nation wasn't willing to sell their journalistic ethics and morality and souls to sell this shit and make this money, then somebody else would step up and do it. And so get out your calculators. Like I said, put away your disclosure boner, get out your calculator and add up, just put it in the middle, $10 per 1,000 monetized views. Add up all those thousands of views and times 10 it, and you tell me how much News Nation. And by the way, that's just their monetized YouTube channel. Then I think they've got monetized audio podcasts from News Nation. Then they've got Chris Cuomo's his own show talking about UFOs now. Then we've got all those people involved with News Nation, like Ross Coulthart. They all have podcasts. George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, they've got a podcast. So when you're done adding up all the money that News Nation has made, that's just the root of it. Then we have to get to the satellites. Go add up how much money George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have made on this. Go add up how much money Ross Coulthart and that Bryce Zibble guy have made. Go add up how much the other podcasts have made, like the Good Propaganda Show, and go add up how much this UFO podcast, right, has made. And everybody else who is just pushing this story to get the clicks and the views and to make the money, and do not tell you. And by the way, I'm the only person on YouTube that is accurately reporting what is happening in the Dave Grusch story. Everybody, virtually almost, I shouldn't say I'm the only one. There's a few other voices, true voices of truth out there in the wilderness here on this clickbait cesspool of garbage I'm on, where garbage fake stories being pushed for 6 months straight with no evidence get tons of recommends and get pushed out by the algorithm and get millions of views. And meanwhile, people who are doing factual and investigative, real journalism on this story are getting pushed down by the AI algorithm gods. Not recommended, not subscribed to, not rewarded financially. Not that I'm here for that. I mean, I knew I would take a hit doing this the straight way and not selling out like that UFO podcast and calling all dickheads and all those other assholes that are pushing this shit. Third phase of fake, right? They're all in on it. They know there's no evidence so far. Have any of them acknowledged that or talked about this lack of evidence for almost 6 months now? Have any of them talked about the problems with a admitted former mental patient telling stories about UFOs and aliens that's always hanging out with UFO profiteers that have all been caught selling fake stories before? Have any of them acknowledged reality of this story? We don't stand alone here, but we do stand apart in our desire to tell you the entire story. All these UFO circle jerk channels, and by the way, there's hundreds of them, thousands of them. So make sure that you get out put away your disclosure boner, disclosure dorks. Keep that calculator going and add up that UFO podcast. Add up the good propaganda show. Add up UFO Jesus and every other asshole that is just repeating all the same garbage talking points without acknowledging the reality that we have acknowledged here for you tonight. Add up all their money too. It's probably into the millions of dollars has been generated for the last 6 months now with zero evidence has been presented to prove any of Dave Grusch's claims. And I believe as time goes on, the layers of deception used to sell this fake whistleblower story will be peeled back. And I, for one, am glad that I will have had some part in peeling back those layers of deception and bringing you the entire story, as any responsible journalist should. All right, and with that, friends, I'm going to take a moment. I apologize to the live chat. Now I'm going to devote my full and total attention to you here. 1 second. Why am I having issues here? All right, 1 second. It will not let me get to the starred comments. That's not good. I was looking to see if we had any kind and generous benefactors who had sent super chats that I could thank. For those unaware, we thank every single super chatter, regardless of whatever support you send us, either through PayPal. We take PayPal pledges or the super chat system here, which I'm having trouble. Some destinations won't get comments. Well, why can't I get to the good stuff? Usually my software allows me to just isolate those. I apologize. There's a workaround. I'll go to the workaround and check in with the super chats. We'll check in with the PayPal pledges. We'll thank all you kind and generous benefactors who do support getting the whole story, who want to see more than the same old UFO circle jerk selling people the half of the story that they think people will buy. We don't do that here, and I hope that we never do. But I can see why people do that. Boy, I could use the money from a few million monetized views right now. And apparently, we pay the truth tax, and we don't. Okay, so we don't have super chats currently to read out. That's actually good news. I'm running a little bit behind. I'm going to put my fair use banner off here, and I have an invitation to extend to you. You can join the show, and we can have a discussion about all of this, including tonight's presentation. That's why I wasn't able to isolate the super chats, because there wasn't any in that queue. So that option wasn't there. Okay, so and by the way, I'm sorry for the audio technical problems. So I'm going to be inviting panel members to join the broadcast. First, I'm going to send one through a private message to a couple of people. Then I'll be adding it to the live chat and pinning it to the live chat. One second. All right. And let me get one person on Twitter, and then I will be putting it in the live chat here on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, if you're on another platform, including Rumble, Pilled, the Twitter feed, the Facebook live feeds, just go on over to YouTube, put True Seekers, one word in the search bar, look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses, go there, you'll see our live stream going. You can go into the live chat, and you know what, I'll also put it into the description of the video. Let me do that. I'll put it in the description of the video first, then I'm going to be putting it into the live chat. You're free to join. Oh, and I do see we did get a super chat. Thank you, Deb from SAC. I'll be right back to you in just a moment. It's right in the description of the video. I'm just going to put invitation to join the discussion panel. And one thing I'm going to ask tonight is occasionally we get people that either they weren't paying attention to the broadcast or they don't know what we're talking about, and they join and they think it's their story time hour. I mean, it doesn't happen often, but occasionally somebody will join the panels that we do here and just want to talk about where, you know, their story. Like, well, I saw a UFO or I was abducted, and they talk for a half hour or an hour and we get totally off topic. If you're going to join the discussion tonight, I'm going to ask that we stay on topic. Maybe I need some talk therapy tonight. I need to talk about this to see and get some feedback. How is my analysis on this situation? So far, I believe that I have been spot on, but I could be wrong. So I'd like to hear some feedback as well. I'm just going to put invitation to join the show. Please wear headphones. That's an important part. You can join with just a phone. You can join with a PC, a laptop, whatever device you're using. We use StreamYard software here. And I am going to pin the link to join the show into the description. And it's in the description of this video on YouTube. And I put it into the live chat here on YouTube. I apologize to the other chat participants. You friends on the Twitch chat, I'm going over there right now. I'm going to add that. One second. And I apologize. You know, I really should have done this before the show. Invitation to join the discussion panel. All right, and I've put it into the Twitch chat. Now I'm going over to Rumble. The one downside to broadcasting on so many places, and by the way, we're doing that to try to grow our audience for sure, is, you know, things take a little time here. Right here in the Rumble chat, I'm adding it to the Rumble chat. So listen, for the first time, really, I'm going to make sure to join the discussion panel. I'm going to make sure that this link is everywhere that people are listening or watching so that anybody who wants to can join the discussion panel tonight. I'm going over to the Facebook live feed, and we'll do the Twitch feed as well. It'll just be a reply in the video on both Facebook and on Twitter. And I'll go over to pill.net even, and we'll add that invitation there. 1 second. I'm going to do this one more time. Invitation to join the discussion panel. Anybody can join. I ask that you please wear headphones, and one other request, and it's strange that I even have to say this, but please no nudity. Every once in a while, somebody thinks it's funny, and a cock will join the discussion. Not interested in the cock joining the discussion tonight. And, you know, it's against YouTube terms of service. People think that's funny, but it's not, because we could get in, you know, hot water over that. I'm going to go over to the Twitter feed now. Welcome all of you people watching on the Twitter feed. We've had great attendance tonight, the best we've had in quite a while. I see that I suppose the story is still hot. Invitation to join the discussion panel. Now I really got to remember to copy and paste it before I post. And I apologize for this delay here. So we've got it everywhere but pill.net. We're going over there right now, and I'll post it in pill.net. Welcome, pill.net. Chatters, that's in the live chat there as well. When I just heard, I apologize for my loud typing. Every time I do this, somebody will complain. The audio files. You need a silent keyboard, Stephen. All right, we've already got a few people joining. That's good to see. I didn't think we were going to have people already, but here's what we're going to do. We've got one super chat. So I want to thank Deb from SAC, longtime show supporter. And a YouTube channel member, kind and generous $10. We thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support of the show. Hey, it's Thanksgiving week, and I'm thankful for all you kind and generous benefactors and all of you people who are helping us to praise the cash. Thank you, Deb from SAC. I appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, and now is a good time as any. We'll be taking some comments and questions from the live chat during our discussion too. Maybe you can help guide the discussion. And I see that we have one panel member, two panel members waiting in the wings. We're getting them sobered up and ready for the discussion in the back. We'll be bringing them in. Yeah, that's another thing I'm going to ask. Listen, if you're looking for a party stream, don't join this, please. Sometimes people just join and they're like, let me tell you about all the drugs and alcohol I'm doing right now. I'm not really interested in that, but hey, do your thing. Good for you. Cheers. It's Thanksgiving week. I don't begrudge anybody anything they enjoy, but that's not the purpose of our discussion panel tonight. This isn't an open panel. We want to try to make this a focused discussion panel. So, yeah, we'll be getting to the discussion panel, and we'll be taking some live chat comments. Yeah, a lot of people are celebrating this week. Welcome, Unacceptable Views. So I know we have people waiting to join the discussion, but I do have to take a moment to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show, much like the PBS model. So if you enjoy getting the whole story and you're tired of being lied to by UFO scammers, grifters, profiteers, and hucksters, and you want to get the whole story behind these strange and esoteric subjects, then I really ask for your support, because this is not an easy thing to do given the truth tax that we pay. We're not, amplified, because we're not an echo chamber here. We stand alone, or virtually alone. I feel alone sometimes. There are a few other critical voices out there, which I truly appreciate. But we're a viewer-supported show, and we definitely could use your support in order to continue these broadcasts. So I do ask if you enjoy our broadcasts, hey, throw a couple bucks in our hat. Join our Patreon. It's $1. Is the whole story worth $1 or not? That's what you have to ask yourself. Is getting the whole story worth $1 a month? You get a couple extras, or become a YouTube channel member. It really, really does help. I was going to play those bumpers, but I think we're just going to get right to the discussion panel, especially because I seem to be having a problem locating those bumpers. So it's always things you know why I haven't played them? I normally have them all set up at the bottom so that I can find them. All right, it looks as if, oh, no, I did find them. Okay. So we're going to take a very short break, but I have to remind you, when I play these bumpers, sometimes people run out. I've got plenty of steam left in me to have an interesting discussion with all of you live viewers. And you're welcome. Everybody can join the live chat, the live discussion here tonight. I just ask that you be respectful of the other people. Please allow other people to chime in. Sometimes people talk for a half hour at a time. Let's try to be brief in our comments and give everybody a chance to chime in, because I'm really curious. I want to know what people think of this story. But when I play these bumpers, people bounce on out. So we're going to take a really quick break, let you know how you can support our show. And when we come back, we've already got 3 now panel members ready to join the discussion. But we're waiting for you. If you've never joined, it's easy. Just follow that link, click allow web and mic access, or just even mic access if you just want to be audio only. That's perfectly fine. And you too can join the show. So tonight, it's not just watching the show. It's not just listening to the show. Come and be a part of the show. I welcome all of you. So we'll be right back with our discussion panel, friends.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
All right, so greetings and salutations, friends. We're going to get to our discussion panel. All right, first up, we have Terrestrial Material is here.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I was going to send you a link just to make sure that you get here. I was going to separately send you a link after I brought people in. I didn't connect the dots. I apologize, or I would have.
Oh, you're good.
I had that mental note. Like, we have to get ice cream shots in here because I don't want it to turn into just everybody complaining and saying this is bullshit or whatever. I want to get other perspectives. So thanks for Thanks for joining and being here.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to sit around and say that it's not bullshit. You know,
well, I don't know. I know that your attitude was, oh, by the way, I got to change this. I'm sorry. It seems weird now. 1 second. There we go. So
yeah, you're good.
Oh, let me change the thing here. And we have another person, somebody else dropped off, but we have another person waiting in the wings. But in the meantime, the last time I sort of heard you talk about some things, you were talking to Lou Jimenez from formerly of Unidentified Celebrity Review, now of Lou Reviews. And you were still kind of holding on to hope that it's not all bullshit and that it's not, you know, that some of it's still real and yeah, there's scammers, but there's good people too. And like, so I don't know where you were at on the whole Grusch situation.
I don't know about good people too. I mean, scammers are scammers, but I think really when it comes down to it, for me, it's just that the current movement, I'm not with. I mean, I was willing to give Grusch a shot. I think everybody would be, if they want to be honest. Everybody wanted the guy to provide, you know, evidence and proof. But
listen, you know how cynical I am. You know how critical I am, how skeptical I am.
We need it though. We need that though.
Even I went, maybe this guy's different. Until I went backwards and did that series on 14 previous whistleblowers. Then I went right back to my cynical, skeptical nature going, this has all happened before. It's all going to happen again. You know, it's a repeat. It feels like a Lou Elizondo rerun.
Well, I mean, I agree. I mean, I think I don't even need to see Elizondo on Joe Rogan now. I think we just seen it. I think we got 2 interviews in one today. It would have been the exact same thing. Rogan would have asked horrible questions like he has for a long time now with the topic. Personally, man, hot take, I'm kind of done hearing Joe Rogan talk about UFOs. He doesn't follow the topic anymore. Every single time, it's just softball questions going along with, hey, did you hear the Jackie Gleason, Richard Nixon story? Dude, we don't care. Like, that's not getting us anywhere. You know, if
I gotta say though, I love that story because
there's
somebody that tells a story, and this is what they used for proof. They were like, you know that this really happened to Jackie Gleason, and the interviewer said, how do you know it really happened? He said, because he was so upset. He didn't eat for almost a week, and he was a big guy. He loved to eat. So you know that this was life-altering. And I was like, really? That's your fucking proof? He saw alien bodies? Yeah. The fat guy stopped eating for a few days. But I do love that story, and imagine if it were true. Like, hey, this is my buddy, the famous guy. I'm going to show you some I'm going to show you some crazy shit. I like Joe Rogan retelling that. I think the story's total bullshit. It was sold to a tabloid by an ex-wife. That story was sold to a tabloid by an ex-wife. That's the source of the story. So
yeah, I mean, it's a good story.
But it's like, he's not up on the topic. He doesn't push back. He doesn't. I was amazed. He did push back a little bit on George Knapp. Like, is there any evidence? No. Again, is there any evidence? You know, why didn't he do that with Grusch? Like, is there any evidence? Tell us the evidence.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I think after the DeLong interview that he did, when he was kind of whispering the mic, not buying it, it's bullshit. I think some people kind of were like, hey, dude, you know, don't be such a dickhead about this stuff, maybe. And because ever since then, he's never really pushed anybody like he did with DeLong.
Piss off the disclosure bros when you act like that.
Maybe. But it's just like, if he was on like a good question, rather than telling a Jackie Gleason story again, though, Steven, is like, why didn't he say, why did they cancel your skiff on Thursday? Where's that question?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or did you give Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp any material that may have caused you to be investigated? Somebody's got to ask that question. I'm going to Susan Gao or whatever at the Pentagon, and I'm going to demand answers. And by the way, Ice Cream Shots, I have a plan now because I get ignored. I don't know if people are aware of this, but sometimes when you go and you, even if you give a good cover letter, I say, I'm working on a story. I'm doing an investigative journalism piece on this story. Can you help me with these questions? Sometimes they come back to me and are like, well, what media outlet do you work for? And I'm like, well, my own. And I do have a media company, Spectral International, LLC. Sure. I have a media company. But then they go, oh, this is just a podcast. And they think, I don't have to answer questions for a podcast. I'm not going to do it, you know. But I've got a backup plan because I have several journalists that have written for, you know, publications that are agreeing that if I don't get answers to this question about George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, are they under investigation for leaking sensitive or classified material? Was Grusch the leaker? Who leaked them the information? Is there an investigation? These are important questions. If I don't get the answers, I'm enlisting help from people, real journalists that won't be ignored, those answers. We've got to get to it. And let me welcome Exterior Knowledge is here.
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Good to put a voice to the name anyway.
Yes, sir. Thank you, man. I appreciate you for letting me on. You see, I've been, I watch a lot of your videos, Truth Seekers, and I can't lie. Like, you see, as you know, I am a person who is trying to also figure out the truth and figuring out with other people. And now when you see these people, trying to investigate and all these other things like Jeremy Corbell, David Grusch, I don't trust any of those people because to me, like you say, it's all a clown show. It's not that they're trying to profoundly find something within themselves to really look out there and investigate. These people are just profiteers of what they're trying to make out of something because that's what they follow is the stories. Because when someone gives you a story, they better have some sort of evidence, like you said.
I agree. I agree 100%, especially, that old saying, fantastic claims require fantastic proof. And most often we get fantastic claims. And not only do we not get the fantastic proof, or, we get no proof. So then that story to me has no value. It doesn't move anything forward. If it doesn't, I talked about the concept of falsifiability. If you can't prove that a story is true or not true, then you're at an impasse. You're at a crossroads and you're stuck. And being stuck doesn't move anything. It doesn't change anything. You can't prove it's true. I can't prove it's not true. It's a worthless story then. It doesn't have value to me.
Right. And that's the problem, you see, because like with my own experiences, because I had my own experiences with actual things that happened to me with other people. And now people can be critical and say what they want. I've seen what I've seen and I've recorded what I've seen. It's just that simple. It's not as hard as thinking that, I need to buy all these cameras and start trying to make a story out of it and then trying to profiteer off something, because that's not.
In other words, you're one of my favorite kind of people. I'm sorry that people, if they find objection or fault with my line of thinking here, but when I get a lot of requests to be guests, and most of them have some sort of financial motive. They want to use my platform to sell their book, or they want to sell their documentary, or they want to sell their course, or they want to sell something. I really do prefer the guests. I don't mind the author so much because usually it's a small ask, like a $10 book. And if it's a decent book, and by the way, I read every book before I bring an author here, usually. I don't really mind the book sales thing too much, but some of these guys, you could tell they have a profit-driven motive to be a guest. They're not. I prefer the people that haven't monetized anything. They're just, kind of. I like the weirdos that are just out there looking for the truth of the phenomenon. Because that's what I want to do. Yeah.
And trust me, man. Like I work 3 jobs. I do what I can to provide for my people. And like that, and this is what I do. I went to places like Mount Shasta, and I'm going to Egypt in 2024. And
that's going to be a trip of a lifetime.
Yeah, man. And I have, I believe in the spiritual path. I believe in the spiritual journey. And that's what took it upon me in my life. Because you see, when I was born, I've only had 1% chance of living. I had 10 months and 2 weeks into my mother's womb. And that's what pushes me. That's what drives me to collect all this data and all this information, because I believe that when we die here is, what we take on the other side is our spirit, our knowledge, is our conceivable thoughts. And this is what motivates me to do and push more on finding out the truth.
Well, that's an admirable pursuit, right? Go ahead, Ice Cream Shots. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if we're really gonna get anywhere, the problem, I've been kind of harping on this for like the last 4 or 5 months, if not more, that ever since Grusch came out, the ufology was taking an incredible risk with having this guy come on and going in front of Congress if he's not going to bring any evidence. Because I've been saying this, like, and I think the one thing that you can take from the Rogan interview, though, guys, is that Rogan did ask him, what next? Like, what happens? And Grusch even said kind of what I've been saying, which is if the Schumer amendment doesn't go through, this is going away. Like, this is going to crash out. Yeah, this is dead, because I don't see what else they're going to do. I mean, you look at the Soul Foundation. What now? They're saying they're looking for their initial 25 years of funding or what they're doing, and some of them are saying 2030. Like, they're already setting up for the Schumer amendment to go through, which I don't think it will. I think it will.
I don't think it's going to either.
Yeah, I
don't
think
think
it
it's
will
going
bomb.
to either, especially if some of these senators and congressmen and lawmakers realize or know that they are being manipulated by the same people that some of the same people, I truly believe this, are manipulating this situation, that were profiteers on the TTSA techno scam, or were profiteers after the 2016 New York Times article that was filled with false facts and fake information. If they realize that this guy is in with that same crowd that fooled everybody before, they're not going to pass this. And then I agree with you, Ice Cream Shots, in that if this is an incredible risk putting this guy out there, especially if he's not going to provide the goods. If he doesn't deliver, then they have an excuse for the next 30 years to say it's all bullshit. We were manipulated by people, wackadoos within the government that believe this stuff. We were totally manipulated. We wasted time, resources. We started whole new organizations to study things. We didn't find anything that they're talking about, proof of any of this. So they're going to have an excuse. So basically, if Grusch doesn't provide every bit of evidence to back up every one of his claims, then this whole topic is fucked.
Well, yeah, you're going back to Roswell. You're going back to Roswell conversation,
yeah.
And that's it. Because there's nowhere else to go at that point. I mean, I think you already, but Cambion, I think you already see some of this now. I mean, people are already getting bored. Why do you think, in my opinion, this MH370 stuff has gotten so much traction? There's nothing to talk about in ufology, bro. There's nothing to talk about.
I can't stand that guy, Ashton, and I was so glad that he got ripped apart. And by the way, does anybody know that the Dory guy said that he got crushed on concrete, but I looked yesterday and I don't think the video's out yet.
It's coming out this weekend. It's coming out this weekend.
Okay, great. Oh, look at this. We have a very special guest. Always happy to see him. We've got Lou.
Oh, man.
Lou Reviews is here. I was going to send you a thing too. I'm so scatterbrained. For those unaware, this is hell week for me because I've got my kids all week long. It's Thanksgiving vacation.
Yeah.
Then I had a PTA conference to do right before the show by video conference. And I'm trying to listen to this thing today, make notes, send invitations. I'm glad you two showed up. I'm glad Exterior Knowledge. I'm glad you all showed up. But I meant to be a little more responsible here. And I apologize for not doing that. Glad you're here. What do you think of this whole thing, Lou? Let's get you in this.
Well, there's a couple of things I noticed about this interview. The first is that he wore the same exact shirt that he did for the Yes interview.
Oh, that's a good point.
That was kind of
funny. He's got his disclosure uniform now.
Yeah. Well,
he can't afford a plane flight. Come on, he can't get a new shirt. Lou. What is wrong with you?
I'm going to send him a Truth Seeker shirt. I have his address. I'm going to send him a Truth Seeker shirt.
Yeah, that'd be great. Somebody had also pointed out that he had a scar on top of his head.
That's weird.
Yeah, so that was kind of interesting. But I just wanted to say, because I heard you guys talking about the Schumer Amendment. The Schumer Amendment is just an amendment shoved into a massive National Defense Authorization Act. It's going to pass.
You think
it's
so?
Going to pass.
It's basically blackmail. That's how they got Aero funding through. They blackmailed everybody. If you don't pass the NDAA, nobody gets money. So we're going to sneak this in here and get it to pass. You may be right. They may pass it.
The NDAA gets passed every year. Every year. It's the military budget. It's a National Defense Authorization Act. So it will get passed. And trust me when I tell you, most lawmakers aren't paying attention to the UAP amendment shoved in a 2,500 page bill.
Well, don't you think it's good that it passes? Because if that passes and we still don't get evidence, like it's over. It's over. So either way, this situation is going to change.
Even if it passes, though, it doesn't guarantee anything, though. It really doesn't. I think Grusch was right, though, that it does kind of fall on the president at that point. and whether or not he's going to do anything with whatever they put out, whatever they do give. Which who knows if they can even get anything out of it, man. I mean, if it's all stuck behind the DOE, good luck. I don't know. We just have to wait for somebody.
Or if it's all just repeated stories from the same old UFO wackadoos that have been at this for years, they're not going to find real or verifiable evidence of the claims being made, so it'll be dead on arrival there. So,
well, that's one of the things I noticed is that every time Grusch references something in that interview with Rogan, it's one of the classic wackadoo guys that he references.
It's existing profiteers.
It's existing lore. It's people that we've already heard from. And like when he starts talking about the Mussolini UFO, I was just like screaming in my car. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like we're doing the bell, the D Glock or whatever they call the thing.
The Nazi bell,
we're telling the story about how the Pope knows about UFOs. Like, it's like, dude, so let me get this straight. You know about crashed objects from the 20s, and you can't tell us anything about them. They're still that classified.
And by the way, he was cleared by Dopser to talk about that, which by definition means it's not classified. These are excuses for why he can't give us any evidence. Because I think there is no evidence. So he needs an excuse for why he can't provide evidence.
Yeah, there's nothing from him. I was willing to give him a chance, but I mean, at this point, after hearing that 2 hours of him talk, for me, it just sounds like he's moldable. It sounds like to me that he believes everything he's saying.
Yes,
but it's just
he does.
He's
and
kind
he was
of
a UFO guy. He was a UFO guy before he entered the task force. So.
Well, for sure, everything he said was UFO related. He quoted Valley
he claimed he stayed away from ufology because he wanted to get the real information from real and verifiable people. But his real and verifiable people are all apparently UFO wackadoos. So
no, all of them. He didn't name anybody that we've never heard of.
Exactly, and that's been my general theory since this whole story began: is that all of his information comes from known UFO profiteers that have been at this for decades. So we're not going to get anything new out of him unless I'm wrong. And I did really, I hoped maybe even, for a short time, like maybe this time will be different, but it was really that trip down the rabbit hole of 14 previous UFO whistleblowers that made me go right back to cynical mode, because it's this endless cycle. And I talked about the frontman situation. They pushed out Tom DeLonge was the front man of Disclosure. Then he screwed up on Rogan. They pulled him. They push in Elizondo. Then Elizondo's story starts falling apart and his credibility is a problem. They pull him and they put in Grusch. Yeah. It's the same front man, same band, different front man, same band.
You should also ask yourself, why is the same band, members of the same band, doing a podcast on Rogan saying that this has pretty much happened, and then you've got his other band members at a different venue talking about, this ain't gonna happen till 2030, specifically October of 2030. So what do we do until October 2030?
We talk about Roswell. We talk about
Roswell.
Yeah. Talk about Roswell. We rehash the MH370. It's going to be, they're going to recycle this Joe Rogan interview for the next, year, 2 years, and parts of it. And they're going to dissect every single thing he says and every single thing he does, and add some reason that gives their belief system more validation.
Yeah, and that's another issue I wanted to bring up with Ice Cream Shots, is that don't you exterior knowledge is, anybody can chime in on this one, but it really appears to me that these people are not truly investigating anything. They've made up their mind and they're looking for pieces and parts that fit their pre-existent belief and conclusion that aliens are visiting Earth. This is not an honest or ethical investigation into a strange phenomenon. This is people trying to confirm their already existing beliefs.
Yeah. I mean, for sure. It's a lot of it's just desperation. I mean, we look at the image Corbell put out. This is a good example. Like there's nothing to that image. It's the crap. We're back to, I think Greenwald said it best. We're like back again 30 years into this old style of evidence, just blurry video, blurry images. It's just this repeating process. And when that's kind of why I think that they're shutting down the Weaponized podcast, because like they're
shutting it down.
Well, I mean, at some
I didn't
point
know
here
that.
soon, yeah. Well, I mean,
Well,
honestly,
he put an expiration date on it, and I
Yeah.
think the reason why he put an expiration date on it is because, yeah, there's a few reasons, but I think primarily because maybe he might be in trouble. Maybe because I think some of this information that he's been leaking, he's not supposed to be leaking, and
No,
he did not
and
have the proper permissions.
He's in
Lou,
trouble.
I was telling Ice Cream Shots here. I'm going to the Pentagon and I'm going to start asking a lot of questions about that whole situation because nobody has. I want to reach out to Green Street too because he has got a better shot at getting answers, and John from the Black Vault and a few other people. But I have a few journalist friends that said, "Go ask. Here's the emails. Here's how you format the letter for highest likelihood of getting answers. If they won't answer you," and this has been a problem for me, sometimes they just go, "What media outlet are you with?" "Oh, independent media. I don't have to deal with you." And they don't. But I'm determined to get answers on that situation because if you look at the timeline, Jessica has put out this timeline. It just matches. Like they meet Grusch. They're suddenly putting out stills from a video that was played in a classified briefing. Then they're saying they're getting investigated. Grusch is saying he's getting investigated right after that situation. The timeline matches, so it could very well be that Grusch's claims of retaliation are valid, investigations taking place over leaked sensitive materials.
Yeah, but I think that they're shutting down Weaponized too because like there isn't going to be any content on top of them making all these promises for the big things are coming. Like at the end of the day, like Corbell needs ufology, and no matter what, he definitely cares what ufology thinks because this is where he's made his biggest splash, and it's probably really embarrassing for him to have this stuff fall on its face without a doubt. It's like, what are we waiting for? We're waiting for maybe Lou's book next year.
Yeah, and plus you made it all the way to Congress with this, and nothing changes. We still don't have the proof, the smoking gun proof of anything. It's still just.
Well, it's the also another reason why possibly the podcast is ending is because Dave Grusch was maybe the guy leaking him that information, and now that he no longer has a security clearance, he doesn't get any more information. So what else is he going to do a podcast about?
Sure.
Because he's not going to have any more high noon drops. That's for sure. I don't think there's going to be more high noon drops once the podcast is over. I think
Well, unless he starts making them like Third Phase of Moon style, make his own shit. Like, anonymous government source leaked me this, or there's always a way to keep it going. It could also be, I was kind of surprised, honestly. I don't know. I can't recall the specifics, but their numbers are not that great. For all the exposure they get, they're on Rogan, both of them. They're sitting behind the UFO whistleblower at Congress. For all the exposure they get, their numbers are not that good. I expected like huge numbers, and I was kind of surprised when I looked in on their numbers. They're not that great, So if these guys aren't making thousands of dollars, they're not happy. They might just go, we'll go make another documentary and forget this podcast idea.
Yeah, I mean, George has already pumped out 2 books in this short time. Who knows? Maybe you make a couple documentaries based off the books. I mean, it seems like Brandon Fugel's already sort of cornered the market on this Skinwalker Ranch thing. You notice how they didn't use the word Skinwalker in that book because I don't think they're legally allowed to anymore because he's now got
trademarked it or something.
Yeah, he trademarked it. Now it's just called Revelations at the Pentagon. And that was another funny thing about the interview is every time. Well, first of all, I love how so many people are coming out and saying how eloquent he was. He said shit and fuck so many times in that interview. Like he was not eloquent at all, in my opinion.
Yeah, in the beginning of it, he was talking like a army sergeant or something.
Bro. He was talking like one of these crypto bros. It's kind of the way he rubbed me off. Rub me off.
Oh my God!
That's the way he rubbed me off a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna
talk about a disclosure boner. Imagine if the UFO whistleblower himself was rubbing you off, man. Yeah, that's a real disclosure boner.
Yeah. No, but it was just like, dude, it was so funny, man. It's just like, oh, he's so eloquent. He's so well spoken. He's got such a great memory. Like, how do you know he's got such a great memory? How do you know that? Like, because you don't know the facts that he's recalling. So, and also, I know I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, but I really don't care. I would love to know what happened in Afghanistan, because he keeps referencing that as if that's the reason why he has the PTSD. Okay, so what happened? What happened?
Yeah, because there's definitely an issue, and all I can do is trust the people that I've talked to. Which, by the way, I have vetted sources that were for sure. I have one that was for sure. I checked their credentials, their bona fides. They were Air Force intelligence, and they told me. Do you know how? What I was told is, Stephen, do you know how incredibly rare it would be for an Air Force intelligence officer to see any form of real shooting combat? He was what I was told is he was probably in an air-conditioned, trailer miles behind the lines, feeding the pilots intelligence on targeting. That's what an Air Force intelligence officer does in an active war situation. They don't, but then he said, there could have been an IED, there could have been a missile attack where he could have seen like people's heads blown off or something. So he said it's not outside the realm of possibility. It's just incredibly rare that an Air Force intelligence officer will see things that are so traumatic that they can cause.
Well, here's the thing. If you're going to keep putting this story out there and attaching it to yourself as some reason why you have this mental health issue, then I think it's only fair that we see the record of what happened. Again, you're making the biggest claims in the world. You're going on Joe Rogan. You're going in front of Congress. You're having senators make amendments for you in your name, pretty much in your name. The least we could do is know absolutely every single detail about you. And these non-answers and these references to UFO lore that we've had for the last, especially 20 years. I mean, he referenced a lot of people within the last 20 years. Outside
and then the claims of that's my medical records, that's private. Well, you're the one that thrust yourself into the spotlight.
No,
you're on the biggest show in the world.
I'm sorry, it's not private anymore. Like, you don't get that anymore. Like, you wanted to be the whistleblower. This is what comes with it, is every aspect of your life is questioned and dissected and put on a murder board. And when you say things and they don't match up, or they contradict each other, or it just doesn't make sense, or it's factless, which is basically the biggest problem with him, why are you going to put any weight in that? I don't know, man. It's a little weird.
I mean, don't you notice how he doesn't bring up not even one new thing we've never heard about in ufology? That's what irritates me, is every single time, and every time Joe would get close to something that was going to be new, he's, I don't know. Every single time.
That's what I've been saying. He's the worst whistleblower, not just UFO whistleblower I've ever seen. Like, I'm blowing the whistle. Great. What are you going to blow the whistle on? Oh, the government has alien bodies and alien spaceships, or non-human spaceships, whatever. Great. Do you have evidence? Snowden had terabytes of data when he became a whistleblower.
Yeah,
Chelsea Manning, terabytes of data to prove every claim they made. Look at Julian Assange, terabytes of data with all the information he provided.
Carl Nell,
I can't talk about that.
Carl Nell found guilty of prosecuting a whistleblower,
and intimidating,
or retaliating, retaliating against a whistleblower, and yet he's going to be the one who carries the torch for whistleblowers. It's so wild, dude. Like, this story is so funny. It's funny. It's so funny. Like, if you step back and just look at this, it's a script. It's hilarious. It's too funny,
and I wanted to see if you guys, any of you, agree with me. I showed tonight News Nation hundreds and hundreds of videos about Dave Grusch. Hundreds of videos. We're 6 months in, zero evidence. No real media outlet would do that. Would run a story for 6 months with no evidence.
Well,
that's why nobody has, except News Nation.
Yeah, but that's why I think when Elizondo comes back, and I think he's going to come back first quarter of next year, he's going to News Nation very first. He's going to hit right there and either start the book tour then, or he's going to start at least like warming up to get that thing going, because that's the first platform that's going to take him with open arms for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
What
my
I
guess.
find
Interesting too. That book leak where I think he could have some problems claiming in the text body trying to sell a book that I was the director of a Pentagon UFO program and I'm the leading voice of disclosure and all these boastful comments. Like, if you can't prove that you ran a $22 million Pentagon funded official UFO program and you're putting that in a text body to sell a book, that's going to be problematic for him, I think.
Yeah, I don't like how Grusch was trying to make excuses for OSAP either. I mean, OSAP was what it was, man. They were out there hunting, goose goblins and dino beavers and all of that. And what was he trying to say? It was to like impress the CIA? Like, I don't buy any of that either, man. I mean, I think Green Street already kind of just opened and shut that thing earlier last year.
Yeah, he's got a new video dropping next week. I can't wait.
I know, I can't wait to see that too. Yeah,
it's going to be good. I know it's going to be good because he's been quiet, and he's the kind of guy that when he's quiet, you have to wonder what has he got, what bombs is he going to be dropping, and every one of those videos lately, the last bunch of them have been like bombs dropped on this thing to kind of destroy the delusion of it.
Yeah, it's just disappointing. Every time I hear Grusch talk longer and longer, I give him less and less credibility for anything. I just do. Like I guess maybe that's my favorite thing from the whole podcast was to actually get 2 hours or so of really listening to him talk. It was such an eye-opening experience for me with him completely. So when you go from like canceled Skiff on Thursday to that interview for how he sounded so moldable, I'm just out, man. On the guy.
Well, Joe Rogan pays for room and board, so
does he?
He doesn't. I would.
Yeah,
assume,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure
he would. Yeah.
If he's making you come out to Texas to do his show, that's the least they should do.
Yeah, and he gotta love and admire and respect.
He also pays for your dinner
Rogan.
too.
He refuses. He refuses to do virtual. He won't. He only done it once in his entire podcast history.
Well, I now I'm just thinking of it. Rogan also takes you out for a steak dinner. Most guests, like he goes out to dinner with them the night before.
That's nice. You get it. Go have dinner with Joe.
He has kind of like a pre-interview.
Yeah.
He has like a pre-interview essentially before the real interview, and I think that's where he gets a feel for people a lot of times. I don't know about you guys, but he seemed very disinterested in this.
Agreed.
Yeah.
He didn't seem like he was, because I feel like he had dinner with him, didn't get any juicy notes, didn't get any goodies. He's like, this guy's boring. I guess we'll just do the show. I will try and get some stuff out of him. But he knew the answers were going to be like, can't get into that. It's like, it's classified.
I was thinking to myself,
non-answer.
I was thinking to myself, this is the least I've heard Rogan talk on a podcast in a really long time too. Like it was literally just the Grusch show, and he just let him go and go and go.
Let him go.
Yeah.
He just let him go. I bet it wouldn't shock me. It would not shock me if Rogan is maybe starting to catch on to this stuff. I mean, he kind of mentioned it in his in passing, and I think one of those Duncan Trussell episodes.
He did.
Where he was like, I don't know about this, man. It's just government guys giving us this story.
After he talked to Weinstein, he got a little more suspicious about something's fishy is going on.
Something's not right.
Not right.
So I agree.
Grusch that button. Yes.
Grusch that like button.
And Deb from SAC, thank you very much as well. One indication that someone is lying is the narrative keeps growing like Pinocchio's nose. Yeah, I really believe what I said earlier. Somebody was like, oh, this interview was worthless. I want him to do 25 more interviews like this where he just talks for 2 hours. Because every time he does, he drops some things. He did drop some things. I was under investigation by 3 federal agencies. Well, we can fact check that. I was under criminal investigation. We can fact check that. There's an avenue of investigation that these people open up, and the more they talk, the more information they give to people like me or Green Street or you, Lou, or anybody who wants to really dig into their stories. But if they just do one interview and ghost, there's not much to work with. The more he talks, the better. I hope he just keeps doing interviews.
I agree. Well, it's the same thing that happened with Lou, right? He just kept talking and talking and talking, and eventually he just dug himself his own hole. you know. And so, yeah, I hope it's the same with Grusch, you know, but that should also be like another red flag for people. You know, if this story had legs, if it had legitimacy, it would not, the first place this guy would be telling his story would not be Yes Theory and Joe Rogan. No offense to Rogan, even. I mean, Rogan might be in the top 5 of people to sort of have this conversation with, for sure. But Yes Theory should not have been even on the radar if this story had any legitimacy to it. You know, like the fact that Jesse Michaels was one of the first guys to really get a behind-the-scenes look at Dave Grusch outside of a one-on-one interview exclusive like Coulthard did. You know, the very next thing he does is a YouTube channel. Like, it's that should be a red flag for people. Like,
and the story breaks on the story breaks on the debrief. If there was teeth to the story, it wouldn't have broken on a website nobody's ever heard of except for UFO dorks. It would be on the New York Times website, Washington Post, New York Post, you know, LA Times. It would be on major publications. But I think they all passed on it because there's no There's no evidence to go with this.
I mean, when every question that you want answered is I can't, it's classified. What do you do with that? You know what I mean? There's just nowhere to go. It just makes it the most frustrating part of the whole thing.
Right. Like, to me, how I find all of this to be with all these people, we waited 70 years for these type of people to show up and tell us disclosure. That's insane. Because I find it very hilarious that people like that are able to just move in and then somehow bottomize everything just to make them seem like they're good people. But in reality,
yeah, but the issue is that Grusch basically came forward as a very high-ranking government insider with real clearances, with a real military background, and he confirmed all the belief systems of all these UFO believers, and they all got their disclosure boners hard, like, oh, it's all true, and now we're going to get the evidence of it, but we're 6 months in. We're still no evidence, lots of excuses. You know,
look, yeah, I hope Grusch is a real person when it comes to this, or maybe that, like you said before, that these people are feeding off the stories. But if this is true, then I hope for Grusch, because then people are just going to try to spin it off as something that, you know, he might have just been a genuine person who was trying to do something about it, but then got wrapped up with all these other people.
Yeah, got too far down the rabbit hole and believed all these people that are feeding him this information. If it does turn out to be, I want to ask each of you, we'll go around the bend here. If it turns out that we're like a year and a half or 2 years in and the whole Grusch story falls apart, and we do get the revelation that most of his sources were known UFO wackadoos, UFO profiteers, UFO hucksters, people that have all been caught selling fake stories. If that revelation comes, wouldn't this be considered like the greatest UFO hoax that's ever been perpetrated, though? Because this is bigger than Ancient Alien, or bigger than Alien Autopsy as far as money. It's going to be bigger than Alien Autopsy as far as money generated. And I got that from Bob Kiviat. He said this story, if they keep pushing this, it's going to generate more money than Alien Autopsy. This would make this the greatest UFO hoax ever perpetrated on the American public, because it's just insane the amount of videos being made and the money being generated, and it's all from no evidence. I'm fascinated by that aspect of this.
Go ahead, Luke.
I'll say I think that's small potatoes, because when this NDA does pass and these independent research groups that all are made up of boards from people that basically work and propagate each other's bullshit. You know, you've got Americans for Safe Aerospace, you've got Avi Loeb's Galileo Project, you've got the Soul Foundation now. There's a couple more I can't think of off the top of my head, but there's more, and they all are board members on each other's foundations. And when those foundations start getting government contracts in who knows, hundreds of millions, maybe
Tens
billions,
at least,
between
tens of millions at least, I would think. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Soul Foundation is putting out a 25-year plan. Like,
boy, they're optimistic.
That's usually a
Yeah.
you know, I like a $200 million contract for a 25-year mission is not something that's too crazy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I didn't think about it like that. Yeah.
So, like, if that's what this eventually gets to, then yes, absolutely, 100%. It might not even be just the biggest UFO scam, but it could be one of the. If I think the way it's going to go, it could be one of the worst moments of government malfeasance in the history of, American government.
Yeah,
depending
it's
on
going to
how
be a
many
huge
billions are given out.
embarrassment. It's going to be a huge embarrassment to everybody involved. But the funny thing is even if that revelation comes, all these grifters are going to keep the grift going. They'll just move to something else. They're going to
for sure. Well, they always move the goalposts. They always move the goalposts. But can you imagine a OSAP, but instead of 22 million, it's 220 million?
Yeah.
Let me ask you though, Lou, how do you think that's really possible though? I mean, at some point, like they can't go 25 years without showing any evidence though. I mean, they're going to cut the money. That's what happened to OSAP. They didn't show anything. They only got 22.
Who cares?
You know?
Who cares? By that time, you've already gotten the contract. You've paid out the people who need to be paid, and you're done. Like, you only need to do it once, man. This is not like
what you're saying. Yeah,
they need to do it a lot. Like, they only need to do it once, and it's a good bump in a military pension if you got a government contract like this to study this. Even if you only got to look at it for 10 years, and after 10 years, the government's like, okay, that's it, we're done. Who cares? You got the 10 years and you got the money, and you wasted all that money and legally wasted all that money, to chase werewolves smoking in trench coats.
I love that smoking. And all of those, listen, here's something that's interesting. All of those, there used to be years ago, you could go and type into the YouTube search bar George Knapp UFO lecture or George Knapp Skinwalker lecture or whatever, and you would get like 25 live appearances by George Knapp telling these stories. They all are, you can't find them as easily now. And Stephen Greenstreet has an archive of all of them, and all that shit. Yeah. You think it's wild what he's talking about now? You should see what he says when he doesn't realize he's being recorded and people paid $150 to hear his stories. They get wilder and wilder.
I've been in some fun editing sessions with a really fun YouTube personality or Twitter personality, and so I like these archives. I'll give you a great tip. Check Vimeo. Vimeo has a wealth of UFO videos that very much are reminiscent of the search days of early YouTube, where remember you used to put in UFOs in YouTube and it would just pull up the absolute craziest shit. That's kind of what Vimeo is right now.
That deep end. I didn't know that. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah.
So check. Yeah. That could be a fun little wormhole for people to go. But yeah. So I mean, dude. Yeah. It's a mess, man. It's a mess. And I think one of the things that I would be very interested to see, man, if it publicly comes out that he was inferring that he was in heavy combat in Afghanistan to sell to get pity for a mental health issue. I think that would kill the story for a lot of people.
Yeah, but unfortunately, unless somebody leaks that information, you can't get it as a private citizen.
I think that might be foilable. No,
I don't think so. You would need a 1091 to really nail down where he was, what he was doing the whole time he was in the military. So
I think if you had a real gumshoe journalist who went and interviewed colleagues and friends, could be. I don't think it would be that hard to get to the bottom of it. You know, I don't know, man. I'm so curious about that because he just keeps referencing it. He keeps using it as a reason. You know, it's the same way. It reminds me a lot of the same way that Lou Elizondo puts his military record on the line up front first, so you're not allowed to question anything he says after that because he's a veteran.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
yeah.
And I think this is sort of what he does with this issue is he puts it up there so that way it's, well, don't get mad at me. I suffer from this, you know, like it's
and I'm a combat veteran, so that's instant like respect. And
I mean, I will say that was one of the moments in the interview that did impress me a little bit was his sort of emotion that he showed when he did talk about that. So there is that aspect of it where I was like, well, maybe he is telling the truth. And if that's the case, okay. Then that's fair. I'll be more than happy to give him a pass on it. You know, and I get where he's coming from if that's the case. You know, if it turns out that Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick and Susan Goff really were ignoring him, that's a problem. Like, if those things turn out to be true, I've got no issue sort of backtracking on Dave Grusch. You know, like, I've got no problem changing my mind, but I need to see some significant movement in that kind of way for me to go, okay, again, like, if you're going to make these big claims, I need to know every single possible thing I can about you.
What if it comes out, Lou, though, if John Greenwald gets the FOIA, gets the email, and it shows that Kirkpatrick ignored Grusch, and Grusch was telling the truth on that? How does your stance change on Kirkpatrick at that point?
No, he just said he'd be willing to change his mind. Yeah.
Well, no, on Kirkpatrick, though, because no, there's more than that.
I think that's inexcusable. I think if Kirkpatrick didn't follow up with Dave Grusch, that's inexcusable.
Yeah, but at that point,
inexcusable.
Yeah, but Cambion, at that point, it's not just questioning Kirkpatrick. I'm kind of wondering kind of a leading situation here. You have to start questioning Arrow at that point too. There's no way you can't.
No, I would agree with you. Yeah.
Right.
And that's their job. That's their responsibility.
Right,
and if he's making false statements to it'll bolster Grusch's claims if that turns out to be true, because that means that the government is making false statements to sort of, you know, put the fire out here on the Grusch claim.
But I think that also, if you question Arrow because of how NASA and the liaisons working between them two on NASA's reporting, I think you have to question NASA then at that point. I mean, you have to look where the infection is spread and at least look at it. You don't have to tell me that you know, you believe that there's a conspiracy with them, but you can't ignore that. And to be honest with you, I don't think we can ignore the potential of Kirkpatrick going to Battelle in the first place, dealing with them at all. It's very weird. It's the same thing with Blue Book. When Ruppelt left, he went over to I'm blanking on the name, but the aerospace company. It's the same idea. You know, so we've seen this kind of thing happen before. These are just things that I don't want to glare over ever, because we have to look at every single stone here, no matter what side you're on, to get to the middle with the truth.
Oh, that's funny. Somebody's asking to see that clip of this is my favorite George.
It was Northrop Arrow. Yeah.
She saw this standing on two legs, a wolf creature, a wolf standing in her yard, its paws crossed like this, leaning on a tree, staring back at
her. And there's one more. The dog is great too. Here,
down this dirt road one night, and they see two figures, humanoid-looking figures, standing up with their backs to the road, and looked like they were smoking cigarettes. They had trench coats on, smoking cigarettes, standing out on the road. These guys figure, what are these fellas up to? So they're pulling up, and they go shining their lights on the guys, and they turn around, and they were dogs.
Dogs smoking cigarettes. This is what we got for our $22 million.
Dude, so funny, I mean, man.
The current movement in ufology, I mean, the TTSA, the last 6-7 years, I mean, it's not any good. I think the bottom's going to fall out of it next year for sure. But I still don't want to lose sight that there is a lot of past on all this stuff. I mean, TTSA is not all of ufology. Elizondo's not all of ufology. You have good cases like Lonnie Zamora. You have cases like the Pascagoula event. I mean, these are just cases that are there. I mean, Roswell, in my opinion, is still up for debate. I just don't. I always hope we don't ever get too lost in the sauce of just like current ufology, because there, in my opinion, there is something that's still behind a phenomena of some kind that's here. As soon as somebody can come up to me and say, hey, look, if the Tic Tac is real, then where did we back engineer that? How did we get the information to back engineer that? Because you have to prove to me that we figured it out in the 40s or after, and no other country has figured it out. Nobody else.
Yeah, people have claimed that we figured it out in the 50s, at least, electrogravitics, and it all went to black budgets. But show me the evidence of that. It is true that everybody was talking about electrogravitics. There's magazine articles. We're all going to be flying in electrically propelled airplanes in the next few years. And then it all disappeared. Where did it go? Why was every aerospace company so excited about this technology, and then it disappeared? So there's always a little nugget of truth in some conspiracies. And that's what cautions me about the UFO thing is like, yeah, there's an awful lot of scammery and fraud going on, but there's got to be some truth to all of this stuff. That there's a little bit of truth in all mythology, right? It's got to be based on something.
Well, it has to be. Otherwise, there's other physicists in the world, Cambion, that somebody else would have figured this out in the last 80 years. Come on. We'd see evidence from some other country. Other countries would want to use this technology. They're not all America. Everybody has different values, different concerns. We would see this somewhere. If you think the Tic Tac is real, I mean, if you don't think the Tic Tac is real, you can say whatever you want, I guess, at that point. But if we want to agree that that's a potential vehicle, that's possible, I don't see any evidence anywhere else that we didn't get that information from some other thing. I don't see how we've advanced it at all. I mean, look at Jeremy Reese's, all his stuff with APAC and everything they're doing. They're not even close to anything like that. So how are some of the current best physicists that we have?
Well, I do
they
think
don't even know what the hell's going on with it. And
I think it's a good idea that they're at least trying some things.
I agree.
But they're coming up empty. Like they try to replicate the ARV's propulsion system, and nothing happened. And then they're, that one guy. He came after me a bunch of different times, and because he's a big Stephen Greer fan. He's like literally listening to secret space wackadoos who tell him how the engines of the spaceships work, and he's like pumping hundreds of thousands of volts into chunks of metal, and like this is dangerous. Like you can't just listen to a secret space grifter tell you how the alien spaceships work and then blow things up in a lab. It's really weird, but I support them testing.
No, I support them. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what they're doing is bad. I'm just saying they're not even close to anything that's near like a Tic Tac technology at all. I mean, there's nothing there. I mean, even drones at this point.
Honestly, I think
what evidence is there of drones that are anything like a Tic Tac? There isn't any. I want to
separate. I'll separate Jeremy Rise. I don't know if he still has an ongoing relationship, but that Falcon Space, they have a lot of bullshit and nothing that works. Absolutely nothing that actually works. He's claiming that they had I think he claimed that they had a big mass reduction of like 11 or 15%. In other words, he reduced the mass of an object by 11 or 15%. If that were true, they'd have millions of investments overnight. I just want to see the proof of some of the claims being made, because I know that guy from Falcon Space is literally listening to secret space program wackadoos explain to him how anti-gravity works, and then he's doing wackadoo dangerous experiments to try to prove, and he hasn't proven any of this shit. So, and he's a big Stephen Greer fan, and he's attacked me for saying X, Y, or Z about Stephen Greer. Like, come on. Yeah. Like, you're a wackadoo too. I don't care if you're a scientist, you're still a wackadoo.
I mean, I don't know about what's going on with like the Falcon stuff. I mean, I couldn't even come close to comment on that at all.
I don't understand it.
But what I would say is I can't stand seeing, and people can have their opinions. I mean, I would never tell anybody to have a certain opinion. I have my own, they can have theirs. But I do have a hard time seeing that the same military industrial complex that we think cracked gravity and we're the only ones that were able to figure it out are the same people that'll tell you that our government, our military industrial complex is so stupid that they couldn't find their own experimental plane without calling us. Like, you can't have it both ways. They're either really smart or they're really stupid. You have to pick. Like the SR-71 that one congressperson was talking about. Oh, this is what we had in the 60s, or we figured that out in the 80s. Dude, the SR-71 is nothing like a Tic Tac. It's not. Name one thing that has in common. Nothing. There's not even close, and that's the best.
Well, there was a back drone.
Close.
There was a back drone on the back of the SR-71 that they did experiments with that could easily be confused for a Tic Tac kind of a craft. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
Based off Fravors' account. I mean,
no, not based off Fraser's account.
Well, that's
but
what I'm saying.
You're saying that it's the SR-71 Blackbird is nothing like a Tic Tac, and you're right.
No,
the main craft. But they did have a drone that they used to put on the back of it that they did some experiments with.
Sure.
For a time, and that could be the drone that would ride on the back of the Blackbird could be mistaken, I suppose, for a Tic Tac kind of a craft. This is. I thought
I mean, maybe if I look far away
at that
performance, I just don't see anything performance-wise at all. You know?
Yeah, but look at that. You could easily mistake that, I guess, for something without wings, and I think there were several versions of that. It just rang a bell. Here's a more close-up view of the drone.
Something that could pass for a Tic Tac in the last 2 to 3 decades would be drones, without a doubt.
Solar balloon,
especially to the untrained eye. I think there's a lot of drones. There's a lot of balloon technology that people don't know or see of. How
about these solar balloons? I played with these when I was a kid. They were so much fun. You would just go out on a sunny day. They would fly too. It was fun.
I would also propose that those I just because I try to add the common sense to it as much as I can now. When it comes to sightings in the 40s and 50s and 60s, I think a lot of those things can easily be categorized as misunderstandings.
Sure.
Like, especially in the first 2 world wars, like by World War II, we had not perfected, obviously, but I mean, warplanes were pretty well developed by World War II, and we'd only been flying in the air for 30, 40 years at most. So I think at higher altitudes and different kinds of planes at different angles and different weather phenomenons, like I think pilots have learned there's a lot of things seem weird in the sky, and usually there's a great explanation for it.
I mean, it's a lot of mistakes, though. I mean, it's just a lot of mistakes. It's still conjecture.
Well, humans make a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at
I agree. I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, there's that's your opinion, and I respect it completely, Lou. But it's just an opinion. You don't have any facts to back that up. Not even though I don't have any facts to back up what I think. That I think that we did backwards. So it's kind of like no facts versus no facts. You know what I mean? It's just our opinion.
We do. I mean, just the other night, we had Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, a scientist, come out and say that a lot of the data that we're looking at is misidentification.
Okay, but does he have access to DOE thermal drones or excuse me, satellite imagery? Does he have access?
Yeah, I mean, he says he has access to anything that he wants to get his hands on.
So Grusch tells a story, he tells a story. Who am I supposed to believe? You know what I mean? I can't go. I can't only go. I can't only go anecdotal evidence on one side.
Been outed as.
No, you're missing my point. You're missing my point. My point is that anecdotal evidence is anecdotal evidence on both sides. That's why I've always been in the middle on Grusch and Kirkpatrick at the end of the day, because I don't have a full read. That's why I want these emails. I want to know who lied. Whoever lied about the emails, whoever needs to get thrown on the chopping block.
But Arrow has put out a lot of data. Of data.
Sure.
And but that data has been when it's corroborated, it turns out to be something very terrestrial. And when it's not corroborated, it just doesn't have any answers. But that doesn't mean it's alien. I think that's way more useful than, trust me, bro, it's there.
No, I hear what you're saying.
You're saying Grusch. Arrow's not putting out anecdotal stuff. I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
No, and I agree with Lou because
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I'm saying that Kirkpatrick is saying that he's had the keys and access to everything that's out there. I don't know if that's really the truth. If you have to get behind these nuclear assets from the DOE, If he has access to those kind of satellite imagery, then that's fine. But we don't have proof that he has access to Department of Energy material, man.
But
so I don't. So he might know. He might know what he knows. How? Explain that to me.
Because in Congress, when he was in a hearing with Senator Gillibrand, and they asked him what he needs, he's like, "Hey, I need this. I don't have the name of the clearance off the top of my head, but I need this clearance so I can access these certain files." And
did he get it?
It sounds like he did.
I mean, it sounds like it. That doesn't sound like he did. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, you say that.
When a lawmaker, I'm just when a lawmaker's like, yeah, I think we can do that for you. That to me tells me that, yeah, he probably got what he needed to make sure that he's got all the data to say the things that he's saying.
Yeah, but it's like I don't accept that kind of an answer from Grusch. I'm not going to accept that from them either. See what I'm saying? I need to know.
I think they're different answers. I think one's got data and the other doesn't.
What's the data that
one is actually met with a senator in front of public eyes. The other can't afford his fucking plane ticket. Like,
I mean, he was in front of Congress.
There's a difference here.
Well, no, here's something though. Ice cream shots. Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here. Has Kirkpatrick been caught provably selling fake stories before? Or does he have people around him that have all been caught selling provably fake stories before? I think that when you really look at the credibility issue, and I thought about this for a long while, and that's what I got to. Grusch is surrounded by all of these people that have all been caught provably selling fake stories and pushing fake narratives before. Kirkpatrick has not been proven to be surrounded by those kind of people, nor has he been proven a liar yet. No, I agree with you. If he's proven a liar, we have to change our viewpoint here.
I'm not saying.
But when it comes to credibility between these two people, you know, there was also Grusch lied about having mental problems. They cut that from the original interview. They cut that question about the mental illness from the original interview because he lied. Do you have any mental illness?
You. Yeah, it was a bad play.
No. They cut it. Why would they cut it? That's deception. That's layer of deception to hide something they didn't want people to see in order to keep selling the story. I don't see Kirkpatrick as using any layers of deception so far. If he's proven to, I'll change my view on him. But when it comes to a question of credibility between these two people, you've got one guy that's hanging out with UFO wackadoos who refuses to talk to the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the New York Post. He refuses to talk to major media outlets, but he's going to YouTube channels that are friendly to him. It doesn't.
I'm not talking about the credibility. I'm not saying credibility. I'm saying he might not even know that he doesn't know. That's my point. I'm not saying. I'm saying
that's a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
For sure, that's a possibility. But you said, and I'm sorry to just harp on what you said.
No, go ahead, Lou. Give me.
You said
it's a good conversation, brother.
Between the two of these guys, they're both saying the same thing. They're both just anecdotal.
No.
I'm saying that they're not the same. Like they're not the same. Okay. One is showboating with hucksters, and the other is doing real science and providing data and doing discussions in a forum where anyone can come and ask a question, whereas the other one is doing discussions in forums where only certain people are allowed to ask questions. So when you say like, oh, well, I don't know who to trust, like, yeah, of course, you don't know who to trust. Maybe both of them are untrustable. But if I had to take,
but you gotta read the tea leaves,
guys, you know, like, about one of these guys, which one am I going to lean towards? I'm sorry, it's going to be Kirkpatrick, and that's not controversial.
No, that's fine. I don't have any issue with that.
That's all I'm saying.
No, that's cool. That's cool, brother. I understand what you're saying. I'm just simply saying that I'm tired of giving the benefit of the doubt. It's been, I mean, I've looked into this topic since I was a kid, man. I grew up listening to Art Bell with my dad. I'm tired of hearing the stories, man. And I want something to hang my hat on at this point. And if I don't know that Kirkpatrick even knows that he's telling the truth or not, that he has access to DOE material, because in my opinion, it's very likely, man, that this stuff could never come out because it's slammed right behind the DOE and we'll never know. And if he doesn't have access to that and he says, well, my mission's done here, I feel comfortable. We don't know if that's official. You know what I'm saying?
But to be fair, nobody's also publicly named the DOE as a place to go after and look at this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I agree with you. I would love to see the toys behind the DOE, and I think a lot of this stuff is there too. But it's also a private
dark playground.
Yeah, it's a dark playground. It's where all the goodies are, I think. But you know, like I all I'm saying is that if I'm just a public schmo just like you, and all we can do is try to make the best decisions off the information that we have. And if I'm going to lean toward who's telling me the truth, as much as I hate it, I'm going to lean toward Department of Defense, NASA scientists, and other researchers that are actually providing hard data on some of this stuff and some really goddamn good explanations. And not only that, we asked for this office. Like, we were begging and screaming for this office. Now it's here, and it's giving us results. It's giving us results. Well, okay, so a lot of people were.
I don't want to hear from the Pentagon about anything. If they wanted to tell us, they'd already have told us. I mean, this is a waste of time, in my opinion. Arrow is just a blue book that they don't ever have to close, that they can just retake the narrative back. I mean, everyone says the toothpaste can't go back in the tube. Watch. That they've been waiting to put this thing together. We've given them the tools to put the toothpaste back in the tube, because people in ufology especially forget the Pentagon doesn't play by our rules. They'll just cut the back of the toothpaste tube and shove it back in and tape it up. They don't care what we think. And if you're expecting it to come from the Pentagon, I think you are wasting your time. I don't think that they're going to tell us anything, to be honest.
Well, unless they're forced to, that's the only way I think it. And when I say forced to, I mean, like, if there is a phenomenon, the phenomenon would just have to show itself, and then that would force the hand of the Pentagon.
But that trumps everything that we're talking about.
Right, of course. But I mean, the point is, I wasn't making the point as like we're going to get truth from the Pentagon, but my point, the bigger point being is, a lot of the people that are championing this effort, that champion this whole thing, now are getting the results from it, and they're rejecting them. And it's like, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, you wanted the office, there's the office, they're giving you the data, and it's undisputable. You can't argue with it. That's the way
I agree with you.
Works.
This is what they wanted. They wanted serious study of this phenomenon, and they got what they wanted, but they don't like the results of that investigation. Right. It doesn't align with their preconceived beliefs of what they want to hear. So now, and you can see that everybody was cheering. NASA's going to investigate UFOs. Finally, we're going to get some answers. We've got a new program, Arrow. It's going to investigate UFOs. We're finally going to get some answers. Then we get the answers. We don't like those answers. Those people are the enemies of disclosure. It's kind of ridiculous. And you know what else is kind of funny is that what the viciousness with which these people were attacked. And I think that was very unfair. If Kirkpatrick is on the level and saying, when he said, I said when I stood this up, I was going to follow the data wherever that leads. If he's being genuine in that, he shouldn't be attacked for where the data led him. That he's following the data.
No. I mean, nobody should be attacked. Nobody should be attacked in this field at all anyway, no matter what you think. I don't care if you're in the biggest experience or abduction, woo, whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Nobody knows the real answer anyway. So, like, what are you arguing? Oh, that I don't know, that you don't know, but I don't know better. It's just, it doesn't make any sense anyway. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if Kirkpatrick did have access to everything, fine. I don't have any issue. I don't have a side, even though it might seem that way. But the problem is I need to stay as right in the middle as possible. I can't just go to one side or the other. I'm screwed at getting to the truth. So when something comes across is even a possibility that Kirkpatrick could be compromised, maybe he's with Battelle, maybe the Northridge, or it's 1 a.m. I'm going to forget the name of the place where he's potentially going. If we look at those things and we pass them up and we don't question them, even though for whatever reason, that's a problem. That's not.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. If the next guy that they get running that office,
sure,
another year goes by and that guy's doing the job for a year, and then he does a press conference or speaks to members of Congress or some public event where he's answering questions, and he confirms everything that Kirkpatrick and NASA has already said, is he going to be the enemy of disclosure too and in on the cover up, and we got to get a third guy, or are you going to accept the results?
Well, no, I mean, I would accept it right here with Kirkpatrick. I don't need 5 more years of this, guys. I don't need 2 more years, personally. I think the bottom of this is falling out next year. I don't see this going anywhere with the current state of ufology. I don't, man. It sucks to say it. I hate to say it. I think everybody really does. Everybody really wants to know that this is some other tack from somewhere. I mean, if that's not really what you're interested in.
That would make the world such a... I keep saying it. People attack me for being so cynical. I would love it if tomorrow we found out we were aliens. That would be world shattering, changing everything. And I would love it. It would make the world such an interesting place.
I think something just as exciting is if the bottom of this does fall out and there is no real actual hard evidence for this, then that means it's ours.
No, I don't.
And
so.
I think that's really fun too. I think that's a fun proposition as well. If it's actually our tech and we know how to use it.
Where did you get this?
Well, how did you develop it?
How long have you been develop it? Yeah.
How long have you been sitting on it? And it wouldn't shock me. I know this is going to be controversial, but it wouldn't shock me if they were sitting on it for 60, 70, 80 years. I mean, I've heard Michio Kaku talk about, if the ability to make matter, a machine that can make matter. Okay, think about that for a second. You could make whatever you want. If he says we're 20 years away from that tech, but that tech, once we do discover it, it won't, you're not going to see it on Walmart or Home Depot in a week. Like, it's going to be 80, 100 years before tech like that actually reaches the consumer.
And you know what? There's verifiable proof of what you're saying. There have been several people with good credentials, no reason to lie, who have sworn up and down. I'm in the field of computer science, and I saw something myself. I saw processors that were 3 or 4 or 5 years ahead of what you could buy. Even if you had all the money in the world, you could not buy these processors. And I saw it. Edgar Fouché talked about processors that were 5 or 8 years or 10 years ahead. If they're hoarding the best CPU technology for 5 or 10 years before releasing them to the public, if they have secrets like this, these advanced propulsion systems, they could hoard them for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. We didn't know about the Blackbird for 20 years, right? We didn't know about the spy.
I wouldn't think of it as hoarding. I would think of it more as we just don't know how to responsibly release this. Like, we don't know what the implications of this kind of technology would be on society, and we got to make sure that everything is aligned perfectly before we just drop this on the world.
And plus, we use the best goodies for weapons and for surveillance and for national security. We want the best tech that we can get.
Bet your ass.
Consumers don't need that.
If it exists, consumers don't need it yet, that's for sure. But if it does exist, like, they're gonna play with it for decades. That's what they did with the SR-71. And I know that those are two completely different technologies. Like,
you can't even compare them at all.
They're not even, you can't even compare, right? No. But that doesn't mean that the theory of it or the idea of it or the even experimentation of it wasn't being done around the same time. It wouldn't shock me. It would shock me if this technology was super complicated, but it also wouldn't shock me if it was disgustingly simple and it was just like, oh wait, this is what does it,
but you're saying that no competent physicists at all today have figured that out. I mean, how do you know that, like, Russia?
Well, if you think about it, every physicist is off on the. Eric Weinstein talked about this. Almost every physicist is off in the string theory land. They've all abandoned the standard physics model. So who knows if people that have talked about spinning mercury plasma that generates lift, who knows if any of that stuff was explored, And here's an excellent question from the live chat, Spooky. What comes after Grusch? That's an interesting point. What comes after Grusch?
Whistleblowers.
Who cares?
Who cares?
I'll be honest, man. If they don't have evidence, man, like video, hard evidence material, honestly, I don't care. I don't care anymore about that.
and Montauk J.O. been on the toilet for 30 minutes due to sugar-free candy. Talk about a great audience. They share everything with me here. Just thank you, Montauk J.O. and Spooky, for your kindness, generosity, and support. Yeah. Were you surprised that he was on Rogan? I was surprised. And I was also surprised that I didn't hear about this first. I would have thought that, but Rogan doesn't need to hype his episodes. He doesn't need to hype at all.
He usually just drops
tune in. He just drops them. Yeah, he doesn't hype them or over sensationalize. He just drops them.
Yeah. It is funny though that they use the thumbnail that's kind of goofy. Not as goofy as the Yes Theory thumbnail, but it still makes them look a little goofy. I don't know, man. I think behind the scenes, the secret's out about this guy. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I really do. I really do. And we've gotten hints of that already, especially from Congressman Burchett. Like,
man, what's News Nation going to do to make money if this all falls apart? News Nation is going to fold.
What are a lot of people going to do? What are a lot of people going to do? I think a lot of people are going to leave. I think you're going to see, and that's to me what the true death of ufology is, when a skeptical side decides we're done, because then you can't have that. You can't have any real conversation to get to evidence. Like me and Lou, last time we talked, we usually kind of get a little loud with each other, but I think it's just for fun, kind of. We have opinions. Yeah. Like I don't take any offense to it at all.
Right.
Like we need to have these conversations.
There's the goofy photo. That is a goofy. Every photo of him is goofy looking. Look at the one I used in my thumbnail tonight. I used that multiple times because I don't know why. I just think it's funny when you put him. Yeah. And then there was that Jesse Michaels thumbnail that they have bodies inside. Yeah. They had bodies inside.
Yeah, you've got the Jesse Michaels thumbnail in your media at the top right. I saw
it. Yeah, it's great. It's just funny that all of the thumbnails of Grusch, he looks ridiculous. He looks absolutely ridiculous. You know, and I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I don't know. I don't know that I have this one file. The one from Yes Theory was this is. I'll show the one that I used, then I'll show the one from Yes Theory, and then I'll bring us right back in. Not right about using that thumbnail on purpose when you're trying to tell a serious story that's the biggest story in human history, and you use that image. It just come on, man.
He's wearing the same shirt. I just love that he's wearing the same shirt. It's so funny, man.
Yeah, maybe he just likes golf shirts, man. I hate golf shirts. I have 100 of them in a closet. I used to have to wear a golf shirt every day at a corporate job. I haven't worn a golf shirt since I got out of that fucking cubicle, dude. Nope.
I understand having a favorite shirt. That's for sure. Like, I get it.
I've had many of
them. That's his lucky interview shirt.
But shit, man, don't keep doing the same interviews in the same shirt. Change it up, dude. You know?
Dude, I had a pair of red basketball shorts that looked like shotguns. Just went through it for years, and my wife finally took them and went like that. She goes, "Enough, we're done."
Enough.
Yeah,
that was my introduction to living with a woman. My wife, who was my girlfriend at the time, moved in my house, and she just started throwing out old raggy shirts. I'm like, "What are you doing? No, you can't throw that out," you know. But
yeah,
now I have clean, nice clothes, so I caved eventually. Women take good care of you if you haven't got a good one. I don't think about that stuff anymore. I don't think about that stuff anymore. I just, magically, there's clean clothes in my drawers all the time. It's awesome, man. I don't know how it happens. Clean clothes fairy.
Well, let me ask you, Lou. What do you see for next year, brother? What do you think's going to go on?
I think we're gonna get. Well, Kirkpatrick said that we're already going to get one half of a report on the reverse engineering stuff. So we're going to be getting that this year.
That's interesting.
And then we're going to get the second half of that report next year. So Grusch or Kirkpatrick's looked into the reverse engineering program. So we're going to get hopefully some answers on some of that stuff and what and what's going on. You know, I'm just going to be interested to see
just stay tuned. We're going to get those answers. Stay tuned.
Well, not to muddy the waters, but on the subject of crash retrievals, you know, we detailed here on this show Project Moondust and several other programs, and they were all designed to pick up adversarial technology. So yes, the United States government has crash retrieval programs, but it's a big jump from adversarial technology or, hey, a Russian satellite went down in the Pacific, send the Navy, go pick it up, and we want to study it. Or we want to study those Chinese spy balloons. There's a crash retrieval program. They went and retrieved those. Somebody had to retrieve those. But there's a big jump from crash retrievals to alien crash retrievals. And I think there's a muddying of the waters there, and people maybe just getting confused or hearing hearing rumors.
I hope whatever Kirkpatrick puts out maybe adds a little clarity to that.
Yeah.
And maybe it shows how somebody could get confused on some of these programs. Who knows? We'll see. But that's happening. Like, that's going to happen. That's going to be one of the things that happens. We're going to get Lou's book next year, so prepare your soul for that one. We're going to.
I'm going to read that live on air and comment on it as I read it, Lou. I swear to God, I'm going to read the whole fucking book. I'm going to get my $20 worth or $40 worth, whatever it costs. I'm going to get my money back in super chats. Because that's going to be, I think that book's going to be a comedy. I really do.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be hilarious.
I mean, can you believe he named the Disclosure? How arrogant, brother. Man, oh, man. I mean, that's about.
Oh, I didn't know he named it Disclosure. That's
Disclosure.
That's funny. Or I missed that from the book description. Yeah.
Well, I found it funny that he's writing it. He's writing it. He's the author. So a guy who's never written a book in his life is going to write a book. That's usually not a great sign. So I don't have high hopes for this book. Let's see. What do I think will happen? I think the NDAA, I think the Schumer Amendment will pass. I think that'll be a fall victory for the believer. I think Grusch will get paraded around some more. Maybe we get another quote unquote whistleblower. But what I hope happens is the senators in this conversation really start distancing themselves from it. Like I feel like we've seen that a little bit here in the last half of 23. And I hope.
Well, if we don't get proof, they're all going to distance themselves from all 100%. Of this.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah. And it's also, I think elections are coming up as well. And I also think, I really do believe that there are lawmakers that are seeing how dangerous the pushing of this conversation can get and how radicalized people are getting and the people that are being harassed at government positions because of this conversation, because they've inferred about it so much. I think they're going to change their tune, just like I did, just like a lot of people that once they get the right information, it's really difficult if you have a rational thinking mind to look at this and go, oh yeah, this is all real. I could trust all these people. You can't. And I think these lawmakers are finally starting to realize, oh, this is a national security issue. There's a lot of big issues that come with this, but the inferring that this is aliens or extraterrestrial or NHI, I think has come to bite them in the ass politically, because the second that they show any doubt or they don't give what the zealots are asking for, what the mob wants, they get phone calls, they get emails, they get flooded. This floods their offices more than almost any other topic. Think about that.
I've heard that. Yeah, they get a lot of questions.
I've heard that from staffers. Okay.
Yeah.
Staffers are saying that. Like, anytime that Matt Bangkok Ford makes a fucking video telling people to call Mike Gallagher's office or whoever's office, Rep Turner's office, and yell at them and call for the firing of a certain lawmaker, you could bet your ass that lawmaker's office and that lawmaker and his family know about it.
Yeah, and Grusch just painted a target on 2 congressmen or senators.
He sure did.
He painted a target on them. I wouldn't be surprised if we heard that they're getting harassed next.
Yep.
And somebody ought to make a timeline of the harassment and what caused it. The triggers.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because in the interview he talks about how Turner was voted one of the most corrupt lawmakers in Washington, but yet he's pushing Tim Burchett, who hates women and is a Bible thumping Jesus freak who doesn't want to separate church from state, and has a horrible voting record on just basic human rights. So again, having your cake and eating it too. Just because he's the UFO guy, you're gonna prop this one, but talk shit about this one. That's wild,
interesting.
Man.
We want to thank UFO John Doe, who says, "Good show. Keep calling out the BS." Thank you for kindness and Tales of the Sonic Voyage. Fantastic discussion and show. Thanks, Stephen. More Lou. Yeah. Got a lot of requests for me and you to do a weekly show together. I go, oh, come on. I don't have time to do my own. Now you want to bonus
man,
weekly?
Gosh.
You guys will team up at some point.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
We gotta get a travel channel show or something, you know.
Yeah, it's just Steven and Lou travel to the country's most bullshit spots.
You know what would be a good TV show? Me and you just going to UFO conferences, interviewing wackadoos. That would be a good. I would watch that. I would totally watch that.
Oh man, you have no idea. You have no
Do you
idea.
know? I have a pass. I have a pass to Conscious Life Expo, and I got it. I got it because I reported that they were letting some wackadoo put somebody in a fake med bed with all these super powerful magnets, and people have pacemakers. They could have fucking killed somebody at Conscious Life Expo. And she calls me, and she was so concerned. She was so nice, and she's like, "As long as you're respectful, we'll give you a pass, and you can come here next year. And we promise you, we're going to be more careful with the people in the galley or whatever." He just rented a table. And he put this fake med bed with all these magnets and organite and trash and shit glued in it. It was a sun bed. It was a sun bed, and he just glued all these magnets in it. And so I talked to doctors and cardiologists. I'm like, is that dangerous? And the cardiologist is like, if you have a pacemaker, you could kill somebody putting them in that thing. And Conscious Life Expo.
How many pacemakers? How many pacemakers are at Life Expo Consciousness 2024 or whatever it's called?
A lot. It's old people, and they were
a
just
lot of old people
warning anybody. Or if you have metal in you, if you have a stent, you have a pacemaker, if you have
an implant,
a steel plate in your head from an injury. This thing could fuck you up like crazy. And they were just letting this guy let people lay in it. And they were feeling all kinds of spiritual awakening while they were in it. And luckily, he didn't hurt anybody. But I had a nice conversation with one of the women that runs it, and she was horrified. She was like, "I'm so sorry. Like, well, this is not what we're about. We should have known." And so they gave me a pass, and I might go next year if I could get the time. It'd be a wild time. Me at the most.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's in California every year.
Shit, if you can't go, fucking put it in my name.
You're going to be my roving reporter. I have the pass.
Yeah.
I have the pass.
I would absolutely love to go. Fucking ask questions on one of those.
Because of my son, I can't really get away too much because he's very severely autistic, and unfortunately, like I'm one of the only people on earth he listens to. Like you can't just leave him with a babysitter or somebody or a family member because he does wacky shit and they don't know how to deal with them, and he doesn't listen to anybody but me. But if I can't go, I give you my word. I will give you the pass. I'll call them up and I'll explain what's happening. I'm sending my reporter. And just send me videos of talking to wackadoos, and I'll just be playing them all week.
Like an on-scene report. Hi, Luis Jimenez here for Truth Seekers. What's the deal with your healing crystals?
Yeah, exactly. That'd be fun. Yeah, well, plus the expense too. I'm sure. Trip to California and back, but I think that conference is incredibly expensive, so I'd like to take advantage of that offer.
They all are. They all.
Oh yeah, they're crazy. Well, that and Contact in the Desert are the two most expensive and the biggest ones. So,
What did you see? Because I saw Spooky in the chat. Did you see
the piece about the Disclosure Fest? Yes, I'm going to do a story on it.
I haven't been able to go through the whole thing, but so far I was like, shit, this is really good. But you haven't been able to read the whole thing because I was working. But yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out. I thought that was a pretty good piece so far.
Yeah. And Spooky didn't know that it was Hell Week for me this week with my kids both home and all kinds of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So, but we have here. I'll tease it. We have a story. I'm going to do the story on that. I have dug into some of that as well, but I don't have much more information. Spooky did a great job laying it all out. $222 to sit in the cold. Disclosure Fest disaster. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yo, and people thought they were getting food, and they get to the place and they're like, "What are you talking about? You didn't pay for that. There ain't no food. You ain't getting no food."
Dude,
and then they only took cash, and people were on this bus and they were outside freezing and starving and shit. It was a total disaster.
But I bet all of them were like, "This is awesome."
Yeah,
like they probably all loved it.
I don't know. A few people that Spooky talked to were not at all happy. They were like, "This was not only was this not worth $222, this was not worth $2. This whole experience was terrible. It was horrible. Outside the freezing cold. Like, look at our bonfire. There's like all these people around this tiny little fire outside the cold, and they didn't get food. They were all hungry. They're starving. Some of them didn't have cash. People were like begging for a couple dollars to get a chili dog. Jimmy Church, you dumbass. You ruined Disclosure Fest. Oh, we're going to do the story on that. That's some shit. Yeah, Spooky goes, "If you want, you can do a story on this." I'm like, "Do you think I'm really going to miss a chance to shit all over Jimmy Church? Do you really think I'd miss that chance? Send that shit over to me. I'm doing it."
Oh, man.
Even though it's Hell Week,
Man,
I'll find the time.
Oh, gosh. Jimmy Church. Oh, boy. Yeah. Anyway,
yeah, so
I'll tell you.
I don't know where we go from here. I think
dude, yeah, I'm probably gonna go to bed, man. It's like 1:20.
Yeah.
I gotta get up tomorrow.
I got to get up and take care of two crazy boys all day tomorrow. So
I already
I'm
feel
going
like
to
I'm
wrap things up
hallucinating.
too.
So
Well, I don't know how, but somehow this week we got back to those streamathons that take 4 hours. I don't know how I did that, because for a while it's like, no, 2 hours. I got other things to do. And Lou, you got to prep for the next show, or you got to do stuff, or
I do.
So, but we got putting the time back in, but we did our due diligence tonight. I'm so glad for both of you and our other guest, Exterior Knowledge. Thanks for stopping in. And I sent an invitation to Art Levine and a few other people, but maybe it was late, like last minute notice. So no worries. I had the discussion that I really wanted to have, thanks to you, kind of generous panel members. So thank you both for being here.
yeah, thanks for having me, man.
And go subscribe to Lou Reviews. Just search for Lou Reviews. I'll add his YouTube channel to the description of this video. Art and Paranormal, if you could find that and put it in the live chat so people can run right over there. I think you need some new subscribers, because a lot of your old subscribers, I'm not really sure, are digging what you're putting out there.
They're all leaving. Yeah, they're all leaving. It's great. It's good. We're having like a purge of the channel, so it'll level out and come back. I'm not too worried about it.
No, I didn't mean it as a a negative.
No. I didn't take it that way at all. I really
but people who like to hear the whole story and what the truth behind this shit, they would enjoy what you're doing. But a lot of the true believers tuning out because they don't. It's like, the blinders go on, like, oh no, I can't hear that Disclosure's not really coming this year. That it is what it is.
Yeah,
though.
It seems like your buddy Mark D. Truth Searcher does not like me at all.
Yeah, he was saying a lot of stuff, and I try to get him to stop. Like, I said, you made your point, and we try to not have an echo chamber, so we like to let people have free speech. But come on, I did tell him you could check the chat log. I said, you made your point. Please move on. We got to be kind to the guests here, or they won't come here.
I think he's already the guy that I mentioned. I think I answered him in the chat. Like, if my mods kicked you from the chat, usually there's a good reason for it, but I don't know when it happens. Like, I don't pay attention to that shit when I'm doing my show. So
yeah,
if you
and by the way, problems happen. We had a problem here where I suddenly discovered that one of the mods was just like muting people from the channel that they didn't like or they disagreed with. Yeah. And I'm checking the chat logs. They didn't even say anything that bad or anything. It's just, I disagree with you. You're pushing bullshit. And so they got all these, there was like 35 people just muted from my channel. And some of them were longtime viewers that I sort of wondered, like, oh, I haven't seen them in a while. I wonder what happened to them. Some of them have come back, but you lose the viewers because when they realize, like, I'm typing away and nobody hears what I'm saying, they must have banned me. So these mistakes happen. It might not have been that Lou like intentionally went like, oh, ban him or something, you know. They take it out on the host though. These people were angry with me, and I'm like, I had no idea this was happening. I hadn't checked the banned list, and my rule was supposed to be that you have to ask me before you mute somebody or ban somebody, because it's got to be pretty serious for me to okay that. Like if they're just you know.
No, I mean, usually that's
so it could be a misunderstanding, Mark. You know,
so
you can contact Lou and work it out. It's better to mend defense than stay trying.
It's
have him on, Lou. Have him on.
Not that serious. It's not that serious. I promise you. I promise you. It's not that serious.
Yeah, it's not that important in the grand scheme of what's going on in the world today, too. Well, thank you guys for being here.
Thanks, brother.
I'm going to throw you guys out of here. Great conversation, good discussion. Thank you both. Have a good night, and thank you, Lou. Have a good night. All right, friends. So we are going to wrap things up here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank you, kind and generous benefactors. We'll call them out again. These are our supporters for tonight in the Super Chats. Deb from SAC. We want to thank Spooky. We want to thank Deb from SAC again, MVP of Super Chats tonight. UFO John Doe, Spooky again, another multi-thrower of money. Montauk Jerkoff, and Tales of the Sonic Voyage, and UFO John Doe, longtime show supporter. Thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we will check in with the PayPal pledges. For those unaware, besides the Super Chats, you can send me a PayPal pledge. Just be sure to add a note and give me your chat room user ID. We thank each and every person who sends a Super Chat. We want to thank Initials MB. They know who they are for kind and generous $250 PayPal pledge. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank Initials JS. Oh, I think I already called that one out before, for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. And we thank Maria for a very kind and generous $100 PayPal pledge. And Maria says, keep doing what you're doing. Been enjoying the shows lately and enjoying the weekend shows. Yeah, thank you for that. And we appreciate you, Maria. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So we have thanked everybody we need to thank to, except for you kind and generous Patreon supporters and you YouTube channel members and you Twitch subscribers. We thank all of you for your kindness. Oh, and pill.net. Anybody throwing money at me on pill.net, we thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And there was one more thing that I wanted to do, and now I am blanking on it completely. Oh, this weekend, I've got quite a weekend planned for you if you are so inclined. I've taken some feedback from the replays that we've been doing on the weekends. And I do agree with some of the feedback I've gotten, which is that it is confusing in some of these replays that I will talk to a live chat that's from 3 years ago or 2 years ago, if this is an old episode. It's confusing for the new live chat in the premiere when they see me talking to the live chat, but none of those names are in there. It gets confusing. So what I've sort of retooled the True Seekers Classic episodes to be better, bigger, and better presentations. So this Saturday night, we're going to have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all with these deep dive episodes or replay episodes, but retooled better than we've done them these last few weeks, with the confusing parts sort of removed so that it's much more understandable. I've got the first one lined up and uploaded and ready this Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. This is a collection of some of my favorite True Seekers shows from when we were covering my favorite fake psychics. And this is a 5-hour long deep dive and debunk into all these fake psychics, including Uri Geller, Sylvia Brown, James Van Prague, Teresa Caputo, or Caputo. You might remember her as the Long Island medium. She had a television show. And John Edward, another medium who had a very $1 million earning television show about talking to people's dead relatives. I am 100% confident that all of these psychics are fake psychics and they are grifters. They are con artists and scammers. And I especially have a lot of dislike for the psychic mediums. After all, they really profit from people's grief, and they essentially pretend to talk to your dead relatives. Now, in any other situation, I always use this example. Imagine if I knocked on your door and said, hey, I'll cut your grass for $50. And you said, okay. And you gave me the $50. And then I just pretended to cut your grass. That would be a fraud and a crime. But somehow these psychics and these mediums pretend to do things that they can't actually do, like speak to your dead relatives. And somehow that's not a crime. I think we need new laws concerning this. But anyway, this is a very data-driven, lots of evidence and lots of proof of these people being debunked and shown to be the charlatans and the scammers that they are. We've gathered all these. This is actually 5 previous episodes of Truth Seekers investigating each of these personalities incredibly and fully. So it's going to be a really good deep dive into all of these so-called psychics. I call them my favorite fake psychics: Uri Geller, Sylvia Brown, James Van Prague, Teresa Caputo, and John Edward. That's this Saturday night at 9 p.m. I will make an announcement of the others that will be available Friday and Sunday night. So we have done our due diligence. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. It is much, much appreciated. Thanks to our kind and generous benefactors. Thanks to our panel members, Ice Cream Shots. I don't know where to plug for him. I apologize. And Lou Reviews, you can search Lou Reviews. Exterior Knowledge is a show viewer. I don't know that I have anything to promote for him, but we thank him for his participation. I said I needed to talk about this, and I got to do that tonight, and I got to take all of you with me. I hope you enjoyed the presentation as well. And we'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we want to remind you to please like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really, really does help. And make sure you smash that like button. Grusch the like button on the way out. We do appreciate it. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Canby, and good night, and God bless all of you.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back here today to do an update about David Grusch once again. And just before we begin, I want to make sure that we recognize that we've reached quite a milestone here. Today will mark quite a milestone in the Grusch story, and that would be 225 days. David Grusch has been making huge out-of-this-world claims and has provided zero evidence shown so far. Now, I am aware that people just like to argue with me and tell me that it's classified. That's why he can't give any public evidence. That is a garbage excuse that is provided by, I believe, garbage people who don't know anything about how DOPSR works. After all, Mr. Grusch was cleared by DOPSR, which is the Pentagon's Office of Pre-Publication. He was cleared to talk about alien bodies, alien spacecraft, and more. Therefore, those specific things, alien bodies, alien spacecraft, are not, and alien crash retrievals are not, according to the Pentagon, classified. So the excuses for why David Grusch can't publicly provide any evidence falls apart. And I have to say that this, of all the UFO, if it is indeed just, a profit-driven narrative here, this is the best UFO constructed fake narrative that I've ever seen, because you have an automatic out. And by the way, there are some low IQ people that just repeat whatever the grifters selling this stupid story say, like urgent and credible. The Inspector General found his claims about alien bodies and alien crash retrievals to be urgent and credible. Show me a quote of the intelligence community Inspector General finding his alien crash retrievals, his UFO claims, all those things urgent or credible. You can't. No, that was a quote that was taken out of context about his complaint filed about alleged reprisals against him. And the Inspector General found his complaints urgent and credible, as they find everybody's complaint. If you file a complaint with the Inspector General of the intelligence community,
go talk to somebody who works in that office. They find every complaint to be urgent and credible and worthy of investigation, and that they do. But here is a distinction that we should all be incredibly aware of, and that is that there are on the record statements from the intelligence community inspector general that essentially say, we are not, and of course I'm paraphrasing, we're not investigating his claims of alien crash retrievals, alien bodies. We're only investigating claims of reprisals taken against him. That's all we're investigating. So all of these false talking points that have been pushed into the UFO community by less than credible, some would say scumbags, that make their living selling lies. And make sure that I have to make sure that I make a point incredibly clear. These people that are all selling this story, Ross Coulthart, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, News Nation, they are incredibly skilled at deceptively crafting false narratives and stories for clickbait consumption. We see this time and time again. They conflate two different events into one event. They get a quote from the intelligence community inspector general and say it applies to something that it does not apply to. These are all deceptive tactics that are being used to cram this story down the throat of low IQ, stupid people who, let's be clear, are stupid enough to just repeat completely and totally false claims. I have given up with UFO Twitter. I'm not correcting people anymore when they do the urgent, incredible bullshit lie claim. It's a lie. The intelligence community inspector general never said anything about his alien or UFO claims being urgent and credible. Now, as far as people claiming he gave all of this classified information behind closed doors because it's classified, yes. And there's on the record proof, even Tim Burchett has to admit that congressional staffers listened to 11 hours of him giving testimony about all of his claims, and they walked away and said that he was an, quote, unreliable witness, unquote. Now, some incredible parts of the story have broken over the weekend, and I just want to put on the record here that I apologize. I probably should have done this update sooner, but I was expecting or was told that more information would be available on Monday, and that information still hasn't come to light. So if you missed the happenings, first of all, there was a great story from John from the Black Vault and some new FOIA requests, which cast additional doubts on the credibility of David Grusch. Because in these FOIAs, we get to see that David Grusch allegedly or may have, I'm not, by the way, I am not taking a side, but simply reporting on the facts that we have available to us. But in the FOIA request, it appears to show, and by the way, we're going to share all this with you tonight, this FOIA request appears to contradict directly Dave Grusch's statements that he's never been a UFO guy and he only got into UFOs at a certain date. Well, he told the government something completely different, that he was investigating UFOs for 15 years. So, and by the way, he did release a statement refuting that, which we're also going to share with you tonight. But the real bombshell over the weekend really was this story. And now remember, I like to make sure that I put certain things in context. From the beginning of this story, I have said that I believe that Dave Grusch is being manipulated. And I specifically use the word, he is being manipulated by less than scrupulous people within the UFO community that want him to do this for some reason. Those reasons remain murky and muddy and somewhat unclear, but they're starting to become clearer. The first motive, of course, for many of these people is, of course, profit. It would be fair to say that between the yes theory, appearance and the Joe Rogan appearance and the endless News Nation coverage, it would be fair to say that hundreds of thousands of monetized views, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of this guy talking for 225 days now, hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated from him sitting there telling stories. But we also have to look through the lens of time here and say, what kind of a whistleblower waits 225 days before they share evidence that their claims are true, accurate, or correct? And I'm sorry, if you call yourself a whistleblower, but you can't share any evidence, then you're a worthless whistleblower. You have nothing to contribute then. What are you going to do? Is he really just going to tell stories forever and never provide any evidence? And by the way, the stories are getting more grand and they are expanding. And now we've got him meeting with a bunch of Wall Street bigwigs, unquote. And they're giving a presentation where he talks about the government being in possession of a 40-foot craft, but it has Doctor Who-like properties because when you walk inside it, it's huge. It's the size of a football field inside the craft, as if this craft has some defying characteristics. And by the way, if anybody knows the original source of this so-called true story, let me know, because I'm not able to find it. Of course, to be very clear, I didn't look that hard, because so now we've got him telling two huge stories about aliens and crash retrievals. Now, the first one was the Italian Mussolini UFO case, which turns out to be largely fake and dumped on all the stuff about the Vatican and a vast conspiracy and alien bodies. All of the grandiose parts of that story were added by one William Brophy, who's been involved in other UFO fake stories and hoaxes for cash. Most famously, Jacques Vallée with his Trinity UFO story, which turns out to be 100% fake story. So now we've got him having secret meetings with, quote, Wall Street bigwigs, in which he's telling even grander stories. Now the government's in possession of a craft that defies the laws of physics somehow. It's only 40 foot around, but when you walk inside of it, the inside is the size of football fields. It's huge in there. I am very, very suspicious of Mr. Grusch suddenly remembering that. He's given how many interviews? Never mentioned it. And by the way, I believe that he didn't realize that people would be taking notes at this presentation that he gave. And maybe somebody would write down some of these things that he was going to tell these people at a private event. And this also brings up the question. People are saying, oh, he didn't get paid for that. Well, shouldn't he on the record have to answer questions like, what has been your source of income for the past 225 days? And this is a very important point. Being a married man myself, I keep wondering about Mr. Grusch's wife. And by the way, I have a general rule that I will never involve somebody's spouse unless they involve themselves. Grusch's wife appeared with him in an interview, so I think it's fair game. And by the way, I'm simply asking fair questions here. And my fair question to Mr. Grusch's wife is this. Are you aware that hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated from your husband? And how much did he get? And are you satisfied with his portion of the take? I'd love to talk to her, because there's a few possibilities here. People keep saying he's not getting money, or he's not taking money, or, he's not being paid. Well, that can only be confirmed by Mr. Grusch. And I'm sorry, I don't really trust anything this man says at this point. I'd have to see a tax return before I would believe him if he is, like many of his believing fans, going to claim that he's not making money here. Well, then he's being used and manipulated. Remember, at the start of the broadcast, I said that my original assessment was that this man, who, by the way, is neurodivergent, let's use that term. I have a son who's nonverbal autistic, another condition that would be considered neurodivergent. And this man has suffered from mental problems in the past. So, you know, part of me, sorry, not sorry, maybe, you know, he may be easier to manipulate than other people. I'm not saying that's true. That's speculation. I freely admit that. But at the beginning of this story, I said that my theory, working theory so far, is that he is being manipulated by members of the UFO community. He is being used and manipulated. That is exactly what I said. Quotes are important. Let's get the quote right. I said he was being used and manipulated. Specifically used the word manipulated by members of the UFO community. Now, we've got the Brian Bender situation. Brian Bender said that this man, David Grusch, was groomed for his role as a so-called whistleblower by Lou Elizondo, who, of course, has a close relationship with Christopher Mellon of the Mellon banking family. After all, those two participated in what many have described as an investment scam called TTSA. Others have described it as a techno scam. You remember that, where Christopher Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and a bunch of other CIA intelligence people promised everybody they were going to build a spaceship if you invest in their company, and that they had UFO crash retrievals, all kinds of promises made. They collected several $1 million, and then they did nothing that they promised. And while they were collecting public investments, they were claiming that Lou Elizondo ran a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program, which he was the director of. That claim is completely false. And Lou Elizondo only ran a Pentagon UFO program in the land of make-believe. And there's on the record statements, including Mr. Elizondo's own statements, in which he admits it was an activity, you know, like a hobby, not an official funded program that he was indeed the director of. And if you look at Mr. Elizondo's work history, nowhere does it say that he was the director of a Pentagon UFO program. So these people have been lying to us for a long time. And I believe there's a financial motive for some people. After all, Lou Elizondo, based on the lie of him running a $22 million Pentagon UFO program that he never did, he got book deals. He got a television show deal, live speaking engagements. He even got the GQ Hero of the Year award. You too can get a hero award, right? All you got to do is lie about your work history and say you directed a $22 million program that you never did. So these are some of the people that are behind Grusch. And when I said that it's all the same people from TTSA doing this, well, who was involved in TTSA? We had George Knapp promoting it, right? We had Jeremy Corbell promoting it, right? Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Gary Nolan. I said all those people are involved and behind this Grusch thing. Turns out I was right. And I hate to take a victory lap, but I will. So some of you low IQ, stupid people who tell me how wrong I am all the time, well, now we've got verified evidence and proof. And the proof that it's the same group of people behind Grusch that have been behind other false narratives for profit is stacking up. We've got Brian Bender, an on-the-record statement from him saying he believes Lou Elizondo was grooming Grusch for this role. We've also got proof that there's proof. The Soul Foundation. David Grusch is the COO, the Chief Operating Officer of Gary Nolan's UFO cult, or whatever you want to call it, UFO organization, the Soul Foundation. So there's the connection to him. Now, Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, supporters are involved. It's Hal Puthoff directly involved with TTSA. We've got connections with them because David Grusch is citing or using Hal Puthoff, mentioning him in interviews, I believe. And we've got Eric Davis himself saying that he's one of David Grusch's sources. So if this sounds a little scummy and shady and incestuous, it's because it is. The same people that ran something that was described in a Washington Spectator article as a techno scam are now all directly connected or involved here, it would seem, with Mr. Grusch. And there's more connections, like the Christopher Mellon connection, because over the weekend, I thought, wow, this is something else. Apparently, well, I'm gonna play the video and let you hear. But a fellow content creator called Dark Journalist, some of you may be aware of his show, has made some pretty bombshell allegations. We're gonna get into this, but first let me put my fair use banner up. But before I do that, oh yeah, let me get the fair use banner up for sure. So of course, this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the materials that we are sharing. This is directly from Dark Journalist's Twitter. And what this is, like I said in tonight's title for tonight's show, did the Dave Grusch story just get a whole lot stranger? And the truth is, yes, it is. Dark Journalist wrote this: Intel agent, UFO whistleblower David Grusch, who has shamelessly been packing his private appearances with CIA and Wall Street bigwigs, told me in conversation that former DOD official Chris Mellon of the Mellon banking family would be angry with him and cause problems if he appeared on his show, on my show, he says, to answer tough questions. Grusch is the chief operating officer of Mellon and Nolan's Soul Foundation. What is Chris Mellon trying to hide? The control of the UFO field by the controllers of a CIA false UFO threat must be dealt with openly and honesty. Forget the jellyfish and TMZ. Expose X-Protect and the real intelligence community manipulation now. So, along the way here, I have said before that all of this has happened before, and it'll all happen again. And how many years did that false CIA, I believe, I'm entitled to my opinion, false UFO threat narrative, how many years did Christopher Mellon, Lou Elizondo, and everybody else push that to try to get whatever it is that they wanted, funding, or, maybe they're just off on their personal crusade to get people to tell the truth about those aliens and the government, right? And interestingly, Christopher Mellon, years before TTSA, said that he's seen everything in the government, and again, I'm paraphrasing, and that there is zero evidence or proof of extraterrestrial visitation on Earth. A few years later, complete 180. Now he's saying, oh, just like Gary Nolan, oh yeah, there's definitely aliens visiting here. It's bizarre. And we've had his cousin here, John William Warner the Fourth, who essentially broke down for our audience here that Mellon's intentions are not what they appear to be. And his own cousin, who is a member of his family, obviously, believes that this was all an intelligence op. And by the way, I don't want to put words in his mouth. You can go look at both of those interviews with John William Warner. We just reposted them recently because there's some important information in there. And I get it. John's into some pretty out there stuff, but I think he's a good judge of character and has a good assessment of why his family is manipulating, the American public. And essentially, John William Warner admitted that his family has been manipulating the American public forever. That's what they do. They're control freaks. A lot of rich people, super wealthy, are control freaks. But isn't it interesting that apparently Dave Grusch is terrified? Sounds like he's afraid. We won't use the word terrified. That might be a little too strong. But isn't it interesting that he is afraid of Christopher Mellon, doing some kind of reprisals against him should he go on a real show that will ask real questions? And by the way, I'm going to put on the record also that I believe that there's a reason that Dave Grusch is only doing certain interviews. And that is because those are friendly interviewers. They're not going to ask him about his money situation. And by the way, great job, Yes Theory. You were standing right next to his wife. You could have said, hey, do you know that, me included, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars being made selling this Grusch story. Did you know that? And are you happy with whatever we're paying your husband? He could have asked that, but he didn't, because that would reveal this whole thing for what it is. And I just want to also make sure that I say I disagree with dark journalists on many things, I'm sure, but I agree with them on other things. So interestingly, dark journalist has this conversation, apparently a 3-hour conversation with Dave Grusch, in which Dave Grusch essentially says he can't do dark journalist show because Christopher Mellon will be angry with him. And now, by the way, if you read these comments, it's a laugh riot. And by the way, I've posted all this on Twitter. You can check out my Twitter for more of this drama at Stephen Cambion. People in the comments, I don't know DJ. That's what people generally call him, DJ Dark Journalist. I don't know him very well, but I do know him enough to know that he's not just inventing, conversations that he didn't have or whatever. And by the way, we'll get to it. He shows the proof that David Grusch, he shows some evidence that what he is saying is accurate. What he originally said is Dave Grusch contacted me. We had this long conversation, and this was one result of it. But people are accusing DJ of all kinds of things. They're saying, oh, he never had a conversation with Grusch. Other people are claiming that he's like sour graping, like, oh, Grusch wouldn't give me an interview, so now I'm going to, screw these people back. Or, I don't believe that. I believe that he's being honest in what he is saying. And by the way, it could be as simple as DJ, besides me, was one of the few people to get the whole TTSA thing right and Lou Elizondo story right and correctly question all this intelligence people suddenly infiltrating the UFO community with these, apparent pre-drawn up narratives and missions. So interestingly, people are accusing him of, oh, you didn't get the interview, now you're going to blame Christopher Mellon. No, I believe DJ is being honest in that Grusch said that. I believe Grusch said that. And I believe that many people who have said that Christopher Mellon is like the mastermind behind a lot of this, let's just call it intelligence community alphabet soup, I call it, the 3-letter agency invasion of intelligence community members into the UFO community. People have said that he was the mastermind behind the whole New York Times thing. He was directly involved, and that he was the mastermind, and Elizondo was like the point man that Christopher Mellon, would put into the spotlight to push the narrative. And, you'd really have to be stupid to not believe that at this point. And so now we've got Christopher Mellon, who I'm sure was pulling people's strings as the puppet master in TTSA, in my opinion. Now we've got some pretty compelling evidence that Christopher Mellon is directly involved and pulling strings with Dave Grusch. And I just want to say to Christopher Mellon, I'm going to put it on the record and make a public statement. Christopher Mellon, you are an intellectual weakling and a coward. Why do you get to decide what interviews Dave Grusch does? Could it be that you helped create this whole narrative? Could it be that you're afraid that if Grusch has to answer real and hard questions, that the whole story will come crashing down? And by the way, why doesn't any interviewer ask him how much of the material, ask Dave Grusch, I mean, why doesn't any interview ask Dave Grusch how much of that material that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp have been releasing over the past couple of years did they get from you? And by the way, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying that somebody should ask Dave Grusch that question. Because if you line up the dates and the timeline, it's awfully suspicious. Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp meet Dave Grusch, and all of a sudden they're getting military videos from sensitive sources just dropped in their lap right after they meet Dave Grusch. You know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to connect these dots, but I'm doing my best here to try to dance around, because I don't want to make allegations, but I certainly want to ask questions, as everyone should. And Dave Grusch has yet to do one real interview. Everything he's done, pretty scripted or pretty softball, no hard questions like, I don't know, what are these reprisals that you're talking about? Oh, you know, he's got an out for that. Oh, it's an open investigation. You can't talk about that, right? Hard questions like, did you give any material to George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell? And I think there's sufficient evidence to warrant such questions, because Mr. Grusch himself has said that he was investigated after the government found out that he was hanging out with those guys, which honestly, I think they should, because they're leaking sensitive military information, including leaking a still photo from a video that was in a classified briefing. I'm not an intelligence expert, but that sounds illegal to me. And Jeremy Corbell he suddenly decided he was a journalist because he thinks he's going to have protection. But isn't it interesting that if you look into the history of leaked military sensitive or classified information, the quote journalist who releases it is almost never prosecuted. But do you know who is prosecuted? The person that leaked it. I also wonder, you know, I'm starting to become very much more empathetic and sympathetic towards this David Grusch. And instead of just being critical of him, which I hope I will continue to be, you know, I'm human. And I wonder, is David Grusch's wife aware that when an intelligence person or a military person or anybody that has access to sensitive military or government information leaks things to a journalist, that journalist is almost never prosecuted, but the leaker is? Is Mr. Grusch's wife aware of that? And is there a financial arrangement between David Grusch, Jeremy Corbell, and George Knapp? Are they giving him a kickback if he is indeed the source of some of the materials that they are using in their for-profit stories? And again, to Mr. Grusch's wife, if your husband is involved in providing these people with materials, shouldn't he get a cut of the money? And if he's not, why isn't he? Lots of questions here. But isn't it interesting that the so-called disclosure advocate, transparency advocate, Christopher Mellon, is trying to stop transparency. He's trying to stop David Grusch from doing a real and valid interview with an interviewer. And by the way, I'm just going to say this. I can have whatever differences I have with DJ, Dark Journalist, but I guarantee you that if Grusch did that interview, that would be the best interview done to date with David Grusch. Why wouldn't Grusch want to do an interview with one of the best people to interview him, who is, you know, got a really long history of researching these things? Why would Christopher Mellon try to stop him from doing that? And why would supporters of Grusch be okay with that? You're okay with this? You're okay with this disclosure advocate this billionaire from a billionaire banking family is going to control what questions Dave Grusch is allowed to answer? And doesn't that speak to the constructed nature of this false narrative? If it's not a false narrative, then Dave Grusch could do any interview and withstand any questioning. But you'll notice that he won't come here. He won't. And now we know he won't go to Dark Journalist. And why? And to be clear, I don't have anything against Christopher Mellon, but don't call yourself a disclosure advocate, bro, or a transparency advocate while, actively preventing people from answering questions when they're making out of this world claims. It's a little disingenuous of you. And when are you going to answer about who helped you borrow those UFO videos out of the Pentagon, right? When are you going to answer who did that, right? We know that Lou Elizondo was involved because he is the one who got them cleared for internal use only, but they were never cleared to leave the Pentagon and end up as the subject of television shows, documentary deals, live speaking fees, TTSA's incredible use of those videos to promote their for-profit venture that you too can invest in. And why does this guy get a pass? Do you know what would, and by the way, let's just put it out there. If I or you were to take videos from the Pentagon and then use them to collect millions of dollars in television shows, book deals, speaking fees, millions invested in your for-profit company, we would be prosecuted. But somehow, it's rules for thee and not for me. I get that this guy's got $1 billion, but does that give him a separate set of laws? Like we all have to follow, rules and procedures and things about sensitive or classified information, but he gets a pass. He literally admits, I bent the rules to get him out of the Pentagon. Why isn't there an investigation into this? Why is nobody getting prosecuted for the TTSA thing? They literally lied to everybody and said that one of their board members or members ran a Pentagon program he never ran while they're soliciting public investments. Go talk to the SEC. You can't make false statements while you're soliciting public investment. That's against the law. Those videos were never meant for public consumption. That was likely against the law. And again, I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But it just seems crazy to me that the same guy that was involved in that shady shit and all the shady TTSA stuff is now the guy who's going to decide what interviews Dave Grusch is allowed to give or not. This is a real problem. But I think that this provides a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, David Grusch may be beginning to awaken to the reality of his situation, which may be that less than credible, less than ethical, less than moral people are actively manipulating him. And by the way, when I said originally that I believed he was being manipulated by members of, we could just call them the scam squad, the grift squad. When I said that, I got attacked viciously. Well, now we have the proof. Of course, he's being manipulated. He can't give interviews that he could do. What does he need? Does he need permission? Does he got to clear all of his interviews? This opens up so many questions. Does he have to clear all of his interviews with Christopher Mellon and Lou Elizondo or whoever, Gary Nolan, before he's allowed to give them? And if so, why is that? Does that sound like transparency to you? Does that sound like, disclosure advocates, right? Well, we're all about the truth, except we can't have anybody asking Dave Grusch certain questions, So just as before, just like Bob Lazar won't give a real interview with a real researcher, it doesn't look good for Dave Grusch that he's not willing to give real interviews and answer real and tough questions. So we're going to share this. I have this video here. There's a video from DJ here that explains this a little better. Again, we're citing fair use, transformative work. We're educating the public.
This has gotten around that last month. I had a conversation a month ago, approximately, with David Grusch. One of the things that Grusch was able to let out, and it wasn't like he came into that conversation to tell me this, but he let it out during the course of that conversation, that the reprisals that he was afraid of in terms of coming on my show and his long-term implications for this had to do with Chris Mellon. And check this out, the Mellon banking family. Mm-hmm. Now, this is interesting. It's interesting because some of the most expressive comments from Grusch came in relation to this. And it was very clear to me that the person in the middle of all this was Chris Mellon. That's the person who was blocking him from considering things like talking openly and facing tough questions.
Yeah, so there we have it. Interesting. And I think that Mr. Grusch ought to release a statement about this, and so should Christopher Mellon. But what we get when you catch these people, they don't want to talk about it, right? Or they make excuses like Corbell with his jellyfish nonsense, right? Oh no, couldn't be balloons. We've got all these witnesses. Yeah, didn't Corbell say he had all these witnesses that would swear that the last one wasn't flares? Where are those people? Did we ever get to hear from them? Or is this another Jeremy Corbell bluff? By the way, we're going to be doing a full breakdown of all the latest happenings with that tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be here, and I hope you'll be here with me. I've got some more to share, and then I thought we'd share some of DJ's, this Dark Journalist's last broadcast, where, this is the quick, the sound-bited version of it. Now, let's get into Dave Grusch apparently getting caught lying about how long he's been into UFOs. And by the way, what I'm about to say, I want to preface with saying it is solely my opinion and speculation. I believe that Dave Grusch has been interested in UFOs for a very long time, and there's some specific reasons for that. During the course of all of his interviews, all of which I have listened to multiple times, Mr. Grusch specifically mentions certain books. And I'm not sorry. Some of the books that he mentions, I don't believe that you get to or get into like your first year or two in UFOs. And also the amount of different material. Despite what I think about Mr. Grusch, he does seem to have an encyclopedic knowledge of UFO mythology. And I don't believe that comes from just reading some books for 2 years or a few years. I think that it's very likely that Mr. Grusch has been interested and involved with UFOs for a very long time. That's my opinion. Now we've got Stephen Greenstreet, who is reposting the information from the Black Vault. And he says new Pentagon documents released to the blackvault.com appear to quote UFO whistleblower David Grusch, saying that he has been studying UFOs for 15 years. So since 2006. Dave Grusch has previously said he didn't get into UFOs until early 2017 or December 2017. Now, why does this matter? Well, it matters because what a lot of people have been saying is that Mr. Grusch is kind of a UFO wackadoo, and he has been for a long time, and he's into many of these things. So isn't it interesting that when we get some documents from the government, and by the way, people are arguing, no, they misquoted him. No, they were talking about somebody else, not Grusch. But here's what the document says. Major Grusch stated that, and then there's a redaction. The next line reads, he stated that he, quote, he has been studying UAPs for 15 years, and that he serves as the NRO liaison to the UAP. And this is an interview with the Department of Defense Inspector General that was done June 12th, 2021. By the way, I believe those interviews are recorded, and it's a legal proceeding. So for someone to suggest that, no, they misquoted him, is absolutely the height of stupidity. It's a legal proceeding. They have to take down exactly what he says. And exactly what he said is that he has been studying UAPs for 15 years. So I guess if which one do we believe? Do we believe Dave Grusch in interviews every time he said, oh, I'm not a UFO guy, never been a UFO guy? This is the problem with some of these people. The more they talk, the more they show you who they really are. And apparently, Mr. Grusch has either been dishonest to the Inspector General of the intelligence community in this recorded and interview, or he's been dishonest in all those interviews where he said, oh, I'm not a UFO guy, never been a UFO guy. Now let's examine this for a minute. What would sell Dave Grusch's story better? The fact that he was been in the UFOs for 15 years, read every book, watched all the documentaries, really big fan of UFOs and UAPs. Would that help sell the story? No, because skeptical people and critical people like me would say, well, he's a true believer. He's too into this, so he's not going to be, a good person to actually evaluate evidence because he's a believer guy. He just a true believer. No, it would certainly sell his story much better to claim that he's not a UFO guy and he just got into this recently. And I believe that this shows that the Dave Grusch narrative is a carefully constructed construct. It is a construct. It's not a real story. It's not a true story. If it was a true story, why do we keep catching all these inconsistencies and discrepancies between what he says? And isn't it interesting that he says different things publicly in interviews than he says privately behind closed doors when talking to the government? Why is that? That is very suspicious. And maybe, just maybe, Dave Grusch never thought that anybody would see what he said to the Inspector General. And God bless John for the Black Vault, because every time there's an issue like this, he files these FOIA requests, and we get a little more clarity on the whole Dave Grusch story. Here's some former quotes from Dave Grusch, provided. I want to thank at Middle of Mayhem, Stephen Greenstreet. Quote, in my career, I didn't even think about this topic, UFOs. UFOs were not on my radar. I wasn't really a believer. And then the day I remember, I was like, huh? What's with this UFO stuff? It was early 2017. That was from the Joe Rogan podcast. Here from the Tucker Carlson interview. Quote, I had no personal interest in the UFO subject, really. I thought it was a total joke. It wasn't until I saw the New York Times article in December 2017. Well, those two statements directly contradict what he told the department, apparently or allegedly. There's still some debate about this. What he told the Inspector General of the intelligence community during his interview June 12, 2021, when he said that he has been studying UAP for 15 years. This is a real problem. And, I get it. People want to make excuses and, oh, well, maybe he didn't say that. To suggest that during a legal proceeding that is recorded and transcribed, they somehow wrote down the wrong thing is kind of ridiculous. The mental gymnastics that people have to do to keep this story rolling, it's just, it's literally unbelievable. Now, in fairness to Mr. Grusch, I'm going to show you his statement. He basically refutes that. Dave Grusch also says that the interviewer misconstrued his time in service and cadet. And this is his on-the-record comment. The DOJ IG FOIA release to Black Vault today highlights an organization proposal to succeed UAP-TF that myself and my colleagues developed on our own time before the Aero Office was created. Not only did I brief DoD IG evaluations teams on this proposal, but I also presented the same chart deck to Senator Harry Reid in April 2021 in a personal capacity for his guidance. He was very enthusiastic on the idea of the National Space Lab to receive records and UAP material from the executive branch agencies, who would then federate it out to academia and other partners in a whole of government approach. He was going to use the OSAR proposal as a basis for his next discussion with President Biden. The interview reports that I've been studying UAP for 15 years. I have not and may have misconstrued my total time in uniformed service, cadet plus commissioned officer at the time. So I don't understand how misconstruing your time in service would somehow lead to a direct quote from you saying that you've been studying UFOs and UAPs for 15 years. You know, how does this happen? And by the way, John from the Black Vault is filing an additional request because people are saying, no, they were talking about somebody else. Well, now we see direct from his own mouth, no, they were talking about him, Dave Grusch. They weren't talking about some other party in that released FOIA document. They were talking and quoting Dave Grusch as having said that. So I think that the false narrative constructed around Grusch, largely to sell the story, you know, hey, it sounds better. Don't tell. I could totally, and I get it, I'm speculating, but I have seen these grifters do some shady things. Do you think it's beyond the grifter squad capability to go, you know, Dave, when I talk to people, it might be better to just don't say you've been in the UFOs. It'd sound like, you know, you're just a true believer and that's why you believe these witnesses. You know, if you just say something like, hey, I've never been in the UFOs, I wasn't a UFO guy. And where have we heard that before? Elizondo said he wasn't a UFO guy, right? A guy who's been in the UFOs for decades is not in the UFOs. Okay. The same narrative. And Lou Elizondo's narrative was false. So what do we believe here? Do we believe that Dave Grusch is telling the truth in the interviews? Or was he telling the truth behind closed doors, giving statements that he thought nobody would ever see? These are the little things that people miss when they're constructing false narratives to sell people false stories, in my opinion. We want to take a moment to recognize you kind and generous benefactors. We've got two from Complizer, £5.51, or is that euro? Me always is wondering, how did Grusch lose so much weight in such a short time? Must have been some ET technique, right? Or just cans of Slim Fast. I don't know. Complizer. Maybe I'll tell you what does work. The carnivore diet really works. But consult your medical professional. Don't take medical advice or diet or nutrition advice from me. Complizer with another one, and thank you also for being a member. Kind and generous, $2.22. Says, we want a DJ alien scientist Cambian podcast soon. Well, I'd be down to do that, and I have asked DJ for interviews several times, but I'm constantly saying this. The worst person that you could ask for an interview is a guy that has his own show, like Alien Scientist or a Dark Journalist, because they've got their own thing going on and their own time constraints and things to worry about, and their primary concern, like mine is here, is their own show. So a word of advice for podcasters or YouTube show hosts, content creators, whatever. Ask anybody else before you have to go. Sometimes, though, I have asked John from the Black Vault, I've asked Stephen Greenstreet, I've asked Mick West. These are busy people, and I understand if they don't have time or, you know, they punt it. Usually, they're very kind, and they say things like, I'm really swamped, I don't have time, ask me again down the line. And I don't want to bother people, so I would generally put it on my calendar for 6 months out. Right? Or 3 months out at least. You don't want to be too annoying. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And, of course, for helping us to praise the cash. We thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, including you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers. PayPal pledgers, YouTube channel members, thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support in helping us. Complizer, longtime show supporter and YouTube channel member, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Complizer. So I've got some more to share. I don't know how much of this we're gonna get through. But the two most important parts of this update really are the Christopher Mellon pulling his strings piece and the possibly getting caught making completely false statements. And let's be clear, I believe he lied when he was asked in the original Ross Coulthard interview, do you have any mental problems? And he said no. Then suddenly I have PTSD, right? Oh, I have PTSD. Well, that's a mental condition. That's a mental problem. So I believe that we're going to see more inconsistent statements or outright lies from Mr. Grusch. The longer he goes and the more interviews he gives, the more he's going to get caught with conflicting, some would say, deceptive statements. So we'll take a moment to recognize and welcome in the live chat. Al Garay says completely false statements. Yeah. Garaji says he thought they were talking about someone else. Yeah. One thing I did want to mention, originally, I thought that DJ said that he had an off the record conversation. So I'm not really sure how I feel about DJ sharing things, but that's his right. I don't want to get into a debate about that situation, but it was my understanding that that was supposed to be an off the record conversation. So I don't know, how does that work? When I, just so everybody is aware, if I agree to off the record conversation, I won't share anything from that conversation, as much as it kills me sometimes. It kills me. And I generally tell people I'd rather not have an off the record conversation with you, unless and in some stories and cases I just need background or additional confirmation, and I already have other sources saying certain things. In that case, I do. But generally, I generally just tell people, like, listen, I'm a reporter, and a content creator, so it's very difficult for me to hold my tongue. Like, you should be aware of that. But you can ask, anybody that has dealt with me. I am somebody to be trusted when I'm told you can't use that or whatever. I generally adhere to whatever the person's wishes are. But everybody's got different ways of doing things. We're going to get into his latest broadcast. I'm not sure how long we're going to go. I have to actually make this a short show. For those unaware, we're having a terrible storm here on the East Coast, and ice and snow, and my children have been home for 2 days, but not for snow. One for Martin Luther King Day, and the second day they had some kind of meeting. And now tomorrow there is a 2-hour delay, which I hate, because on those days I have to both get my children on the bus and off the bus. And it's so stupid. You're there at 10:30 and then 3:30, and it feels like I don't know why they do that. I'd rather just keep my kids home all day. It's such a hassle. But I decided to not let it ruin my day tomorrow. So I apologize for whining. Here, let me but that's, that will inform you of why I really would like to wrap it up. I don't want to do a 3-hour streamathon today because I got to get up early. Usually my wife does the early, gets them on the bus, which means I can sleep till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon before getting them off the bus. It's great. And we work together pretty well, but she's got to be off to work early, no delay. And so I'm just going to have to deal with that. Let me put my fair use banner up again. I don't think he'll mind. But this is transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. And boy, this Star Journalist video, he really, I will say this: he tends to be a lot. I'll freely admit he's a lot more professional of a media person, or appears to be, than I generally do. He's not telling people to suck a dick, and he's a little more professional, usually. Anyway, but in this thing, he really I think he really dropped some bombs in this. And by the way, I'm a terrible show host. Let me do it right now before I forget. I'm always terrible at doing this, and I apologize. Usually, we will share whatever material that we are using on the show. I'm just going to put video referenced and a link to Dark Journalist video, because if you haven't seen it already, you probably should. I'm just going to put video shared in the description of the video. I've updated the description of the video, so whether you're listening to this on audio podcast or whatever platform, just go to the description of whatever you're consuming my show on, and in the description of my show will be a link to this show with Dark Journalist, really breaking down some of this intelligence community infiltration into the UFO community.
National security state got their hands on it. Okay, I wanted to mention just a funny thing in the middle of all this, because Grusch is the COO of the Soul Foundation. Now, it was interesting because Gary Nolan, when he was giving interviews about this foundation, the guy was like, "Oh, you think people will, give you money? And that would be nice, grants, things." And he's like, "I'm not talking just about small money. Like, I'm going to get big money for that."
He called it a gold mine.
Nolan, of course, being this Stanford University professor, I want to put a few things out there about Nolan. One is that he had originally blocked me, like all of the TTSA-oriented people did. Recently, within the last 2 weeks, he unblocked me, which I found really interesting. What does that mean?
By the way, just want to chime in on myself here. Gary Nolan blocks anybody that asks him even a respectful, real question. I don't care how smart he is, how many patents he is. I don't care if he cures cancer tomorrow. I would still consider him an intellectual weakling and a coward. Because if you're so cowardly that nobody's allowed to ask you questions, then what kind of an echo chamber do you live in? What kind of a delusional fantasy world have you created for yourself, right?
But there's Nolan talking there about the Soul Foundation, which has, of course, listed Christopher Mellon as a director, and his underling is COO Grusch. Now,
yeah. So here's the direct links. So when I said originally that I believe that Grusch is being manipulated by certain people in the UFO community, he's got direct involvement and relationships. He's working for Gary Nolan's organization, which Christopher Mellon is also working on. These are the direct connections that you cannot ignore. So maybe, just maybe, when me or somebody like me says that Dave Grusch may be being, used or manipulated by certain people in the UFO community, the connections are all there. They're all there.
Grusch, in the resume he submitted to Congress, put on the record experience May 2023. That's pretty recent. To present, Chief Operating Officer of the Soul Foundation.
By the way, what is that a nonprofit? Because if it is, we're going to get to find out perhaps how much Grusch is paid for his participation in that organization. I'm not sure. I looked into it some time ago, and there's so many of these UFO organizations popping up that I don't recall whether the Soul Foundation, somebody can correct me in the live chat. We have great chat room participants. Somebody in our live chat certainly knows. Is that a registered 501c3 or nonprofit, or is that a for-profit company? Somebody let me know in the live chat. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused because everybody and their grandmother has a UFO organization now. Many of them are nonprofits. Some of them are not.
Managing day-to-day operations for a 501c3 federally regulated.
Oh, there you go. 501c3. So we're going to know exactly how much money. Here's the good part of somebody starting a nonprofit. They have to file with the IRS something called a 990 form, which essentially is required by law for all nonprofits. And what that does is it makes the organization accountable to the public. And they have to disclose, this is how much money we collected, and this is what we spent it on. So we may know as early as next year how much money Gary Nolan is collecting with his UFO organization. And by the way, as soon as we can get those forms, we'll do a story on how much money Dave Grusch is getting from the Soul Foundation, Christopher Mellon. They have to detail where the money goes, as well as how much they've collected. So that's great news. Because it's a 501c3, they'll have to disclose publicly how much money they're collecting and what they're doing with it all.
Recognized nonprofit. This is the like UFO consultant nonprofit things. We'll go around and we'll come up with these different things. This is part of that UFO money wave that I've been talking about. So that's on the record here. Now, the Soul Foundation itself is registered in Huntsville, Alabama. That's very interesting because everyone knows that as Paperclip Central. The director here, just to put on the record, you know, Christopher Mellon's the director. Gary Nolan incorporated it. Gary Nolan, and we have Grusch there as the COO. Okay, those are the people involved. Now, when I put it on the record that Grusch was indicating that the interference with coming on the show and getting, you know, tough questions and things was from Chris Mellon. So Mellon is in effect his boss in this foundation. So instead of being, hey, I'm a whistleblower and, you know, I've had these things to say to the public or whatever, he's under the thumb of this billionaire family DOD official who's telling him who he can play with.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that the same person that was involved in the TTSA scandal, Christopher Mellon, and the scandal getting those videos out of the Pentagon, Christopher Mellon, is essentially Dave Grusch's boss where he works, right? And, you know, just to be clear too, I don't know if this is the case with Dave Grusch, but a lot of people that work for nonprofits, it's not like they're showing up and clocking in and out for 8 hours a day. Some of those jobs are no-show jobs, right? And I don't know that that's the case. I'm just putting that out there. It's not like he's going there, to my knowledge anyway. He can correct me. Is he going there every day and clocking in for 8 hours a day? Is he getting a salary? Well, all of this is going to come out. So, you know, we'll be probably within a year, we're going to know, we're going to gain some transparency and disclosure about these disclosure people and just how much money they're collecting and whatever.
In the public. That's bad. That's very bad for transparency, and it's undeniable. And you know, it's very clear on my side and on their side that we have the conversation. It's well documented and all the rest of it. So the point is, you know, you have to look at it like this: that he's not a real whistleblower. Instantly, his whistleblower status goes out the window. I indicated that to him, and he seemed to have in his mind that he could play all sides of everything. And I told him I didn't think it was possible. And also, what was it that he needed to be involved with them over? Didn't make sense to me if he had his own story that he needed to be, involved with the Mellon, Elizondo, TTSA leftovers,
Yeah, it appears that these people who burned all their bridges already, they needed a new front person. They needed a new person to push their narratives. So I believe that they need Grusch, but Grusch does not need them. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
Bring me money.
It starts to become pretty clear that the person who's navigating this whole thing is Christopher Mellon. It's important that we got to that point. I want to say this too about Gary.
By the way, I'm just going to put this out there. The views expressed by anybody, including this person, Dark Journalist, don't necessarily reflect our show here. And those claims are, claims made by them. We're just covering it and talking about it here.
Known because I met with dropped jaws in the UFO community. They cannot accept this fact. I've put it on the record before. I'm going to show it here again. Gary Nolan is friends with Fauci. Dr. Fauci. Yes. Dr. Death himself is a friend of his, and no one thinks that Fauci is the greatest thing in the world. When Fauci retires, because he's afraid he's going to be investigated, Nolan says, "Thank you, Dr. Fauci, for your tremendously positive contributions to immunology and virology." You're not going to deny that. That's Gary Nolan talking to his friend there in the picture, Fauci. So, those are just facts of life for people on the UFO side who don't want to, there's cognitive dissonance there because they're like, but Gary Nolan's supposed to be about UFO transparency, but he's friends with the desk killer himself. So, and these people who lie in government flock together. That's the nature of the thing.
Yeah, that is definitely the nature of the thing.
So has he ever been pressed in any conversation about his relationship to Fauci? No. Everybody gets softballs. Somebody mentioned something to me about Gary Nolan and Lex Friedman. And it's all, let me tell you, those might be nice guys or whatever, but when you're asking questions that don't have any merit, what's the point? Why not?
Yeah. Listen, I like Lex Friedman podcast. I think he has a lot of brilliant people on his show, but he knows zero about the whole topic. So, there's a reason that Gary Nolan will do an interview with somebody like that and avoid people like me or this dark journalist, or Jeremy Rise would be another good example. They don't want to talk to somebody that actually knows the history of all of this. They avoid people like that, like the plague, because we can ask the real questions, the hard questions. Lex Friedman, like, well, what do you think's really going on with these UFOs? That's not helpful. That doesn't move anything forward. Doesn't do anything other than Lex Friedman gets a nice paycheck for getting a person like Nolan to talk for 3 hours.
Just have somebody show up and you read their publication talking points and let them go.
I often call those interviews just wind-up interviews. Did they just wind up the guest? All right, go ahead, say whatever you're going to say. I won't challenge you. I won't critique the statements that you've made previously. Why didn't Lex Friedman ask Gary Nolan about the ball shavings? Maybe that was after the ball shavings or before. I don't know. Why doesn't he ask him about his involvement with Dr. Stephen Greer and why he allowed Greer to make millions of dollars making wild claims about the Atacama humanoid thing being an alien? He's a scientist. Shouldn't he have said, hey, wait for the DNA before you make a documentary about this? Let's put the actual DNA results in the documentary. Well, they wouldn't have been able, Greer would never have been able to collect millions of dollars without, if they did it the honest way, the ethical way, the moral way. The whole thing falls apart under scrutiny and the false narratives collapse. Now we've got proof positive from Grusch's own mouth that he's being manipulated by UFO community members, which is exactly what I said at the beginning of all of this, that he is being, I went further. I said he's being used and manipulated. And that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But I can look around at all these monetized, videos of him and see that hundreds of thousands of dollars is being generated. I'm allowed to be critical and say, how much is he getting paid? Is he getting half? Is he getting, and people have suggested, no, people are probably just throwing him a few $1,000s per interview. Whatever the case may be, if you're going to be a so-called whistleblower and a disclosure advocate and a transparency advocate, well, all that transparency should begin with you, right? And what about Christopher Mellon and Gary Nolan? They're running a UFO disclosure organization and they want transparency from the government? Then get up off your ass, you two UFO grifting clowns, and why don't you say something about this? Why don't you make a statement about why Dave Grusch feels that he can't give interviews he wants to because there'll be reprisals against him from Christopher Mellon? Why won't you address this? It's a pretty important issue, right? I would think. hey, I can only go by my own experience, but if somebody was making false claims about me on the internet, I would correct the record. I would make a statement. They haven't, to my knowledge, yet. Interesting that this whole situation, you know, what we've got here is an autistic man who has a history of mental problems that apparently is working with people that have done really shady things in the past surrounding UFOs, and apparently continue to do really shady things, like try to control what interviews he's allowed to give without fear of reprisals. So is there like an approved list of people he's allowed to talk to, right? What all does this entail? Is he allowed to have a phone call with me on or off the record? Or will Christopher Mellon and Gary Nolan possibly tell him that he's not allowed to do that? You know, these guys want to be transparency advocates and disclosure advocates, but they don't want to be transparent about their own organization, their own involvement with Grusch, what, you know, why he feels that he can't give interviews. That, you know, transparency starts with you, Gary Nolan. Transparency starts with you, Christopher Nolan, and I would extend that to Grusch as well. And why hasn't Grusch commented on this situation? Or are we going to get more backpedaling? Well, like, oh, I did talk to a journalist, but he misconstrued what I said, kind of like the intelligence community inspector general misquoted you. At some point, you have to realize this is not him being misquoted. This is him being dishonest, in my opinion.
For me, when you have someone like that in front of you, you say, okay, so you're working and you've been working for over a decade for the CIA in addition to being a Stanford professor, right? Yes. So all the stuff that you're talking about in terms of UFOs, including the fact that you say that you were an abductee when you were a kid as a paper boy, you know, and it was it's like the ET thing where Gary Nolan is riding along and he sees a UFO and then he's riding across the moon, you know. I mean, is that story real? You know, is Jim Semivan's story real about being abducted? Well, these are CIA people. So are they just taking the whole thing about the contactees and saying, well, people will listen to contactees, we have to get rid of that. I'll tell you what, we'll give them intelligence contactees.
Yeah, and by the way, how many intelligence community contactees have there been in recent years? Let's see. We've got Anjali, who worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency as, get this, they're so bold. Let's give the UFO community intelligence community members that were contactees. So we've got Anjali, who's Defense Intelligence Agency. You know what she did for Defense Intelligence Agency? She specialized in information warfare. Well, that would seem like a good person to put out if you want to put a false narrative into a certain community. Certainly has the experience to do something like that. We've got former CIA member John Ramirez making all kinds of claims and being an alien contactee. And we've got CIA Gary Nolan, who has various times admitted to working for the CIA. He's a contactee. He had alien experiences as well. And those are just three examples. I'm sure there's many more. Oh, Jim Semivan, right? He's a contactee, right? And what about all these other people? Jay Stratton, you know, and isn't he the guy that werewolves and skinwalkers, you know, poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch? So he's an experiencer too, deeply steeped in the intelligence community. Why are there so many intelligence community members infiltrating the UFO community? And I keep saying this, and it appears to fall on deaf ears, but imagine if you were in any other small subculture on the internet, whether it was cosplay or comic books or Dungeons and Dragons, and all of a sudden, a whole bunch of intelligence community members, and I mean all different kind. We've got FBI, CIA, DIA, whatever alphabet soup agencies you want from the intelligence community, we've got them all here in the UFO community, infiltrating the UFO community and pushing certain narratives. If that happened in the Dungeons and Dragons community, that would be national headline news. If that happened in the cosplay community, that would be national headline news. But somehow, because it's UFOs, people don't even blink about that. Like, oh, well, maybe they're interested. No, there's definitely some kind of narrative pushing going on here from these intelligence community members. And by the way, in case you're curious, I have been evaluating and following all their claims very closely for years. And most of their claims are false narratives. The UFO threat op, right? False narrative. Why are they pushing completely false narratives into the UFO community? One has to ask those questions. And this is not normal that a bunch of spooks just show up to a small subculture, small community of people on the internet and try to control all the conversations. And when I say they're trying to control the conversations taking place, here tonight we see 100% proof that they are trying to control the conversations taking place. They are literally controlling, apparently, who Dave Grusch is allowed to give interviews to or talk to or answer questions from. That is literally controlling the conversation here in the UFO community. But hey, all this is just okay, right? It's all
Those
just
can be your new
Ding, ding,
authority.
ding.
So, and I want this to go along. These people are all working with each other in the government. They're all government people. These are not whistleblowers. They're CIA, DIA, NGA, and it's all intelligence people. So here is Semi-Van with Mellon. It gets increasingly difficult to deny that there are intelligent vehicles doing things that we ourselves cannot do in the atmosphere, Mellon said. I think these kinds of changes always take times. And I'm talking about a sea change in our worldview of our understanding of the
Yeah, and he went from saying that there was no proof of intelligent visitation of any intelligent species on Earth a few years ago to suddenly making statements like this, 100% confirming that there's non-human intelligent species visiting Earth and doing things we can't do. It is bizarre.
Universe and our place in it. USA Today, Christopher Mellon and Semi-Van having a conversation. Remember, Semi-Van is like top CIA.
Yeah, nobody even knew Semi-Van existed until he came out. And that's, he's 25 years in the CIA. Is that who you want to get your truth from? Somebody from an organization like the CIA? I don't understand how anybody falls for all these intelligence people.
25 years, CIA director. It doesn't get any higher than that unless you're the director. Now, the people involved, who launched the UFO op in the New York Times, the whole Elizondo business? Mellon, Elizondo, Semi-Van, look familiar? It's a CIA operation. It's very clear.
And by the way, that's his opinion. I'm still unconvinced. I think that some of these people may just be former intelligence community people or CIA people that are true believing zealots.
Billionaires involved? Well, that's your Mellon connection right there. Elizondo, he was somebody that they try to use on this, but he got into fights and stuff with people in public. Didn't work out as well. Yeah, with his sock accounts, and admitted that he's using fake Twitter accounts to argue with his critics like a 12-year-old. And Semi-Van, well, he's Mr. UFO contactee himself. I thought it was interesting. He had a conversation with another UFO abductee who's a CIA guy named John Ramirez. It was pretty wild because they had a conversation about how they were heading to the Edgar Cayce Foundation when, one of them had a weird experience, whatever. So, these CIA people hanging out at the Edgar Cayce Foundation, what are they doing there? Are they still looking, trying to find information about the Hall of Records there? The CIA, you can't trust them for anything for the public. Yeah, and that I would definitely agree with. So in the description of this video, I have shared this video as well. I recommend everybody listen to that and form your own opinions. Of course, be cautious, use your discernment. Comply Zeret says, John Ramirez is sus as F. Yes. He and by the way, I'm certain that some people will attack me just for sharing or agreeing with
what Dark Journalist is saying in this piece. However, he's been right about many things that we've also been right about. And yes, he was fervently anti-blue chicken cult and was attacked, doxxed, threatened, intimidated, quite like what happened with us here over the, being critical of Lou Elizondo. So, he's gotten some major things right insofar as some of these things. So we'll take some time and do some questions and comments for the live chat. Oh, look at that. I missed a whole bunch of these. And I apologize. Complizert is apparently the Super Chat MVP of the night. £5. I really loved your look in the leather jacket without glasses picture from some shows ago. You look like a UFO nerd. Well, that's appropriate because I basically am. But thank you, Complizert, for both being a member and your kind of generous $5. And another one with $2. Dark Journalist is a cool mofo no matter what. We thank you, Complizert. Another one from Complizert. Like I said, he's the MVP of Super Chats tonight. And jellyfish, UFOs, and aero jelly evidence, says Complizert, who's also a member, longtime show supporter. Does somebody know if DJ's co-host looks hot? Yes, I believe she is hot. I mean, I don't know, but I've heard her voice so much, and I swear somewhere I saw a picture of her and was like, oh, she is hot. Like confirming. And you ever know, Complizert, when you hear a woman's voice a lot and then you finally see them and the voice sounds hot to you and the image matches what you thought? That's what I recall. That, yes, and it's Olivia. I believe she is hot. I could be wrong. We'll just say she's hot until proven otherwise, Complizert. We thank you for being a member, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. A lot of help from one member tonight, Complizert, MVP of Praising the Cash tonight.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
So we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. That really does help. Effluent for You is here and says, Black Goose, Stephen. Yes, I love that episode of the X-Files, right? Yeah. The Mellon Elizondo, other Alphabet Soup folks are both carrying out their mission orders and making money. Yeah, I think they get to keep whatever money they can generate. And they apparently, or allegedly, or some have suggested that they get a pass on prosecution for some of the things that they do. And that would sort of make sense to me. If TTSA, and a lot of people have suggested this besides me, if it's true that TTSA was a CIA op, they're not going to get prosecuted for anything they do if they're doing it for the government, just my opinion. But if you looked at the TTSA situation, I think there was over 100 years, if you added up like how many years each of these people were in the CIA or intelligence, there was over 100 years of CIA and intelligence experience between the members of TTSA. Is that who you really think is going to bring you disclosure? Guys that collectively have been involved in the CIA for that long? I really don't think so. William Runner is here and says, Bob Lazar is a pathological liar, a convicted felon, and an all bad person. I would never trust a single word the man says. Well, that's probably a good idea because I don't know about being a pathological liar, but I know that he was a convicted pimp fake scientist. And one of the things that people should do when evaluating whether they believe Bob Lazar is look at other stories that George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell have also sold, many of which turn out to be 100% fake, as we're going to see on tomorrow night's show. What are the chances? Oh, they got Bob Lazar right, but they got all those UFO videos wrong. They called flares alien spaceships. They called Boca, drones, pyramid spaceships, right? They get it wrong all the time. So what are the chances that they were right about Bob Lazar, but they got everything else wrong? And boy, Jeremy Corbell is sure dancing to try to salvage whatever is left of any credibility. I'm telling you, there are true believers. I got a bunch of emails saying, I'm sorry I was nasty to you about Jeremy's drops or whatever. Like people are nasty to me. You know, when you catch one of these grift squad members running a grift once, people will still argue with you. Maybe you made a mistake, Steven. Maybe it is an alien spaceship. Blah, blah. But after you do that 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and you're right each time, eventually I get some emails from people that go, "You were right. He is shady," right? And that's what's happening. And how what else can Corbell do? He's been wrong about everything he put out. Aliens, I'm sorry, flares are not alien spaceships. Balloons are not alien spaceships. Batman balloons are not alien spaceships. None of these things are going to bring you your coveted disclosure, right? Aliens, if you're going to say this is an alien spaceship, you better goddamn have proof. And right now, Corbell is doing the same bluff while this latest UFO video, this jellyfish video, is coming crashing down as likely balloons. He's doing the same dance he did when the flares came crashing down. Oh, no, it can't be flares. I've got all these witnesses that swear it wasn't flares, and they're military witnesses. Now he's saying, oh, no, I've got military witnesses that say they couldn't have been balloons for whatever reason. Great. Start interviewing them, bitch. Put them on your crappy podcast. How many witnesses do you have? Interview them all. Put it out. Stop bluffing, Corbell. You got nothing. Nothing. But perhaps an intelligence community member leaking you videos which are nothing special, nothing spectacular, maybe a little strange, but you know, strange things are captured on cameras. That is not proof of alien spacecraft visiting Earth. Swint McLeod says, what else can Corbell do? Continue to soft grift money. Yeah, and you got to love a man who gets out of a $135,000 car, a man who has multiple film deals around UFOs with Orchard, a UFO and paranormal film distributor, who's got a big money deal with News Nation and a big money deal with TMZ now, suddenly saying on the record in a docuseries that he doesn't get paid for UFOs. And he also has a monetized podcast. How can he stand there with a straight face, getting out of a $135,000 car, allegedly, wearing a watch that some have described as $50,000 to $75,000 watch? How can he walk by a homeless man and complain that he's not getting paid for UFOs? He has a real job. Him and his wife buy and sell properties. But what he forgets to tell you is one of the last properties they bought, what was it, $1 million or $1.8 million property? It's not like he's some blue-collar working class guy. He's trying to be the working class hero. I get it. That sells better than I'm a trust fund kid and my parents own all this real estate and I don't really have to work, so I get bored and do things like make up my own form of jujitsu that doesn't really exist, or my own form of yoga that isn't real, right? Or suddenly decide I'm a visual artist, or suddenly decide I'm an investigative filmmaker, then decide, oh no, now I'm a journalist. These are all the games of a trust fund slob that doesn't have to work. And I think that his conscience is guilty. Stranger things has happened. I didn't think he had a conscience, but in this latest docuseries, Jeremy Corbell tries to pretend to be some kind of working class hero, right? But I'm sorry, you're not a working class hero getting out of a $135,000 car, or wearing a $50,000 or a $75,000 watch, having all these UFO money deals, and then crying that you're not getting paid for UFOs. Not just crying, lying through your teeth. Anybody can look it up and see that he bought a multi-million-dollar property, right? That's not you and your wife fixing up some old house, right? It's not like he's out, painting the house and doing drywall work and carpentry. I'm telling you, I worked in construction. That dude couldn't survive one day on a real job site. He would bitch out and cry and quit before lunch. The great snack food. Did you see the Theory of Everything interview with Linda Moulton Howe about cattle mutilations? Well, yeah, and that question that she freaked out about was sent in by us. So maybe watch the whole thing before you ask questions. Yeah, I did see it, and I sent in some of the questions for that, if it's the same interview that I'm thinking of. High-speed chase. Will there ever be real disclosure? Well, apparently the date has been moved, and now it's in 2030, according to those in the know that have been wrong about everything, right? Like Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, all those clowns. They say disclosure's coming in 2030, right? Complizer says the great snafu, brother Stephen, was the one asking the question. Yeah. That question she freaked out about in that interview at the end, that was sent in by me, one of my fondest moments in UFO land. He didn't get a dime for a Netflix deal on Amazon and Netflix for this. Well, really, Naps documentaries. Yeah, it's had 3 film deals. But he's not making money on UFOs, according to him, Brett Clark. How could you stand there like a clown and lie through your teeth, especially when you're walking past a homeless man after you just got out of a $135,000 car and you're walking around with a $75,000 watch on? Why don't you sell your watch and your car and feed some homeless people, you slob, you greedy slob? Come on, man. He also pretends to talk to people on the phone. Wouldn't put it past me, right? Steve Long says, I get no inklings that Corbell has a guilty conscience. He's just faking a front like usual. Good point, Steve Long. He knows that his story of being this disclosure warrior will sell better if people don't think he's just some rich, bored kid. And that's what he is, a rich, bored kid, right? You know he's a rich, bored kid because, only rich, bored people can, in one lifetime, be, a quantum jujitsu master, a warrior yoga master, an MMA fighter, a visual artist, an investigative filmmaker, and now a journalist. That's a lot of careers, just me, right? Randy 1979 says, "How bad was Linda Moulton Howe's freak out over that question of yours?" Well, it's in our archive here. It's called A Hostile Questioning of Linda Moulton Howe. It's bad, man. Randy, you never saw that? It's bad. She freaks out. She totally freaks out. I agree with you, John Boyle, but I don't even want to say his name on my podcast, on my show here. John Boyle says, I just came and he banned me because I said hello to Bob Lazar, who also got banned from the chat. Yeah, well, listen, here's a general guide. Any show with the word disclosure in it is bullshit. I'm going to say that again. Any show with the word disclosure in it is bullshit. Let's have a proven paid government disinformation on my show all the time to tell us the truth about the aliens. It's so ridiculous, right? Disclosure my ass. The watch is so if he gets abducted by foreign agents, he can use the watch like currency to escape. A likely story. Yes, a totally likely story. Totally likely. Yeah. And I just want to mention, we want to thank all of our kind and generous supporters because it would appear that YouTube issue is still a problem. For those unaware, quite often we do our live broadcast, and during the live broadcast, the monetization remains on. But as soon as the broadcast ends, they turn the ads off. And then we say no, review it, and 3 or 4 days later they finish reviewing it and turn the ads back on, but by then all the views are finished. So we are getting penalized for telling people the truth here, for being no holds barred, not holding back. And I always find it funny that you could be a UFO grifter that's lying to people constantly on YouTube and remain fully monetized. But if you peel back the layers of deception that people are using to create these fake stories, to profit and promote these fake stories, you get penalized for it. And someday I hope to have such a huge following that we can do the show anywhere and be profitable. But for now, we have to stay here and just deal with it. So your support, whether you throw us a couple of bucks on PayPal or join our Patreon, that's $1. It really does make a huge difference, because it's not the YouTube funds that are keeping us here. It's the kindness, generosity, and support of you, the viewers. We're a viewer-supported show, much in the PBS model. And we appreciate everybody, especially some of you people. We had somebody with the initials RK recently just sent us $100 PayPal. That could really help us keep the show going here, and we appreciate it. Mike Rotondo says, she was appalled. How dare you ask Lord Linda a question? That was great. I will always be proud of that. And I really don't, I got a lot of heat. Well, how could you be so mean to an old lady? Look, if your grandmom was scamming people on the internet, would you just keep your mouth shut about it because she was old? Or would you say, yo, grandmom, you're scamming people. Don't do that. That's shady. I know what I would do, right? Seriously, there are a lot of rich preppers that tell that line. Yeah, working class hero. Everybody wants to be a working class hero. I don't know. I grew up working class. My family is many in my family are in trades. My brother is a very, very well-respected diesel mechanic, and he works for the Southeastern Transportation, the bus company in Philadelphia. So he works on, buses and trucks and trolleys and trains and all of that. And my father was union as well. My brother's union. We have a lot of members of our family that are in trades, whether that's carpentry, construction. I was in that for a little while. Much prefer to sit at a desk, though. This is why I got into IT and computers more. It is what it is, though. I don't know. I grew up working class, and I really don't like when some rich guy that's never had a real job in his life is in a docu-series he's getting paid for that's about UFOs, crying that he doesn't get paid for UFOs. It's absolutely ridiculous. And any following that he had should just leave him for lying through his teeth about not getting paid for UFOs. Anybody can look it up. Go look up Orchard Jeremy Corbell deal. Google Jeremy Corbell Orchard deal. There, you'll find Jeremy Corbell getting a 3-film deal with a film distribution company. Are we supposed to believe he didn't get paid for that? It's ridiculous. John Boyle says, would you get Mick West on the show to discuss all the UFO videos? I've asked him several times, but again, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in the broadcast. The worst person you can ask for an interview is somebody that has their own show or thing going. They're concerned with their own content and things they're doing. Very difficult to get interviews with people like that. And quite honestly, it's become very difficult for people to get interviews with me. And actually, I just want to put this out there as well. I appreciate being asked. However, I'm having a very hard time just keeping up with my own show. So for somebody to say, hey, come and do, and sometimes people, they have big asks like, can you do our show? We usually stream for about 4 hours. Like, really, dude? Can I just come on for an hour? No, we'd really rather you did the whole, come on, man. And then sometimes people have really low, and by the way, I hated this when I started. When I started and didn't have a very high subscriber, it was impossible to get guests. And I get it. Like, what am I going to do your show for 2 hours when you got 4 people watching? but people ask me all the time. I've made it my point that I will commit to 1 hour guest spot somewhere every week. So those people who may have asked me before, feel free to ask me again. The first person that asks me at a time and place and date that I can do it, I will do, but I can only do an hour. I'm a busy guy. I've got 2 children. One of them is special needs. I've got a business outside of my show here. I'm constantly working on this show here, so I don't have a lot of time, but I'd certainly like to help and support other people. And yeah, it's flattering when people want to hear from you. So get those requests in. I can be emailed at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I'm going to commit to accomplish there. I have no idea. In my opinion, says Jewel Chicky Arlene, there will be no disclosure from the government. Real disclosure will come from other life forms when they decide to say hi. Could be. Yeah. John Boyle says, I will email or message him on Twitter. He's a great guy. Okay, check out our Discord channel, says Arden Paranormal, reminding everybody. And Charles, I think it was somebody that had like just under 1,000 subscribers. So, I get you do a 4-hour show. That doesn't mean the guests. And by the way, I always offer to my guests, like, hey, we usually go for about 2 hours. I think 2 hours, 90 minutes for an interview is really the sweet spot. Because if you just do an hour, it feels like it's rushed and you can't get deep or follow-up questions, things like that. I like 90 minutes to 2 hours for an interview. But I always give my guests the option, like, hey, if you're short on time, just come and do a half hour or whatever. We try to accommodate every guest, including those that are short of time, right? Claudia appreciates art, dance, and beyond. You sound like my kind of person, Claudia. I love that stuff. Why do government officials or higher-ups in society pick to represent humans? Why can't it be normal dude or gal, a working-class person, someone who's in touch with the everyman? Yeah, I mean, good point. Yeah. And why are all of our leaders, filthy rich? And by the way, some of them aren't filthy rich when they get that job, but they are by the time they're done with that job, right? Like, why is Bill Clinton worth millions and millions and millions of dollars? What value has he really contributed to the world? I don't see it, right? And all these Congress people and senators, all of which are allowed to basically do insider trading, if you ask me. It's amazing. I agree, John Boyle. And for those unaware, my most requested guests here are the following. Dark journalist. People ask me all the time about alien scientist. People ask me about to have Stephen Greenstreet, Mick West, and John from the Black Vault. Those are the guests that people ask me all the time. And we try to accommodate and please our audience here. So I certainly ask, but I don't want to be one of those annoying guys that asks like every couple weeks or 30 days. I'm going to have to come up with a system for this because like I just asked Stephen Greenstreet again because at one point he said to me, I'll come and do the interview when I'm done with the Basement Office episodes, but it appears that he's just going to keep those rolling. So there's never going to be an end. So I reached out to him again and said, hey, whenever you have time, we'd love to have you here. So for the people unaware, those are our most requested guests. I've certainly asked all of them, but we recognize and understand here, especially being a busy dad myself, I think all those guys are busy dads and have their own shows and their own things to worry about. So we ask, but we don't want to become that annoying guy that won't take no for an answer. And to be clear, all of them have been very kind and just, said, ask me down the line or ask me in the future or whatever. And we'll continue to do that. Thrill Seeker 72 is here and is a member, says Congress and the Senate have outplayed the stock market 3 years running. Inside info, investing in arms companies, etc. Yeah. I mean, it's not a surprise that, Nancy Pelosi and her husband, they have a better investment. They make more on their investments and they are right more of the time than Warren Buffett. That's not a coincidence. Did you know there's a movement that follows what these people are buying? And there's a lot of people making money just copying whatever they're doing. That's a way to you know, Obama is producing Betty and Barney Hill new movie right now. Yeah, because Barack Obama is the perfect person to produce a UFO documentary about a 30 or 40 or 50-year-old UFO case that no one cares about anymore. Isn't it great? These stories just keep coming back and back and back, and every time they get bigger and more grand. I'm just back from watching that Linda Moulton Howe video. I swear I could see her smoke and fire shoot out from Linda Moulton Howe's ears and nose. Yeah, could be. It really could be. William Runner says, Brian Dunning was a great guest, Stephen. I love your list, though. Yeah, and by the way, I have a lot more on my list. I'd like to do 2 interviews a week if I could get enough guests. But to be very honest, you know, sometimes we just try some wild thing, and I don't know that it really works out when you're just like rolling the dice and hoping for the best. I would really prefer to save the interviews that we broadcast here to people that I really and truly want to talk to for a few hours. And to be honest with you, that list is pretty short. For a time, we were supposed to get my favorite Star Trek actor. You can all guess who that is. He agreed to an interview, but then got busy. I'm going to ask him again. You know, we want to talk to interesting, creative, powerful people, and smart people here. Yeah, then Lizzie, it wasn't it harder than you thought to get guests to agree? Like, I don't want to say you were a little arrogant, but Lizzie's like, "Oh, I got this, no problem. I'll get you some guests." And then Lizzie tried and saw, like, it's a lot of like hoops to jump through. Like, and I'm not the most organized person too, so that doesn't help. Like, sometimes somebody will say, "I'm really swamped this week. Ask me again next week," and then I forget, and then a month goes by. And I forgot to ask them again. And then I ask them again, and they go, I told you to ask me a few weeks ago when I would have time. I'm not going to have time for this for months. And then I forget to put that on a calendar. And like, it just turns into this whole thing. That's another thing, getting ghosted. Art and Paranormal is also trying to book guests here. And I believe even Mr. Ian, he was supposed to talk to Gary McKinnon, who I've invited several times, and we've never been able to work that out. He's one of those people that I would really like to talk to for a few hours. Well, we don't attack the guests. When people, people in the live chat sometimes go after the guests. Yes, and I'm going to ask that, you know, I don't know, maybe I'll make a bumper, like, please be kind to the guests, because it's true. Higher Grounds Production is the Obama's production company. It's like Encounters was Spielberg's production company, but he had nothing to do with it. That's interesting. Mr. Ian says the live shows are total train wrecks and utter comedy gold. Not all of them. Some of them are well done. Come on, man. Give me a little bit of credit. Don't tell him that. We're happy with him just being the voice here sometimes. He'll get a big head, right? William Runner says that what woman that are for? No, really. They are good at scheduling and arrangements. Yeah, I agree with you. Maybe they have a different skill set. I was terrible in business, especially when I worked for other people. I would have to use, a calendar app for everything. And I'd have reminders throughout the day, like call this customer or do this for this client, or yeah. Mr. Ian says Gary is a solid bloke. Well, you know, get him here, right? Yeah, it's just the Obamas using their name to make money from entertainment productions, all kinds of popular topics, not just UFOs. Well, that's pretty interesting, right? Yeah, and Arden, but isn't it funny how many people don't even reply? Like, I don't know. I make it my policy. If somebody takes the time to ask me, I at least give them a reply. You know? By the way, that reminds me, there is a guest that I have to get back to and schedule. And he's the guy who's been investigating this alien interview. Remember that with Victor and the puppet? I think it's a puppet. The puppet alien. Remember that? He's convinced it's real. I try to spend some time to like re-examine that and find some of my old sources for why I thought it was totally fake the first time we covered it. But haven't been too successful at finding that information again. So I think we're just going to let him on here, and I'll hear him out, and we'll have a good talk about it. Wu Guy Fu says women rule at multitasking and handling tons of small details. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, well, better than me. You know, I'm terrible at it. I'm completely and totally terrible at it. I'm just not very organized. I'm a kind of a mess. You know, if it wasn't for my wife, everything would be a mess. She keeps our house pretty orderly, and a lot of things in my life are orderly, but through no fault of mine. Like, they're only orderly because she, you know, she takes things over, and then they're done, you know, I was about to say the right way, then they're done her way. We'll leave it at that. Brett Clark says, we got the same treatment when I was doing a podcast. We shot down a lot of the paranormal TV shows, and some location owners and ghost hosts would not talk to us at all. Yeah, well, it lets you know who's a genuine person and who's a prick. Right? Then Lizzie is my oracle now. Well, I don't know about that, right? Oracle, I love the story of the Oracle of Delphi. If you get a chance, look it up, right? Yeah, Gary McKinnon would be a great guest. I agree. We'll try to reach out to him again. Yeah, so friends, we're going to keep this one short. I wanted to, let me get that fair use banner off. We don't need that anymore. But I definitely wanted to jump on here and try to give you an update of sorts. So, you know, to wrap things up here, what I will say is that I think that we should all be open to all possibilities. And one of those possibilities is that some people who have been very critical of the Grusch narrative, claiming that he's being used and manipulated by UFO people into this role, may be what is actually taking place here. Additionally, I really, you know, I don't want to argue with people who tell me ridiculous, stupid things like the information is classified, so he can't share it publicly, or he gave that information to the intelligence community inspector general. No, he didn't, or the intelligence community inspector general doesn't care, because they basically said in a statement they're not investigating his alien and UFO claims, only his claims of, you know, people, there being reprisals against him for whatever reason. So, yeah, it is what it is, but we're at 225 days of David Grusch making huge claims, and he's shown zero evidence so far. But what we do know is that he's getting his information, apparently, from people like Gary Nolan, who's been involved in multiple fake UFO stories. He's being interviewed by people, many of which who have been caught selling completely and totally fake UFO stories. People are profiting from Dave Grusch, many of whom have been caught selling completely and totally fake stories. So when people want to argue with me about how wrong I am about all this, you know, look, how long are even the true believers going to let Grusch keep telling stories without providing any evidence before you have to admit he doesn't have any evidence? All he has, apparently, is stories that people told him. People like Eric Davis, and Hal Puthoff, and Jacques Vallée, and Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo. In other words, same shit, different day, right? It's just a different front man using the same old unproven, unverified information that they never proved the first bunch of times it came out. You know, you got to go back pretty far. Oh, no, a UFO crashed in Mussolini's Italy in 1935. Prove it. Prove it. And prove that William Brophy is not a proven UFO con artist and liar and scammer. You can't, and you won't. And now Grusch is apparently giving private talks where he's claiming the government's in possession of a 40-foot craft that's huge inside, the size of football fields inside, that defies the laws of physics. Well, great story. You got any evidence for that? Or is he just going to keep telling stories for another year before people finally wise up and say, I don't think he's got any evidence, because if he did, why would he wait 225 days or 365 days to finally share evidence of his claims? Can't wait for this op-ed. Now, remember, originally everybody said he had no firsthand knowledge. Now that story's changing. Now he has firsthand knowledge. He's going to write an op-ed piece. So you're going to write a blog post? Dude, really? Great. Is your blog post going to have evidence, or is it just going to be you telling more stories? He hasn't proven anything that he has said so far. And in fact, it appears that he's been caught in several fabrications or lies so far. Not looking good for his credibility. So, did the Dave Grusch story just get a whole lot stranger? I believe it did. And it's going to get curiouser and curiouser, friends. Remember that from Alice in Wonderland? It's just getting curiouser and curiouser. The story's going to get a whole lot stranger. And the stories out of Dave Grusch are going to get more fantastic, more unbelievable, and will probably be accompanied by just as much proof as he has shown so far. None. He's got no evidence. And all the excuses in the world can't make up. That's a true and factual statement. 225 days, making huge claims, zero evidence shown so far. And in fact, I kind of am more and more leaning towards being empathetic and even sympathetic towards this man, because it appears he might have tanked his whole very profitable, very prestigious career so that a bunch of UFO con artists and grifters could make a lot of money off of him repeating their stories, but pretending they're his story or stories from new witnesses. And by the way, where are those 40 witnesses that he had, right? And people try to use that on me, like, well, he doesn't have firsthand knowledge, so he wouldn't have any evidence, Stephen, but his witnesses have evidence that he interviewed. Great. Then start rolling them out, dude. Where are they at? How long are you going to wait? Or am I correct in my assessment that some of his witnesses are complete and total UFO wackadoos like Gary Nolan? Complete and total UFO wackadoos like Eric Davis? I know what I believe. Let me know what you think in the comments or in the live chat. So that's really all I got for you, friends. And once again, we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. It's really awesome to see some support from all around the world. For those unaware, we read every single super chat. We thank every single person that throws a couple bucks in our PayPal or joins our Patreon or becomes a YouTube channel member. We give you a shout out. We appreciate all of you, and I want to thank you for appreciating all of us. Oh, look at that. Victoria Auda Harpening, almost missed that one. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. A $4.99 super sticker. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash. I think first time super chatter. Thank you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And I could be mistaken, but I think that's the first time I've seen you in chat. Welcome, Victoria Auda Harpening, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So we have done our due diligence, but I'll be back tomorrow night with more diligence to do, all for you. Tomorrow night, we're going to be covering Jeremy Corbell, all of his complete and total failures. And I don't just mean in UFOs. Boy, tomorrow's going to be a fun show because I've got some fun stuff to share. And I'll be here at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I hope you'll be here with me. So what else can I say, friends? We've done our due diligence for today. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you'll be here with us. So that's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, especially you, Mr. Grusch. I will pray for you, for your wife, and family, and hope that maybe, just maybe, you wake up to the reality that you may be being used and manipulated by people who do not care about you. Good night, and God bless all of you.
I like being able to help others. I like being able to fulfill my dreams, and it takes money to do what we're doing. That's why God gives you influence to help the world, to make it a better place. We don't ask for money, and people send in millions of dollars to help us keep the broadcast on the air. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a nice place to live and being blessed. And money should never be the focus of your life. If that's all you're doing, that's shallow. It should be to be a blessing to others.
Bobby Loeb, Kevin Knuth, Gary Nolan, Jacques Delay. Bobby Loeb, Kevin Knuth, Gary Nolan, Jacques Delay.
Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely.
Diana Pasoka, Hal Puda. Diana Pasoka, Hal Puda. Diana Pasoka, Hal Puda. Diana Pasoka, Hal Puda.
Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. Disclosure process? Absolutely. This is not a joke. Like, none of this was a joke. This is not a joke. A joke. This is not a joke. Like, none of this was a joke. This is not a joke. A joke. Entertainment. 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 Entertainment.
What is catastrophic disclosure of catastrophic disclosure? And don't forget, what is catastrophic disclosure of catastrophic disclosure? And don't forget,
controlled disclosure
of catastrophic,
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 controlled disclosure
of catastrophic, societal disruption,
catastrophic disclosure
of catastrophic
disclosure,
societal disruption,
catastrophic disclosure
of catastrophic
disclosure, catastrophic disclosure,
catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, catastrophic disclosure,
Psychological, theological, philosophical,
Psychological, theological, philosophical, 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 theological.
For the masses.
Luis Elizondo.
For the masses.
Luis Elizondo.
For the masses. Yeah. For the masses.
Good trouble shows, good trouble shows, good trouble shows, good trouble shows.
For the
Soul Foundation.
Yeah.
The Soul Foundation.
For the grifters. Yeah. grifters. For the masses.
We the people have to come together.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together.
Hi everyone, here and around the world. Tall white, Nordic, tall white, Nordic. Hi everyone, here and around the world. Tall white, Nordic, tall white, Nordic. The tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, the tall white extraterrestrials. Nordic, tall white, Nordic, tall white, Nordic.
UFO disclosure, UFO craft and bodies, UFO disclosure, UFO craft and bodies, UFO disclosure, UFO craft and bodies, UFO disclosure, UFO craft and bodies.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. field, and we've recovered documents. And Matt says, ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Any evidence? Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Any evidence? I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Any evidence? Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Any evidence? I'm an intel guy. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
Masses. Masses.
Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Ontologically shocking, but also uniting. Ontologically shocking, but also uniting.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
That is God penetrating your heart. It's burning on the inside of you, and you need to make a vow of faith of $1,000. Oh, Bob, couldn't you say 25? No! You can't make a $1,000 vow of faith. I'm saying in faith. So we got people that don't have, teenagers that have hardly nothing going for them. They got enough faith to make a $1,000 vow and send a little $5 here and $10 there as God begins to move like a whirlwind in their life. Because they don't have that old programming of religion. Well, this isn't the way we do it in my church. Forget your church. I'm talking about what God says. And if you want the kind of miracles that are in the Bible, you're going to have to do what God said to do. And I've got the faith to believe they'll come to pass. This is hot soil for anyone that's got the faith to sow into it right now. I mean right now. I mean right now, not tomorrow. That's part of your problem. God's already spoken a word to you and told you to do it. You need to do it right now. If you'll start now and get your seed of faith into the ground, it'll begin to grow and God begin to move. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. This is somebody's day of harvest. You see, there's a time to fast and a time to feast. There's a time to sow, so there'll be a time to reap. Many people want to reap and they want to feast, but they're not willing to pay the price to sow in order that they can reap. You can't see what's not seen until you let go of what is seen. And I'm talking about your money, because your money is you. It's your blood, it's your sweat, your tears. It's driving down the freeways. It's going to work. It's believing. It's you. And letting go of it makes room for the new. Lot's wife didn't want to go on, and that was the end. Thank you, Lord. I have said your word, and now I'm going to pray for those that's got the faith to do something with what they believe. Thank you, Jesus. Here's a $1,000 vow. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. You say you want to make a $500 vow? Then do it. Then do it. If that takes faith for you, do it. You want to make $100 vow or two. If that takes faith, see, I like 1,000 because I know I got you.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind. Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Have you ever had a psychosis, a delusion?
No.
Is there anything in your medical history that might be capable of being interpreted as a reason why you might be confabulating, making things up? Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Do you have any kind of mental illness?
No.
Maybe he's just a confident, well-spoken, ex-military intelligence officer who just happens to have lost his mind.
My boss got the email, he forwarded it to me, and he's like, do you want to do this? And I thought, well, I guess I was kind of the right guy that was chosen to do this thing, I guess. But maybe it was like a joke or something. Maybe it was like a psyop on me or something. I don't even know.
You want a chocolate?
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back tonight and hopefully for the rest of the week. I do apologize. Got a lot of nice messages over the weekend inquiring as to my absence, but I had some pressing personal things. Am I allowed to just say that? Do I have to really go into detail? I don't think I want to or need to. So I had some pressing personal things going on over the weekend. And for the first time in a long time, we haven't posted any videos, done any live streams in 4 whole days. But we are back now, and those issues seem to be resolving themselves, and I should be a little more present here. And despite my lack of actually broadcasting, I was deeply engaged over the entire weekend. Lots of things happening in UFO land, but I think the biggest story, really, I think in years, is what we're going to be discussing tonight. And that would be Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who ran the government's UFO program for the past year, recently resigned to go work in private industry, who really came out with what I can only describe as a scathing op-ed piece about what we have been talking about here for quite some time, which is the cult of UFO. People get upset when I describe it as that. However, I think that some easy parallels can be drawn between cults and true believers of the UFO narrative. And just for the purposes of definition, because language is important, if I say UFO narrative going forward until the end of this broadcast, what I mean is this narrative that we've all been spoon-fed. I just saw Michael Shermer tweeting. I retweeted it. He's been hearing these same or similar stories about UFOs and crash retrievals and alien bodies and government cover-ups since at least the early 1970s. Mr. Shermer's a bit more of a veteran than me. However, we were able to trace back similar claims as far back as the 1950s early contactee movement. Many of the plot lines, let's call them plot lines, in this UFO or alien narrative have been similar since at least the early 1950s contactee movement, in which many people came forward who claimed to be in contact with aliens or have information about aliens and flying saucers, now UFOs or UAPs, and that the government knew about many of these extraterrestrial visitations, but were covering it up. These stories can be traced back to the early 1950s contactee movement. And I keep harping on this, but I feel like it falls on deaf ears, like nobody hears this part. It's so important when evaluating claims to be a student of history. And, I get it. I was once what most people would describe as a true believer myself. I was convinced into this narrative. I was heavily invested in it. I was gorging myself with every story that I could find, but from a very less than, critical perspective at first. But after so many years, decades, in fact, check out my bookshelf. I have a huge basement bookshelf that goes the whole length of this huge basement. And it's just chock full of every UFO book that you could find. I've read all the 1950s contactee movements. I've read the books from the 1960s, the 70s, up to the 80s, 90s, 2000s. Here we are. It's 2024. And largely what I feel I'm left with after all those thousands of hours of digesting all of this information is a great deal of stories. And what I call tantalizing may be proof. Tantalizing could be evidence, but we never actually get to the smoking gun proof or evidence that this whole narrative about extraterrestrial visitation on Earth being true. Though almost everybody that is a huge proponent and, let's be clear, profiteer of this narrative, almost all of them all claim that the evidence and all the proof is coming soon.
and everybody chases the carrot, and we kick the can. Oh, disclosure is going to come this year. I've recently been in. I'm recently well, not recently. Recently. Here, I'm going to show you some of this stuff. I am recently the recipient of Dr. Stephen Greer's all his original crap, all his original stuff. You have a need to know. Disclosure Project. The Disclosure Project is I'll solo here so that you can see it. You can see this just a little bit better. Interestingly, this stuff is from 2001. Just to show you, this is just one page out of this huge binder. This is all of Dr. Stephen Greer's material that he would send his high-paying donors. This is the good stuff that the cheap people that just bought his book didn't get. This is the extra goodies. And it's from the Disclosure Movement from 2001. And this is just one sheet out of here. A nonprofit research project working to fully disclose the facts about UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and classified advanced energy and propulsion systems. We have over 450 government, military, and intelligence community witnesses testifying to their direct, personal, first-hand experience with UFOs, ETs, ET technology, and the cover-up that keeps this information secret. And here at the bottom, Dr. Stephen Greer writes, "This is the smoking gun." But when you start going through this is a whole lot of bullshit. That's what you get for all your money. Being a high-ranking donor back in 2001, what you get, do you know what's in here? Fake government documents that aren't real, that Dr. Stephen Greer is claiming are real government documents. The NRO document is in here. To this day, Greer claims that some of the fake documents in here are real. Or you got to go to the Men in Black. It's a cover-up. It's a cover-up. And that brings me to my very next point. So this is one example, right? Where's that at? This is the smoking gun. This is the smoking gun. Well, but he forgot the smoking gun, and this whole thing is worthless. It's all trash. Sorry. I tried to say I wasn't going to get emotional today. You know, some days I just don't have the energy to get this emotional, to care this much about what essentially can be described as a bunch of UFO profiteering whores that constantly promise you it's like the Sex in the Champagne Room, right? That's like that Chris Rock song. There's none of that in the Champagne Room. Those whores are going to tell you there might be and take your money. And what we get over and over and over again, and interestingly, I just saw a video that John from the Black Vault posted about this very thing. All of these people dangling the carrot and promising you the proof is coming soon, or in some cases just lying through their teeth and saying, we have the smoking gun. Well, I've been through those documents thoroughly for the past week. There's no smoking gun evidence of anything other than Dr. Stephen Greer really likes stupid people and money. And that's what we get. This happened in the 50s. They all had books to sell, or they would give you channelings or readings from the aliens they were in communication with. So you too could get the truth about the alien visitation on Earth. Nobody comes through with any actual smoking gun proof or evidence. And at the beginning of the David Grusch story, I commented that it is my personal belief, and I freely admit this is speculation, but I'm an informed spectator here, and have been an incredibly well-informed spectator on these issues for years. My opinion on the Dave Grusch story, by the way, what are we up to? 232 days that Grusch has been making these fantastic claims, and hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated from this guy's stories by various less than credible people. But still no evidence and still no proof. So just to begin with, we're going to do our update on that counter. And by the way, Mr. Grusch, I'm going to continue this counter. Every day that you don't provide evidence is another day that doesn't look like you have anything. 232 days making huge claims, yet zero evidence has been shown so far. And I commented at the very beginning of this Grusch story 232 days ago, that it was my personal belief that Mr. Grusch was being used and manipulated possibly by less than scrupulous, less than moral, less than ethical UFO scammers, grifters, and con artists. And the unfortunate part about this entire story, first of all, David Grusch and his wife should be aware that the people that have been promoting and profiting from his story have made collectively hundreds of thousands of dollars off of him. So one of my big questions to Grusch, and especially his wife being a married man myself, is how much was your cut? How much were you paid out of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that has been generated from you telling these stories? And always, there's always a convenient excuse. We're going to go through some of the excuses before we get to Mr. Kirkpatrick's scathing comments and a confirmation that my theory may be correct. Right there in black and white, Mr. Sean Kirkpatrick essentially confirms, well, actually in the audio interview, which we'll be sampling tonight, he more or less confirms what my original theory was, is that Mr. Grusch may be manipulated by the same group of people that pushed these narratives before to huge profits. People like Gary Nolan, Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis. These are all the people that we know for sure that he has cited, mentioned in interviews. Oh, Jacques Vallée as well. These are all the same people, well, many of them, that were involved in TTSA, which has been described by at least one journalist, probably multiple, as a, quote, techno scam, unquote. You remember that one where Lou Elizondo, Christopher Mellon, Hal Puthoff, Tom DeLonge, and others, including a whole host of CIA people, promised investors that they were going to build their own UFO with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. Well, it's been years now, and they collected millions of dollars. Still no UFO with any kind of a power source. Nothing. That's what they did. But they did make, Tom DeLonge did take all that money and make a really shitty movie that failed miserably by all accounts. It failed financially. It failed critically. It was just a complete and total failure. And while TTSA was collecting all that money, they were claiming that Lou Elizondo ran a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program. And no, he didn't. Then we get the confirmation from journalist Brian Bender sometime after Grusch came out that Lou Elizondo is the person who has groomed. He specifically used the word groomed David Grusch for his current role as a whistleblower. And by the way, I'm just going to put this on the record again. David Grusch is not a whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower, period. Full stop. He is not a whistleblower. That's an improper use of the term. A whistleblower has evidence. And listen, and people love to argue with me, and that's fine. We live in this toxic social media world where, you know, I'm supposed to explain things to stupid people. But here's one for the stupid people. Go find me another whistleblower on any subject that declared himself a whistleblower, but then waited over 232 days before providing the evidence of what he was blowing the whistle on. What is he blowing the whistle on? That he's got a lot of wackadoo friends in government that tell stupid stories. You know, friends like Eric Davis, the wackadoo wormhole scientist, who the United States Air Force called his research, quote, crackpot science, unquote. That's one of the people claiming to be one of Grusch's witnesses. Somebody the Air Force described as a crackpot scientist. And of course, we have Brian Bender confirming Lou Elizondo has known him for a long time and groomed him. We have him working for Gary Nolan, The man who loves to make wackadoo claims like he was abducted by aliens, or, oh, we have proof of alien technology. He was involved in that Ross Coulthard completely and totally fake story. Another wackadoo, who, by the way, worked for the CIA for years, right? Or claims to. Where's the confirmation of that, Gary Nolan? So, and then there's this whole narrative that, like, just because somebody works for the government, they're credible. How many scumbags have you experienced in your life that worked for the government? We've got mayors smoking crack. We've got spies selling secrets to the Russians or the Chinese, always getting caught. Just because you work for the government doesn't mean you're credible. And they have sold this entire story on Dave Grusch's credentials and his resume. Oh, and by the way, thanks to the excellent work, there's excellent work being done on Dave Grusch's resume. And just a shout out to the average Chris. And on Twitter, that's Aerotech_space, who, by the way, was a victim of this UFO hate group, right? Totally the victim of a UFO hate group. I don't want to talk about his personal, experience with that UFO hate group, but anybody that speaks out critically against this narrative, and remember what I said, when I say UFO narrative, I mean the alien bodies, the crash retrievals, the government cover-ups, that's the narrative. Anybody who speaks out against it gets attacked, intimidated, threatened, their families threatened, people start threatening their livelihoods, calling their jobs. In that researcher's case, somebody falsely accused him of being the R word. And YouTube doesn't like that word, but it rhymes with escapist. Somebody accused him of being the R word. And what was their evidence? They found a case in the state he lives in with the same name. Turns out, apparently not him. But that didn't stop them from claiming he was that R word. And what was his sin? Well, he kind of spoke out against the Lou Elizondo. He spoke out against this narrative. And what does he get for that? He gets attacked, and people try to damage his reputation, claiming he's literally the worst thing you can accuse a man of. And let's go back to the cult, right? Oh, it's definitely not a cult. These are the same tactics, the very same exact tactics that Scientology uses. And who has been involved in this narrative for decades, since at least the early 70s? Hal Puthoff, who was also involved in that TTSA, what has been described as a techno scam. They scammed investors, apparently. They lied to investors for sure. Nobody's been prosecuted yet. Funny that. Maybe it's all those guys on the CIA that were involved with TTSA that kept them from getting prosecuted. And by the way, that's a whole story in and of itself. What, just because you're former CIA, you can commit literal investment frauds and scams and avoid prosecution? Why is that? I'm asking questions here. You're not allowed to lie to investors while you're soliciting public investments. It's against the law. At least, and by the way, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a law enforcement officer. I'm not making allegations. I'm just asking questions here. That's what we do. But let's get to the average Chris, who, by the way, I'm losing my train of thought here. Easy to get sidetracked. So recently, I think it was it was on Lou Jimenez, Lou Reviews. The average Chris gave a scathing review. And by the way, he's former Air Force, and I don't know what all his resume looks like, but I believe he's qualified to look at another Air Force person's resume and make an evaluation of it. And it turns out that Mr. Grusch was not being entirely honest, apparently, in the very resume that he gave to Congress, right? What is it? He's mentioning a unit that doesn't even exist on his resume. Could that be to throw people off trying to research his resume? And then he's claiming, that he's involved in this unit where he had no assigned responsibilities at all. So that's a problem with his resume. But let's get over to that. I've got an awful lot to share with you. So get a beverage, get comfortable. We're gonna go deep tonight into this whole thing, and certainly, of course, the highlight of tonight is Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick's scathing op-ed, which essentially confirms that we've been reporting on these things accurately for months now. And oh, by the way, I just want to put that out there too. All of you UFO circle jerkers that don't do any research, no investigation, you just sit there and sell the lie. Congratulations, you dumb dickheads, all of you. You all got the story wrong, but you made 10 times what anybody who was critical of the story was making. And, you know, that's another whole thing. These debunkers, they're making money debunking things. That's a complete and total lie. What a bunch of nonsense. I'm pretty sure that it's been reported. Let's talk about the money. It's been reported. Well, wait a minute. First, we'll get to this, and then we'll get to that. I got all these notes. We're going to have a good time tonight, ripping this whole narrative to shreds, right? Let's get to this. I gotta. Somebody send me $8 because we got to get a verified Twitter account so we can write long form on Twitter, because this is very good information and needs to be shared more. So I'm going to share it. New scientific study of UAP suggests misidentification of human tech. A new study published on December 14th suggests that UAP can be explained by several factors, including misidentification of human technology in our skies. Wait a minute. I think this is the wrong one. Hold on one second. Oh, no, it is true. That is the one that I was looking for. But furthermore, I wanted his take on this op-ed piece. One second here. A little disorganized today. Well, one second. Okay, this is enough. We'll just share that. We've got a lot to share tonight, so I don't want to spend too long. I'll retweet that other article for the benefit of people who do want to read that. The hard truth from the man that not only has an incredible resume and prestigious career, but was the best hope for the UFO community at finding something if it was truly there. Instead, the community turned their back on him because he didn't tell you all what you wanted to hear. And now he's speaking out, and some of us have been actually listening. And no, he's not wrong. And here's a quote from Kirkpatrick. There is no evidence of extraterrestrials. There is no evidence of aliens, and there's no evidence of a government conspiracy. It's almost like a religion. It is basically a religion. But the truth is, it's not basically a religion. It's basically a cult. That's what we have here. And like all cults, their belief systems, these true believers, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. But I think if your belief system is not falsifiable, as described by journalist Art Levine of the Washington Spectator, he talked about this on my show. Some of these UFO believers, no matter what you show them, they don't care. They still want to stay in that belief system. So what do? Mental gymnastics. Well, Kirkpatrick's part of the cover-up. Come on, man. By the way, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick once wrote a piece on the possibility of extraterrestrial life, very enthusiastic about the belief in the possibility of extraterrestrial life. So he's not, just totally skeptical and just coming here to tell you it's all fake. The man studied this stuff for a year. But if your beliefs are not falsifiable, no matter what evidence you're shown, then why are we even talking, right? And by the way, to you people that have beliefs that are not falsifiable, don't reply to my Twitter threads. Don't send me nasty emails, because I spend probably at least an hour a day, sometimes 2 hours, just replying to people who want to challenge me on the information that we present here, want to tell me how wrong I am, and I will show them evidence. I give them the links. I show them documents. Nothing I show these people is ever enough. They just make excuses. So we've gone over the resume problems of Mr. David Grusch. Now, I just want to go over some other things, like the urgent and credible lie. Would you believe we're 232 days in and people are still sending me idiotic, stupid messages like, well, Stephen, the intelligence community inspector general found Dave Grusch's alien and UFO claims to be urgent and credible. No, that never happened. Show me a quote, because I've been on the phone with that office. I've got somebody there, and they explained that the urgent and credible came from them calling Mr. Grusch's complaint urgent and credible. But they find every complaint somebody files with their office to be urgent and credible. And what they were referencing was his complaint of reprisals, which they consider urgent and credible. And they will investigate his complaints of reprisals. Now, here's where we get into more lies. This urgent and credible lie has been going around for 232 days. So I challenge any of you stupid people. You get on the phone, you send emails, and you confirm that the Intelligence Community Inspector General of the United States confirms that Dave Grusch's claims of aliens, alien crash retrievals, alien biologics. Go get the Intelligence Community Inspector General to confirm that he said Mr. Grusch's claims concerning aliens, non-human biologics, non-human entities, alien crash retrievals, alien spaceships in the possession of the United States government are, quote, urgent and credible, unquote. Go find me that quote. Go get that quote. I'll wait. I'll wait. We're going to be waiting a long time because they never said that. And in fact, it's very clear from a statement they released, they are not investigating any of Dave Grusch's alien claims, alien crash retrieval claims, alien spaceship claims, crash retrieval body claims, biologic claims, interdimensional claims, UFO crash claims. They are investigating none of that. None. And I challenge anyone to prove me wrong. You see, what we have here is a conflation of events, and that's how these stories work. You take two separate events, like, I don't know, Mr. Grusch filing a complaint with the Inspector General of the intelligence community, and them saying, yes, we find his complaint urgent and credible. Somehow that gets conflated into the intelligence community inspector general said his alien claims are urgent and credible. It never happened. That's a conflation of two separate events. And I'm tired of you stupid people. I don't have time to argue with you. If you're dumb enough, and by the way, let's get on this for a second. If you're actually stupid enough to just repeat the unproven lies and claims from the people selling this story, all of which, or most of which, at the very least, have been caught selling completely and totally fake stories for money before, if you're dumb enough to just repeat what they said and you don't actually get on the phone, get on your email, and try to verify that claim before repeating it, then you're an idiot and you're part of the problem. All these stupid people in this echo chamber just keep repeating lies over and over and over again. Urgent and credible is a lie. Prove me wrong, you dumb dickheads. I'll wait. Prove me wrong. You can't and you won't. But you know what you will do? You will annoy the shit out of me in my inbox and with your nasty messages for hours a day, right? Telling me urgent and credible, urgent and credible. He wasn't talking about Grusch's alien claims, crash retrieval claims, or any of that. The Intelligence Community Inspector General takes serious and considers every complaint filed with its office to be urgent and credible. And they investigate those allegations of reprisals when they come in. So the urgent and credible lie falls apart. What other evidence do you have that Grusch isn't just telling stories? Well, somebody else on Twitter, the intelligence community inspector general, quote, verified his claims before he testified before Congress. No. The intelligence community inspector general has zero responsibility to vet, fact check, investigate anyone's claims before they testify anywhere. That has nothing to do with it. No, the intelligence community inspector general does not and did not verify any of Grusch's claims before he testified before Congress. Now let's get on to the money. Hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated by those promoting and profiting from David Grusch. How much was his cut? It's a fair question. Why doesn't any interviewer ask him how much money he's made from this whole thing? We're going on 232 days. I'd be very interested. What's the take, Dave Grusch? And does your wife know that hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated by the people around you promoting and profiting from this story? What they do? A lot of people are telling me that they break you off like $1,000 or something for an interview. By the way, I don't know if that's true. Rumors, speculations, take from that what you will. But if hundreds and thousands of dollars are being generated by you telling these stories, what's your cut? It's a fair question. And by the way, on the subject of stupid people again, a lot of people are like, are you just pulling that number out of nowhere? No. Go look at the monetized views on Joe Rogan, on Yes Theory, News Nation, 24-hour-a-day coverage of Dave Grusch for 232 days now. Look how many videos News Nation has made about Dave Grusch. All of them monetized. Go add it up. Anybody that knows anything about YouTube will know that I am correct. Then I get stupid people that say things to me like, nobody's getting rich off of UFOs. Well, then you're not paying attention and you're a goddamn idiot. A gullible, stupid idiot who says ignorant things that is not worth my time. If you're dumb enough to tell me nobody's getting rich off of UFOs, you don't know anything about UFOs. We've got David Wilcock, who makes $1 million. This is according to court deposition. I have receipts for everything I say. David Wilcock made millions of dollars off of one of the courses that he sells. That's one example. Dr. Stephen Greer has collected millions of dollars in crowdfunding. Millions of dollars. He owns $1 million properties. David Wilcock owns $1 million properties. And I believe it was on Lou Reviews. He talked about that UFO podcast. Perfect example. Just a UFO podcast, little humble UFO podcast. Well, they made $140,000 by some reports last year or the year before that, right? But nobody's getting rich off of UFOs. I don't have time to help stupid people navigate this. If you can't keep up, then get out. I don't have time for you. I'm tired of this shit. Now, we've been over the urgent, incredible lie. Listen, and by the way, I'm trying to be as patient as possible. So I do apologize to the people who have good intentions and aren't just, maybe it's just my perception that people are just trying to waste my time. Daily, people try to waste my time arguing with me, right? And so my new policy is going to be show me some evidence or get the fuck out of my inbox, you dumb dickhead. I don't have time for you. I'm sorry. I'm a husband. I'm a father of 2 boys. One of them special needs. I have to make a living outside of this because, by the way, Jeremy Corbell's another example. People aren't getting rich off of UFOs. The guy's driving around in reportedly $135,000 SUV while wearing a reportedly $75,000 watch, complaining that he doesn't make money off of UFOs, he makes money in real estate. Him and his wife buy and fix up houses. But the last property that he bought was $1.8 million and freshly remodeled right before he bought it. $1.8 million property? He's not getting rich off of UFOs. Nobody's getting rich off of UFOs, Stephen. No, everybody but me is getting rich off of UFOs. I got to have a job like normal people, right? And then even when I'm trying to do my, things outside of this to earn a living, I get these constant notifications on my phone from stupid people who want to argue with me and tell me how wrong I am. So I guess my policy going forward is, if you want to tell me how wrong you are, then come with some evidence or get out of my inbox, you dummy. I don't have time for you. You can't keep up with the level of research that we do here. So I'm not going to argue with brain dead idiots. And I'm not arguing with people who can't do third grade math. People are arguing with me that no, David Grusch's stories have not generated hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, we've got The Hill, we've got News Nation, we've got the Weaponized podcast. He's on Joe Rogan, Yes Theory, and a bunch of other podcasts, right? Or content creators, all making money. Go add it up. Go add it up before you tell me, you brain dead idiot. If you can't do third grade math, I don't have time for you. I'm not arguing with people dumb enough as well to just blindly repeat the fake talking points of UFO scammers without actually doing basic fact checking. I'm not going to do that anymore. But back to Grusch, I want somebody to show me an example of any other news organization that kept a story that has zero evidence going for 232 days from somebody who claims to have 40 plus anonymous sources, but he can't name any of them. And we can't vet any of them, and we can't interview any of them. So all of this is trust me, bro, nonsense. Now there's the Ross Coulthard argument as well. Am I really that, skeptical when I say that you have to consider the sources of these stories that are being sold? And let's be clear, I always say this, these people are not telling stories. They are selling stories. Let's always keep the money involved because that's what it's about. Let's be clear. But I'm getting attacked by people who claim that Grusch is the real deal and all this stuff. Well, great. But does it not matter that all of the people, or most of them, that are pushing and profiting from Dave Grusch and this narrative are all people that have been caught selling completely and totally factually inaccurate, in some cases completely fake stories before? We've got Leslie Kean, the author of that abysmal 2017 New York Times article where she got almost every fact wrong in the whole article, right? Fake story. Lou Elizondo never ran a $22 million funded Pentagon UFO program. Back to conflation. Oh, she took two separate stories that had nothing to do with each other and conflated them in order to deceptively edit a story together that she and her friends could make money from, right? Then we've got Ross Coulthard, who we have detailed for you here, has been caught selling at least 5, right? Are we up to 5? I think we're up to 5. Pardon me if it's 4. Could be 4, maybe 5. Completely and totally 100% fake stories. Now we've got Corbell and George Knapp also pushing the Dave Grusch UFO crash retrieval. The government's got aliens and they're covering it up narrative. How many times have George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell been caught selling completely and totally fake stories? Well, they just got caught with another one, right? 2 UFOs that weren't anything spectacular. But attacking me for simply suggesting that we need to take into account the track record of the people who are selling everybody these stories. Is that really that, out of this world of an idea? I get it. We're talking about UFOs and aliens, but I think if all the people selling a particular story, or most of them, have all been involved in selling completely and totally fake stories before, and are we supposed to ignore that? Well, maybe this one they got right because I really like this story. Well, I really like the Bob Lazar story, but George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, the only reason that story worked is because they lied to you. They only gave you this half of the story. They didn't give you this half of the story, right? We're just going to take all this evidence that Bob Lazar was a convicted pimp and a fake scientist and a liar and bankrupt, and his wife was a goddamn convicted murderer, so he never could have got clearance to work on any secret government project. Oh, and he lied about being a scientist at Los Alamos. All that information, And by the way, that's all provided by on-the-record real sources, not anonymous sources like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp used to bolster the fake Bob Lazar story. We're going to take all of that information and just throw it out. We're only going to give you the parts of the story that seem to indicate he might be telling the truth. But all that other information we're going to leave out. These are the people we're just supposed to trust with the Dave Grusch information? No, I'm not doing it. And you shouldn't either. And if you do, I'm sorry, I can't help you. If you're going to ignore the history, the proven history of garbage peddling fake stories that all these people selling the Grusch story have all been caught in before, then, I've got a bridge to sell you. It's not unreasonable to say that we should consider the track record of the people who are selling us the Grusch story, all of which sold us lies before, right? And then we get to the cited sources and connections so far for David Grusch. Those have been people like Jacques Vallée, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan. These are all the people, Eric Davis, these are all the people that have been making spectacular claims nearly identical to Grusch for years, in some cases decades, yet never proving anything with any actual real or verifiable evidence. What do those people all those people, Jacques Vallée, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan, Eric Davis, what have all those people done? They have told stories that many, many people have profited from, including the TTSA situation, which has been described as a, quote, techno scam, unquote, collected millions of dollars, never delivered anything. Lou Elizondo, the fake UFO program director, right? He never directed a real Pentagon program. He admitted himself in his own complaint letter. It was an activity, something he did in his spare time. Well, that's a far cry from the lies he told Leslie Keane in the original 2017 article, right? Hal Puthoff, the guy who was fooled by children's magic tricks into believing that Uri Geller could bend metal with his brain, who was also a high-ranking Scientologist. So one might wonder, where are this UFO hate group getting their ideas on how to attack people? Call them the P word, call them the rape word, right? He was a high-ranking Scientologist. And what about Eric Davis, the originator of the so-called Wilson notes, which are fake, and we know they're fake because the admiral involved said this is a work of fiction. These are a work of fiction, and couldn't even have been there at the time the meeting was supposed to have taken place. But just like in the situation with the Grusch story, everybody jumps in to make tons and tons and tons of money. And everybody jumped in to make money on those Wilson notes, including stupid people like Richard Dolan, who was involved in another complete and total fake story, the Roswell slides hoax, right? It's a shady, scammy world. And if you don't recognize that going in, then buyer beware. If you don't recognize all of these people have been caught lying, scamming, selling shady, fake stories with little or no evidence before, then buyer beware. You have to consider the history of these people. Now, what about, these are all the people that Mr. Grusch has mentioned: Jacques Vallée, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Gary Nolan, who he works for, who's been involved in completely and totally fake stories with Ross Coulthard, right? It's an echo chamber of these guys all telling each other stories. That's what it is. And we're going to get confirmation of that tonight by the highest ranking government scientist to run a UFO program in recent times. And that would be Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. So we're going to get into his article next. And I don't want to read this entire thing. I've linked it in the description of the video if you want to read the whole thing. Here's what I learned, says Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, as the U.S. government's UFO hunter. By the way, I just want to put this on the record as well. When Sean Kirkpatrick first got named that he was going to head the government's UFO program, All the UFO believers went nuts. Oh, look at, we found this article he wrote about the possibility of extraterrestrial life. He's a believer. He's really interested in UFOs. He's gonna end the cover up. We're gonna get the truth about the UFOs and the aliens from this guy. The moment that he didn't tell them all what they wanted to hear, he was suddenly a part of that government cabal cover up. Just like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, if your beliefs cannot be falsified, then you're in a cult, right? You know who else has beliefs that can't be falsified? A Scientologist. So we're going to get into the article a little bit. A forthcoming investigational report from an office of the Pentagon has found no evidence of aliens, only allegations circulated repeatedly by UFO claimed advocates. And, I'm going to try to translate for Kirkpatrick. I think he's a scientist and he didn't want to name names, but I'm going to. Do you know who those people he's referring to are? I believe Jacques Vallée, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan. All the people that Lou Elizondo has mentioned, all of which have been caught selling completely and totally fake stories, right? These are the people that Grusch keeps mentioning. Jacques Vallée, who just got caught selling a completely and totally fake story, the Trinidad UFO case. It was a joke. It was a joke put out by William Brophy. And Dave Grusch also used Jacques Vallée's source for the fake Trinity UFO story for his source for the fake Italian Mussolini UFO case, right? William Brophy was the bullshitter behind both of those completely and totally fake stories. And by the way, Jacques Vallée, he's still got a book on Amazon about a completely and totally fake UFO case. It has been debunked out the wazoo as completely and totally fake, the Trinity UFO crash, right? Jacques Vallée is still collecting that money, and Dave Grusch is still dumb enough to cite him as a source, right? Or to use the same sources that fooled Jacques Vallée. But we're not in a closed loop echo chamber by the same people repeating the same stories. If you can't see it, I can't help you. Okay, so only allegations circulated by UFO claim advocates. We're going to skip this part about Carl Sagan. All right. As director of the Department of Defense All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, charged by Congress in 2022 to help bring science-based clarity and resolution to the long-standing mystery surrounding credible observations of unidentified anomalous phenomenon, UAP, also known as UFOs, I experienced this erosion up close and personal, and it was one factor in my decision to step down from my position last December. After painstakingly assembling a team of highly talented and motivated personnel and working with them to develop a rational, systematic, and science-based strategy to investigate these phenomena, our efforts were ultimately overwhelmed by sensational but unsupported claims. In other words, stories with no evidence. What has David Grusch got? Stories with no evidence. 232 days now, no evidence. Overwhelmed, Mr. Kirkpatrick says, by sensational but unsupported claims that ignored contradictory evidence. And what he means by contradictory evidence, it's kind of like when Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, two of the UFO profiteering whores selling the Grusch, I think largely fake story, or at least it's a story with no evidence. Those UFO whores put out a whole story, made an awful lot of money, claiming that flares were a giant triangle spaceship. Do you know how they were able to do that? Because they ignored what Dr. Kirkpatrick describes here as contradictory evidence. If flares are being dropped right over the place and time of your apparent UFO sighting, George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell, you lying scumbags, then maybe, just maybe you lying scumbags knew that it was flares, but you ignored the contradictory evidence, right? Kirkpatrick goes on to say it captured the attention of policymakers and the public, driving legislative battles and dominating the public narrative. Here's where it gets good. The result of this whirlwind of tall tales, fabrication, and secondhand or third-hand retellings of the same was a social media frenzy and a significant amount of congressional and executive time and energy spent on investigating these so-called claims as if we didn't have anything better to do. So just so everybody's aware, for years and years and years, decades, all the UFO people have said, we need to get real science involved here, and we need the government to take this situation seriously. And then the government finally says, okay, we'll give you this very well-credentialed, highly respected scientist. He's going to run this organization, and he's going to investigate all of this. So what does everybody do? Flood him with evidence-free claims and stories. And as he says, as if we didn't have anything better to do. Dr. Kirkpatrick describes what I described at the beginning of our broadcast as the UFO narrative, or let's call it the UFO crash retrieval cover-up narrative. The conspiratist story goes something like this. The U.S. has been hiding and attempting to reverse engineer as many as 12 UFOs from as early as the 1960s and perhaps earlier. This great cover-up and conspiracy failed to produce any salient results, and consequently, the effort was abandoned to some private sector defense contractors to continue the work. Sometime later, the story continues, these private sector contractors wanted to bring the whole program back under U.S. government auspices. Apparently, the CIA stopped this supposed transfer back to the United States government. All of this without substantiating evidence. But alas, belief in a statement is directly proportional to the volume in which it is transmitted and the number of times it is repeated, not the actual facts. In other words, a lot of these stories are just people repeating things in an echo chamber and ignoring contradictory evidence. During full-scale year-long investigations of this story, which has been told and retold by a small group of interconnected believers and others with possibly less than honest intentions. Do you mean like people who would lie about running a Pentagon UFO program and then help what has been described as a techno scam collect millions of dollars from the public, right? And then not do anything they promised and not deliver on any of their promises? Remember, they were promising they were in possession of UFO crash materials, right? And they were going to do all this scientific study. Where's the studies, Lou Elizondo, Tom DeLong, Christopher Mellon, you scumbags? And hey, Christopher Mellon, why don't you give all those investors the $2 million back? Member of the Mellon banking family. Did you really need to participate in what has been described as a, quote, techno scam, unquote? Why don't you give those people their money back? None of the investors made any money. But those guys did. How much money did you get, Lou Elizondo? I love this quote, which has been told and retold by a small group of interconnected believers and others with possibly less than honest intentions, right? And what is that small group? The same people that Dave Grusch keeps repeating in his interviews and talking about and citing as reference. Jacques Vallée, Lou Elizondo, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, who he works for. So you have to kind of read between the lines, because I don't know if maybe Kirkpatrick didn't want to go too far in this piece and name names, right? Especially everybody's throwing around, all kinds of stuff, this is libel. If you disagree with my unproven, unverified stories, that's libel. No, it's not. We're asking questions. We're allowed to ask questions. And by the way, I've been one of the guys asking questions about Lou Elizondo and his fake UFO Pentagon program since 2017. You know what I got for it? Doxed, threatened, intimidated, harassed. My clients, even people got hold of some other part of my life in business and try to mess things up for me there. You know why? Because I because I questioned a bitter, angry, little nothing of a fake man. Lou Elizondo, you are a fake man. You live in a delusional fantasy world created by you and your idiot friends where you have superpowers and you're going on secret missions in Afghanistan with your superpowers and General Mathis shooting machine guns Delusional. And what about those idiots, those useful idiots that I believe he uses them. He's never come out with a statement and saying, hey, all these people being threatened or harassed, I don't condone or encourage that behavior, right? Everybody will be treated with respect unless you tell the truth about all his lies since 2017. And by the way, Lou Elizondo, don't you dare market your new book by claiming you ran a Pentagon UFO program, because if you do, I got a plan for that. And I'm not going to tell you what it is, but good luck, buddy. Good luck if you put on the book of that jacket that you ran a Pentagon UFO program. You didn't. You did not. You never did. You never did. It wasn't funded. Wasn't an official program. Lou Elizondo lives in the land of make-believe. And he's got these cult-like idiots, right, who run around and attack anybody who tell the truth about him. Does this sound like a cult? It sounds like a cult to me, and fair game tactics like Scientology uses. Oh, where would they get ideas like that? Oh, could it be Hal Puthoff, who Lou Elizondo was a close associate with in that techno scam, right? It's all connected. None of whom have firsthand accounts of any of this. Arrow discovered a few things, and none were about aliens, Mr. Kirkpatrick goes on to say. And by the way, I forgot to do this, but this is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the article that we are sharing. It's linked in the description of the video if you want to read it in full without my ranting over it. But I'm going to continue ranting. And I really mean it. I can't wait until Lou Elizondo's book comes out. We've got a whole plan in place about what happens next if he lies to market that book. We got a whole plan in place. We'll see what happens, right? First, no record exists of any president or living DOD or intelligence community leader knowing about this alleged program, nor any congressional committee having such knowledge. This should speak volumes if the case were following typical procedures, because it is inconceivable that a program of such import would not ever have been briefed to the 50 to 100 people at the top of the United States government over the decades of his existence. Second, this narrative has been simmering for years, and it is largely an outgrowth of a former program at the DoD Defense Intelligence Agency called Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Well, actually, it was called OSAP, which was heavily influenced by a group of individuals associated with businessman and longtime ufologist Robert Bigelow. And we've covered all this before. Senator Harry Reid asked the Secretary of Defense to set up an SAP, Special Access Program, to protect the alleged UFO material that ATIP proponents believed the United States government was hiding. The SecDef declined to do so under review by the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence. And DIA concluded not only did no such material exist, but taxpayer money, $22 million, by the way, was being inappropriately spent on paranormal research at Skinwalker Ranch in Utah. Who was involved in that? Oh, Hal Puthoff, same guy who was involved in the TTSA techno scam, same guy who was a Scientologist, and we're getting all these fair use tactics being used against anybody that speaks up against this disgusting, despicable cult of liars, scammers, grifters, and those are just the good guys. So we'll go on and we'll skip through some of this. There was one more part that we really make sure that we want to cover here. Here it is. Finally, the key purveyors of this narrative have known one another for decades. In the early 2000s, several members of the small group also participated in a study erroneously characterized by the same participants as having been sponsored by the White House on the possible societal impact of disclosing the existence of extraterrestrials to the public, with the authenticity of the aforementioned concealed government program taken as its baseline assumption. The think tank in question was a futures enterprise that often worked on fringe studies. And many of the individuals involved with the study also worked for Bigelow Aerospace in support of the OSAP program, or ATIP program. Aero thoroughly investigated these claims as part of its congressionally mandated mission to not only technically evaluate contemporary UAP observations, but also review historical accounts going back to the 1940s. One of my last acts before retiring was to sign AARO's Historical Record Report, Volume 1, which is currently being prepared for delivery to Congress and the public. The report demonstrates that many of the circulating allegations described above derive from inadvertent or unauthorized, inadvertent or unauthorized disclosures of legitimate UFO programs related to research and development that have nothing to do with extraterrestrial issues or technology. So some of these people are leaking or confusing real government programs. And what have we said here before? That for sure the United States government has a crash retrieval program, and for sure if anything crashes that from outer space or otherwise, they go and pick it up. But that is largely oppositional research. If the Russians or Chinese have something crash, they want to go get it. They want to go study it. And by the way, with real cited sources and actual real research, unlike you UFO circle jerkers who don't do that, we do that here. We showed you things like Project Moondust and more. Yes, the government has crash retrieval programs. Doesn't mean it's related to extraterrestrial technology. And here is sort of a confirmation of that by the highest ranking government UFO scientist, who, by the way, Lou Elizondo, this is a real UFO government program director. Not you. You're a fake one. Okay? So just put that out there. You can believe Lou Elizondo and his false narrative, the guy who was involved with TTSA, right? How much was your take, Lou Elizondo? How much money did you get out of TTSA? How much money were you paid for a television show to lie? How much money did you make from those videos you got out of the Pentagon that were labeled balloons, drones, and UAP? Had nothing to do with aliens, but you went on a television show like an idiot and pretended it might be aliens to get some money. How much did you get paid from TTSA? How much did you get paid from the History Channel show? How much are you getting for this book? Which, again, don't you dare market that, claiming that you ran a government UFO program, pal. The UFO gravy train is over for liar Lou Elizondo. You've made enough money lying to the UFO community, and I will stop at nothing to stop you from continuing to lie to the UFO community. Some are misrepresentations, and some derive from pure, unsupported beliefs. In many respects, the narrative is a textbook example of circular reporting, with each person relaying what they heard, but information often ultimately being sourced to the same small group of individuals. Information often ultimately being sourced to the same small group of individuals. Who is those group of individuals? The same people who were involved with Bigelow Aerospace, Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, right? The same people who were involved with, one second. Yeah. Thank you. Somebody is just sending me a source. So the same small group of people who were involved with wasting $22 million of government research on the Skinwalker scam, right? The same people, many of which were involved with TTSA and that false narrative, the same people who are now involved with the Grusch situation. It's the same people, the same group of people. It's an echo chamber of true believing wackadoos. And I'm sorry, but if you're dumb enough to quit your Pentagon job after you, bend the rules to get military UFO videos out of the Pentagon so you could pretend they're aliens and make money, right? Wasn't that Christopher Mellon who said the rules were bent, right, to get them out to the parking lot? They were never meant for public consumption. Where's the investigation into that, right? It's the same group of people. It's the same group of people, often ultimately being sourced to the same small group of individuals. The operational mission Congress has assigned to AARO is important, accumulating. So he goes on to talk about AARO's mission. Let's just wrap it up here with let me see. Its talented staff, he's talking about Aero here. Its talented staff and team of supporting scientists are at this very moment striving in collaboration with the armed forces, intelligence community, government agencies, national laboratories, scientific community, academic community, and soon the general public to collect and analyze hard, measurable data. That is extraordinary evidence in this heretofore eyewitness rich, but data poor field. In other words, evidence poor field. The Aero team will go wherever the data takes it without fail, and we will not be swayed by any attempts to influence its findings otherwise. Science cannot be left on the side of the road in the mad dash to uncover some great conspiracy. Carl Sagan would expect no less, and neither should the American people. So this is the scathing article, which more or less confirms that our reporting on these issues has been accurate. Oh no, Stephen, he's part of the cover-up, and so are you. And yeah, you come on. Who wants to accuse me of being a CIA member today, right? And by the way, I'll put it on the record. I have not now, nor have I ever worked for any federal government agency. Never worked for a state agency, the CIA, the DIA. Unlike these liars who are selling you the fake stories, I never worked for the CIA. I've never worked in intelligence. I've never worked for the federal government, the state government, the local government. Never. So, people are so entrenched in their belief system that they don't want to let this go. And I get it, man. I've been here. Do you know how hard it was for me to finally let this delusion go? Do you know how hard it was for me to admit that for years I've wasted? People don't want to look. It's like gambling, right? You're too far in. You've already lost too much. You gotta try to keep going, right? But it's only going to get worse going forward. You're going to waste more time, more energy, more passion. You could be doing something else with. And by the way, I'm still here because I'm still interested in those 1% mystery cases that can't be explained, that can't be identified. Those are the things that interest me. Dumb dickheads like Jeremy Corbell selling flares, that doesn't interest me. Stupid people like George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell selling balloons flying by a camera, going with the speed of the wind and the direction of the wind as alien spacecraft, that doesn't interest me. By the way, I apologize. I shouldn't personally insult those guys, though I might have said somebody was a scumbag earlier. I'm apt to do that. I have reached a point of zero patience for these people. I just don't have the patience. If you're knowingly selling people flares, pretending that they're spaceships, then you're a scumbag. And I think that's a fair assessment of something a scumbag would do, because we have, and let me be clear on this point. There's an awful lot of good people in the UFO community, people who are searching and desperate for answers. They had an experience of their own they can't explain. They come here for answers, and all they get is lies, fake stories, chase the carrot, big things coming soon, disclosures coming. The government's finally going to have to admit the truth about aliens, and we've got some information. Get out your wallet. That's what you get. That's what the UFO community is in a nutshell. Now, besides this article, there was also an excellent, and how did I lose that already? Let me get, oh man, I'm I'm here in the zone though. All right, I've got some quotes from the podcast, but you know what? I think we're just going to go through it. I'm going to skip the first little, no, you know what? I'm not going to skip any of it. And by the way, we'll put our fair use banner up again. Oh, before I do that, let me check in with the live chat and you kind and generous people, right? Matthew A. with a kind and generous $2.99 says, shout out to Lou Reviews Chris. Great show on Grusch. Yeah, it was. Go check it out. I appreciate that. Matthew A., thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And for being one of the people, longtime show supporter, who are helping us to praise the cash. For those unaware, I read every single super chat. Sometimes it takes me a while to get to them. We read every single one. We thank every person who becomes a channel member during our presentations or live broadcasts. Thank you, Matthew A., for helping us.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yes, and we've got Spooky there with a kind and generous $1.99 who says the real winners here are Nexstar Media. Yes, that's a great point Spooky brings up. Nexstar Media. Go look into Nexstar Media. This entire Grusch narrative and story all comes back to Nexstar Media. They're the ones pushing the narrative, including George Knapp. They're the ones profiting the most from all of this. Evidence-free stories. Congratulations. Nexstar Media are scumbags. Chris Cuomo is a scumbag, right? All the people on News Nation that are pushing this false evidence-free story for 232 days, if you ever call yourself a journalist again, I'm going to be there to say, you're not a journalist, you're a garbage peddling scumbag, right? Yes. Siren with a kind and generous $10. Siren 1, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, says, we are tired of grifting Lou. I think they're talking about Lou Elizondo. Yeah. And hey, I meant what I said. Lou Elizondo, please market your book by claiming that you ran a government UFO program. Please. I already know what state the publisher is in, unless the publisher dropped you. By the way, where's the book, big man? We've been waiting, right? I've been waiting. I think there might be a toilet paper shortage again. I could at least use it for that. I'm going to pony up the $20 or whatever it costs, and we're going to go through it line by line and fact check every word of it, right? That's what he's waiting for. That's why the book isn't out, because he's afraid. He's afraid. Lou Elizondo is a coward. He's afraid of people like me who will fact check everything in that book. He's afraid of people like me who may start asking inconvenient questions like, excuse me, is it legal to market a book by lying about a government UFO program you never ran officially? Yeah, we'll see what happens. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. You guys are making it rain up in here. This is one for all of you, including you Patreon supporters and channel members. We thank all of you for your support.
Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Siren. We appreciate that. And we thank Anthony Peterson as well. Still love my sport model UFO I put together. Yeah, I bought one as a child. My dad, Anthony Peterson, my dad was a train guy, which is so dorky. Like, I never liked that stuff growing up. You know, my dad would always be like, hey, let's go work on the platform in the basement. Dude, we had this tiny little 2-bedroom row house in the city, and we had this little basement. He built a platform across the whole basement, and oh man, he would be down there working on it every night, and he'd make me do it with him and paint parts. And we had little men, you would paint them and put them on the thing. He had an elevated one. Anyway, we were frequent visitors to hobby stores, and all the hobby stores had the Bob Lazar sport model UFO model. So of course, I got my dad to buy it for me. I still have it somewhere in a box, but it's probably not in very good shape. I've been saying that I'm going to come up with a 3D printed version of that model and sell it because Bob Lazar can make money from fake alien spaceships. So can I. Fuck Bob Lazar, right, Anthony Peterson? But thank you for helping us to praise the cash, all of you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're gonna move along. We've got. I think I'm going to try to not talk very much, but I have to talk over this a bit. And for those who like to complain, why are you talking over this? It's called fair use. I can't just play it for you, though the link is in the description of the video. This is an excellent podcast where Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick gives his first sort of really long form. Well, it's 45 minutes. I don't know if I would consider that long form, but it is what it is. William Runner. Wow. Well, you may say that about you, but I don't want to invite anything. Although, what a lot of people don't know, if something like that were to happen, then I get subpoena power. And if this guy thinks I'm dangerous digging into his background and fake statements and fake claims now, Give me some subpoena power. Let's see what I can do. Right? Thank you, William Runner. I don't know about people are talking about legal stuff, right? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't really get it. Do you need a good pony or some beer? I was born in the age of the tiger. Yeah, I think I'm a tiger too by Chinese astrology. You know, when you go to Chinese food places, they have those placemats. Yeah. My wife's a dragon, I think, which is appropriate. She really is like the mother of dragons too. You should see her. All right, we're going to get into this, and I'm going to try to get comfortable. And also, you know, I don't want to apologize for being so aggressive in the beginning of this broadcast, but I'm just, listen, a lot of this is off the cuff, and I'm just telling you how I really feel. You may disagree with me. If you disagree with me, ask anybody. I engage with anybody. I'm you know, I reply to tweets. My DMs are open. My PMs are open. By the way, thanks to you guys messaging me at 3 o'clock in the morning. Still, I'm going to have to change Facebook accounts over this because I can't be woken up at 3 o'clock in the morning, you know, because somebody wants to send me like a Q video. That's usually what it is. Q people, right? No, not interested. Don't send me 22 links to Q related material at 3:30 a.m. Eastern time. Right? I knew that Facebook account being public was a bad idea. Yeah. Montauk J.O. Make your own 3D print sports model and call it the pimp model. We're doing that, Montauk. Where the hell is Mr. Ian? Mr. Ian, get on this. We want a 3D printed model, and you got to do it in pieces so that people feel like it's a model and they can put it together. And it's got to look like Bob Lazar's sports model, but better. And we're going to call it the Bob Lazar pimp model. That's what we're going to do. I think this is an excellent. We need new fundraising ideas. By the way, you cheap bastards, YouTube is yelling at me that we're like $200 late this month. I don't know what happened, but get out your wallets because disclosure ain't cheap. Okay. Thank you, Montauk.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
All right, we got a motor here. We're going to be here for a long time. This is about 45 minutes, but I think this is important and it's worthy of going through this. This is Sean Kirkpatrick giving an interview about all of these issues.
The best thing that could have happened in this job is I found the aliens and I could have rolled them out.
That's the voice of a scientist named Sean Kirkpatrick. If you're an American taxpayer, he worked for you until pretty recently. His job was hunting UFOs for the U.S. Department of Defense. In 2022, the Pentagon tapped him to run the wonderfully named All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO. And remember that acronym because you'll be hearing a lot about it in this episode. AARO is a new office charged with investigating UFO sightings by U.S. military personnel.
The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, created by Congress last year to detect, identify, and attribute mysterious objects of interest in the air, in outer space, and even underwater.
Kirkpatrick and his team dug into UFO cases and interviewed U.S. service members who say they have inside knowledge about encounters with UFOs.
Oh, by the way, that's one other point that I forgot to make. David Grusch has had no evidence, refused to go to the proper person. The proper person to go to with your alien and UFO claims was Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, who was running the government's UFO office and doing a total historical review. Grusch didn't go to him. Why not? Why would Grusch purposefully avoid the one guy whose job it is in the United States government to investigate these claims? Isn't that a little suspicious? Just like the fact that all the people selling his story have been caught selling fake stories before. And by the way, somebody reminded me that we should be kind to Grusch because he's another victim of these UFO profiteering whores. And I believe that. I until proven otherwise, I will believe that Dave Grusch is a victim of these UFO profiteers who have done everything they could to squeeze every dollar they can out of the UFO subject, right? And every time interest dies down, suddenly they find a new guy to put in the spotlight. They did it with Lou Elizondo. Oh, I'm sorry. They did it with Tom DeLonge. Then they did it. Then he screwed up and came off like a wackadoo showing Joe Rogan completely fake videos on the biggest podcast in the world. So they pulled him back, and then they put Lou Elizondo in. And after a while, his story falls apart, and we find out that he's not who he claimed to be in the 2017 New York Times article. And in fact, basically, he was just a guy who had a UFO hobby who worked for the Pentagon doing something completely and totally unrelated to UFOs. Never the official director of a program, never had any funding to study UFOs. You won't find any casework or paperwork. By the way, if he had really ran a government UFO program that studied UFO for years, there'd be a mountain of paperwork. There is none. Go ask John from the Black Wall. There's very little. Nowhere near the amount of paperwork there should be if he was telling the truth. So they put in Elizondo. Then his story starts falling apart. Now they put in Grusch, and his story is starting to fall apart now.
Or UAP, as they're now known. That's unidentified anomalous phenomena, because it seems like the Pentagon loves upgrading names by making them sound more boring. Anyway, as people sat down for interviews with the new UFO office, Kirkpatrick said he and his team kept hearing versions of the same outlandish story.
We'll see.
And the story goes something like this. The U.S. government has been hiding as many as 12 UFOs, possibly going back to the mid-60s and maybe even the 40s if you include Roswell. And the U.S. government's been trying to reverse engineer these to no avail, have failed. And as a consequence, they abandoned the effort.
Thank you.
To industry who wanted to continue to look at this.
Yeah, you're hearing that right. He's saying people told him and his team stories about crashed alien spaceships. These spaceships were supposedly kept under wraps by the US government for decades as part of a failed project to dismantle the craft and study them. These spaceships, or parts of them, were then secretly handed over to private companies who were looking to reverse engineer them and possibly profit from the results of what they learned. And then comes the next chapter of the story Kirkpatrick kept hearing. Some people in the government wanted the spaceships or pieces of the spaceships back.
And then somewhere around earlier this turn of the century, there was a push to bring that material back into government oversight because the allegation goes that Congress had no knowledge of any of this and this was all a hidden program.
Some aspects of this story and a Pentagon program associated with it recently became a lot less hidden.
The remarkable admission by the Pentagon came as a result of reporting by the New York Times.
And then the whole New York Times article that everybody that started all this UFO hysteria back in 2017 was completely and totally false reporting, completely and totally manipulated, deceptive editing, leave out facts, conflate two different things into one. Anything to sell the story.
The secret department in the Pentagon thought they were worth millions of dollars of investigation, has many wondering if the truth is out there.
And more recently, a former Pentagon official got a lot of press coverage when he testified about crashed alien spacecraft to a congressional committee.
I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program. I made the decision.
So in other words, just as Kirkpatrick is commenting, and we've commented here, and by the way, credit where credit's due, the best reporting on all of this stuff was Stephen Greenstreet's The Basement Office. And I give him a lot of credit because Mr. Greenstreet once reported on UFOs. I think he uses the word credulous. In other words, like he was reporting it from the believer side. And then he had a sudden realization that he was being manipulated by these very same people that are likely or possibly manipulating Dave Grusch, right? Then he starts doing real investigative, boots on the ground, really digging into the story. And he unraveled this all these layers of deception, him along with John from the Black Vault, Jason Cavallito, and a few others. Sorry if I mangled his name. He's a great follow on Twitter and a skeptical voice about these stories. Myself, there was very few people that were actually critical of this whole narrative. The whole New York Times article was false. right? Or largely false. And it's the same people involved in the Grusch story, or many of the same people. Isn't that interesting? And he's repeating the same claims and stories that these guys have never proven anything about, right? It gets a little suspicious and shady.
To report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower.
So what are you supposed to make of stories like these? Is there exotic tech flying in the skies or crashing to Earth that you should be worried about? Has the US government been hiding evidence of aliens? How close has the Pentagon gotten to finally sorting all this out? There may be few people here on Earth better positioned to answer those questions than Sean Kirkpatrick. He's the guy the Pentagon hired to literally sort this stuff out. He doesn't particularly like talking to the press, and he doesn't do it often. But since he recently retired from government service, I got him in the room for the most in-depth media interview he's given to date. You'll hear Kirkpatrick talk you through the report he just handed to the US Congress, which investigates every American government UFO sighting going back to the 1940s. You'll hear him explain what his investigators found out about Roswell. You'll hear whether he believes in aliens.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. Thank you. So you guys can hear the audio that I'm playing. Thank you, Ardent Paranormal. Gosh, I really need an in-house producer. Anybody want to move in with me and work for free? You know, I may be interested in that. Try to get that past my wife, right? Like, who's that slobby guy living in our spare bedroom? That's my producer. We need him. Just let him live there, right? All right. William Runner, it's in the description of the video. And hold on, I'll find another link that I can share here. Let me share another link. I'm finding Dr. David Kirkpatrick. Somebody please find the link to the original. I have to go on Twitter to find the original link. I'm using a ripped version so that we don't have to sit through, the podcast ads. And I apologize. We'll get the links.
How he got his nickname, Dr. Evil, and why he thinks the biggest UFO conspiracy actually originates in part with true believers inside the US government. I'm Peter Bergen, and this is In the Room.
By the way, I just wanted to mention that I was kind of like, oh no, he gave an interview. I would have loved to get an interview, but this is a Spreaker sponsored. In other words, Spreaker, I believe, produces this podcast. So it's one of the bigger podcasts that they are actually producing. Would make sense that he goes to one of the bigger podcasts to say what he has to say.
Sean Kirkpatrick has had a long career in national security. After getting a physics PhD, he started out researching lasers for the US military and ended up holding a number of highly secret, tech-focused roles in the intelligence community. Just before...
Yes, and just to be clear, his resume is every bit as impressive, if not more so, than David Grusch. So all you people who just want to believe anything somebody says based on their resume, well, how can you ignore this guy? His resume is more impressive than Grusch's.
Taking on the UFO job, he served as chief scientist at the Defense Intelligence Agency's Missile and Space Intelligence Center. Even before we spoke, I got the sense that talking to journalists doesn't come easy for him. In his first TV interview with ABC News, for example, this was about as breezy as things ever got.
Do you think extraterrestrial life is out there? I think it's statistically unrealistic to think it isn't.
Are you going to find it on your watch?
Well, wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, your background is kind of amazing in terms of all the different things that you've done within the national security apparatus. And I'm sure all those jobs that you did required almost no interaction with the media and very little public attention.
None.
And then here you are running this office, which was the subject of intense public and media attention and congressional attention. How was that for you personally?
That's a wonderful question. When I first sat down with my public affairs officer on the very first meeting, I looked at her and I said, look, I've just spent the last 25 years of my career being told that if I ever ended up on TV, something has gone horribly, horribly wrong with your mission. And now the first thing I've got to do is go meet the media and start talking about stuff. That is a very uncomfortable place for me.
That's interesting, sort of the reluctant hero. But if you've known any scientists, and I've known a few, in professional capacity, those guys aren't real big on public speaking. I mean, I don't know. The ones that I've known, they're kind of socially awkward and not really comfortable, like being the center of attention. That's how Mr. Kirkpatrick strikes me. Brilliant man, but he doesn't really want to talk to reporters. And by the way, if he wanted to, he could do a full court media press like Lou Elizondo did, because he was a real UFO program director, not a fake one. And if fake Lou Elizondo, who never ran a UFO program but claimed to for the Pentagon, could be on hundreds of podcasts and get a television show deal, then so could Kirkpatrick if he wanted to, because his work history isn't fake like Lou Elizondo's.
Kirkpatrick wears wire-rimmed glasses. He favors dark suits, and he's got a closely trimmed salt and pepper goatee. For a smart, serious, secret laser scientist who came up working for the US military, he looks and talks just about how you'd expect. There's not much arm-waving with him or joking around, although you can get him to crack a smile about the movie Austin Powers. Kirkpatrick's love of lasers inspired the US Air Force to give him the call sign Dr. Evil, after the movie's laser-loving villain.
Mr. Evil. Dr. Evil. I didn't spend 6 years in evil medical school to be called Mr. Thank you very much.
That is my call sign. I even have a flight suit that has it on there, because I did do some testing out of some Black Hawk helicopters with lasers strapped into the side, leaning out. It was fun.
You know, I have one simple request, and that is to have sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads.
I will say one of my going away presents, I was leaving the National Reconnaissance Office. One of my close colleagues gave me a shark with a laser pointer strapped to its head. So I do have that still.
The UFO job wasn't something that Kirkpatrick sought out. It's more like something he got dragooned into doing on his way out of the Pentagon.
I was getting ready to retire, and the acting deputy undersecretary called and twisted my arm to come stand up Arrow.
How did that call go down? Was this, Sean, I've got some good news for you and also some bad news. We're going to put you in charge of the office in the Pentagon that's looking for UFOs?
It wasn't quite that bad, but it was close.
It was.
The call was, hey, Sean, have you read the National Defense Authorization Act? And I said, no, I don't generally read those unless I have nothing else better to do.
Because it's like 1,000 pages, right?
Right, right.
Yeah,
like, no, I haven't. He goes, well, have you heard about this office that we're being legislated to stand up? And I said, well, I have heard a little bit about that, yeah. And he goes, look, we have a problem. We got to get this stood up. The undersecretary and I have put together a short list of people that we think could do it. You're at the top of the list because you have stood up all these other organizations. You have a technical background. You're an intelligence officer. He spent a lot of time blowing sunshine and then said, look, we really want you to come do this. And I said, well, I got to talk to my wife and family and get back to you. And next thing I know, he calls back a couple of days later and he goes, yeah, we already told Congress you were the one coming.
Were you voluntold then to run the office?
Yeah, basically.
So only in Washington could we have an office called the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office.
I like that, actually. Remember, they had other ones that were worse. AIOMSG and UAPTF. Why does the government love acronyms so much?
Did you come up with that name, or did Congress help, or how did it come about?
As I was being asked to stand this up, there was an absolutely horrendous name that was being used.
It was going to be called AIMSOG.
That does not roll off the tongue. I can't even remember what it all stood for. Its goal is ultimately to resolve anomalies.
And what kind of anomalies are we talking about?
You know, an anomaly as defined there is any observation, event, or object that a person or a sensor can't immediately make sense of and may or may not be doing something odd that you don't understand fully as you look at it.
So give me an example.
A simple example is a pilot flying over the ocean on a cloudless day, looks down and sees a round object, which to his eye appears to be moving very rapidly in a direction that might be different than the aircraft is moving. In addition, that aircraft's radar may or may not pick up a signal, a reflection off of that object. Neither the sensor nor the pilot knows what it is that they're looking at. And
this is important too. And this kind of senseless, childish argument that, military pilots, they're trained observers, so they can't get it wrong. They get it wrong all the time.
It appears to be moving erratically. When you dig into those kinds of observations, and we had hundreds of those kinds of observations, 9 times out of 10 or more, that turns into an optical illusion that we call parallax.
For a simple example, hold your thumb up in front of your face and then alternately wink one eye and then the other. Your thumb isn't actually moving, but it appears to jump back and forth relative to the background.
And this is some things that Mick West and others have detailed in great detail. It's very easy to become confused when you're witnessing a parallax situation.
That's parallax.
So about 2 to 5% of all the reports that we have, all the cases that we have, are what we would call truly anomalous. There's things that we need to investigate. We have enough data to investigate, and we can go whole on that case or that event to see if we can figure that out. Most of the times when we can't give an explanation, it is because there is a lack of data. And by that, I mean consistent, solid, recorded data that you can put into a computer and you can do analysis on, and you can try to figure out, okay, what did that radar actually see?
Yeah, and here's another problem. The UFO Grift Squad always promises that there's data, but they never provide it. Or they claim that the government came and took the data, as in the case of, what was it, the Tic Tac or the Go Fast? I don't know. They all seem to run together to me. Oh, no, the Men in Black came and took the radar data, so we don't have the data. Very convenient.
What did that infrared sensor actually see? And what is it measuring?
He's saying that some anomalies are unresolved and worth pursuing because witnesses preserved enough data to dig into and investigate. But other anomalies have too little data to ever yield a definitive answer. And one pretty famous anomaly falls into this second category, the bizarre tic-tac-shaped object that several US Navy pilots spotted when they were flying off the coast of California back in 2004. The New York Times ran a big story about that incident, and it mentioned a number of other sightings by US Navy pilots who captured them with their plane's imaging systems.
And by the way, there's a really funny clip of Joey Diaz from the Joe Rogan show saying, all these Navy pilots are coming out talk about UFOs all of a sudden. Like, you waited all this time? It's a valid point.
You may remember the videos along with the pilot's shocked reactions showing up on the news or online.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh, look at the cry. My gosh.
My gosh.
They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
The 2004 California incident was especially interesting to many UFO lovers because the pilots reported seeing the strange object with their naked eyes. Besides aliens, that 2004 sighting might have been a test of advanced US technology. It might have been a weird new aircraft from a foreign rival that was spying on US forces. And it might have been an errant balloon. Kirkpatrick says none of these possibilities can be ruled out. But the US Navy didn't keep an archive of raw sensor data from that encounter for the Pentagon's UFO investigators to investigate. And so far, no foreign country or alien visitor has come forward to claim that the Tic Tac was theirs. So Kirkpatrick says we'll probably never get a good answer.
The challenge with the data is up until AARO was established, there was no guidance to the department, to the force, to the operators on saving all of that data.
A while back, I interviewed one of the US Navy pilots who witnessed the Tic Tac incident. Her name's Alex Dietrich.
Yeah, Alex Dietrich. I'm not really interested in UFOs, but I spend all day on Twitter posting UFO stuff. I'm sorry, I don't consider her a reliable witness. Come and attack me. And by the way, fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the audio podcast we are sharing. We're discussing it with the live chat. This is covered under fair use.
And you may just need to let her have the last word on the encounter.
I don't know what we saw that day. You know, the fact that we had 4 air crew who had a visual tally on it. I don't think that we were talking about a balloon. But I don't.
Yeah, 4 air crew. That means, I think that would mean there was 2 separate planes that saw it, hers being one of them. Why do we ever hear from the co-pilots? That just occurred to me. You know, somebody was sitting in that airplane with Fravor and with Dietrich. Where are those 2? Let's interview them and see how they're, you know, she's saying there were 4 air crew that witnessed it. We've only heard from her and Fravor. Right? Well, what about the other 2? Where are they at? Let's compare their recollection of what they believe they saw to Dietrich and Fravor. Why don't we ever get to those people?
I don't know what it was.
Oh,
Kirkpatrick says AARO has 2 main missions. The first mission is to study new sightings, interview UFO witnesses in the military, and review any video or radar returns or other data that they've got to back up their story. And the office also directs witnesses to save data from any system in the air or on Earth that recorded a UFO encounter and hand it over to AARO. Kirkpatrick describes this as an ongoing operational mission.
The bulk of my office's team and resources and time was spent on that operational mission, which is to get data to find whatever is being observed and reported by pilots in particular and other sensors. And then there's this historical mission.
This second historical mission has been a little more tricky. Kirkpatrick's team had to look into U.S. military UFO sightings going back as far as the 1940s, dig up whatever files there might be about those cases, and interview people who claim to know about them.
To bring in all of these people, these whistleblowers who have claims of knowledge of the government cover-up and conspiracy. The bulk of my time and a handful of my officers and researchers, you know, was spent on that historical mission because of the strong feelings on either side of that issue, and it would cover other people's views of exactly what was going on in the office.
Yeah, so that's interesting. The bulk of their time was taken up listening to these people, most or all of which didn't have evidence. They had stories. And that's a problem. If they had evidence, he couldn't have concluded there's no evidence of aliens or extraterrestrial visitation.
Did the strong feelings on either sides of the issue come home in a personal way for you? Were you ever subjected to harassment?
Absolutely. That came home.
Yeah, and here's where it gets interesting. The harassment literally came home to him. Remember at the beginning of this broadcast, we talked about this cult-like ridiculousness that many of these true-believing wackadoos and their followers, right? It's not just the UFO celebrities. They're not running around publicly threatening and harassing people. They send their true-believing idiot followers to do it. At least that's my personal speculation based on available evidence. Or the fact that none of them ever make a statement and say, I don't condone or support people harassing people who are critical of my claims or my stories, right? An awful lot of wackadoos running around threatening people, harassing people, up to and including threatening people's wives and families. I've been a victim of that. Some of you may remember one of these wackadoos came in our live chat and literally threatened my wife by name, right? Oh, boy, Sherlock can look me up on Facebook and find out who I'm married to, right? People also threatened to come here to my home after I was doxxed. By who? Rob Heatherly, the idiot pushing this fake Wikipedia conspiracy, right? The same idiot who had, how many hours, Rob Heatherly, of 8 and 10-year-old girls dancing was on that playlist that you had labeled erotic, right? 8 and 10-year-old little girls dancing in a playlist called erotic. It was in your public playlist. I still have evidence of that, right? The guy who's completely and totally wrong about everything, who went and doxed people, threatened people, harassed people because he didn't like somebody making a film about Lou Elizondo, whose asshole he loves to lick on a daily basis. Hey, I have a message for you, Rob Heatherly specifically, you dummy with your fake Wikipedia conspiracy. By the way, we're going to rip that one apart, Rob Heatherly, you dummy, you idiot, right? And who helped him push that fake conspiracy? Matt Ford, another of the UFO circle jerk crew, right? The good propaganda show, the worst UFO show ever. Well, I don't know. It's between him and that Disclosure Idiots show, right? Great. So Rob Heatherly went around doxing people. Oh, he didn't dox me. He just put out my legal name and my street name. And if you Google those two things, you get my address. Technically didn't dox me, right? All I have to say to Rob Heatherly is you are a sad, bitter, angry, little nothing of a man who apparently has a public, you took it down when it was found, a public YouTube playlist titled Erotic, in which he had, how many videos did you have of 8 and 10-year-old girls dancing in that playlist, Rob Heatherly? Is this a source of good information? And by the way, you really should pick better heroes. If your hero that you're willing to literally do illegal things for, like dox, threaten, and harass people across interstate lines, if your hero that you're willing to do that for is a fake Pentagon UFO program director, then what does that make you? What does that make you, Heatherly? It makes you an idiot. That's what it does. You literally risked criminal prosecution to defend your hero who's a fake Pentagon UFO program director. Not too bright, Heatherly. And by the way, I've kept all that evidence. And I just don't even know what else to say, but it's enough to say that I was the victim of some of these similar things. Now, I will put this on the record as well. It would be an incredibly stupid, foolish thing for anybody to actually come here to my home, as people have threatened to harm myself, my children, my wife, my family. If you do something like that, I will not be held responsible if you get drug out of here in a body bag and put in a coroner's van. I will not be held responsible if anybody were to threaten my family in my home. Then I'm going to do all that a father and a husband should do, to protect their family when some wackadoo comes to my home as they threatened. They didn't, to the best of my knowledge. And by the way, we have cameras galore here and an incredible security system. I'm a big believer in the right to bear arms, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But it's interesting that so many of these UFO wackadoos who don't like you telling them the truth about their lying, grifting, scamming heroes, UFO clown heroes, right? They don't like that when you tell the truth about their lying, grifting, scamming UFO heroes. So then they threaten you, your wife, your family. They threaten harm on you or your wife or your family. They threaten your business. They threaten your reputation. The most recent example is that somebody on Twitter publicly said that I was on the Pennsylvania sex offender registry. No, I'm not. You can check, right? They just make things up. Kind of like how they made up that one other person being very critical of this false narrative was the R word. Kind of like they've called other people the P word. Like, this is the depths of scumminess that some of these scammer losers and their idiot cult drinking, Kool-Aid drinking members of their groups are willing to do to people, right? Is your delusional fantasy world that you live in, that's built on a house of cards and lies and deceptions and half-truths and fake stories, so weak it cannot withstand debate? And that's what you have to do when people start dropping truth bombs on your dumb ass? Then you deserve it. You deserve whatever happens to you. And by the way, I'm still hopeful that many of these people are going to be criminally prosecuted. We'll see. But here's Mr. Kirkpatrick talking about his experience with the very same kinds of things I experienced, but even worse.
A number of times, not only to me, but to other people associated with the office, in the form of harassment and threatening letters. I even had some guy show up at my house. It makes it very difficult to do this job.
When you say a guy showed up at your house, what was that about?
That was early on, right, after I got announced, and the FBI did a great job of swinging into action, track this guy down. I was told, because I never had to confront him, that he was an emotionally disturbed person that had showed up on my property and had stayed there overnight and was just waiting. And unfortunately, my wife came across him, so that was a bit unnerving, but they got him and arrested him.
And how was it for yours?
That's interesting. And, good for Dr. Kirkpatrick, who has the protection, apparently, of the Federal Bureau of Investigation when his family is threatened. What about, us regular people, us citizen journalists, right? Well, we have to defend ourselves, I suppose.
Staff.
But good for him.
This is a point of contention with the public and with Congress that I have refused all the way up to my last days to provide names of people working on my team and my staff to anyone outside of the department. And the reasons for that are safety and security and privacy, right? That has added fuel to the conspiracy fire. We got letters at the Pentagon all the time. We get emails all the time. And of course, in social media, I get beat up often.
Because there's a narrative out there that the Pentagon really has secret information that it's not revealing. Is that the principal complaint?
Yeah, it's that. And then they further then accused me as being the spokesperson that's lying for the government, hiding all of this information, all the material. And the fact of the matter is, the research and the evidence and the data that we have uncovered is all been compiled into this historical report, Volume 1, which I had finished up before I retired and is being delivered to Congress and to the public. And it goes through everything.
I can't wait to read that report. I can't wait to read the report of these bunch of circle jerkers telling each other stories, pretending this is all real, wasting the government's money, wasting the government's time. By the way, that's all of our money. That's taxpayer money that these wackadoos are wasting, right? And what are we going to do when that comes out? What kind of mental gymnastics do you have to do? Oh, no, it's a cover-up, Stephen. They're covering it up.
To very high level of detail.
Kirkpatrick says a lot of the conspiratorial thinking about UFOs gets spawned by people catching glimpses of highly secret US aircraft or programs and wanting answers. And when the government doesn't provide any answers, the public imagination takes over.
There is a lot of observations of real advanced US programs, but none of that is extraterrestrial in nature.
Instead, they were programs the US government wanted to keep secret. That's what Kirkpatrick says happened with the Roswell incident. If you're not familiar, the Roswell story began back in 1947 with a US military news release about a flying saucer that had crashed near Roswell Army Airfield in New Mexico. The military later retracted the story and said it was a weather balloon. But the incident spawned rumors about alien bodies being recovered from the wreckage, conspiracy theories about a US government cover-up, and a whole bunch of books and sci-fi movies and X-File episodes, and 3 seasons of a TV show about millennial alien teenagers.
You're not an alien, I mean... Are you?
I prefer the term not of this earth.
Kirkpatrick says his office dug deep into Roswell. And you need to understand that back in the late 40s and 50s, there were a lot of strange things happening near the Roswell airfield. There was a top-secret spy program called Mogul, which launched long strings of oddly shaped metallic spy balloons into the air. At the same time, the US military was conducting tests with other high-altitude balloons that were carrying human dummies.
Yeah, and now this explanation I've never quite bought. I have to just, listen, if I believe this is something that's a little too far-fetched, I don't just, and by the way, let's be clear. People are like, oh, Steven's always going to the debunker side. No, sometimes the debunks are stupid. Like, people confused this one event with another event that happened 10 years later. To me, that's a little far-fetched of an explanation for Roswell, but it is what it is. That's the official explanation in Roswell case closed.
And there was at least one military plane crash with 11 fatalities. Kirkpatrick and his team at Arrow concluded that crash Mogul balloons, the recovery operations to retrieve down test dummies, and glimpses of the aftermath of that real plane crash likely combined into a single narrative, a narrative matching the mood of the country at that moment.
You have new aviation for people that have never seen American craft before. What does that mean? What's it doing? But there was also this fear coming out of World War II, and everybody's still raw.
I agree, Lucy.
And there's
lots of being a member.
Technological issues that people are trying to wrap their minds around, and that affected a lot of what people saw and how they reported.
I agree with that too.
I think the same thing is true today.
And Kirkpatrick thinks that new technology taking flight in our especially anxious times can help explain a lot of the modern era of UFO sightings from the early 2000s on. He says these things could be advanced technology that the US government needs to keep secret, or aircraft that rival nations are using to spy on the US, or maybe even benign civilian drones or balloons. And he says all of this is a national security concern, even the balloons.
The biggest risk is stuff that is in the air that we don't know is there. And why don't we know it's there?
No, I never would say don't question the official narrative. But here's what I will say. If I have to compare this interview of Kirkpatrick with the interviews that we've seen of Grusch and just decide on who I think is more credible, to be very honest, it's no contest to me. I've seen this man's resume. We can share it here. I think he comes off as really genuine and looking for answers and following the data, which is exactly what everybody always wanted. But then the data didn't show what everybody wanted it to be. So now he's a bad guy.
Because it's not something we would track. Balloons are one of the biggest hazards right now, and it's growing. There's something like 10,000 balloons launched daily. Everything from weather balloons to just party balloons that have escaped. One of my favorite things is there's this company in Florida. They make these backyard lighting balloons. Some of them are round, some of them are tic-tac shaped, and they're black on the top, and inside they have lights, and they're helium filled, and they're strapped down in people's backyards for backyard parties, and they get away. When we talk to the company, they're like, yeah, we lose them and we sometimes find them again, but generally not. Well, that's a really weird looking thing, lit from the bottom, not lit on the top, big tic-tac thing flying around. Well, what is that? That kind of stuff is a flight hazard. So on the one hand, I've got military pilots that are flying at greater than Mach 1. If they run into a balloon with a tether on it, it's going to rip a wing off. That's a problem. But on the other hand, if I'm a commercial airline, you get one of those sucked into an engine, and that's not going to be good.
When you were in the office, a huge news story was the Chinese balloon story, which brought to the public that...
Yeah, so isn't that interesting, this, this whole narrative that Ryan Graves was pushing could have a very reasonable earthly explanation. I don't think Graves will even entertain that. And I saw people tweeting this at him going, maybe that's what this, sphere within a cube thing was, and the fact that so many people will refuse, they just put their blinders on. They don't want to hear ordinary earthly explanations. No, it must be aliens. It shows you that they're not being honest. They're not researching things. They're not looking for answers. They found their answers, and they're looking for evidence to support their pre-drawn conclusions of alien visitation on Earth.
Clearly, there's a national security interest in the United States understanding what might be flying around that we haven't identified.
That's right. The office's mission is not to prove the existence of extraterrestrials. The office's mission is to minimize technical and intelligence surprise. That is the primary mission.
The Pentagon this week described the unidentified object shot down over Canada on Saturday as a, quote, small metallic balloon. So it was either a dire national security threat or a wasted 25 cents at a county fair.
The Chinese balloon story is an example of the U.S. government's new posture towards UFOs working as it should. Since 2020, the Pentagon has worked to standardize, destigmatize, and increase the volume of reporting on UFOs by the U.S. military. This work has involved calibrating sensors and improving the quality of data that those sensors collect. That's how Chinese spy balloons got spotted in the first place.
Yeah, and apparently people like Jay Stratton and Travis Taylor completely and totally screwed up and just let Chinese spy balloons, float over the United States because they were busy looking for aliens, right? Interesting that, they've recalibrated the sensors and now they can properly detect these things. But somehow, while alien, believing people like Travis Taylor and Jay Stratton were in charge of similar programs, they couldn't do that. They screwed it up.
And while balloons are low-tech examples of UFOs, Arrow is especially concerned with keeping an eye out for more high-tech stuff.
Yeah, I'm aware of that as well, Lucy.
I'll give you an example. There's a large number of people, pilots, who, have said, hey, I saw this giant sphere. It had a cube in it. I don't understand it. It must be an alien. Well, actually, no. The next generation of drones that are being built are spherical drones. And one of them is they've taken about a 2-meter size inflatable and they put a cube inside of it. And everywhere the corner of the cube touches the sphere, they fused it, cut it out, and put little thrusters in. With 8 thrusters in a cube configuration, I can maneuver this drone around very accurately. And they've tried these all over the place.
So far, most of what Kirkpatrick says about the report he just handed over to the US Congress isn't super new. That explanation about Roswell, for example, echoes the conclusions of several US government investigations carried out in the 1990s.
Yeah, including Roswell case closed.
But I think Kirkpatrick does break some new ground by suggesting a new origin story for modern allegations that the US government has been hiding crashed alien spaceships. He says these allegations largely come from just a small group of people inside the US government, or with close ties to it.
True believers are not just outside of government. Many of them are inside government. Many of them are in places of authority and decision making, and you don't know who they are until they come into the office and have a discussion about this.
Fascinating. And you recall that New York Times in 2017 released the videos of the famous Tic Tac, and that story attracted a lot of attention.
The U.S. Navy has finally acknowledged that videos appearing to show UFOs flying through the air are real.
They released video, including a 2004 encounter when 2 fighter jets chased an oval-shaped white object near San Diego. They also released a second video.
The Times story itself was certainly generated with people who had information that came from inside the government. So has there been a sort of self-reinforcing loop, in your view, that produces pressure from Congress to investigate what the hell's going on? Then that becomes an office. That office is the office that you then ran.
Correct.
I don't know what kind of cycle that is. Is it a virtuous cycle, an unvirtuous cycle, or how would you describe it?
The way I look at it is, if you follow the information that we've laid out in the historical report, you've got people that talk to people who come in to tell the story or tell the media, but it turns out none of them have any firsthand evidence or knowledge. They're all relaying stories that they've heard from other people. And if you track where all those people know each other, it all goes back to the same core set of people.
Kirkpatrick says his report doesn't name any of the names in this core group, but there are 2 people at the group's center whose names and involvement have been pretty widely documented elsewhere. The late Senator Harry Reid and his longtime friend Robert Bigelow, a Nevada billionaire and the owner of a company called Bigelow Aerospace. Both of these guys shared a long-running interest in UFOs.
Senator Harry Reid was a true believer and thought that, hey, the government is hiding this from congressional oversight.
And in 2007, Senator Reid got funding for a Defense Intelligence Agency program that paid $22 million to his buddy Bigelow's aerospace company, money the company spent on investigations into paranormal phenomena. Among other investigations,
yeah, so that's the connection. So thank God, finally, somebody in government is aware of this $22 million pork project, wherein the government was bilked out of $22 million to study dino beavers, werewolves, poltergeists, and also UFOs.
Bigelow's team looked into the sightings of UFOs by U.S. military personnel and proposed setting up laboratories to study the purported physical remains of off-world spacecraft. One of the main scoops in that New York Times story that touched off so much of the recent UFO hype a few years back was the fact that this Pentagon program existed at all in the first place. Senator Reid and others later proposed setting up other secret programs with similar missions.
None of that actually manifested in any evidence, but it did cause a number of things that people could point to and go, hey, see, there's a compartment over there that's supposed to be holding, extraterrestrial material, but none of it had anything in it. It's all window dressing, if you will. There's no substance.
But he says the stories about these secret programs spread inside the Pentagon, got embellished, and got the occasional boost from service members who'd heard rumors about or caught glimpses of seemingly sci-fi technology or aircraft. And Kirkpatrick says his investigators ultimately traced this game of top secret telephone back to fewer than a dozen people.
They're some of the same people that worked for Robert Bigelow under the DIA program. They're some of the same people that have been working behind the scenes with Congress to write legislation. They're the same people that worked with a U.S. company and the United States Army to...
Who worked with the United States Army? Oh, TTSA, Lou Elizondo.
To explore a piece of material that they claimed was a UAP, and it really is a piece of missile casing from the 1950s.
Oh, isn't that great? A piece of missile casing from the 1950s. Could that be the material that Lou Elizondo and others claimed belonged to a UAP?
The same people that have been influencing some of these whistleblowers who have come forward to say, hey, I don't have any firsthand evidence, but all these people are telling me this. Here's what I know.
The most public of these whistleblowers is the former Pentagon official whose voice you heard at the beginning of the show, testifying about crashed alien spacecraft before a U.S. congressional committee.
I was informed of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
Biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Great. So where did he get that from?
One of the individuals that I think this core group of people that have influenced him, have told him this information. He may have misinterpreted things that people have said, or he may have just fallen to the influence of what these folks have been telling him.
And you notice it's pretty specific. Kirkpatrick mentions worked with the Army. Who worked with the Army on a contract to study apparent or alleged UAP material? That was TTSA. Lou Elizondo. Who did Brian Bender say groomed Dave Grusch for his current role as a whistleblower? Lou Elizondo. Who was involved in TTSA? Lou Elizondo. Who's been pushing the United States government to write legislation? Lou Elizondo. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of these roads lead back to exactly the people who I've been screaming about here have been influencing him. And by the way, if these people convinced a good man with an impressive resume and, credentials to essentially risk his entire financial future to go tell UFO stories so they could all keep the narrative going and make money, then those people are scumbags. I'm going to put it out there. And David Grusch, and especially his wife, should be aware of these people's history of lying, of grifting, of filling their pockets with every UFO dollar they could find, of doing all these scammy, shady things to make money off of this false narrative. And especially his wife, and if I ever get to talk to David Grusch, the first thing I'm going to tell him is get the hell away from all of these people. They don't care about you, in my opinion. They care about how much money they can shovel into their own pockets while putting you out there as a patsy to just mindlessly repeat evidence-free stories that they're telling you.
In either event, at the time I left, he had not come in to speak to Arrow, so I can't say with 100% what he has to say, only what he's put out into the media and what others have come to tell us. So you see what I'm saying? There's this commonality.
What he's saying is actually quite ironic, because the true believer about UFOs thinks that there's a government conspiracy to hide real evidence of aliens.
Yeah, and what a wake-up call it is to suddenly realize that there's definitely a UFO cover-up. But the real cover-up is it's the same group of idiots that keep on perpetuating these fake stories with no evidence. They just circle jerk each other off, tell each other stories. I'll use you as a source. You use me as a source. I'll confirm your information is accurate. You confirm my information is accurate. It's exactly as I have been saying it for years. It's one big UFO circle jerk. That's what this is. The same people over and over and over again. And now we've got the former government's highest ranking official, a real director of a real Pentagon UFO program, not a fake one like Lou Elizondo, a real one, And by the way, go inquire to the Pentagon spokesperson. Did Sean Kirkpatrick run a Pentagon UFO program? Absolutely. Yes, he did. Now try that with Lou Elizondo. See what answers you get. Lou Elizondo is a false UFO messiah. He is a facade, an illusion of what this man really is.
What Kirkpatrick is saying is the actual conspiracy is being carried out by a group of UFO true believers to get the government involved in the business of investigating aliens. I was searching for the right metaphor, but I think this is known as a self-licking ice cream cone.
That is a self-licking ice cream cone.
Self-licking ice cream cone. Perfect
The self-licking
analogy.
ice cream cone is a Pentagon term of art for a program that exists only to perpetuate itself. Now, you've heard lots of good reasons why an office like Arrow should exist and should be keeping track of unknown non-alien objects in the skies. It keeps Americans safer, whether they're flying fighter jets or sitting in coach. But that's definitely more boring than perpetuating stories about aliens, which suggests that the UFO office has another unstated mission.
Yes. I mean, a lot of this is, look, desensationalize this problem. It's to put objective, fact-based reporting and analysis and disclosure of that information into a routinized manner to normalize the discussion so that it's not sensationalized and so that it's normal and eventually boring. That would be the way to go.
This mission to make UFOs boring might be succeeding. Even Joe Rogan's podcast, which loves a good alien story, seems to be getting a little frustrated by how unfun Pentagon types have recently turned out to be.
Yeah, this is the clip that I was talking about. And by the way, I think Spooky's doing a whole edit of this with the video as well.
When it comes to disclosing what they know about UFOs.
When we talked about disclosure in the old days, no one thought it would be this like
slow drip,
bureaucratic,
right?
Slow fucking drip. It's so frustrating. I don't pay attention to it anymore. I mean,
they made the most exciting thing boring.
They fucking ruined it.
Yeah, they ruined it because they injected this entire genre full of completely and totally fake stories with no evidence. They turned it into a circle jerk, which is something we've been commenting here for a long time. And by the way, all those UFO circle jerk shows, that UFO podcast, and engaging the phenomenon, anything with the word disclosure in the show title, they're the people that have ruined this with this nonsense. I'm glad you all filled your pockets with money, right? With these false narratives. Good luck trying this going forward, because now people are starting to take that second red pill and go, oh, these people who claim to be truthers have been lying to all of us. There definitely is a UFO cover-up, but what they don't tell you is that the real cover-up is it's the same bunch of scamming, grifting slime balls that have been pushing these false narratives for years, in some cases decades, and filling their pockets with money and putting out different front men to keep the narratives going in the media so that they can all make money. That's the real UFO cover-up.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to exclusively tell us on this podcast that you have found evidence of extraterrestrials.
The best thing that could have happened in this job is I found the aliens and I could have rolled them out, but there's none. There is no evidence of extraterrestrials. There is no evidence of aliens, and there's no evidence of the government conspiracy.
Sadly, for all the UFO lovers out there, that's probably the biggest takeaway from the report that Kirkpatrick and his team just delivered to the US Congress. Plenty of outsiders have speculated about whether the Pentagon's alien-focused programs were coming up empty and perhaps were suspiciously self-perpetuating. The significance of what Kirkpatrick is saying now and what the Arrow report is laying out is that people inside the Pentagon with really high security clearances are finally saying, we looked at every single piece of secret evidence about supposedly alien UFOs, and as far as we can tell, it's humans all the way down. So given that, What to make of that small, stubborn percentage of UFO reports that don't have any easy explanations? And this is where believers and debunkers tend to differ. And Kirkpatrick makes it pretty clear that his office thinks that the truth behind that small, unexplained percentage will most likely be found right here on Earth.
Yeah, so in other words, there's normal, ordinary explanations. Just because something is unexplained, you can't jump straight to aliens. That's a very dangerous and detrimental thing to do. But that's what the true believers do. And that's what all these UFO circle jerk shows do.
Occam's razor is a valid axiom. If you are faced with a set of data and it may fit two different theoretical, hypothetical explanations, the one that's more simple is usually the right one. What is more likely, that a adversary has come up with a new technology, or we have extraterrestrials? Or even simpler than that, what's more likely, the fact that there's a state-of-the-art technology that's being commercialized down in Florida that you didn't know about, or we have extraterrestrials? That
exactly
makes me scratch my head sometimes when people do that. And it even makes me scratch my head more when you show them, here's the company in Florida that builds exactly what you've described. And their response is, well, no, it's got to be extraterrestrials and you're covering it up.
I mean, do you think by setting up this office, paradoxically, you just increase the media interest? Is this sort of fueling the fire of these kinds of people who think there probably are aliens out there? Or
that's a really good question. We've actually debated that on many, many occasions of, are we adding more fuel to this fire or not? You are absolutely correct that there is absolutely nothing that I'm going to do, say, or produce evidentiary that is going to make the true believers convert, if you will. I mean, it's almost like a religion. It is basically
almost
a religion. So that group of people, you're never going to convince.
Yeah, and this is the problem that we face as well. And, after a while, I have just made the determination to save the ones that you can get through to the people who aren't so, ingrained in their belief system that they will not accept any evidence of the contrary. If you will not accept, like, for example, tonight's broadcast, we've been reporting on these issues for years now. I've taken a lot of personal attacks against myself, my family, my finances, my business, just because I was critical of this entire false narrative. And by the way, Lou Elizondo and the Grifty Squad friends, it's all coming crashing down. If you think that tonight's broadcast was good, wait till you hear what we've got coming for you. We've got some exclusive interview, at least one, possibly multiple, about the inner workings of the real UFO cover-up and how the Grift Squad operates. If this is just the tip of this iceberg, there's a lot more under the water that you can't see yet. And I'm not a chase the carrot guy, but I am a man of my word. We will continue to bring you more information that will confirm that some people got this entire story right and some people got this entire story wrong. And who got it wrong? All you UFO circle jerkers that just accept it blindly because you wanted to believe in these people. And, I'm trying to be a better person. I forgive you for your past mistakes. But going forward, some of you people better start doing a real job, right? You call all these people, I'm a UFO expert, right? But you keep getting everything wrong. Why is that? Isn't that funny? Some experts.
If you're interested in the issues and stories in this episode, we recommend the relatively new book, UFO, The Inside Story of the U.S. Government's Search for Alien Life Here and Out There by Garrett Graff. It's available on Audible. In the Room with Peter Bergen is an Audible original, produced by Audible Studios and Fresh Produce Media.
I think that's pretty much
This episode was produced by Eric German with help from Holly DeMuth. Our executive producer is Alison Craiglow, Katie McMurran is our technical director. And our staff also includes Alexandra Salomon, Laura Tillman, Luke Cregan, Sandy Malera, and JP Swenson. Theme music is by Joel Picard. Our executive producers for Fresh Produce Media are Colin Moore, Jason Ross, and Joe Killian. Our head of development is Julian Ambler. Our head of production is Eleanor Bavietz. Eliza Lambert is our super.
All right, well, that's pretty much, we got to the end or near the end. Yeah, just credits. So we're going to move on back to the subject of Rob Heatherly. It's not my intention to damage the reputation of anybody, but this stupid Wikipedia conspiracy that was pushed by the Good Propaganda Show and also pushed by this Rob Heatherly, who, by the way, was the person behind a lot of the threatening and doxing and calls for action. We have to stop these people who are saying that Lou Elizondo never ran a Pentagon UFO program. And I still saved all of that, Rob, right? And I'm still well within the statute of limitations to decide to do something about what you did to myself and my family. But the fact that Lou Elizondo has never, made a public statement about people, for sure, I can't prove that anybody directed these fans of Lou Elizondo to do these things to his critics. But I certainly can, at least say, where is Lou Elizondo with a public statement denouncing people, doxing people, threatening people's family? Many people have speculated that Mr. Elizondo must like this because he's never stepped in and said, hey, don't do that. If people are critical of me, let them be critical or something, right? And now we have new conspiracies being pushed in support of the fake Pentagon UFO program director, Lou Elizondo. And the same guy who was running around when that Who's Lou documentary came out, threatening people, falsely copyright claiming people to get their addresses. This is what I believe. Those false copyright claims came against my channel so that I would have to respond with a legal letter with a physical address, which promptly, right after I had to do that, defend myself against false copyright claims, right after I had to do that, suddenly my public information is everywhere. People are threatening to come here, harm myself, my children, my family, threatening my wife by name in the live chat and more, right? Threatening my business, threatening my personal reputation, making false claims that I'm a criminal or that I'm a sex offender. That's my favorite one. And just to be clear and put it on the record, I am not now, nor have I ever been convicted of any crime, especially any sex-related crime. So these are the levels that some of these people will do. These are the levels that some of these people, including Rob Heatherly, is willing to go to, right? And isn't it interesting that Rob Heatherly and the Pfister gang and a bunch of nameless, faceless accounts came at me and attacked me and accused me of things? Sometimes it really is. It's better. This is better than, you can't write this. It's better than a movie. The same guy that's running around threatening and intimidating people and coming up with baseless, completely ridiculous, completely false conspiracy theories about, for those unaware, his basic argument is that people took people's titles off of names and things, and that skeptics are somehow going on Wikipedia and attacking Lou Elizondo. No, that's not the case. And this whole conspiracy fell apart the minute they broadcast it. And we're going to do a whole separate video on it. But back to Heatherly, I'm not going to. All right, I'm going to do this. This is your source of information. This is the source of the latest defense of Lou Elizondo. Right? And by the way, this is the person defending him, the same person who ran around and threatened people and did all these things, right? Doxing people. Oh, I didn't dox you. I just put out your legal name and also the street in which you live on, right? Great. And I just have to say, like, the fact that this stupid idiot, Rob Heatherly, literally risked criminal prosecution to do that to Lou Elizondo's critics. By the way, we still have all the evidence, and not just me, Rob, multiple people. I have it all here. But one of the pieces of evidence, I'm just going to give you a taste of this, of the evidence that we have here, because this person running around defending, white knighting for a fake Pentagon UFO program director. There's an old saying, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. And he's running around accusing people. And by the way, I don't want to get into all the connections between these UFO harassment, hate groups and things. But, these people love to accuse people of things. All kinds of things with no evidence whatsoever. And by the way, I'm not accusing Rob Heatherly of anything, but here's something that people should be aware of before they believe anything that this clown has to say. This is from Rob Heatherly's one-time YouTube channel. One second. Did we get it? Let me do this right. Yeah. This is from, oh no, we don't want to share that. We wanted to share it from the other so I can make it bigger. Yeah. We have, and pardon my ancient, I have an ancient graphic editor that I still use sometimes for quick things. That's not what I wanted to do. One second here. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Sexy. Yes. This is Rob Heatherly's one-time YouTube playlist. And Rob Heatherly, don't you dare deny that this was on your public YouTube channel. It's not any longer after this was discovered and captured. And by the way, Rob Heatherly, I've got a capture of the entire playlist in its entirety, all 118 videos, and all 118 videos of them playing. And the playlist is entitled, I was wrong before. The playlist is entitled Sexy Dance Videos. Sexy Dance Vids. And in this playlist that Rob Heatherly had on his public YouTube channel, this is how stupid this guy is. You want to believe this guy about anything about Lou Elizondo? Here's a married man, right? He's married, I think, who is dumb enough to have a public YouTube at one time, to have a public YouTube playlist on his public YouTube channel entitled Sexy Dance Vids. And if you go through this playlist, by the way, we have it all. One of the things you're going to notice is it's all 10 and 8-year-old girls, or many of the videos are 10-year-old girls, 8-year-old girls. Great. What a wonderful person you are, Mr. Heatherly. And by the way, I have the videos. We have the entire playlist. Before you deleted it, before you removed it from your public-facing YouTube, I don't want to say we. It was captured. Let's leave it at that. It was captured. The whole thing. The whole thing. So, Mr. Heatherly, I want a public apology and an admission of everything that you did against myself and my family, right? Doxing me, attacking me, all the stuff that you and the Fister Squad did. I want a public apology. I deserve that. And what a pathetic world we live in, that this guy is the white knight for Lou Elizondo. Hey, Lou Elizondo, are you going to condemn this? Are you going to condemn your white knight who's running around defending your honor of being a real Pentagon UFO program director when you're a fake one? And this is the best. This is how you know that Lou Elizondo is a loser. Here's one of his followers and huge public supporters. And look at this public playlist. Do I have to redact all the faces and play the videos on a public live stream, Mr. Heatherly? I don't want to do that. This is despicable. This is disgusting. But this is the quality of the UFO hate group people, right? These are the people that are running around threatening people, intimidating people, harassing people, cyber stalking people, doxing people. Great playlist. What does your wife think of that? And by the way, he publicly admitted that this was his playlist on a public Twitter thread. I have that capture as well. What are you doing, Mr. Heatherly, with a public YouTube playlist entitled Sexy Dance Vids with all these underage girls in the playlist? All these videos. Wow, you've been busy. 118 of them. How many of them are underage girls? And you titled this Sexy Dance Vids? Great. We're taking off the gloves here, and I'm not pulling any punches anymore. If these people aren't going to come correct, I will. Yeah. So we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. I just wanted to make that point. All these people retweeting this stupid good propaganda show. By the way, good propaganda show. Middle-aged man spends a lot of time in Bangkok, Thailand. Go look up why middle-aged men spend time in Bangkok, Thailand. And by the way, I'm just asking questions here, right? What high quality proponents of UFO disclosure do we have here? The fact that some of these people would dare to attack other people who, by the way, people like me have a proven track record of good investigative skills, good research, good sourced, sources, not anonymous, nonsense whistleblower, fake stories. The fact that they could come and attack people like me and do all these things, it's absolutely ridiculous. So, Art and Paranormal reminding everybody, please put questions and comments for Stephen in all capital letters. That is very, very helpful. And yeah, exactly. I hesitated even showing it, but we've redacted the faces, and we've got the whole playlist, right? I don't know if he's still active duty. Hey, Rob Heatherly, is there anything in the Universal Code of Military Ethics about this? I don't know. Got to ask him, right? Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think he just means people who are so ingrained in it that they won't accept evidence of the evidence to the contrary, right? Yeah, and he's also a member of the Oath Keepers, which will show you what a blowhard loser this guy is. He's a blowhard loser, right? His LinkedIn says he's in DevCom now. Okay. Conduct unbecoming, for starters. I would think so. I mean, what do I know, right? And this is a perfect way to wrap this up. So that's one example of one of these true believing zealot idiots that are worshiping and licking the assholes of these UFO lying, grifting scumbags that are pushing these false narratives and fake stories. And to that guy, what if you're wrong and you did all of this and you're wrong? Will you even admit the possibility that you could have been wrong and that maybe, just maybe, you shouldn't have involved yourself in possible criminal activity to defend a lie? Right? Daisy B, there's good people as well. Let's take a moment to recognize Daisy B, and thanks for being a member, asks, is there anyone in the ufology community that isn't a fraud? I think there's some very good people, well-intentioned people. Yeah, they are fake. There are parody accounts, just so everybody's aware, because every once in a while I get some hate mail. I shouldn't let parody accounts. We have a free speech zone. If you want to come in here and LARP as Lou Elizondo, fake program UFO director, I'm not going to stop you. We have a free speech zone here. Bob Lazar, sometimes somebody comes in as Bob Laser, Yes. And there are, Spooky is correct. Spooky says they stay offline, but there are great researchers out there. There are some great researchers, right? Who would I say have the best intentions? Well, I hate to name names, but we've named people here. I like Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist. I think regardless of whether I agree or disagree with alien scientist on a certain topic, his heart's in the right place. By the way, oh man, he just completely destroyed the Bob Lazar myth and Jeremy Corbell again. And he's releasing like emails that Gene Huff sent him about what a fraud Jeremy Corbell is. And that was Bob Lazar's business partner. He was there for the whole thing. Wow. I like Stephen Greenstreet. I like Mick West. I like John from the Black Vault. I'm sure there's many, many others who I'm forgetting right now, but you also have to remember that generally I try to not listen too much to others. I mean, I listen to what I can, but I try to do my own research and form my own opinions. But those are people that I generally think are, in good place. And regardless of any criticism against him, I really like Brian Dunning from Skeptoid. I have nothing but high praise for him. I like Michael Shermer, but I think he goes a little too far. And by the way, he's probably the only person that I'm aware of that is making a full-time living as a skeptic, but he's been at it for decades. He deserves to make a living, and he does good work discussing, the skeptical side of things. Now, he called Corbell a fraud. I think he's still clinging to the mistaken belief that Bob Lazar's not a convicted pimp, fake scientist, liar, but he really trashed George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell big time in those emails, which were released by Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist. Check out his channel. Just search alien scientist on YouTube. Not that he needs a bump from me. I may clip those out and make a video of it. And Jeremy Rise is also, sort of challenging Jeremy on his false assertion, his false statements that he doesn't make any money from UFOs, as we are here. The guy's got 3 film deals. He's got $1.8 million properties he just bought that were freshly remodeled. He's not some working class hero that's like painting houses to pay his bills and flipping old houses that he's fixing up himself. It's a false narrative. It's a completely and totally false narrative. Tales of the Sonic Voyage says Greenstreet and West are credible. Yeah, and listen, my gauge on whether or not somebody's credible and believable and trustworthy is how many times have they been caught pushing a completely and totally fake story? The people I mentioned, none, Now, Jeremy gets a lot into the weeds with some stuff, and I think, but I've known him long enough to know that he is just completely and totally obsessed with all this stuff, and his heart's in the right place. I think he's one of the good guys. Same for the others that I've mentioned. And by the way, I always feel bad when I do this. I'm sure there's more. We've got Lou Reviews now. He turned the corner and became very, very skeptical. And once he was a part of the UFO Circle Jerk crew. And by the way, before anybody tries to start any more or new drama between us, he and I talked it out. We used to trash each other, right? I used to say his show sucked and call him Lazy Lou, and and I'm sure he had a lot of not kind things to say about me at one time. But you grow and you realize like the continuing some kind of a senseless argument is kind of useless. But by the way, I don't believe that anybody is on my side. My side is my side and my side only. There are some people who come close or similar to my side, and I try to promote them. I try to support them. I try to, be always supportive of their efforts. Oh, Emily Louise. Oh, weird readings by Emily Louise. That's one of the other ones. You got to watch her latest video. It is awesome. And Michael Schratz, another researcher, but I always have to preface, like Michael Schratz working for Stephen Greer in Third Phase. I think Michael Schratz is just such a nice guy that he doesn't say no. Listen, if you got, maybe I shouldn't say this. He'll be getting a lot of emails. If you've got a brand new podcast with 100, subscribers, and you ask Michael Schratt for an interview, he'll give it to you. Like, he doesn't say no. So he works for a lot of people that I think are scummy and scammy, and we talk about it a little bit, but I just kind of, again, Michael Schratt's one of those people who, despite all of my disagreements with him or things that I totally think he's wrong on or going too far into the woo on or whatever, Michael Schratt is a good person whose heart's in the right place, who genuinely cares about this mystery. A lot of people don't know this, but Michael Schratt goes around and collects everybody's UFO crap. Like, when an old guy dies and he's got a bunch of UFO files, Michael Schratt's there. He tries to contact the family and explain he's an aircraft historian, and apparently Michael Schratt's got 2 huge warehouses full of UFO shit. He truly cares about this. And despite, that's the kind of person where, like, I can just agree to disagree. I don't want, Art Levine as well from the Washington Spectator. Yeah. I think he does a great job. He's so incredibly thorough that his last article was half a book. It was like 56 pages. Like, if you copied the article into Microsoft Word, I think it was like 50 pages. It was half a book. And Art Levine is very credible. He's got a history of good reporting. He's a great guy because, he's sort of like that old school, like, real journalist, boots on the ground, making phone calls, getting to the sources and getting comments on the record. And he taught me a lot about how to do what I do without actually teaching me. Just give me some good advice. Here's some books you should read, Stephen. Right now I'm reading On Writing Well, which I recommend to everybody. And Art Levine turned me on to that book because I got to start writing stuff. People want written stuff from me in addition to, I've written some stuff, but not much. I'm going to try to write a book. But anyway, Art Levine's one of those other people that are great. You really have to be careful, though, because it's fair to say that 90% of these people yeah, probably, Mr. Ian. It's fair to say that many of these people, okay. Jesus Christ. No matter how many times I ask people not to message me unless you absolutely have to. Let me put on Do Not Disturb. I'll check those after the broadcast. So what I was saying, now I lost no, I didn't. So I think you have to be extremely, extremely careful when consuming content. Now, there are some things that are just, stories, but well-researched ones. Somebody mentioned Mr. Mythos in the live chat. I love that guy. I think he does an incredible job. I'm going to try to interview him. He doesn't release many videos. He's got a big subscriber base, much bigger than ours, but not like huge. Somebody mentioned the Y Files, who I'm not a fan of that guy. I think that he, I think that I don't even want to critique it. I don't like it. And I don't think that, playing both sides of the fence so that you could get the views. I mean, maybe he's certainly doing better with subscribers and views than me. So maybe I'm an idiot, but yeah. Patty Wilhelm says Richard Dolan, purveyor of fairy tales. Yeah. I mean, I guess when you get deeply into this stuff, what you got to do is you got to separate the wheat from the shaft. We've heard that before. In fact, I think I heard it from George Knapp, of all people, telling us to separate the wheat from the shaft. And that's certainly a good analogy. When you get deeply engrossed into this situation, you have to evaluate. And by the way, you can't trust anybody. Don't trust me. I provide sources, and generally, if you ask me for something, I give people where I got this or where I got that. Little scatterbrain. Sometimes it takes me a while to get back to people, but I always do. You really have to evaluate everybody, fact check everybody. You can't just blindly trust. But there are some people, I have to be honest, like if John from the Black Vault says, I got this from the government and here's what it means, I generally trust him because he's got decades of experience in government documents. Like when John from the Black Vault explained why the NRO document was fake, I trusted him. I verified, though, that he was correct in some of the points that he made about why the document was fake. But there's some people that I know that, you know, they're one of the good guys. And even if they were to get something wrong, number one, they admit it. And number two, corrections. You never see corrections. Linda Moulton Howe gets caught selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens, right? We caught her twice. We caught her twice. 2 times, twice. We caught her twice selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens. Does she issue a correction? No, she just blames the Men in Black and the CIA and adds an extra conspiracy on top of the old conspiracy. It's ridiculous. So I always say, get to know the content creators that you will frequent. If you're going to get information from this person, get to know them and see if they're a person that is worthy of what I call trust but verify. Stephen Greenstreet's another one. Like if he has something in his video, you could be goddamn sure that it's researched, it's sourced, it's correct, it's accurate. You know, there's not a lot of people doing that anymore. Really, this subject it attracts lazy, scammy people who can just make shit up and make a lot of money. And meanwhile, the people who are doing it the honest way, like those I've mentioned and me and a few others, we get penalized because, first of all, we can't produce as much content as the bullshit creators because all they have to do is find some idiot with a story and let them talk. They don't have to check anything, vet anything, investigate anything. It's really a bad, this whole media system in the United States, at least, it's just a bad system because this clickbait, sensationalized copy-paste journalism is what makes the money. So what do I do here? Do I just copy-paste stuff from other people? I don't feel comfortable doing that. And also, I have come to understand that a lot of people do trust my judgment. You know, you'll see people in the live chat all the time. Steven, what do you think of this case? What do you think of this case? Unless I have thoroughly engrossed myself in that subject matter, I try not to make a call. We have a, you know, scammer basket, hoax basket, gray basket, right? And so far, there's nothing in the white basket, meaning anything that I truly 100% believe is real and true and credible. Still looking. But, you know, people come and they trust my judgment. I don't like to make snap judgments unless I've really, you know. And then there's some cases like Roswell. Ask me what I think about Roswell. It really depends on which of the experts that we brought here that you believe, you know. They're both sides were very compelling as far as what may have happened at Roswell. That one I can't make up my mind on. But you know what I'm saying is get to know the sources of information before you decide. You know, some people are just not worthy of any trust whatsoever. And we all know who those people are. Stephen Greer, Third Phase of Moon, Goof On, any show with disclosure in the title, they're full of shit. You know, Corey Good, David Wilcock, Linda Moulton Howe, Michael Salla, all the secret space program garbage. Like something is just absolute, complete, and total garbage. And by the way, I heard, who was it? It was Stephen Greenstreet. I heard he did a space and somebody asked him about the alien mummies in Mexico. Would he investigate that? He's like, no, I'm not interested. You know, there's going to be some cases that are just too stupid. And we take a pass on some of them, right? Like we just go, no, I'm not wasting my time on aliens in Las Vegas. I'm not wasting my time on, you know, Miami aliens with no, there's just some stories. And you can tell, like when you see the Grift Squad members, like not Lou Elizondo, pardon me. When you see the grifty, shady people like Third Phase of Moon covering a story or Goof On, you know it's fake. So why even bother? Why waste your time? All those people do is shovel fake stories onto the internet for cash. And the truth is, it really is like this. If you get things oiled up well, producing content is like an ATM. You insert the content and money comes out. But I don't know. I want to leave a good legacy. I want, you know, God forbid, if anything should happen to me and I, you know, anything can happen. I could croak tomorrow. will I be satisfied with the content I've produced and proud of it? And the truth is, by and large, yes. Now, some look, man, sometimes a shitty show just sneaks by here. You know, we try something new, it doesn't really work. I don't really know enough about a subject, but I accept somebody that says I'm an expert on that. We bring them here, and it crashes and burns. But by and large, I'm I stand by most of the work that we do here. But isn't it funny how some people don't care what they insert into that ATM cash machine? Just keep pumping content into it and take every dollar you can. Who cares if the story is fake, right? And then they all have this excuses. We're just talking about things. We're just examining the possibilities. What if it's true? Or what? There's always some justification. I kind of am glad that our reputation here is for being skeptical, for holding people's feet to the fire. And by the way, I just heard John from the Black Vault in his video. Somebody asked him about, holding people responsible and accountable and holding, basically what I just said, holding people's feet to the fire. We're going to be doing a lot more of that. We have to. There has to be balance, If there's going to be all these grifty, scammy, shady people pushing completely false stories and false narratives, then there should equally be just as many people standing up and saying, this is fake and you're an asshole for pushing this fake story, because it doesn't do any, there's no benefit. There's no societal benefit. And I'm sure there's some shows that slap for entertainment purposes on their show and they think that absolves them from pushing whatever nonsense they're pushing. I don't know, And no, Joey's commenting. I wasn't specifically talking about you, though I did get an awful lot of you can look at the comments. So some people, that's the funny thing about doing a new topic or a new show or a new expert guest or whatever. Some people are going to love it and some people are going to hate it. You just have to be willing to roll the dice. Interestingly, this Thursday, we have one of those shows. We're going to be examining the mystery of the so-called alien interview video, which, to be very honest with you, I feel like I already debunked it, and now I'm like, why do I got to do this again? But there's a very kind person named John Stewart who's been messaging me for a while now, and he claims it's genuine, and he's going to come here and tell us why. I'm going to roll with that one, but we're going to have a fun conversation because he's also aware of many of the grifty things, though I don't quite understand accepting something as hokey and I think obviously fake as the alien interview with Victor documentary as being real and calling other people fake and grifters. But I think he's one of those people. Maybe his heart's in the right place. We're going to have an interesting conversation. That's this Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. And tomorrow night we're gonna cover Corbell and the circus of Jeremy Corbell again. Also next Thursday night, I'm very excited about this. Next Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. Let me get the date. That would be the 1st. That would be February 1st. Next Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. We've got legendary television producer, writer, director Bob Kiviat coming here again for another interview. I just talked to him on the phone today. He's very excited about some new projects. He's going to be coming here next Thursday. And anybody else, get in my inbox. We're going to try to do a few more interviews a week. Lately we're lucky if we do one, because quite honestly, just coordinating with the guest, booking the guest, dealing with the guest, a lot of times I just prefer to do the show solo, but that requires its own can of worms. But in any case, any more questions or comments for me, please put them in. Bob Marley. Oh God, no, not John. Check out Vetted. Well, if you got any sources, please email me. And yeah, I agree. I don't think that video is real. Jay Roach says it's not legit. But listen, this guy, John, says that he could take the criticism and, yeah, we haven't done a specific show on Clifford Stone, but he was included in our A not so brief history of UFO whistleblowers. There we go. Keep your guard up, because I'm telling you that John is not legit. Well, email me. What are your thoughts? You can help me prepare. truthseekershow@gmail.com. Let me know, right? Yeah, Ardent Paranormal reminding people to check out our discount, right? What's Vetted? Is there a show called Vetted, Bob Marley? Uh-oh, now I got to do some homework. Thank you. Great. I love it when I have to do too much homework. Oh, there's a show called Vetted. He's been on there a couple of times, right? I don't know about this. Exclusive. Lockheed Martin UFO Insider. Story a lie. All right. Well, I've got some homework to do. Never heard of Vetted, but thank you for I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll listen to that to prepare. You know, the guy was kind to me, though. He kept asking for, I kept kind of, I don't want to say I try to blow him off, but I kind of went, I debunked that years ago. And I don't really, you know, what happens is if there's something I debunked 3 years ago, you know, I've probably been through 3 PCs by then. So now I got to go track down where's all the screenshots and the stuff I used to debunk it the first time. I went and looked. I can't really find a lot of that stuff. I'm going to have to find it again. And it's like, how much homework do I have to do? I'm just going to play it by ear. But thank you, Bob Marley. I appreciate it. Quest says, when will you have the person on with the inside information? Well, we're trying to work it out. He's got a little bit of cold feet, but I'm hoping in the next month we're going to get that interview. I've been talking about it with the source, who, by the way, has been a great source for some of our previous stories related to this whole false Grusch, Elizondo, Mellon, whatever narrative. He's been a great source for some of the other stories. All of his information that he's provided to me, all has turned out to be totally accurate. So, but he's got an incredible story to tell, and hopefully we'll get him nailed down and doing a public facing interview. So I just realized we're just over 3 hours, and of course I thought I could do this in 2. I've got an early morning tomorrow for a change. I've been trying to wake up early, get some things done instead of sleeping till and here we go with the wrenches again. Listen, there's a reason that everybody lost their wrenches, and here's what I will say about the wrenches in the moderator situation. The reason that I went from a bunch of moderators in the chat room to no moderators in the chat room is because the moderators couldn't get along, and literally there was mod wars here. Like, I'm gonna I don't know why it's not letting me. Am I not logged in under the because I'm in StreamYard. I have to go over to the other chat. Anyway, the situation with the mods is, if the mods can't get along, and I mean all of them, we're not adding any more after Mr. Ian. If they can't get along, and I mean no conflicts, then I'm going to remove everyone's wrench and just let it be the Wild West, because I don't have time to mediate disputes. Before, when we had a bunch of mods, they were like timing each other out and fighting and arguing, and like I just don't have time for high school kind of nonsense, right? So I just don't want to be back in a situation where we were before. All right, so we've settled that, and some rules for the moderators are: nobody should be timed out, banned, restricted, muted, warned, or any, unless you absolutely have to. And we know when somebody absolutely needs to be timed out, or somebody needs attention, right? Not the good kind. Flip Out, we want to thank you. Flip Out just became a YouTube channel member, and you can too for as little as $5 a month. Praise the cash, bitches. Thank you, Flip Out, new YouTube channel member. For those unaware, you could join our Patreon for $1, or for $5, you can get the same benefits, but on YouTube, and you get some extra goodies like a YouTube channel membership badge that you see there. So people know you're a Praise the Cash member and helping us to support the show. Priority reply in the comments and the live chat and things like that. Mark says you don't really need mods until you do. It's easy to say you don't need mods. And then one time we had a porn bot come in here and was posting all kinds of curse words and sex-related stuff over and 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 over again, just flooding the live chat with that stuff. Then you need a moderator, because I didn't even know it was happening until somebody dealt with it. Because I can't, I'm trying to run the show, speak intelligently, run the machines over here, and all these things at once, Wow, Jason Parker mentioning 200,000 plus ladyboy S workers in Bangkok. Yeah, Spooky says I remember that. That was wild. Yeah, and it wasn't just one. Like after we dealt with one, a whole bunch more came in. It was a coordinated. It was almost like a DDoS attack, coordinated attack to try to disrupt our live chat. Ganua Mua says, have a good night, everybody. Thanks for your time and chatting tonight. Yeah, we're going to wrap things up here. We've done our due diligence. I'm not even going to play the begging bumpers. You guys know the drill. First of all, like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. We try to do our best to provide good, accurate information and excellent analysis and commentary here. We've got some excellent guests on the way for you and more. And I apologize for my absence. I didn't even realize that I hadn't uploaded a video for 4 days until somebody said, you haven't done a show in 4 days. Are you okay? And I'm glad that somebody noticed that I wasn't around for 4 whole days. But listen, sometimes life gets in the way. I'm a busy husband and father, especially father of a special needs child. I've got some other projects that I'm trying desperately. Do you ever just look around and go, oh man, I got too many unfinished projects, and then you got to figure out like how to finish this thing that's been sitting unfinished for too long? That's kind of where I'm at. But stupid ADD me is starting new big projects that have 150,000 parts, like this Bob Lazar documentary attempt. I'm gonna give it my very best effort. I'm going down to Virginia to interview a few people. Interestingly, 2 people on my list that I wanted to put in that documentary both live in Virginia. So we're going to arrange a weekend. We're going to do one Saturday, one Sunday. And the rest of the source material, we are slowly just gathering all into folders. And we're going to figure it out. We've got an idea for chapters. In other words, to tell the whole story of Bob Lazar, we're going to tell it like a book, but in chapters. One chapter will be on his education. One chapter will be on his early life. One chapter will be on his various science claims. One chapter will be in his time at Los Alamos. One chapter will be on John Lear and Gene Huff. One chapter will be on, the claims made about FBI raids and Element 115. We've got to, when you have a very complicated project like that, you've got to divide it into smaller chunks. We've got the lie detector chapter just about. I'll have that wrapped up in the next week, and we've got the education chapter. But the education one is a pretty old video, and I probably want to find the source material and recut it again. It's going to be quite the project, but I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not enjoying the stress of like, oh my God, this is going to be like a lot bigger of a project. Everything always is, but we want to get it right. So we're going to do our very, very best to do that. So what can I say, friends? I think we've done our due diligence. We're over 3 hours here. I'm going to be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I mentioned I didn't play the begging bumpers. So yeah, be generous. There's instructions for how to help the show, whether it's PayPal, Patreon, become a channel member, throw a couple bucks in the super chat, just hit that money button. We read every single one. You kind and generous people with your PayPal pledges. We appreciate all the help and support that we do get. And yeah, I will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I certainly hope that you will be here with us. We're going to talk about Corbell and George Knapp. We're going to do like a split. And do you know there's a new Twitter account that is just eviscerating, just destroying George Knapp. There's some stuff that I never knew, which is interesting. And that in and of itself is a conspiracy, because now people are saying, who is that Twitter account? That has to be this person. No, it has to be this person. People are all wondering, who is this account that's dropping all this dirt on George Knapp all of a sudden? And it's pretty crazy dirt. I was shocked myself. We're going to talk about it tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will be here, and I hope you will all be here with me. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Philosophical or theological and psychological, theological and psychological, philosophical or theological and psychological, theological and psychological, philosophical, theological and psychological, theological.
Truth seekers, seek the truth. A truth so bold it's hard to hold. Truth seekers, truth seekers.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back on track and ready to attack another round tonight. And tonight we're going to be focusing on the profits of disclosure. That's profit with an F. And I've got a lot to share with you. Welcome, one and all. I just want to make a technical note. Whatever the issue was with our Instagram live feed for yesterday's show has been resolved. We're broadcasting live on Instagram right now as I speak. So please do follow me on Instagram. It's at Truth Seeker Show, one Truth Seeker, the word show, all one word, at Truth Seeker Show. Feeling a little lonely over there. It's an old Instagram account, but since they're now, that I've never really used, but since they're now allowing live streams, it's a new distribution point for us, and we welcome all our new friends on Instagram. Please go over there and give me a follow at Truth Seeker Show. I'll be using that Instagram account to post imagery. One image I forgot to post today, but I will be doing so later, and we'll get more into that as the show progresses. But first, we want to take a moment to recognize and welcome everybody in the live chat. Already a great attendance. So, just a note about catastrophic disclosure. Isn't it interesting how all of these UFO circle jerkers just jump and start using the phrase that they're told to? It was like coordinated. Let's all start saying catastrophic disclosure, because that'll be a great idea. And what's the idea behind catastrophic disclosure? It's one big bluff. Oh, if the government doesn't give us the truth about the aliens and UFOs, then we'll bring about catastrophic disclosure. Great. Where's the evidence? Drop it, bitches. But they never do. Just another bluff in a long line of bluffs from these garbage peddling disinformation scumbags that we've been covering here for far too long. And, I do apologize. Occasionally I get a message and it's from somebody that's still, on the fence or a true believer saying, well, why don't you cover more real stories, Stephen? Well, send them to me. We start every investigation fairly, objectively, and with an open mind. It's not my fault if the story is fake. Do you want me to just lie to you and pretend it's not? There's plenty of people doing that, by the way. Do you know how many, this Jon Stewart's making the rounds. Do you know how many people circle jerked him? The whole story falls apart when you know that everybody involved in that whole documentary was a proven hoax promoter, an accepted hoax promoter. And the guy asking the questions is the same guy answering them when you take the voice disguiser off. That's called deception. That's proof of a hoax. Why are we still talking about this? Why are people hosting this guy without hitting them with the evidence like we did? Because everybody, I hate to say it, but there's so many people that are just doing a piss poor job. Oh, just let them talk. Maybe it's real. No, there's clear-cut evidence it's fake, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend so that you can get your disclosure boner on, okay? And sorry if I'm ruining disclosure boners worldwide, but we're covering stories honestly. Imagine that. Imagine that. We're not going to lie to you. We're not going to show you flares and pretend they're an alien spaceship. We're not going to do any of that. So tonight we'll be talking about the profits of disclosure, P-R-O-F-I-T, of course, the profits of disclosure. And there's a lot of them out there. And there seems to be a recent, the one good thing about these clowns is that they will essentially promise you all kinds of things. And say stupid things. And recently, in Jeremy Corbell's docuseries, he essentially said him and George Knapp don't get paid for UFOs. And I called bullshit on that. After all, anybody, it's public record, can know that Jeremy Corbell had a 3-film deal all around the UFO topic. So you mean to tell me he didn't get paid for those 3 films? He said in his own docuseries, him and George Knapp don't get paid for UFOs. Well, then give all the money back, scumbags. How about you just give all the UFO dollars back? You two, right? Neither of you. How can you stand there in your own docuseries and with a straight face say, me and George Knapp, we don't get paid for UFOs. I have a real job. No. You're buying $1.8 million properties, claiming that you're flipping houses, like you're wearing work boots, right? Come on, dude. When's the last time you worked on a construction site? This is all a deception. And oh boy, in this recent episode of theirs, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are going ape shit because their whole grift is coming crashing down. And I'm happy to say, I helped make that happen. Good. Get a real job, you two slobs. You have made enough money from the UFO community selling your fake nonsense. Time to get a real job, both of you. But Jeremy Corbell hasn't had a real job his entire life. He was a warrior yoga instructor. I bet you his parents paid for that for him. Then he was an MMA fighter. Did your mommy and daddy pay for all of that? Then he invented his own form of jujitsu that doesn't exist, quantum jujitsu. Did his mommy and daddy pay for that? Then he decided that him and his girlfriend or wife were artists, and they literally made satanic art. That's what they did, satanic-themed art, right? This is the guy who is a UFO expert, a talking head on all the news shows. He's on CNN and Fox talking about UFOs. Really? Did you know that he's been selling fake nonsense for his entire career? We're going to break it all down for you tonight. welcome one and all to what will be a fun event tonight. We're going to break it all down for you. I noticed we have somebody very kind and generous in the live chat already. We have Goblin Mode with a kind and generous £2 super sticker. Thank you for that. And also Goblin Mode with a kind and generous £1.99 super sticker. We want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. We are very blessed. We will continue to be blessed. And we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We're a viewer-supported show. And unlike Jeremy Corbell, who just sells you lies, you know, we have to do our due diligence here and actually provide people with verifiable evidence of our claims. By the way, we have a proven track record of accurate reporting. These people can't say that. They can lie and pretend they do. Thank you, Goblin Mode, for helping us to praise the cash, getting those in early. We take a moment to recognize and thank the live chat for their kindness, generosity, and support. Oh, and look at that. So generous. Talmud gifted 10 True Seekers memberships. That's $50. They're $5 a month is our membership here. And by the way, you just get a couple extra goodies and you get a member's badge. But by the way, that's a reason you should smash that subscribe button, because YouTube, when somebody gifts membership, just goes through our subscriber list and randomly gifts those free memberships to people who are subscribers but not yet members. So smash that subscribe button. We thank you, Talmud, for your kindness, generosity, and support. We're praising the cash tonight, bitches. All right, so we're going to get into our presentation. We want to welcome the live chat as well. Thin Lizzy Borden thanking Talmud. It really does help out. It really does help. So we're going to begin tonight with Jeremy Corbell's claims, because the good thing is Jeremy Corbell essentially claiming, you know, nonsense that he doesn't get paid. But one of his ass-licking, cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers took to Twitter to defend him. Now, remember, Jeremy Corbell said, I don't get paid for UFOs. And somehow, this ass-licking fan of Jeremy Corbell's does this breakdown showing that he does get paid, but it's not that much money, proving that Jeremy Corbell verifiably lied in his own docuseries. Full stop. Why are we still talking about this? Oh, he gets paid, but it's not very much. Then why did he lie through his teeth and claim he doesn't get paid for UFOs? But we'll get into this. So, and you know, I'm telling you, I hate to be so harsh, but I have no more patience for stupid people. I'm not going to do it anymore. So if you're one of those Kool-Aid drinking cult members that's posting like proof, and by the way, this analysis is completely factually wrong and leaves out everything, right? But it's okay. So somebody named Lester Nair, who, by the way, oh, you got a shout out from your hero, Jeremy Corbell, for licking his butthole and trying to defend him lying through his teeth in his own docuseries claiming he doesn't get paid. So I say, congrats on defending a lying scumbag who keeps getting caught peddling completely fake stories. You got a shout out for helping him squirm out of his 100% false claim, I don't get paid for UFOs. And your analysis is also wrong. So, I don't understand. This is the cult. Oh, he completely and totally lied about not getting paid for UFOs. So I'm going to defend that lie. You are defending a lying scumbag. But here we go. The prevailing narrative that financial gain is the primary catalyst behind the surge in UFO discourse is not just oversimplified, it's completely untrue. This assertion, often perpetuated by journalists without evidence, I don't need evidence, you idiot, because I could do third grade math. Go add up the monetized views on YouTube, you idiot. Paints a picture far removed from reality. Consider the entire UAP media landscape. How does its market value stack up against other sectors? The truth is, when you dissect the financial backbone of UAP-centric organizations, weighing their capital investment against actual profits, the numbers tell a different story. While you're saying that the people saying this is all about money don't have evidence, where's your evidence of all these statements? You just made like 5 statements with no evidence. This is an opinion piece. Surprisingly, one could argue that the monetary returns from dedicated UAP media endeavors pale in comparison to something as commonplace as dog sitting. Then, here's where he defends Here's where he defends his cult leader. Let's take at Jeremy Corbell, for example, since he was referenced directly in the New York Magazine article. He is often cited as an exemplar of what the author calls the American saucerism's profitable loop. Yet a closer examination of his theoretical earnings quickly unravels that narrative. So now this person who doesn't even know Jeremy Corbell, doesn't have access to Jeremy Corbell's financial records, is suddenly an expert in Jeremy Corbell's finances, right? Corbell, a quote, key influencer in the UAP sphere, ostensibly has limited avenues for monetization: YouTube and podcast ads, merchandise sales, streaming revenue from film. Conspicuously absent from his portfolio are news appearance fees. Well, do you have his tax returns? Is News Nation paying him? Is TMZ paying him for appearances? Is he getting paid for guest appearances on podcasts? Is he getting paid for those videos which he puts his watermark on? Brand endorsements, a rarity in this niche. Government contract. He is not a technical SME. Let's break down the numbers. And here's where it gets ridiculous. This person is claiming that Corbell hits 1 million views monthly, a generous estimate, given that his milestone is 1 out of 12 months. The math doesn't quite add up to a gold mine with a 60% ad fill rate and an average $2 CPM. Where are you getting $2 CPM? Where did you get $2? Show me Jeremy Corbell's real CPM. Jeremy Corbell, you can post a screenshot of your YouTube channel's CPM. Then we'll know how much you're getting paid. But this guy, completely and totally lowballing everything, his net monthly YouTube revenue after platform cut stands at a mere $660. Well, even if that were true, then you just proved that Jeremy Corbell lied through his teeth in his own docuseries because he said he doesn't get paid for UFOs. Even if it is $660 a month, which that is a completely and totally lowball bullshit estimate that this guy just made up out of his asshole. He doesn't have any of the numbers. Show me a YouTube channel with a $2 CPM. I'll wait. No, they average anywhere, I don't know, $8 to $20 is most people's CPM. I asked around. Podcasts, albeit with a higher CPM of $4 due to engaged listeners, would only bump his earnings to $1,320 monthly. Again, even if he's only getting $1,320, then he lied in his own docuseries. Merchandise. I don't care about merchandise sales. I make about $10 a month selling our, shirts and stuff. I have no problem with people selling merchandise. But here he goes on. Annual total. These channels would yield Corbell an annual tax income of approximately $45,000. Even if that were true, that means he's making $45,000 selling completely and totally fake stories. And you're defending him, you idiot. Why are you defending him making $45,000 even for selling completely and totally fake stories? And by the way, we're going to break it all down for you. Every story this guy sells is completely and totally fake. So who cares? Even if he did make $45,000, which I think is a gross underestimate of what he actually makes. And by the way, Corbell, show us your YouTube statistics and prove that you only make $45,000. Did you put this useful idiot up to this to try to defend you lying, saying that you don't get paid for UFOs? Right? Why would you stand there? Why would he stand there in front of his own cameras and say something as stupid and foolish as, me and George don't get paid for UFOs? Yes, you do. Even your supporters have to admit you made at least $50K. At least $50K selling completely and totally fake stories. And even if that's all he made, by the way, where's the streaming revenues? You didn't add that in, right? Where's the royalty fees from all those videos that all the news stations are playing with his watermark on them? What about the money deal with Tubi? What about the money deal with TMZ? What about the money deal with News Nation? You have no idea what this man is getting paid. But what we do know is that he walks around with a $75,000 watch. He gets out of a $135,000 SUV, and he just bought a $1.8 million property. So tell me how he's doing that on a $45,000 annual UFO salary. I'll wait. This is a joke. This is a joke, and even this joke proves that Jeremy Corbell provably lied to all of his followers when he said he doesn't get paid. Anybody can see he's getting paid. I guess the debate is, how much is he getting paid? By the way, he bought that $1.8 million property not long after the Bob Lazar documentary. So, gee, maybe those streaming fees are a lot more lucrative than people are estimating, right? And that's just the beginning of us following the money. And by the way, just want to take a moment to remind everybody, in case you forgot, we're also covering this Grusch story tonight because this is one of those, I still can't believe that this is the case, but this is the case. I'm going to share my screen here just so we remind you of the tally now. So the Dave Grusch story has been going for 246 days now. 246 days of Dave Grusch making huge claims like the government's in possession of alien spaceship and crashed bodies from aliens, non-human intelligence, whatever, alien biologics, whatever you want to call it. There's a huge, vast cover-up and conspiracy, right? But 246 days now, David Grusch has shown zero evidence of any of his claims so far, unless you count a fake Italian UFO crash, the details of which were added to by one William Brophy, known UFO hoax promoter, profiteer, and proven lying scumbag that Jacques Vallée also used to sell a completely and totally fake story. That's his only evidence? So 246 days now, Dave Grusch has been making these huge claims. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars has been generated. And no, I don't need to provide evidence of that because anybody that can do first grade math can go look at all the monetized YouTube views and know that I am correct in that Dave Grusch and people covering Dave Grusch have amassed more than hundreds of thousands of dollars in monetized earnings so far off of his completely and totally evidence-free claims. Right? Well, let's talk about his credentials some more because we can't talk about the evidence he has. You know why? Because he doesn't have any. And what whistleblower in the history of whistleblowers waited 246 days to drop their smoking gun proof of their claims? It's never happened ever before. He does not even deserve the term whistleblower. Whistleblowers have evidence. Whistleblowers have consequences. Whistleblowers don't get documentary deals or chief operating officer jobs with other UFO grifters in their nonprofit organization pushing alien bullshit. They get prosecuted. There's consequences. So far, his only consequences are getting a documentary deal, getting a Joe Rogan appearance, right? And by the way, just to be clear, I don't know what money Grusch is making. I keep asking, what's his cut of all of this? What is Dave Grusch's cut of all the hundreds of thousands of dollars being generated? But let's get back to my favorite two grifters, and that would be Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp, because I think, this is just one of those things, right? So first, and by the way, yeah, that guy who. This is great. The guy who did the fake breakdown of how little money Jeremy Corbell is making, well, good for him. He got a shout out, right? That's what you get. You get a thank you for helping the grift squad push their fake story. Great. Let me just share my screen. And let me put my fair use banner up just so that we're clear. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public. We will be critiquing and discussing the video which we are sharing here. This is a transformative work. This is fair use. This is the textbook definition of fair use. I just want to put this out there. This is what you get for defending a scumbag. He thanks you on his podcast.
But, look, a lot of people have come kind of intellectually. They've come to the defense of truth. And I've really, really liked that. There's a dude named Lester online.
They've come to the defense of truth by lying for Corbell. How is it a defense of truth when this guy is helping you lie your way out of a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement that you made in your own docuseries, claiming that you and George Knapp, who are right now sitting on a monetized podcast, claiming you don't get paid for UFOs, talking about UFOs. Oh, that guy's defending truth? No, he's defending a lying scumbag, Jeremy Corbell, a lying scumbag. George Knapp. George Knapp, do you have absolutely no integrity left? I know you're like 90 now, right? You got enough gray matter left to put it together that maybe your idiot protege here shouldn't have told everybody in your own docuseries that you two clowns don't get paid for UFOs?
And I think he lives in LA. I'd love to meet the guy sometime. He's such a deep thinker. He's going through this whole thing about when people are like grifting on UFOs and how much they're making. And, he was pretty... It was like a really cool thing. He's not like...
Oh, it's a really cool thing that he's defending me lying in my own docuseries, claiming I don't get paid for UFOs. It's really cool.
Aside, but
it's really cool of him. Yeah, he must have drank the Kool-Aid.
It's like, look at this ridiculousness, and let me illuminate it. So that was a guy on Twitter I thought was like...
Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Show us your tax returns, Jeremy Corbell. Show us your tax returns. Show us the breakdown of how much of your income last year was solely from your UFO endeavors and how much was from something else, you liar. Show us your tax returns. Show us the receipts, buddy. Or did you provably lie in your own docuseries like the lying scumbag you are?
Like really kind of smart the way that he approached stuff. I liked it. But
oh, yeah, you liked it. You like it when somebody's lying to help you cover. And that's the thing about lying. Jeremy Corbell lies in his own docuseries. Then his idiot followers have to pile more lies on top of that. But even in doing so, prove that Jeremy Corbell lied. Even if this dummy is correct that Corbell only made $45,000 from UFOs last year, he still lied in his own docuseries, claiming he doesn't get paid for UFOs. It's ridiculous. This is where we're at. It's a goddamn clown show. All right. And we're going to get into one more. And it's so funny, too. We might cover this entire weaponized podcast because this thing, Jeremy Corbell is like melting down, right? Because people are saying that he's not the disinformation. First, he's calling Kirkpatrick a liar and a piece of dog shit and all this other stuff. Then he says that he's not the disinformation agent that Tim Burchett was talking about in a recent interview, which I find kind of funny because if you're not a disinformation agent, how come every story and piece of information that you put out turns out to be completely and totally fake? Sounds like that is a disinformation agent. Why is all of your stories completely and totally fake, Corbell? None of this makes any sense. Right?
I've seen some of this gossip going around. Like the funny one to me was our buddy Representative Burchett, right? He said on something that, some people get disinformation, but they're not even aware of that. And some idiots like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's Jeremy Corbell. Okay, cool, man. So I'm like texting with Burchett and we're laughing together. We're laughing. Because, we have talked about this a bunch, like who's getting false information and doesn't know it. I mean, look, this is part of the game. I don't need to do.
This is part of the game. Getting fake information and not knowing it is part of the game. This is rich, man. This is just
defend myself. I'll let Burchett say something if he wants to, but it's not you and me getting that stuff.
It's not you. He just said it's not him and George Knapp getting that false information. All their information is real. Well, we're going to give you a breakdown of some of their fake stories. And yes, they're being fed that information from somebody within the government. And they're putting it out as alien spaceships and other things. And it's clearly not. So who is the disinformation agent? Who's getting disinformation and disseminating it to the public? Just because some idiot emails you a video and tells you it's a jellyfish spaceship doesn't mean you have to put it out as that. But that's what you do. You put out garbage, fake stories for cash. And no, I don't believe that this idiot is only making $45,000 a year, right? I believe that he has made collectively hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, in his UFO endeavors. But I love that he's not I'm not that disinformation. I'm not getting disinformation. All of my information is completely and totally real, right? No. And I've got some slides to share with you. We're going to get into this. I want to give you a practical guide that may be helpful. Red flags for spotting a disinformation agent. And I think this is important. And I think that we have to recognize and understand that there are people, that's all they do is spread fake information, misinformation, disinformation, false information, fake stories. And isn't it great? They get to profit incredibly from this completely and totally fake information. So I've made a note here, red flags for spotting a disinformation agent. Also made another note, they become easier to spot over time. Now, when Jeremy Corbell first came onto the scene, people would give him the benefit of the doubt. But as time went on, fake story after fake story after fake story, it became easier to spot that Jeremy Corbell is nothing more than a disinformation agent. He would be considered the textbook definition of a government disinformation agent, largely because he claims his information is coming from government sources, but all of his information is fake. And then he puts it out. That's the textbook definition of a government disinformation agent. Next, I say, consider the person's track record on accuracy of information they have put forth or presented over time. Track record matters. And so here are some red flags that may indicate that, yes, Jeremy Corbell is a government disinformation agent. There, I said it. Or let me say it this way. I believe, it is my personal opinion, based on all available evidence and his proven track record of taking information from apparent government or alleged government sources and then putting it out and it turning out to be completely and totally disinformation. Based on that track record, it is my opinion that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are government disinformation agents. And these are the red flags. Pyramid spaceships. That was one of their big ones, right? Big story. Oh, there's pyramid spaceships and they're buzzing aircraft. They're buzzing Navy ships. And we got the video of it. But the video, which was provided to him apparently by a government source who leaked it to him, it turned out to be bokeh and lens artifact. In other words, a completely and totally fake story. It wasn't pyramid spaceships from the planet Xanadu. It was bokeh. It was drones and bokeh. In some of the video, the stars themselves were claimed to be alien spaceships. When viewed through this triangular aperture, it made them appear to be triangular. Completely and totally fake story. That's one red flag. And you have to ask yourself, how many red flags that somebody is a paid government disinformation agent do you need before you have to come to that conclusion that this person is a paid government disinformation agent? Now, I don't know if the government's paying him, but we sure can. Just doing an audit of his monetized YouTube views show that he's getting paid to put completely and totally fake information into the conversation here. All of his stories turn out to be completely and totally fake. Another red flag, 29 Palms, giant triangle craft, right? Oh, it's the size of a football field. It's a giant craft, giant craft, giant craft. Then he said he never said spacecraft. Well, he said craft 37 times. It wasn't a craft of any kind. It was flares and nothing mysterious. He claimed that he worked on that story for 2 years, but somehow missed what everybody else found out 5 minutes after he broadcast the story, that there was military exercises right in the exact place and time, the location of the sighting. And yes, they were dropping flares. So it was nothing mysterious. Another fake story, a big red flag. Then we have the Baghdad Phantom, which was essentially a missile. Nothing extraordinary, a completely and totally fake story. Sometimes surveillance platforms will pick up missiles or rockets on a surveillance platform, especially over an active conflict zone. And that's where he got it from, a government source who gave it to him and told him it was an alien or a UFO or a spaceship. That's government disinformation, and he put it out. Government supplied, we could say government supplied disinformation, since he claims that all of these things came from government sources who leaked it to him. So is he a useful idiot? Is he in on the does he know he's a disinformation agent? Or does he just think that he's such a rock star of UFOs that all these people in the government are feeding him real, alien spaceship videos? And by the way, none of them turn out to be alien spaceship videos. They all turn out to be something completely and totally ordinary. Then there was the Mosul orb, a balloon, another fake story. Then there was the jellyfish UFO, which turns out to be more balloons, another fake story, another red flag. Then there was the chandelier UFO, which was not in any way, shape, or form an actual UFO. It was a diffraction pattern as seen from a certain surveillance platform looking at the back end of a missile. Another completely and totally fake story. Not aliens, not a UFO. Easy to identify. Another red flag. Chandelier UFO. Completely and totally fake story. Then we get to Bob Lazar, who he made how much money from, and still refuses to admit that Bob Lazar is not now, nor was he ever, a government scientist. Full stop. End of story. The whole story falls apart just based on that. But I could give you an hour of why Bob Lazar is a completely and totally fake story. It's enough to say it's another red flag that he and George Knapp pushed this completely and totally fake story of a fake scientist convicted pimp who never worked at Area 51. There, I said it. Another red flag. So there are red flags for spotting a disinformation agent. How many times, this is like Lucy in the football with Charlie Brown. Oh no, I won't pull the football away. And we've covered this before, and last time I said that Jeremy Corbell is the boy who cried alien spaceships, like the boy who cried wolf. How many times is he going to cry alien spaceships before everybody says he's full of shit? These aren't alien spaceships. He's getting fed government disinformation agent. Then his fake information is dominating the entire media landscape. I'm going to say that one more time because this is an important point. His government-supplied fake information that is being leaked to him by his own admission, by government sources, is dominating the conversation, is dominating the entire media landscape on the internet, on news stations, and it's all fake information supplied to him by his apparent or alleged government sources who are telling him things like, these are alien spaceships, or these are something extraordinary. And in each and every one of these cases, there's a reasonable, prosaic, ordinary, earthly explanation for what is depicted in these videos or still images. Then there's the issue of if somebody was a sanctioned government disinformation agent, would they get a pass on things like, possessing classified material and using that in their stories that they're selling? I would think so, but I'm just speculating there. There has to be a reason why nobody's been prosecuted for all these apparent government leaks of sensitive, some would say in some cases, classified information. In one case, the Mosul orb, he shared a still image from a video that was played during a classified briefing about UFOs somewhere within the government. It would be illegal for him to even possess it, let alone distribute it. Why has he not been prosecuted, right? Oh, because he's a journalist now. No, it may be because he's getting a pass because he's working for the company, bro. Now, we'll move on to some other avenues to explore. I've got great more to share with you this evening. We'll take a moment to recognize and welcome the live chat once again. We're going to go to the next contestant on prophets of disclosure. And isn't it interesting how some of these prophets of disclosure are, literal lying scumbags. And I don't understand you true believers, right? Like, if you really want disclosure, do you think these people that keep getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories are going to do anything to help that effort? Or are they making this whole subject worthy of mockery? You know how some people, if you mention UFOs or aliens to them, they go, they say, oh, that stuff's all fake. It's because of people like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and others that we're covering tonight that people think that. Because these people infect this whole, they infect this whole subculture with their fake information, false information, and ridiculous fake stories. Now we're going to get to the next contestant on disinformation bingo tonight. And that would be Bryce Zabel. I think that's how you say his name. Zabel. I don't really care how to say his name. He's a lying scumbag grifter, and so is his partner, Ross Coulthard. There, I said it. I told you, I'm not pulling any more punches. If somebody's a lying scumbag grifter, I'm going to tell you they're lying scumbag grifters. But Bryce Zabel, he's upset that people are calling him a lying scumbag grifter. He's upset that people are calling his partner, Ross Coulthard, a lying scumbag grifter. So he says, Lester, your post ought to, and see how they work together? Like, the same lying scumbags that were involved with selling the Dave Grusch story are all helping each other, keep it going and cover up for the lies they keep getting caught in. Bryce Zabel says, Lester, your post ought to put this nonsense to rest, but it won't. Personally, I'm very peeved at everyone who is devoting their life energy to trying to bring this topic to the forefront must constantly be disparaged as a grifter on X and elsewhere. It's simply not true. By the way, even Taylor Swift is no grifter. She is a businesswoman. It's okay to make a living. Bryce Zabel, are you saying it's okay to make a living selling completely and totally fake stories? Because that's what you've been doing for years now. How many fake stories did your partner Ross Coulthard and you push on your garbage fake podcast? He's upset because he's getting disparaged. People are calling him a grifter. Hey, Bryce Zabel, whatever the hell your name is. Do you know that if you make a living selling completely and totally fake stories, most reasonable and rational people would come to the conclusion that you, sir, are a grifter. So don't get upset, because this is your chosen profession, to sell completely and totally fake stories. And when that's your chosen profession, you can't get upset that people are disparaging you or calling you a grifter. Hey, buddy, does the shoe fit? Then wear it, grifter. I can't get over that he's upset. How many fake stories have you been involved in with Ross Coulthard? And so I asked, if you and Ross Coulthard are not grifters, why don't you and him give all the money back from the completely 100% fake stories Ross has been caught peddling in recent years? These slimy, shady scumballs complaining that people call them grifters? It's the truth. And I stand by that statement. And I think it's great. And then, of course, I always get attacked. Oh, you're collecting money too. And I have to straighten everybody out. I don't pay my bills from this show. Any funds generated on this show go to the show and cover our expenses here. I've never paid a personal expense, mortgage, groceries, bills, anything. By the way, I have to get my car inspected tomorrow and an oil change. That's going to be $400 or $500. I think I need some little stuff, like maybe a brake pad. I'm paying that out of my own money. I'm not paying that out of my show money. So, people can say whatever they're going to say. And I've never been caught selling a completely and totally fake story. Can't say the same for Bryce Zabel. Can't say the same. He's been caught a lot of times, along with his scumbag partner, Ross Coulthard, who, by the way, just won the Bent Spoon Award in Australia for the most fake stories of an Australian journalist in 2023. So when they tell you that Ross Coulthard is an award-winning journalist, they're being honest. He's winning awards because his stories are so fake and so deceptive that he's winning awards for that. So we're going to move on with our presentation here, and I have another one to share with you. And that is red flags again for spotting a disinformation agent. And by the way, just to be clear, in Jeremy Corbell's case, a very strong case could be made that he is a government disinformation agent, since a great deal of his information is coming from government sources that he is sharing as true and accurate information, and it all falls apart and turns out to be fake information. In the case of Ross Coulthart and Bryce Zabel, I can't really make the same claim that they're likely government disinformations, but they're still disinformation people because they keep getting caught selling completely and totally fake stories. So red flags for spotting a disinformation agent. And by the way, I don't care if somebody is a government paid disinformation agent or they're just a grifting scumbag disinformation agent that is profiting from fake information. Either way, they're a disinformation agent and they are a waste of everyone's time. Everybody I'm covering tonight should be banished from the world of UFOs forever. Show me another profession in any kind of journalistic endeavor covering anything, covering politics, science, technology, defense, local politics, local events, homelessness, the drug epidemic. Show me any other genre of information where you could get caught selling completely and totally fake stories over and over and over and over again and just keep your job in that subculture or area. Like, for example, if you were covering politics and you just keep getting caught manufacturing completely and totally fake stories about political people or politics, you would be banished. You couldn't keep doing it. But welcome to Clown World, the world of UFOs, where you can get caught selling fake stories over and over and over again, and you just shuffle away, pretend you didn't get caught, shuffle back in with another fake story. So Bryce Zabel, whatever the hell his name is, works with Richard Dolan, who is right now selling people superpowers. We're going to get into that later in our presentation. That's right. Richard Dolan, once respected UFO researcher, is now selling people superpowers with his wife, who claims that she's got all kinds of superpowers: precognition, astral projection, remote viewing. And hey, for $40, she'll teach you how to have superpowers too. Nothing says credible like working with a man whose fake psychic wife and him are right now selling people completely and totally fake superpowers. And by the way, we're going to have a challenge on that. Bryce Zabel helped Ross Coulthart peddle several completely fake stories. Every time Ross Coulthart comes out with a new fake story, there comes in Bryce Zabel, to sit there and do the circle jerk on their show with Coulthart and get a few bucks for himself off of the back of Coulthart's completely and totally fake stories. Why don't you give the money back if you're not a grifter? You have a wife and children, don't you, Bryce Zabel? Your wife should be ashamed of you. She should leave you today, right now. Your children should abandon you. You are nothing but an embarrassment to your wife and children and entire family and entire community. Because what value do you bring to the world? You sell fake stories on the internet? Is that something your wife and children should be proud of? What is, like when you go to career day as a child, right? And somebody says, what does your dad do? What do your children say, Bryce? My dad sells fake stories with Ross Coulthart, who's been caught selling at least 5 fake stories in the past bunch of years. And then he doubles down and he gets upset when people call him a grifter for selling fake stories. You should be ashamed of yourself. Give the money back so that you can look at your wife and children without shame in your eyes for what a despicable, disgusting waste of skin you are. All right. Sorry, I'm getting a little upset. Bryce Zabel has made outrageous claims for many, many years, and he's never proven anything. That's another red flag that this person may be disinformation. All of these are red flags. Now let's get to Ross Coulthart. Another red flag. Ross Coulthart got caught accusing British Parliament, members of British Parliament, of being child-related predators. I'm not going to use the R word. YouTube doesn't like it. That was a completely and totally 100% fake story. Then we have another red flag. Ross Coulthard caught selling a 100% fake story about an Area 51 patch. It wasn't anything to do with aliens. That has been proven by an Area 51 historian. He sold that story, even took a live speaking fee. He stood there on a microphone in front of cameras and told a completely and totally fake story so that he could collect a speaking fee for talking about UFOs. Never mind that much of what he talked about during that live performance was a completely and totally 100% provably fake story. That's a red flag. Then we have Ross Coulthard claimed he had, quote, definitive proof of alien technology. He had no proof. It's a completely and totally fake story. And just to be clear, somebody had asked me if I have the video of that. Yeah, I do. And I've played it on many previous shows. But I'll try to post it on my Twitter for the benefit of people who are asking what the source of that is. We have our receipts. Ross Coulthard claimed in this special about Jim's balls that they had, quote, definitive proof of alien technology. Then they said, all confirmed by this world-renowned scientist. And they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. No, Michio Kaku didn't confirm shit. Not only did they not have definitive proof of alien technology, they had no proof. Red flag, completely and totally fake story. And the latest, of course, is that Ross Coulthard claims that he knows the location of a giant alien spaceship on Earth, which was so big it couldn't be moved. So they built a building around it. But he can't tell us because he cares too much about national security. And that might endanger national security if he told everybody where the alien spaceship was. People making these grandiose claims and then making excuses. You know, this is like 3-year-olds on a playground. Like, I got a laser gun. Great, show us the laser gun. I can't. The aliens told me I'm not allowed to show it to anybody. You know, it's so childish and stupid. And isn't it great how these people have absolutely no shame in their game, right? They just keep coming back with more fake stories. Don't want to talk about the old fake stories they've been caught in. And by the way, all of you UFO circle jerkers that have any of these people on your podcast or shows or whatever, if you don't ask them about everything I'm showing my audience tonight, then you're part of the goddamn problem, and you need to get the hell out of here too. Pack your shit and go. We've had enough of the circle jerk. The gloves are coming off. And if you are one of those people helping these people sell their garbage, lies, and disinformation, you're going to get in my crosshairs, and that's not a place you want to be. Trust me. I'm going to cover every circle jerker helping these people sell these lies and garbage. So we really have to consider the person's track record on accuracy of information that they have put forth or presented. Track record matters. How many times are we going to let these people sell us fake stories before we say that everything they say needs to be highly fact-checked, scrutinized, sourced, and proven? Otherwise, we can't listen to these people because they keep on selling us lies. How many times are you going to let, like in your personal life, how many times have you let a certain person? I once had a friend and he would lie to me. And, you know, at a certain point, I had to just cut it out of my life and say, I don't want this guy in my life. He keeps lying to me. It's not healthy to just accept someone lying to you constantly. I'm sure there's some kind of psychological condition about that, or, you know, psychological explanation for why somebody would continually allow somebody in their life that just keeps getting caught lying over and over and over again. And, you know, I stand by what I said. It may sound harsh, but Bryce Zabel and Ross Coulthard are wastes of skin. They are wastes of everything, you know. And I'm not going to go as far as Ross Coulthard saying people should be tarred and feathered and executed. But I think that Ross Coulthard, get a real job, Bryce Zabel. You had a nice run faking stories with your scumbag partner, Ross Coulthard. It's time to get a real job, right? So that you can look at your wife and children in the eye again and not feel ashamed of yourself. Adding zero value to the world. What value is your fake nonsense adding to the world? You do no one any good. All right. And we're going to move on. I got a little more to share with you. And, you know, I noticed that there is now this trend now of people sort of taking sides. You know, some people are on the side of Stephen Greer, and he's the real disclosure guy. And other people, no, Stephen Greer's a bullshitter, and Lou Elizondo's the real disclosure guy. No, I don't think any of these people care about disclosure. They care about their pockets. And that's something that you need to keep in mind, right, when you get into this. And for anybody to not understand and recognize that the information I'm giving you is entirely accurate and provable. You know, I challenge anybody. Prove me wrong on any of these slides. Prove me wrong. You can't, and you won't, because our information is accurate and backed by verifiable evidence, not stories, you know, not hope-sos, maybes, possibilities, or tantalizing maybe proof. We have proof of what we say here. So again, red flags for spotting a disinformation agent. And again, I don't care how you break down disinformation agent. To me, a disinformation agent is someone who is continually pushing false information. That's how I define it. You can define it however you like. But again, they become easier to spot over time. You have to consider the person's track record on accuracy of information they have put forth or presented. And track record, of course, matters. So Greer's been in the game like 30 years. It becomes easier and easier to prove he's a proven disinformation liar and scammer, some would say. Dr. Stephen Greer. He claimed to have briefed every U.S. president since Ronald Reagan about UFOs. That's a completely and totally fake story. If he had briefed any president since Ronald Reagan, and by the way, we checked every presidential library up to Trump, but we did get in touch with a Trump media representative who told us, no, Dr. Stephen Greer, Trump never either requested or received any briefing from a Dr. Stephen Greer. Full stop. But the other issue is, had he actually briefed any of the sitting U.S. presidents from Ronald Reagan forward, there would be some mention of that briefing in the presidential library. So we checked all of them. There's no mention of Stephen Greer in any presidential library. Not in Ronald Reagan's, not in George H.W. Bush, not in George Bush Jr.'s, not in Obama's. No. There's no mention of him briefing any president in any of the presidential libraries. But you know what you will find? A mention of every briefing and person who briefed the president. They keep track of every minute of a president's time, all his meetings. They're real big about their legacy. They keep track of these things. There would be some mention of him. No, he never briefed any sitting U.S. president. And I challenge him to show us the proof that you have. Later, when I started being very vocal about this, and by the way, in previous episodes here, I showed on the record statements from the Ronald Reagan library, from the George Bush library, from the Obama library, from all of them, saying no mention of Stephen Greer briefing these presidents. When I presented that evidence, Greer started to walk that back, that claim, saying that he sent briefings to the White House. Well, yeah, I can send a letter to the White House too. But me sending a letter or a briefing that I wrote myself, a Word document, printed out and sent it to the White House, me doing that and saying I briefed every sitting U.S. president since Ronald Reagan is two vastly different things. Is this just embellishment? Is this just, exaggeration? No, to me, it's a clear lie. Completely and totally fake story. And a red flag. Oh, I forgot to put the red flags down on this one. Another red flag, Dr. Stephen Greer said the entire company in Michigan was murdered for studying free energy. That was a completely and totally fake story. And we know because we did a detailed, exhaustive search in the state of Michigan for any record or media coverage of an entire company being murdered. And of course, the third phase clowns come up with some explanation. Oh, we didn't say they were like all murdered together. Well, then show me the police reports. Show me the evidence that an entire company in Michigan was murdered for studying free energy. No, Dr. Stephen Greer he's a literal. I think he just bullshits things off the top of his head, and then he gets caught. Then he has to send out the third phase lunatics to try to defend his lies. By the way, another red flag that Dr. Stephen Greer is a disinformation agent might be that he's working with and for Third Phase of Moon, the biggest UFO hoax channel ever in the history of UFO hoax channels. Why would he work with known proven hoaxers if he's an on-the-level real real guy. I don't understand that, So Dr. Stephen Greer also claimed to have briefed the CIA director about UFOs and aliens. And that CIA director got so pissed he wrote a letter saying it never happened. I sat near him at a social function. There was no real or official briefing. He just, talked to me and my wife. So somehow Dr. Stephen Greer turned sitting near somebody at a social event into, I briefed him about aliens and UFOs. No, you didn't. That was a completely and totally fake story. Then we get Dr. Stephen Greer claimed he summoned alien spaceships, with his superpowers. But that turned out that was just flares from a military exercise in the area that he did this event in. Completely and totally fake story. Then we get Dr. Stephen Greer claims the government offered him $5 billion to stop talking UFOs. Well, I really can't prove that's a fake story, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say the burden of proof is on the claimant. I didn't make those claims, he did. So show us the proof that the government offered you $5 billion to stop talking about UFOs. Or is this just like the mad ramblings of a bullshitter who makes up stories to make himself grandiose and some kind of hero? Next red flag, Dr. Stephen Greer claimed that the Atacama skeleton was an alien. That was a completely and totally fake story. Busted. Completely and totally fake. And he could have waited on making a documentary about that until he got DNA results, but he didn't do that. He rushed the documentary into production so that he could make all the money off of that hoax before it fell apart, that it was just a deformed fetus. Totally human. No signs of alien anything. And, this is the level of scumbaggery and disgusting, despicable behavior. He's literally using a dead, deformed baby to grift and scam people for UFO money, right? It's despicable. It's disgusting. So, one of the things I do encourage people to do is always check out the history of the claims that these people make. Don't just go by their greatest claims that they're making right now. Go look at their history of making claims. What have they proved? What have they provided evidence for? And maybe, just maybe, you will realize that so many of the people involved in UFOs, their entire existence is based on selling you, the consumer, a fake story or fake narrative. In other words, peddling disinformation. And again, I don't really care if Stephen Greer is a government-paid disinformation agent. I know he's a paid disinformation agent. And by the way, we said we'd talk about money. Greer has collected millions of dollars in crowdfunding. And look at these levels of fakeness that he has shown. He's collecting $500,000 to make a documentary, and then he puts fake stories like some of these into his fake documentaries. Why should we pay him $500,000 to lie to us? Is it really that the pretty lie is better than the ugly truth? Listen, I get it. I really would love to believe that aliens are visiting planet Earth, and maybe they've crashed, and maybe the government has some alien technology. But I need evidence for that. And paying somebody $500,000 to whisper pretty alien lies to me, it does nothing. It has, again, no value. So, and by the way, I encourage you, anybody can look up this Bryce Zabel and Coulthard and see how much money they're making. You just average 8 CPM, $8 per 1,000 monetized views. It's not $2 like that guy lied. These people are making an awful lot of money selling this stuff. And for anybody to suggest that there isn't a financial motive when we can verifiably show you, for example, that Dr. Stephen Greer has crowdfunded millions of dollars for his garbage documentaries with provably false, fake information, disinformation, misinformation sprinkled all over that documentary. Is that where we're at? That we're giving some clown like Stephen Greer $500,000 to lie to us? And what about Jeremy Corbell? And by the way, that's just one. In all those crowdfunding things he did, he collected either $500,000 or $1 million. Then he gives out. Then he makes a documentary that is just chock full of stock video, half of it, that anybody can get if you pay $20 a month to like Envato Elements. So half the damn documentary is just stock video, right? At least the last few were. It's just ridiculous. And of course, we can also talk about the money situation with Jeremy Corbell. It's very clear that the man is buying $1 million mansions. He must have millions of dollars. And I'm sorry, show me proof that you're working. And I love how Jeremy Corbell like wears work boots and ripped up jeans like he's some kind of working class hero. No, you're not. Your parents were rich. You've never really had a working day in your life, dude. And we know that from your wackadoo different adventures on, he's like a child. He's a spoiled rich child. Oh, I'm going to be a yoga instructor. And then his parents fund all that till it fails. Oh, I'm going to be an MMA fighter. And his parents fund all that till it fails. Oh, I'm going to be a quantum jujitsu instructor. His parents fund all that until it fails. Oh, now I'm going to be an alien UFO guy. But I guess he found a lucrative way to exist. Maybe he finally got, made some money of his own. And, by the way, I want to be an artist with my wife. And then he made satanic, disgusting art with his wife. Did your parents fund that too? And all your failed art installations, But hey, good for him. He came across the gold mine of UFOs. The guy's buying $1.8 million mansions, and idiot supporters of his, and he's wearing wearing a $75,000 watch, getting out of a $135,000 SUV as he walks by a homeless man in his own docuseries and says, I don't get paid for UFOs. I beg to differ. Show us your tax returns, Jeremy. It's absolutely ridiculous. So, one more part to the presentation. I saved the best for last. A lot of you have been asking me to cover what Richard Dolan and his wife have been up to. And I'm just going to share this. And we're going to talk about this because this is another garbage peddler Richard Dolan has been caught in multiple fake stories, right? One with Jeremy Corbell, that CIA deathbed confession. The guy worked in a supermarket. He never worked for the CIA. But Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan made money off of a completely and totally fake story. Then there was the Roswell slides hoax. You remember that one, in which he helped pump and promote a Jaime Maussan hoax. Jaime Maussan made hundreds of thousands of dollars from the pay-per-view event. How much did you get, Richard Dolan? Then he laughed because people said his career should be over for backing a hoax like that. But it gets better because now Richard Dolan found a new way to make some money. Him and his wife are selling people superpowers. I'm going to say that one more time. Richard Dolan and his wife are right now selling people superpowers. I can't believe it. You know, and isn't it great, this act that Richard Dolan puts on, that he's some serious researcher? No, you're a wackadoo, Richard Dolan, and your wife is a wackadoo, and you both should be ashamed of yourself for what you're doing now. How dare you make a living selling people superpowers, right? They're literally trying to make a living selling people superpowers. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen. First, we'll put our fair use banner up. And I have a challenge for Richard Dolan. You claim your wife has superpowers, right, Richard Dolan? Prove it. Prove your wife has superpowers. How are you taking money from people to teach them how to have the same superpower your wife has if your wife can't prove her superpowers are real? Show me the superpowers, Richard Dolan. Show me your wife's superpowers, Richard Dolan. Hey, Tracy Dolan, we're going to challenge you to prove your superpowers are real. And by the way, they're all these people are connected. Ross Coulthart, Bryce Zabel, Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, all of them making money off the Grusch story. Then we have Richard Dolan making money off of the fake story with Corbell, the fake CIA deathbed confession. Richard Dolan's in the new docuseries, I think, wasn't he? Let's all make UFO dollars together, right? It's great. So I'm going to put my fair use banner up here. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. This is Richard Dolan's latest project, The Consciousness Connection, a weekend retreat presented by Tracy Garbutt Dolan. Delve into the depths of your inner world with dream worlds, remote viewing, precognition, out-of-body experience, near-death experience, an ET UFO, meditation protocols, plus a remote viewing class, and more. And here's the featured speakers, which is basically a who's who of grifty New Age scammers. There, I said it. Prove me wrong, Richard Dolan. You and your wife have now become New Age scammers. Congratulations, Mr. Serious Researcher. Oh, and you get a video of it for $39. There's one standard replay. Oh, the premiere replay has some extras. So you too can buy superpowers for either $39 or $59. And I get it. Somebody said they don't exactly promise you'll get superpowers, Stephen. It's just a class in remote viewing. What's remote viewing? It's a superpower. What's precognition? They're teaching precognition. That's the ability to discern events before they happen. That's a superpower. So if they can teach these people precognition and remote viewing, astral projection, out-of-body experiences, then certainly they can display that they have those abilities before, oh, I don't know, scamming people, taking their money to teach them how to do it. You know, first you should have to prove that your superpowers are real before taking money from people. I love this. And by the way, I don't know if this is correct, but I've heard from multiple people that Tracy Dolan here is a Scientologist, which makes sense because she's a big follower and supporter of Targ and Put Off, and I think they were Scientologists, right? Okay. What to expect? A practical class in remote viewing. So Tracy Dolan is going to teach everybody how to remote view, something that's never been scientifically proven to be real or accurate. And in fact, you might be familiar with that movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats. That whole comedy was made out of one of their speakers, Russell Targ, who literally wrote the book on remote viewing, but never proved anything and was fooled by children's magic tricks. We'll get into it. You know, I get it. People think that's interesting. Oh, Russell Targ and Hal Puthoff, they studied psychics and remote viewers for the government. Yeah, and they were so biased and so unscientific, they believed that people who were using children's magic tricks had real superpowers. This is not a credible thing. It's garbage. Next, she's going to teach you the science of precognitive dreams and how to have them. So she claims that she can teach you how to have superpower dreams where you could see the future in your dreams and how to have them. Can she prove that she can have precognitive dreams before she takes other people's money to teach this nonsense? She should have to, or this is consumer fraud, right? And again, the gloves are off. I'm calling the Consumer Protection Agency or somebody, and I want somebody from the government to explain to me how this woman and her hoax-promoting, garbage-peddling UFO wackadoo husband can promise people superpowers for $40. Somebody has to explain to me how this is not consumer fraud. And by the way, I don't know. For all I know, you get real superpowers for your $40. I'm paying the $40. And we're going to do a full report on me getting the same superpowers that Richard Dolan's wife claims to be in possession of and able to teach anybody for just $40. Tracy Garbutt Dolan. Are we the quantum computers we are searching for? Remote viewing, dreams, ET, and the mysteries of our minds. As part of her lecture series, The Final Frontier is in here. Tracy explores that such disciplines as remote viewing, dream study, precognition, and blindfolded work teach us about our minds and the very nature of who we are. The vast reaches of the human mind remains one of the most fascinating and grossly unresolved mysteries of our time. We spend billions sending people into space, but could one of the primary ways to traveling the unknown vistas of reality reside inside us and within easy reach? Could we be the quantum computer we are searching for? And finally, where does the current state of artificial intelligence sit with all of this? You know, I'm sorry, did I miss something? Tracy Dolan, do you have a degree in computer science? How the hell are you qualified or capable of giving a lecture on artificial intelligence? That alone shows that this is a bullshit scam. You're not qualified. You're not educated. Show me some code you've written for artificial intelligence. Show me some peer-reviewed papers about artificial intelligence development that you've written. Or is this all just bullshit so that you can make $40 because your husband is a loser who can't make a living by doing anything other than sell fake stories, right? And I'm sorry. You know, maybe I should try to not be so personally insulting. I apologize. But if you and your husband think that it's just okay to sell people superpowers and do lectures for people that you're neither qualified nor educated in order to make $40, then I feel sorry for you and your husband. He is a loser. If you guys have to do this to make money to eat, you people are losers. And you people are predators. You are new age predators, scammers. But it gets better. Because besides Richard Dolan's wife teaching everybody to have superpowers, by the way, I think that's about a 10-year-old promo picture of her, right? Now we have Richard Dolan. He's going to do a lecture on UFOs for the 21st century mind. Remains a comprehensive guide to the UFO phenomenon. His book, The Alien Agenda, examines the beings behind the UFO phenomenon. Yeah, he took all the fake stories, Greys, aliens, Arcturians, and just put them in the book with some pretty pictures. No proof of any of his stories in his book. He's a garbage peddler. Next, we have Alexis Brooks, and I love this cast of New Age characters. But let's get to Russell Targ. Because Russell Targ was part of Stanford Research, and you might have seen that documentary film Psychic Spies, or whatever it's called. Russell Targ is just a guy who believes all of this shit is real. He's never proven anything, though he's wasted an awful lot of government funding along with his partner, Hal Puthoff, at SRI Research, which, by the way, even Stanford Research Institute is somewhat of a scam. They have nothing to do with Stanford and Stanford University. They just named it that to gain credibility and help them get, the perception of credibility so they could get more funding, in my opinion. But Russell Targ, you can go look up all this stuff, this Project Stargate and the SRI, and you can see, even Wikipedia will tell you that these two guys were completely and totally biased. They got fooled by charlatans and magic tricks. And by the way, I'm aware of at least one magician. His name is Banachek. You can look him up. He's a mentalist, an incredibly talented magic and mentalism performer. He fooled Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ into believing that he had psychic superpowers. And to this day, Banachek bills himself on his posters and promotional materials for his shows. By the way, if you're ever in Las Vegas, go to see his show. Just look it up, Banachek, Banachek. He fooled Russell Targ with children's magic tricks into believing that he, Banachek, had superpowers. That's what you're selling people, Richard Dolan, a gullible idiot that believed that children's magic tricks made somebody have real superpowers. Anthony Peake, not familiar with this, but not familiar with him. He's an explorer of the mysterious and esoteric. He's going to talk on out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, and UFO encounters. See, can we tell that they're running out of fake UFO stories? Now they got to get into the woo. And Richard Dolan, this whole thing just proves that Richard Dolan has gone full-on wackadoo with his wackadoo wife. There, I said it. Richard Dolan, your wife's a wackadoo and lies to people. for a living. You lie to people for a living. I'm going to tell you something that you should already know, Richard Dolan. Your wife doesn't have real superpowers. Therefore, I consider it a crime for her to take money to teach people how to have superpowers that are fake, that she can't prove are real. It's consumer fraud. Unless I give you my $40 and get superpowers, and by the way, if that happens, I'll accurately report on it. I consider it worth the $40. I hate giving any of these grifters money. Next, we have Patricia Cyrus, who is a research associate at the University of San Diego Department of Physics and Biophysics. By the way, I'm calling her university. Anyway, in her portion of her back-to-back presentations with the colleague Dale Graff, Patricia will describe her groundbreaking exploration of precognition, again, superpowers, and the potential of artificial intelligence, AI, in perceiving future events. Oh, so this is Cliff High webbot nonsense? Is that what you're saying? And again, let's throw in AI. One of the things you'll start noticing when you follow these people that sell these courses and conferences is they always throw in whatever is popular right now, or things people are talking about or worrying about, and AI is one of them. Notice how many times throughout this whole thing that AI is mentioned. And again, if this person is a research associate at for the Department of Physics and Biophysics, then what qualifications does she have to lecture about artificial intelligence? None. She has no qualifications to lecture about artificial intelligence. Can I see some computer code she's written? AI programs? Can I see, her peer-reviewed papers on artificial intelligence? Of course not. And maybe I'm being unfair. I don't know. I'm going to reach out to her and talk to her. That one's kind of easy on the eyes. Dale Graff. Dale will be giving a special back-to-back presentation with colleague Patricia Cyrus, in which he will provide a unique exploration into the world of psychic research, remote viewing, and precognition. Again, these are all superpowers. So you're selling people superpowers. Next, my favorite, Michelle Freed. I didn't know this, right? And that documentary that I was talking about with Russell Targ is called Third Eye Spies. So nothing says credibility like this woman being involved. Michelle's media presence include Third Eye Spies, Ancient Aliens, and associate producer of Flash of Beauty, Paranormal Bigfoot. She's a seasoned producer and co-owner of Midnight.fm network. She currently produces Fade to Black with Jimmy Church. Nothing says credible like getting the producer of the show that has spread the most fake information, disinformation, false information, misinformation, and fake stories. Let's get the girl who produces that show to help us with our New Age nonsense conference where we promise people they'll have superpowers for $40. Nothing says credible like this. It's just, this is the point of ridiculousness. Okay, this girl that got off of TikTok. Again, the intersection of AI and consciousness. Can we see her qualifications? And, I'm only asking because I have a lifelong background in computer science. You can see the AI tools that we use here for our show here, thanks to a great deal of help from some of my colleagues like Mr. Ian. But still, I can display to you that I know about AI. And I'm sorry, I don't think any of these people who you're charging your customers money to talk about AI have any qualifications, education, or credentials when it comes to speaking about AI. So this is just a conference full of bullshitters that have no business lecturing on AI that are lecturing on AI for $40. And why AI sprinkled all throughout this? Is it just because it's a hot topic right now? Drawing and nothing says credible like this. Oh, this is great. This girl is drawing from an unreleased interview with Linda Moulton Howe. Nothing says credible like getting interviewed by a woman who keeps getting caught selling completely and totally fake pictures of aliens as real pictures of aliens. Boy, this whole conference just seems so credible. No, it doesn't. This seems like a bunch of New Age scammers who are running out of fake UFO stories to sell, who need some new grift to get into. And wasn't it Richard Dolan who years ago railed against Corey Goode, mixing New Age and consciousness with secret space program and UFOs to make money? Whoa, I'm pretty sure he did go after people like Corey Goode and David Wilcock for mixing New Age and spirituality and psychic powers in with UFOs in order to make money. And now here we are, just a few short years later, and Richard Dolan, the hypocrite, is now doing the exact same thing that he accused other people of doing. And listen, I, for one, am tired of this. I'm tired of these fake New Age grifters, so I got a special challenge for Richard Dolan and his wife with the superpowers. And we're going to get into that. Okay. 1 second here. So I have decided, wrong one. There we go. I have decided that I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. And essentially, Tracy Dolan and Richard Dolan are selling people superpowers. Remote viewing is a superpower. Precognition, which is the ability to know things before they happen, that's a superpower. Out-of-body experiences, astral travel, these are all superpowers. So you might see that we have a new set piece here, right on our set, and it will be here every day until this challenge is completed or over. So I'm going to challenge Richard Dolan and his superpowered wife to put their money where their mouth is and prove it. Prove you have superpowers before you take money from other people to teach them how to have superpowers too. The least that you could do is prove that you have those abilities before you take people's hard-earned money to teach them how to do it. And this is the same thing we've been through with 100 other of these grifters, like Randy Kramer. Remember him? He had a $99 a month deal where he was selling people superpowers. Hey, at least Tracy Dolan and Richard Dolan, for the discount price of only one-time fee of $40, you too can have remote viewing superpowers. But wait, there's more. For that same $39.95, we're going to teach you how to have out-of-body experiences, astrally travel throughout the universe for just $39.95. But wait, there's more. Because not only are you going to get remote viewing superpowers and astral travel superpowers, you're going to get the ability to tell the future. Precognition, whatever you want to call it. But wait, there's more. We're also going to have a bunch of unqualified speakers talking about AI, none of which have any background or education or experience in actual computer science for just $39.95. But my favorite is that Richard Dolan has sunken so low and has become such a clown joke that he is now literally promising people that his superpowered wife, who has remote viewing and out-of-body and precognition superpowers, can teach you to have superpowers too for just $39.95. No, I don't think so. Because you see, Richard Dolan, if you and your wackadoo wife can't prove that her superpowers are real, then it is my opinion, and by the way, it's just my opinion. I'm not a lawyer, a law enforcement officer. I'm entitled to my opinion. And it's very simple. My opinion is this. If you're going to take money from people to teach them any skill that you claim you have, you should be able to prove that that skill is real. Could I take money from people teaching them to be an Olympic level fencer and yet not be able to prove that I can fence at all? Wouldn't that be consumer fraud? Can I take $40 to teach everybody in my audience to be, to be, let's say, take $40 from everybody and teach them to be a genius level business person able to make millions of dollars a month? If I can't show you that I can actually make millions of dollars a month, then taking $40 from somebody to teach them how to do it, in my opinion, is a form of fraud. Likewise, you, Richard Dolan, and you, Tracy Dolan, taking $39 from people, claiming you're going to teach them to have the same superpowers Richard Dolan's wackadoo wife claims to have, in my opinion, is a form of fraud. And I'm not being, I'm trying to be fair here. So I thought long and hard about this. And this, by the way, this is going to get me in a lot of trouble, possibly with my wife. But I'm real big on putting my money where my mouth is. So you see, there's a new set piece right here on the set of Truth Seekers. And it's going to remain here until Tracy Dolan and Richard Dolan prove me wrong. Now you might wonder what's in here. There's three things in here. This nice glass display case. There's three things in here. There's two piles of money. What we have here is two stacks of $100 bills, two stacks of 50, $100 bills in total, two stacks of $50, $100 bills. That makes $10,000. So I'm right here to tell you, and let me change my screen here so we could get a better look. And there's three things in here. So there's three things in here. Sorry about the glare. That's two stacks of $50, $100 bills. And this is very important. Two stacks of $50 bills. But there's something, which I'm not going to show you, that is under the stacks of $100 bills. And that is a small slip of paper, commonly called a billet in mentalism and magic shows. There's a billet under the money. And I have written a secret word, phrase, series of numbers, or a drawing. I'm not going to get too specific. I've written something on the sheet of paper, which is directly under these two fat stacks of cash. This is $100 bills. It's $10,000 in cash. And if Tracy Dolan can prove that her remote viewing superpowers are real, after all, a remote viewer should be able to see anytime, any place, anywhere with their superpowers. All she has to do is give me the message or series of numbers or shape that I drew or word that I put there. Hell, it could be a math equation. There's something written on the piece of paper here. If Tracy Dolan and Richard Dolan aren't ripping people off, selling them fake superpowers they can't prove that they can do, then they should be able to discern what's on the sheet of paper under these two huge fat stacks of cash, and they can have the money. Tracy Dolan, you obviously need the money because your husband is a loser who can't figure out a way to make money for you and your family other than to lie to people about your fake superpowers or sell fake alien stories. So you guys need the money. You better crank up those superpowers, lady. You need the money because your husband is a loser who has you out there essentially shaking your new age ass, selling you your fake superpowers to stupid people to make a living. Discern what is on and underneath this sheet of paper under these two fat stacks of cash, and I will give you $10,000 in cash. However, it's a double-edged sword. If you don't provide the correct, and by the way, it has to be exact. Don't come close. We're not doing guesswork. It has to be exactly what is on the sheet of paper. I have photocopied the sheet of paper and I've shared it with several individuals that I trust won't reveal that information to you. So it can be verified that I'm being truthful and accurate in this $10,000 challenge. I'm giving you an opportunity to make $10,000. Now, you can keep the $10,000, Tracy, which I advise you to do since your husband is having such a hard time making a living. I'm sure you like nice, expensive things, right? Pretty girl, you probably like pretty dresses and lingerie and shit that he can't afford to buy you because his income is down because, he's running out of fake stories to sell, Tracy. So you can make yourself $10,000, or you could take the money and give it to your favorite charity, which is probably your husband, right? Well, you could keep the money, or you could give it to your favorite charity. So I'm going to put this back. This is my new set piece with $10,000 in cash in it, and we'll show it to you on the set as well. And look at that. There we have it. It's the $10,000 Richard Dolan Wackadoo Wife Challenge. If Richard Dolan's Wackadoo Wife can come up with what's on the piece of paper underneath those 2 fat stacks of cash, $100 bills, I'll give them the money. On my word of honor, if she gets it correct, and it must be exactly correct to what I have written on that sheet of paper. I can't give any more. I'm not giving any clues. It must be exact. Then I'll give them that box full of fat stacks of cash, $10,000 US. Now, I can't think of any reason, if you're bold enough to take $40 from people to teach them how to have superpowers and do magic, super magic, psychic tricks like this, then you should be able to do it. I don't see a problem with you proving that your superpowers are real, since you're willing to charge people $40 to teach them how to have superpowers like you. So we're going to call this Richard Dolan's Wackadoo Wife $10,000 Challenge. I challenge you guys. Now, what are you going to do? You're going to make excuses? You're going to come through. And by the way, you only get one guess at it. Richard Dolan and his Wackadoo Wife. You can email me your guess. I will send you my cell phone number. You can text it to me. Any way you want to, get. You better start meditating. You better start meditating, right? Rev up those superpowers that you're selling people. Tracy Dolan, Richard Dolan. Rev up those superpowers. You better get everybody you know to meditate, because you're going to have to do this, or you will look like the new age scamming fools you are for selling people something you cannot even prove exists. And that, my friends, is the Richard Dolan $10,000 Wackadoo Wife Challenge. We're doing this. All right, so this will conclude my presentation for the most part. I think I had a few more things to share, but we do have to catch up and thank a few kind and generous people. Troll with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Thanks. Welcome. Thank you for being a member, and thanks for the kind and generous $5 and helping us to praise the cash. Longtime show supporter, Troll. Then we have Stormcrow with a kind and generous $5 Australian who says, for your car, not the show. I hate that inspection process, because it always feels like the mechanic will call you up and go, oh, listen, you really need brakes, and I can't pass it without the brakes, and the brakes are going to be $350 or whatever it's going to be, $400, and you just go, why are you even calling me? You're just extorting money out of it. Just do it. Like, I need the car, But I've been very thrifty, Stormcrow. I bought that car, I think, for $3,500 cash, and it had 30,000 miles on it when I got it, and it now has over 100. So it was good. I got my $3,500 out of that car. All I've put on it is wearable items like brakes, tires, oil changes, no major work done to it. So, and by the way, I've never had a foreign car. I've always had like Fords or Dodges or, whatever. This is the first time I had a Mazda. I will always buy Mazda. Those things, it seems like that thing's running in forever. All right. Well, we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support, and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash.
By the way, I'm just going to leave this here for now. I may put it in a safe deposit box or something like that. Might be safer there, especially considering people doxing me. And it's probably not a good idea to just have 10 grand laying around, especially with people doxing me. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. I haven't been doing this lately, but I'm going to do it now, because I heard from the person who helps me with our merchandise that last month we sold. By the way, that's funny when people attack me like, oh, you're selling shirts, Steven. Yeah. And last month I did not sell one thing from our merchandise store, nothing. So, I'm going to be playing those bumpers, just reminding people that a good way to support us. Maybe buy a t-shirt if you don't want to send a super chat, or join our Patreon for a whole $1. We appreciate all the kindness, generosity, and support, though. But in my experience, we have to constantly remind everybody the ways that we can, you guys can help support us. Geez, I haven't played these bumpers in so long. I'm having trouble finding them. So give me a moment. And while I do, I want to remind you to follow me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. And also you can follow me on Instagram, and that would be, or excuse me, on Twitter, it's at Stephen Cambion. On Instagram, it's at Truth Seeker Show. Let me see if I can try to find these bumpers. I'm getting lost here. Oh, I did. I think I found them. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we're going to take a very quick break, and then I'll be back to take comments and questions from the live chat. The show is not over. Sometimes I play these bumpers and everybody leaves. I got plenty more time to share with you. I want to catch up with the live chat as soon as I could. So we appreciate that you, everybody that's supporting us. This is just Mr. Ian, the man with the golden voice, letting you know how you too can support our efforts.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Cambion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash! Praise the cash! Praise the cash! We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Cambion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Masses.
Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo.
For the masses.
Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo. Luis Elizondo.
For the masses. Yeah. For the masses.
Good trouble shows. Good trouble shows. Good trouble shows. Good trouble shows.
For the
Soul Foundation.
Yeah.
The Soul Foundation.
For the we grifters. Yeah. We grifters. For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
For the masses.
We the people have to come together. We the people have to come together.
Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall, white, Nordic. Tall, white, Nordic. Hi, everyone, here and around the world. Tall, white, Nordic. Tall, white, Nordic. The tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic. The tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic. The tall, white extraterrestrials. Nordic. Tall, white, Nordic. Tall, white, Nordic.
UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies. UFO disclosure. UFO craft and bodies.
People who might not buy everything you're saying, who are skeptics, have said over and over again, he has no first-hand knowledge. He has no first-hand knowledge. Maybe we shouldn't believe you. When you say you have first-hand knowledge, maybe we shouldn't believe you.
Legally, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, the fact that we're not alone. We've recovered material and we've recovered documents. And beyond that, ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
I'm an intel guy. Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
Ontologically shocking but also uniting.
Any evidence?
I'm an intel guy.
Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Daniel P. Sheehan, classified. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena. Crash retrieval operation. Psychological phenomena.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.
For the masses.
The death of UFO transparency. The death of UFO transparency.